Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 544, Negotiating Terms. Seeing Clausia smile, Ebner couldn't help but recall Dunn's embarrassing performance in the dream back in Enmatport. A shiver ran down his spine, but he still forced himself to remain calm and asked, "Miss, what do you want me to do?" Clausia gave him a knowing look, casually tossed the towel she had been using to dry her hair onto the sofa, and instead of answering directly, she changed the subject. After consuming the Mysticism Magister potion, you scholars will experience a qualitative leap in your core ability. You will uncontrollably begin analyzing the essence of your Beyonder powers. This inevitably leads to going too deep, touching upon the spiritual corruption within the Beyonder characteristic. At that moment, you'll need soothing to prevent losing control due to the corruption, intimidation to disrupt your spirit, interfering with the potion's impulse to explore the essence further and stopping you from delving too deep, and finally, suggestion to make you perform actions contrary to your true will, triggering intense mental resistance. This serves as the wake-up call to prevent you from becoming addicted to the process. The eyes are the windows to the soul. This is why the gaze of an adult mind dragon naturally carries all three abilities. If one were willing to assist, it would be the ideal choice for the ritual. But for a spectator pathway Beyonder like myself, using these abilities isn't as simple. I need to adjust my approach based on your condition in real time. It's not as easy as it sounds. Not every spectator can control this balance well. And, well, experienced ones like me are even rarer. At first, Ebner thought Clausia was simply explaining the theory behind the Mysticism Magister advancement ritual, but as she spoke, he gradually realized something. So after all that, she's just exaggerating the difficulty to raise the price. Looks like Miss Sloth has something significant in mind for her conditions. Despite his growing wariness, Ebner truly had no better candidate. Among the spectators he knew, Miss Justice was still just a telepathist, Emma's mother, Lady Norma, was likely just a spectator, and as for Susie. Shaking his head inwardly, Ebner met Clausia's amused gaze, took a deep breath, and said, "Whatever it is, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to fulfill it. If it's too outrageous, I'll go straight to the Church of Earth's bounty and report her to the Mother Goddess." He didn't say that last part out loud, though he suspected she could probably read it anyway. Clausia glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said, "I have a feeling you just thought something rude." "Huh? Feeling?" She didn't actually read my thoughts. Is it because of the Mother Goddess, making her hesitant to use her abilities on me, or is there another reason? While Ebner was lost in thought, Clausia continued. "I want you and Dunn to put on a performance at the ruins near Indo, in full view of the public, following the script I've prepared. Of course, your roles, Iron Man and Dr. Strange, must align with my secondary character design as well. This level of control. This isn't just role-playing, it's practically a ritual. Miss Sloth has been making Dunn maintain a specific persona as Iron Man all this time, likely to reinforce that image in the public subconscious, paving the way for the final ritual. And while my Dr. Strange persona isn't as famous as Iron Man, Roselle's novels already established its reputation. Just appearing in public would leave a strong impression on people. Our joint performance would further enhance the effectiveness of the ritual. That's why Clausia is making this demand." "Wait a second. The first time I met her, when I brought Dunn to the Church of Earth's bounty in Enmatport, I was using my Dr. Strange disguise. And right after that, she seized the opportunity while treating Dunn's mind to unexpectedly make him debut as Iron Man in a dream. She must have already known what the Mysticism Magister ritual required. So this was her plan all along. She's been orchestrating this ever since she first saw me as Dr. Strange. Spectators really are the ultimate schemers." At this realization, Ebner couldn't help but feel that he was still too inexperienced. Compared to these saints, his mind games were amateurish at best, let alone against angels or gods. He glanced at Dunn and noticed that he was just as surprised. However, his surprise wasn't directed at himself, it was about the fact that the performance included Dr. Strange. This was evident from the subtle flicker in his deep gray eyes. If this were the usual Dunn, his thoughts wouldn't have been so easily readable. But right now, his mind was filled with the urge to explain, though he had no real outlet for it. Of course, this wasn't something Ebner could point out directly. Instead, he shifted his attention to another key detail from Clausia's words and asked with feigned confusion. "The ruins near Indo. Are they also after that site rumored to contain a demigod dragon's skeleton and 5 colored radiant stones? Did they get this information from another source?" Clausia chuckled lightly and said meaningfully, "Spreading the news. Don't pretend, you're here for the ruins too, aren't you?" After all, according to the rumors I spread, there's 5 colored radiant stone inside. Wait. You spread the news about the ruins? Ebner was startled. Forgetting the embarrassment of being exposed, he quickly asked. That ruin was potentially connected to Mr. Azac, which meant it was likely of a high level. If it attracted an official demigod, he wouldn't stand a chance. So, you didn't get your information from my rumors? Clausia raised an eyebrow, then took a moment to gather her thoughts before smiling. Relax, I only spread small-scale rumors, without revealing too much concrete information. At most, it'll attract some mid to low sequence beyonders. She paused for a moment, then added, without a sufficient audience, who would Iron Man and Doctor Strange perform for? Ah, I see. That level of risk is manageable, especially since I plan to enter the ruins with Mr. Azac. While turning this over in his mind, Ebner cautiously probed, before I decide whether to accept your terms. I'd like to know more about the ruins. Before Clausia could answer, Dunn, unable to resist his urge to explain, jumped in and began recounting his experiences, starting with his pursuit of a merchant who had massacred an entire trade caravan and their families in Winter County. Miss Sloth simply watched with an amused smile, making no effort to stop him. Clearly, she had no issue with Ebner learning the details. As Dunn continued, Ebner gained a much clearer picture of the ruins. For example, the caravan that had accidentally wandered into the ruins actually did so on a full moon night, and among their goods were night fragrance grass and deep slumber flowers, herbs known for inducing deep sleep. For example, the entrance to the ruins wasn't fixed, it manifested in the dreams of certain individuals who met specific conditions. For example, the thick fog described by the fishermen and the caravan survivors wasn't actual fog, it was a phenomenon caused by the intersection of the collective subconscious sea and the ruins. In reality, those people had already entered a dream, but they weren't aware of it. They only regained full consciousness after walking through the mist, stepping into the ruins, and leaving the collective subconscious sea. After all, ordinary people lack the abilities of a dreamwalker or a nightmare. Dunn talked at length, even revealing the exact details of the rumors Clausia had deliberately spread. However, it aligned with what Miss Sloth had said earlier, nothing about the ruins hinted at demigod involvement. Naturally, the exact mechanism of the ruins' entrance was left undisclosed, after all, the nature of its existence alone suggested it was anything but simple. However, there was one thing neither Dunn nor Clausia knew, the ruins were somehow connected to Azac. With that in mind, Ebner decided to bargain. Miss Clausia, in principle, I agree to your terms, but I need to see your script and character design first. Also, when we enter the ruins, I'd like to bring a friend along. Hearing this, Dunn gave him a strange look, thinking, bringing a friend. Is he afraid his dark history won't spread far enough? Clausia, on the other hand, chuckled. Cautious little guy, aren't you? All right, I accept. She then stood up, walked to a desk, and retrieved a stack of documents, handing them to Ebner. This doesn't contradict the character setting you've already established while role-playing. And with the next full moon falling on Thursday next week, 10 days from now, you should take the time to reinforce the secondary character traits I've designed for you in people's minds. As she spoke, Miss Sloth mysteriously produced a suitcase from who knows where and pointed to it. Dunn has his armor, so it wouldn't be fair to leave you out. I asked my husband to craft a robe that perfectly fits the identity of Doctor Strange. Want to try it on? If this wasn't premeditated, then I'll sell you the fool himself and have the rogue, Black Emperor, join the performance. Ebner mocked her internally but still accepted the suitcase and documents. Casually, he asked. By the way, Miss Clausia, how many polymath have you helped advance to mysticism magister? 1, Clausia replied after a moment of thought. 1. You had to think about 1. How does 1 count as experienced? I feel like I'm getting scammed again. Sighing inwardly, Ebner decided to check out this so-called secondary character setting first. He pulled a document from the stack and began reading. End of chapter. Chapter 545, The Cloak. Ebner quickly looked up, his face filled with hesitation. Miss Clausia. Are you serious? He hadn't even read through the actual script yet, just skimming over the secondary character settings was enough to make him cringe. The lines were so over the top and embarrassingly theatrical that they were painful to read. Exaggerating things a bit makes the character setting easier to imprint in people's minds, Clausia said with a bright smile. So you know these lines are over the top, huh? Ebner groaned inwardly, but after flipping through the rest of the script, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The plot was cliché and dramatic, but at least there was nothing that crossed his bottom line. As for the character settings, well, the lines might be embarrassing, but they were still tolerable. After all, if Doctor Strange ends up embarrassing himself, what does that have to do with me, Ebner? Even if Klein figures out that Doctor Strange is actually me, well, I still have the identity of Lou Bo as a fallback. After giving himself a mental pep talk, Ebner picked up the suitcase and infused it with spirituality. He had already noticed that the suitcase wasn't an actual box, it was an alchemical life form in disguise. Sure enough, as soon as his spirituality entered, the suitcase swiftly transformed into a red cloak. It stretched out as if waking up from sleep, then circled around Ebner a few times before suddenly draping itself over his shoulders, adjusting its form to fit perfectly. Immediately after, a blue robe materialized over Ebner's body. It was a deeper shade than his usual attire, yet it felt lighter and more comfortable, while also providing a decent level of defense. Activating Pure White Eye, Ebner communicated with the spirit inside the cloak. It responded in a friendly manner before officially forming a contract with him. Watching Ebner interact with the cloak so smoothly, Clausia raised an eyebrow in surprise. You seem quite familiar with it. You didn't even need me to explain anything. I'm a polymath. I have the abilities of an appraiser, Ebner replied vaguely, though that wasn't entirely true. Since you've now formed a contract with it, that means you've agreed to our deal, correct? Clausia asked with a smile. Yes, Miss Clausia. I'm willing to participate in your performance, Ebner nodded, secretly feeling like he had struck a great bargain. Forget the mysticism Magister advancement ritual, just acquiring this alchemical life form made the deal worth it, even if he ended up humiliating himself. Although Clausia never explicitly stated that it was a gift, and it was possibly only a temporary loan, this cloak was a living entity. As long as it was willing to follow him, there wasn't much she could do to stop it, unless she used force, which was unlikely. Excellent. Clausia's eyes curved into a satisfied smile. For the sake of her ritual, she didn't mind giving away a few of the alchemical lifeforms her husband had created. After inspecting Ebner in his new attire, she nodded approvingly and instructed. You need to appear around Indo a few times, reinforcing the new image I designed for you. This will help solidify it in people's subconscious. If you need any assistance, feel free to find me. Until next Thursday's full moon, Dunn and I will be staying here, so you can visit anytime. Oh, and if you have time, you should also practice your acting. Hearing this, Ebner's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a moment before sighing, fine. Then, after thinking for a bit, he asked, shouldn't we establish a contract for this? Do you trust me? Clausia countered with a smile. Of course I do, Ebner replied without hesitation. She was a demigod trusted by the Earth Mother, there was no way she'd actually screw over someone who was also under the Earth Mother's protection. At least, not before the Earth Mother got a return on her investment. Back in Backlund, through multiple tests involving Lilith, Ebner had already confirmed one thing, the Earth Mother was exceptionally tolerant of him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was one of her most favored followers. Perhaps, he was only slightly less favored than the fool was toward the world. I also trust that you won't go back on your word, so there's no need for a contract, Clausia said with a composed smile. However, she added silently in her heart, besides, the Earth Mother doesn't hold authority over contract enforcement. You might be daring enough to pray to another god, but I'm not. Since Miss Sloth truly didn't care about a contract, Ebner didn't push the matter. Instead, he turned to Clausia and Dunn and brought up the materials he hoped to acquire from the ruins. Neither of them had any objections, even promising to help him secure them if possible. After wrapping up that topic, Ebner looked at Dunn and asked, would you be willing to trade me the astrologer beyonder characteristic? What do you need in return? I need the spirit warlock potion formula. Dunn's deep gray eyes locked onto Ebner as he made his request. So Dunn really has become a soul assurer. Ebner silently nodded, confirming his earlier speculation. However, upon hearing the trade offer, he politely countered, a Sequence 5 potion formula is worth at least 5,000 gold pounds. Meanwhile, a Sequence 7 beyonder characteristic, even at its most expensive, was barely worth over 2,000. Dunn nodded, acknowledging the price difference. Then, he reached into his pocket and pulled out another metal case. Opening it, he revealed a Rose Bishop beyonder characteristic. If you can find the Spirit Warlock formula, I'll trade you this along with the astrologer characteristic. Rose Bishop. Don't tell me this was that green giant from the Aurora Order, the one who was protecting Lanris back then. This thought flashed through Ebner's mind before he considered the deal seriously. After a moment, he replied, I can help you ask around, but it won't be easy to find in a short time. That's fine. I only recently advanced to Soul Assurer, I'm still far from Sequence 5, Dunn said with a small smile. Well, Furs is also still a ways from Sequence 7, and she probably doesn't have the money to buy a characteristic right now, so there's no rush. With that thought, and realizing that most of their important discussions had concluded, Ebner bid farewell to Clausia and Dunn. Any remaining questions could wait until he had thoroughly reviewed the documents she had given him. Clausia and Dunn didn't insist on keeping him. After a polite exchange of goodbyes, they simply watched as he flew out of the villa through the window. Racing through the night sky, Ebner soon arrived back at the mountain hot spring inn outside Indo, though his face was a bit pale from the intense flight. As he stroked the red cloak, which had proactively wrapped itself around him, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I have to admit, this thing flies much faster than my simulated flight ability. If I hadn't deliberately asked it to slow down, I probably would have broken the sound barrier. And flight was only one of this alchemical lifeform's abilities. As a living being, its greatest strength was actually learning. It could study, cast, and store certain ritualistic magic, such as Wall of Spirituality, as well as illusion techniques commonly used by ghosts. Recalling the analysis report from his pure white eye, Ebner had the cloak revert to its suitcase form before heading toward the underground wine cellar. He was about to use teleportation to return to Byam when a massive white bone messenger suddenly materialized before him, extending a letter. Zio replied. Ebner's spirits lifted as he eagerly unfolded the letter and began reading. A few moments later, he lowered the paper, rubbed his chin, and murmured to himself. So that lion wants to find me again. Or rather, it was originally trying to follow me, but lost track. I do still need its blood as an auxiliary material, but I can't let my guard down completely, even if it was Roselle's pet. I might as well arrange the meeting here in Indo, next Thursday. It'll take time for it to sail from the southern continent anyway. When the time comes, I'll ask Mr. Azac to oversee things. That way, I won't have to worry about it pulling any tricks. Having settled his plan, Ebner borrowed some paper and ink from the inn and quickly penned a reply. Soon, the nearly 4-meter-tall bone messenger clutched the letter in its skeletal hand and vanished into the night, without leaving a trace of supernatural disturbance in the hot spring inn. After that, Ebner used the hidden altar in the wine cellar to cast teleportation and returned to Byam. Tuesday noon, Byam, MI9 headquarters. Zio sat in an office, watching as Princess Vera stepped off the ship that had just arrived in Byam's harbor. Once inside the secured base, Zio returned the transparent dagger, which shimmered with the glow of a dozen bright stars, to Vera. She hesitated for a moment before deciding to share something personal. Taking a deep breath, she recounted the visions she had seen under the blood moon. After listening quietly, Vera fell into deep thought. Then, after a long pause, she sighed and asked, "Do you know why the Tamara family was divided?" End of chapter. Chapter 546, The Scheme Behind It All. Why was the Tamara family divided? Zio pondered for a moment, piecing together fragments of information from her vision and the scattered details Ebner had shared before. Tentatively, she said. Was it because they followed different paths? Some chose the apprentice route, while others remained loyal to the family's original arbiter pathway. As she spoke, Zio suddenly realized the coincidence. She and Furs were in the same situation. One was an arbiter, the other an apprentice. Vera nodded, then shook her head. Gazing out at the bustling harbor, she sighed. Pathway divergence was part of it, but it wasn't enough to tear apart a once-united family and lead them into mutual slaughter. Then what was the real reason? Zio asked curiously. It was because, at that time, the Tamara family had lost their ancestral protection. Faced with a harsh environment, a desperate need for power, and their deep hatred for the six gods, members of both pathways ended up forming connections with the outer deities. The final split within Tamara was essentially a life-or-death battle between different outer deity followers. Vera, clad in her naval officer's uniform, picked up the transparent dagger she had retrieved and continued. That's why, even though this was turned into a Beyonder artifact, the characteristic within it still carries the lingering influence of an outer deity. When exposed to a blood moon, it causes hallucinations, driving people to commit irreparable acts. When I gave it to you, I didn't anticipate a blood moon appearing. That was my oversight. Fortunately, you were lucky. When Vera uttered the word lucky, there was a deeper meaning to her tone. Zio also felt that the conveniently broken faucet in the washroom was too much of a coincidence. She had discussed it with Ebner afterward, but even after analyzing it together, they couldn't pinpoint the cause. In the end, Ebner could only attribute it to Zio's good fortune, perhaps even the blessing of the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. After all, at the time, she was within the Fool's divine kingdom. Of course, that last thought was something Ebner had only kept to himself. As Zio was trying to come up with a reasonable excuse to explain her luck, Vera moved on without dwelling on the topic. The weariness in her demeanor vanished, replaced by sharp focus. She lifted her strong, confident brows and handed the dagger of starlight back to Zio. Our next mission might be extremely dangerous. Keep this Starfang with you for protection. If we encounter an enemy you can't fight, and I can't reach you in time, use its random teleportation ability to escape immediately. So it's called Starfang. Zio muttered as she carefully took back the transparent dagger. Then, she asked with a serious expression, did Baron Larry really defect? And, is he truly dangerous? It's not him that's dangerous, Vera explained, her tone carrying a deeper implication. It's what he might be carrying, and the Beyonders drawn to that object. Then, she gave Zio a meaningful look and asked. As for whether he has really defected. Does it matter? Zio blinked, feeling like her brain was struggling to keep up. She had no idea what Vera was hinting at. Somewhere in an unknown underground chamber, a man dressed in an old-fashioned suit and cloak, with pointed shoes and attire reminiscent of a past century, walked along a stone-paved corridor. He reached the door of a small room, knocked lightly, and soon received a response. Opening the door, he stepped inside. Behind a large wooden desk, an elderly man with an air of arrogance sat waiting. His black hair was streaked with silver, and he had no beard. As the man entered, the elder nodded slightly and asked, "Grover, how did it go?" The man named Grover let out a bitter chuckle and replied, "Your Grace, everything has been arranged. Even Georgina and Tester have been kept in the dark." Sigh, what a pity about Prince Mountbatten. The only way to deceive those organizations that have infiltrated MI9 is to ensure that even Georgina and Tester remain unaware of the truth. The elder nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. As for Prince Mountbatten, he privately leaked our southern continent operation to the Church of the Lord of Storms. The evidence is irrefutable. He brought this upon himself. And it's not even our hands doing the dirty work. If he's smart enough, he might survive, but his status as a prince will be gone. Sigh. Who would have thought that what Daniel left deep in the labyrinth wasn't some ghost empire ticket, but rather the coordinates of the Blood Emperor's secret tomb, right where we are now. Yet, other factions believe we obtained clues to the ghost empire, and are desperately trying to investigate. Meanwhile, we can't openly explain what we actually found. At least I was able to silence Myron in time, disguising it as Prince Mountbatten's doing before he could leak what he saw. And Baron Larry, he thought he was so clever, setting up contingencies before Myron opened the treasure chest. But if he had actually seen what was inside, if he didn't still have some use, do you think he could have escaped with just those pitiful arrangements? Now, as long as someone else captures Baron Larry, we can pin everything on Mountbatten. If that kid is smart, he'll immediately run to the Church of the Lord of Storms for protection. But if he isn't, well, with Biam's 3 demigods being conveniently drawn away, some faction, or some individual, will likely strike at him. Heh. By then, we'll have the perfect scapegoat to deflect the blame that Daniel tried to pin on us. Hearing this, the elder chuckled and handed over a letter. Take a look. This is the latest update from Vera, transmitted through military channels. The one who arrived in Biam with her isn't even the real prince. That kid must have fled long ago. Grover picked up the letter, scanned its contents, then sighed, as expected of someone from the Augustus bloodline. He really has some nerve. And Princess Vera, she's grown. His gaze lingered on a strange note that Vera had specifically mentioned in her report. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Your Grace, that black-eyed seagull that was always on the ship." "Just as you suspect, it's most likely one of the Amon family's members," the elder chuckled. "I didn't expect those thieves to take an interest in this matter, but they do make an excellent scapegoat. But if an Amon has taken an interest, His Majesty's plans might face some complications." Grover frowned. "Don't worry," the elder said with a faint smile. "If the Amons try to disrupt His Majesty's plans, someone will be there to stop them." He didn't elaborate further, merely shaking his head as a warning. Don't deliberately provoke an Amon. It's pointless, and far too dangerous. Biam, Fragrant Manor. Ebner set down the documents Clausia had given him and rubbed his temples in frustration. Just what kind of novels has that sloth lady been reading? How else could she have come up with such an embarrassingly exaggerated set of movements and overly dramatic lines for Dr. Strange? And to top it off, she insisted that Dr. Strange must carry a melancholic air. A brooding figure dramatically shouting, "My eyes can see through all things in this world," is that really a good combination? After muttering complaints to himself, Ebner snapped his fingers. The suitcase at his feet immediately transformed into a red cloak, flew over, and swallowed the documents into itself. Then, it shapeshifted back into a suitcase and settled under the desk. With that done, Ebner stood up and rang the bell. When Helene arrived in response, he instructed her to prepare a carriage. Meanwhile, he headed for the underground chamber, retrieving a whip before returning upstairs. Then, with Helene accompanying him, he boarded the carriage and set off toward the Red Theater, or more precisely, the folklore herbal shop in the alley opposite it. End of chapter. Chapter 547, Dark Will and the Whip of Ecstasy. Inside the folklore herbal shop in the alley across from Red Theater, Ebner and Helene had just stepped in when they saw a native girl sitting in the courtyard, engrossed in a thick, open book. A plump owl perched on her shoulder, appearing just as focused. The girl was Booty, the same one Ebner had once persuaded into coming here for treatment, the same Booty from the original novel, the one whom Klein had buried, with a tombstone inscription that simply read, "She was a person." Now, Booty still looked frail, but the pus-filled sores that had once marred her face and body had completely vanished, leaving only faint scars. Ebner activated spirit vision for a quick scan and confirmed that, aside from mild malnutrition, the girl was otherwise in good health. Darkwill may seem unreliable, but as an apothecary, he's definitely competent. Ebner gave an inward nod of approval before withdrawing his gaze and heading directly into the shop. Behind him, Helene lingered, eyeing the owl a few more times. She had already noticed that the book in the girl's hands was the Revelations of the Night, a complex theological text. There was no way this native girl, who clearly had no formal education, could understand it. That left two possibilities. She was just pretending to read, she was merely holding the book while the owl was the real reader. As Helene pondered this, Ebner rapped his fingers firmly on the counter, jolting the half-asleep Darkwill awake. It was only a little after 2 p.m., still early in the day, so business was slow. After all, the men who came to buy mummy powder tonics usually showed up around dusk, or even later. Detective. Damn, you startled me. Darkwill straightened in his seat, then, recognizing the visitor, stretched lazily and said. You look exhausted, Ebner remarked, observing the dull hue of Darkwill's aura. It wasn't unhealthy, just the typical signs of fatigue. The chubby apothecary flashed a sleazy grin and said, had a wild night at Red Theater yesterday. You know how it is. As he spoke, he even wriggled his nearly invisible waist for emphasis. Lies. Ebner wasn't a spectator, but he could simulate mind reading, and Darkwill's ridiculous gestures were clearly a distraction. He didn't press the issue, though. Instead, he moved on and placed a whip on the counter. Here's the mystical item you requested. The moment the dark brown whip, about 1.5 meters long, landed on the counter, Darkwill's eyes lit up. He picked it up eagerly, twirled it around, then asked, what's it do? At the same time, the owl in the courtyard perked up. Ebner smirked and explained. I call it the Whip of Ecstasy. You just tested it, it's light as a feather, nearly weightless. But when it strikes a target, it applies a random curse, effectively weakening the victim's stamina and mobility. Additionally, it's extremely tough and has excellent armor-piercing capabilities. It can shatter standard iron armor in one strike, which is about the same level of penetration as a flintlock rifle. Then why not just use a gun? Darkwill quipped, but his tone betrayed his satisfaction. After all, the Dragonblood 5-colored flower he had traded for this whip, though difficult to cultivate, was only worth around 100 to 200 pounds. This was a great bargain for him. But why is it called the Whip of Ecstasy? He asked, narrowing his eyes. What's so ecstatic about it? Does whipping someone with it make them feel good? As he spoke, his gaze drifted past the open doorway, toward the owl in the courtyard. The owl immediately turned away, pretending to focus intently on the book in Booty's hands. However, its trembling talons betrayed its unease. Mr. Harry. Darkwill is a good man. He won't hit you. Booty whispered comfortingly to the owl. The owl glanced at her, thinking. Little girl, you don't understand. That bastard has wanted to hit me for a long time. No. I need to learn some self-defense skills. Meanwhile, Ebner hesitated for a moment before answering Darkwill's question. When the whip strikes an enemy, there's a 10% chance it will induce intense pleasure. He paused awkwardly, then added, I assume that counts as a curse. Ebner did not personally test the probability of the whip's effect, his pure white eye had simply analyzed it. Extreme, ecstasy. Darkwill froze for a moment, then his expression turned ambiguous. He wiggled his eyebrows and asked, you mean that kind of ecstasy? More or less. I crafted this weapon using the hide of a lust banshee that I bought at a Beyonder gathering, so that ecstasy effect should be exactly what you're thinking of. Ebner paused, then added with deliberate concern, but trust me, it's not a pleasant experience. Don't go whipping yourself and get addicted. Darkwill's chubby face twitched, as if Ebner had hit a nerve. He quickly changed the subject, asking stiffly, since it's made from ordinary materials taken from an extraordinary creature, how long will it remain effective? 1 year. Ebner held up a single finger, then continued, also, it doesn't have any major negative side effects. It has just one weakness, fire. If it gets burned, it will lose all its mystical properties for at least a week. Darkwill nodded and put the whip away. Then, without further ado, he motioned for Ebner to follow him and pushed open the door to the back room. Ebner left Helene outside, instructing her to keep an eye on Booty and the owl, then followed Darkwill inside to a cultivation room, where the roof had been modified to regulate sunlight and temperature as needed. The chubby apothecary strode over to a shelf, pointed at a small, newly sprouted plant, and said, this is the Dragonblood 5-colored flower you wanted. But it still needs at least 2 more weeks before it blooms. Ebner had already expected this. After all, Darkwill had told him in advance when they first agreed on the trade. So, after a brief moment of thought, he figured out why Darkwill had really brought him here and said, if there's something you need, just say it. I won't tell anyone. We're friends, aren't we? Yeah, friends. Darkwill sighed in reluctant admission, then explained, I just don't want Booty getting too involved in my personal matters. After that, he finally got to the real reason he had called Ebner over. Actually, I wanted to hear your professional opinion as a great detective. What's the issue? Ebner had some suspicions, but he kept a neutral expression. Darkwill hesitated, then asked, choosing his words carefully. If, and I mean if, you had an appointment with someone, but they never showed up, yet you know they should have arrived, where would you start looking? And how would you track them down? Just ask where your teacher is already. Ebner rolled his eyes internally but kept a straight face. He had already guessed that Darkwill's exhaustion earlier was because he had spent half the night trying to find his teacher. Outwardly, though, Ebner pretended not to notice anything suspicious and simply analyzed the problem. In that case, you have two main options. First, you could use mysticism to perform a divination. Second, you could leverage the authorities to help find them. Divination is useless in this case. Darkwill shook his head, then paused, thinking. A moment later, he asked, how would I get the authorities to help me? Simple, Ebner said with a completely straight face. Just disguise yourself as them and commit a crime. Darkwill stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. How the hell is a humble apothecary like me supposed to pull that off? Any other methods? He asked dejectedly after a long silence. Of course, Ebner replied casually. You could also just hire someone to find them for you. For example, a certain future lunatic adventurer. In reality, Ebner already knew where Darkwill's teacher was. But that situation involved a uniqueness. He didn't want to get involved. Unlike the fool, he didn't have the ability to intimidate a uniqueness into compliance. If he meddled recklessly, he might end up dragging himself down along with Darkwill. I guess I have no other choice. Darkwill sighed heavily, then led the way back to the front counter. Unexpected visitor. As soon as they returned, they saw a young man with blue hair hesitantly stepping through the shop's entrance. He was handsome and refined, exuding a noble aura, none other than Tran, from Gwen's ship. However, Tran's gaze didn't immediately land on Ebner. Instead, he was focused on Helene, who stood by the door. The young man hesitated, as if mustering the courage to speak to the cold, beautiful woman, but before he could say anything, a teasing voice interrupted him. Kid, you need to pace yourself. You're way too young to be running yourself this ragged. Tran's face instantly turned beet red. End of chapter. Chapter 548, Darkwill's treatment. Ebner knew Darkwill had a sharp tongue, but he wasn't the type to joke about medical matters. And judging by Tran's increasingly red face, it was clear that something was wrong. Wait a minute. I remember Cullen secretly adjusted Tran's body back into mirror. How has he already become drained again? Could it be that Lydia's potion has worn off? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner simulated the physician's abilities and carefully examined Tran's condition. A moment later, he sighed in relief. Tran's body wasn't actually damaged, though he was, indeed, severely weakened. But that, in itself, was proof of Lydia's restraint. According to Cullen's description, Tran's attraction to Lydia was constantly increasing. If it ever passed a certain threshold, and Lydia wasn't under the effects of a potion, she might drain his blood completely in an instant. Still, it's not just blood loss this time, or rather. His need for mummy powder seems to be the bigger problem. A young girl, unable to satisfy her cravings through food, found alternative means to relieve her hunger. Or was she trying to compensate for the boy? As Ebner spiraled into overthinking, Tran finally noticed his presence, prompted by Helene stepping closer. His already red face deepened in color, and he blurted out in a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Mr. Bryan. What are you doing here? I've been friends with Mr. Darkwill since our days in Backlund, so I came by for a visit. Ebner smiled casually, responding with a simple greeting. He didn't mention his business deal with the chubby apothecary, there was no need for Tran to know. Darkwill, however, took one look at Tran's face, then at Ebner, before deliberately butting in with a teasing smirk. Your condition isn't too serious. Since you know Ebner, I'll give you a discount. Just £3, and I guarantee that tonight, you'll be stronger than ever. Though, personally, I'd recommend taking a few days to rest. I. Despite the confidence Ebner had helped him build, Tran was still shy, especially in such sensitive matters. His face burned brighter, and he stammered uncontrollably. Seeing this, Darkwill practically beamed. He reached into a cabinet, took out a mix of common and exotic herbs, tossed in some insect shells, and sealed them in a paper pouch. Boil everything in water for half an hour. Trust me, drink the concoction, and both you and your lady will be very satisfied. One of Duke Negan's mistresses personally praised its effects. Most of his customers were either hardened regulars or people like Ebner, who didn't humor him, which made their reactions incredibly dull. So now that he had an amusingly awkward young man to tease, Darkwill was delighted. After all, seeing others flustered or frustrated was one of his greatest joys. Of course, helping people recover their health was another. But, since he always combined the two, people rarely ever thanked him for it. Duke Negan's mistress. Now that I think about it, in the original novel, Duke Negan did take some mummy powder-based medication before he died. Darkwill, you bastard, are you actually an accomplice of that Desire Apostle from the Blood Sanctify sect? Wait. Could this also be something that Russian priest arranged? That'd really shake up my impression of him. While mentally roasting a few high-level figures, Ebner turned his attention to Tran, who was now caught in an awkward dilemma over whether to take the medicine or not. Seeing this, Ebner took the initiative. He grabbed the medicine pouch, stuffed it into Tran's hand, and intentionally changed the subject. Did you come to buy him alone, or did the Arunheim arrive as well? Holding the pouch that had just been forced into his hands, Tran blinked in surprise. After a brief hesitation, he glanced at Ebner with grateful eyes, then quickly pulled out 3 one-pound notes and placed them on the counter. Finally, he exhaled and replied in a lowered voice. The captain came too. We're planning to attend the Beyonder gathering at Amiris Leaf Bar on Wednesday night. I heard that ever since the boss behind the scenes changed, the event has attracted more Beyonders, thanks to the presence of a notary and an appraiser. Apparently, the trade quality is much higher now, so the captain is looking to acquire some supplies before we explore that. Right then, Tran suddenly shut his mouth. After all, what came next was a team secret. No matter how much respect he had for Mr. Bryan, it wouldn't be appropriate to reveal any more. Exploration. Oh, I get it, it's about the treasure tied to the golden snake sword. From that diary page Zio submitted earlier, we can already tell that Roselle had some ulterior motives. He might not have outright set a deadly trap, but there's definitely a huge surprise waiting for them there. And we can't be sure whether Roselle was already corrupted when he set it up. If he was, then even his good intentions wouldn't be something Gwen, Tran, or Lydia could handle. I remember writing to Cullen about this before. Didn't he take any action? Or maybe Cullen has his own considerations. Well, either way, if he's aware of it, then it's not my problem to worry about. Amiris Leaf Bar's gathering. I only successfully hosted it once, and it's already making waves in Demir. While processing these thoughts, Ebner tactfully ignored Tran's slip-up and instead politely extended an invitation. Have you found a place to stay? If not, you're welcome at my fragrant manor. There are plenty of guest rooms available. And the soundproofing is excellent. Tran hesitated. This is something the captain would have to decide. Though his response was polite, his tone showed that he was seriously considering the offer. That's up to the captain to decide, Tran thought for a moment before responding shyly. That makes sense. Here, I'll leave you my address. If Gwen makes a decision, she can come directly, Ebner said, glancing at Helene beside him. The red-clad maid immediately understood and retrieved pen and paper from her pocket, handing them over. With a few swift strokes, Ebner wrote down his fragrant manor's address, then passed the note to Tran. Afterward, he exchanged a few casual words with Darkwill, who had been consciously keeping his distance since the start of the conversation. Then, together with Helene, he left the herbal shop. Tran watched Helene's retreating figure and couldn't help but feel a little worried for the captain. Although Captain Gwen and Detective Bryan seemed to have no special relationship, there was no doubt that Gwen trusted and admired him more than any other man. And those rumors back in Demir. Maybe they weren't entirely false. After all, as Roselle once said, where there's an opening, the wind will slip in. Once Tran left with his medicine, Darkwill finally stepped out of his shop, whipping the air playfully as he turned toward the shivering owl in the yard. All right, let's test out this miraculous whip. Owl Harry stared wide-eyed at the leather weapon for a few seconds before calmly saying, my feathers aren't as tough as iron armor. If you try it on me, you'll lose a valuable assistant. But what I really need is an assistant who can handle monsters and gang thugs. Darkwill flicked the whip again, speaking in a deliberately ominous tone. At this point, the frail girl, Booty, who had been silent all along, finally gathered her courage. Mr. Darkwill, please don't bully Mr. Harry. She said in a trembling voice. If you need to test it, you can use me instead. I owe you a lot. It's only right that I cooperate. Though her entire body shook, she still met Darkwill's gaze head-on and spoke without hesitation. Darkwill stared at her for a long moment. Just as Booty's legs nearly gave out, he suddenly put away the whip and chuckled oddly. Since Booty asked, I'll spare this dumb bird. For now. Hearing this, Booty exhaled deeply, her weak body almost collapsing. It was only thanks to Harry, who grabbed onto her collar with his talons, that she didn't fall to the ground. Thank you, Mr. Darkwill. You're a very kind person. Booty chirped excitedly. Darkwill ignored her. Instead, he simply stretched out his right arm, allowing the owl to hop onto it. Just before re-entering his shop, Darkwill paused. With his back still turned, he asked. I remember, the night you first came here for help, you said your wish was to live like a person. Ah. Booty blinked blankly, taking several seconds to process his words. Well, now you are. After saying this, Darkwill returned to his counter, his departure punctuated by the owl's annoyed chattering. How was my acting? Pretty convincing, right? Booty, meanwhile, remained rooted to the spot, staring into the distance in a daze. Her physical afflictions had been cured, but the emotional scars were far harder to erase. Still, she was strong. And this was a good start. Tran, now carrying his medicine, arrived at the designated meeting place, a small cafe. Sure enough, inside, he saw the tall and stunning Captain Gwen, along with Lydia, who was eagerly waving at him. What took you so long? Lydia frowned, noticing his slow, hesitant steps. Then, as if casually, she added. I thought I saw you heading toward Red Theater. Had she not just checked Tran's physical state, she definitely would have followed him. Before Tran could explain, Lydia sniffed the air and immediately found the medicine pouch in his hands. She barely glanced at it before scrunching her nose in distaste. It's effective, sure, but the ingredients are way too crude. If you needed something like this, you should have just come to me instead. After all, as a blood race, Lydia was a natural-born apothecary. Come to you. Then I'd lose even more face. Tran muttered complaints internally, but instead of arguing, he quickly turned to Captain Gwen, who was smirking knowingly. Then, almost instinctively, he changed the subject. Captain, I just met Detective Brian. Meanwhile, at Byam's docks, the ancient-looking ship Blue Avenger sailed into the private harbor of the Church of the God of Storms. Standing at the bow, Alger Wilson, wearing his captain's hat, narrowed his eyes. He watched as a massive wooden sailing ship emerged from the sea. Chapter 549, Amon's Smile. Trident. As a bishop of the Church of the God of Storms, Alger naturally recognized this ancient ghost ship that had once fought for the Lord centuries ago. Its origins were particularly fascinating. According to legend, after the god of death fell and the Berserk Sea formed, separating the northern and southern continents, a devout follower of the Lord found himself stranded alone in the south. He tried everything but was never able to cross the Berserk Sea. In the end, he and his ship perished together, sinking into the ocean's depths. Yet, in death, his soul fused with the ship, turning it into this ghost ship that could dive deep beneath the sea, aimlessly roaming the waters of the southern continent for centuries, leaving behind countless terrifying legends. It wasn't until 700 years ago, during the post-war period of the 20 Years' War, that the Trident suddenly emerged from the depths, appearing directly near the Holy See's headquarters on Paso Island, returning to the embrace of the Lord. Rumors say that the Trident originally bore a different name, one that never made it into official records. Alger had only vaguely recalled it because he had once flipped past its mention while researching the history of the Blue Avenger. While Alger's thoughts drifted, the Trident had already docked first. But what truly shocked him was the group of red gloves from the Church of Evernight disembarking from its deck. The Trident is usually reserved for high-priority operations across the Berserk Sea. Did something major happen in the southern continent that requires the elite forces of two churches to join hands? I heard members of the Rose School of Thought recently experienced a brief episode of madness. Could this be related? Since the last tarot gathering, the newly joined Mistemperance, being a Sequence 5, had barely stabilized Klein's excessive spirituality drain, but even so, they had rushed through the meeting. As a result, Ebner and Zio hadn't been able to share their experiences regarding the Daniel Mirror Maze. And given that less than a week had passed, it was perfectly normal for Alger not to have received any related news, not at this era's information transfer speeds. His gaze lingered on a black-haired, emerald-eyed red glove, studying him for a long moment. Sensing this, the red glove turned around and met his gaze directly. Alger immediately smiled knowingly before shaking his head in self-mockery. Forget it. None of this concerns me anyway. No need to worry about it. I'll just ask at the next tarot meeting. Right now, my focus should be on tomorrow night's Beyonder gathering at Amiris Leaf Bar. According to my sources, someone will be selling deep-sea gunfish blood, but they specifically want a pugilist's formula in exchange. If someone else bids with the formula, my gold pounds won't be of any advantage. Normally, the Sun Pathway could easily obtain this formula, but since he's under surveillance, it's best not to make any suspicious moves. Sacrificing my established Forsaken Land of the Gods channel just to test a potential Abraham family connection. Not worth it. Having reached a decision, Alger resolved to compete for the item as best he could. If things didn't go his way, then he'd just have to apologize to Miss Magician. As for his own goal, the Ocean Songster's potion formula, he never expected to find it at such a gathering in the first place. Lack of access is one thing, but the real issue is that the Lord's Sentinels monitor these gatherings. Even if the organizers have the formula, they'd never dare sell it openly. Meanwhile, on the docks, a man in a black trench coat and crimson gloves, Leonard Mitchell, casually withdrew his gaze, simply committing the blue-haired man's features to memory. Then, tilting his head slightly, he lowered his voice and muttered. "Old man, do you know who that guy was?" He was staring at me for quite a while. Immediately, a hoarse, aged voice echoed in his mind. "You're still as impolite as ever. It's too far, so I can't sense clearly, but judging by his hair color, he's likely a beyonder of the sailor pathway. His ship is clearly a ghost ship, and the fact that he's docking at a Church of Storm's private port. You should be able to guess who he is, right? A privateer captain under the Church of Storms." Leonard pondered, recalling the knowledge he had recently crammed, and cautiously offered his guess. Back in Tingen, he had known almost nothing about maritime affairs. He could barely name the notorious pirate generals and kings with high bounties. But why would a privateer captain be staring at me? I thought he might have noticed. Leonard's voice trailed off, growing almost inaudible. I think he was just glancing around and happened to look at you. Of course, it's also possible that your fates will intertwine in the future, and this moment is merely a premonition." In his mind, Palaz Zoros chuckled. "So you're saying he might also be one of the protagonist's allies?" Leonard glanced at Captain Sost, who was shaking hands with the adjudicator as a farewell, and muttered under his breath, "Honestly, I think stories like this need a female character in the squad to develop properly. I'm really not into sailors." As he spoke, the corners of his lips gradually curved upward, as if reminiscing about his carefree days in Tingen, those times when he bore no responsibilities. Palaz remained silent for a long time before suddenly asking, "Are you still longing for the time when you were playing the protagonist in a drama?" Leonard's smile froze instantly. After a long moment, he firmly replied, "I miss it, but I also hate it. I was so useless back then. You'd better keep your emotions in check, or else someone might take advantage of them. Like the target of the mission you'll be assigned once you return to Backlund." Palaz warned. "A demon?" Leonard nodded thoughtfully. "I heard about the horrifying demon sacrifice incident on Sonia Island. Lots of people died. That's why the Holy See is taking the demon summoning activity in Backlund so seriously, right?" Things aren't as simple as you think." Palaz laughed lightly. "What do you mean?" Leonard asked, puzzled. But Palaz didn't answer. He only said meaningfully, "The more you know, the more dangerous it gets." Then, he added one last warning, "Don't linger in Byam. Don't leave the Storm Church's private port. Board the airship and return to Backlund as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in a villa near the military port, Prince Mountbatten, who had arrived with Princess Vera, slowly awoke from his slumber. He got out of bed, walked to a desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a monocle, placing it over his right eye. Just a decoy prince. Completely clueless about everything. How interesting. Who's the one behind this setup? They seem to know me very well. An old acquaintance, perhaps. Muttering to himself, he turned his gaze toward the Church of the Sea waves outside the window. A faint, unreadable smile appeared on his lips. The real prince is over there, huh? I'd love to see his face when I steal the entire church right in front of him. End of chapter. Chapter 550, An Unknown Meeting. At Fragrant Manor, just as Ebner Bryan returned from Darkwolf's folk herb shop and was about to continue studying and analyzing Clausia's revised setting for Doctor Strange, he received news that Sea Serpent Weaver had come to visit. Sea Serpent Weaver was his agent at Amiris Leaf Bar and had already advanced to a Sequence 9 hunter. This surprised Ebner a little, as he had explicitly instructed Weaver to avoid coming to the manor frequently to prevent unnecessary attention. Although he wasn't particularly afraid of having their connection exposed, trouble was best kept to a minimum whenever possible. Because of the contract, he wouldn't disobey my instructions. He's probably here to report progress on the task I assigned him. With this thought in mind, Ebner instructed Helene to escort Weaver to his study. Once inside, Weaver first greeted Ebner respectfully before handing over a document to Helene, who then placed it on Ebner's desk. Glancing at it, Ebner saw that it was a list of potential items for tomorrow night's Beyonder gathering, along with a corresponding list of requests. To improve the success rate of transactions, Weaver had modified the gathering format, incorporating elements from auction houses. He had set up a public mailbox at the bar, allowing attendees to anonymously submit the items they wanted to sell or buy. Then, Weaver and his people would leak selected rumors in advance, allowing interested buyers to prepare accordingly. Of course, since deals might be completed before the gathering, or some rumors might have been deliberately planted to mislead others, Amiris Leaf Bar would never confirm or deny any of them. Frowning slightly, Ebner looked at Weaver and asked, "You didn't come here just to deliver this, did you?" "Sir, of course not. The list was just an excuse for my visit. I personally delivered it to several other important clients as well." After this brief explanation, Weaver glanced at Helene standing beside the desk, hesitated for a moment, then vaguely said, "It's about the matter you asked me to investigate last time, regarding the doctor." The so-called doctor referred to the men who had disrupted the last Beyonder gathering and was subsequently killed by Ebner. He had been a notorious independent assassin within the Rorstad archipelago, with his most notable achievement being the assassination of a local gang leader in Byam. Of course, the real reason Ebner had ordered Weaver to investigate him was that this doctor, despite being only a harvest sacrificer, had possessed hybridized seeds of an entirely new plant species. And those two plant species bore an uncanny resemblance to the pea shooter and sunflower from a casual strategy game he had played in his past life. So it really is about that. Ebner nodded slightly but noticed Weaver's hesitation. The men kept glancing at Helene, clearly reluctant to speak in her presence. Ebner was puzzled. After all, Helene was far closer to him than Weaver, even if her position as a maid was forced upon her. Moreover, Helene had been present at Amiris Leaf Bar when the incident occurred. She was already aware of Doctor's investigation. If Weaver refused to speak now, wasn't he asking for trouble later? While Ebner was silently roasting Weaver in his mind, Helene had already noticed his discomfort. With a calm expression, she said, "I still have some accounting work to complete. I will take my leave first." After offering a polite curtsy, she ignored Weaver completely and left the study. Seeing this, Ebner gave Weaver a sympathetic glance, cleared his throat, and said, "All right, you can speak now." Weaver forced a bitter smile, gathered his thoughts, and reported. After extensive investigation, my men finally traced the Doctor's movements before the gathering. He had been hiding in the Winsto tribe. There's also evidence that Tanzenka was hiding there as well. Doctor took the job to disrupt my gathering because of him. Tanzenka. Ebner interrupted. As for the Winsto tribe, he had heard of them before. They were one of Byam's native resistance factions. Or rather, they were a relatively moderate group within the various rebels, not entirely rejecting outsiders. This was probably why an obvious Loanese-looking outsider like Doctor had been able to hide among them. Tanzenka is one of Strongman Ozil's trusted subordinates. He happened to be away on a mission during the Heaven's Punishment, so he escaped the disaster. Later, he competed with me for control over Amiris Leaf Bar but lost, so he's been holding a grudge ever since. When Weaver mentioned the phrase, Heaven's Punishment, he couldn't help but cast a look of deep reverence at his employer. After the incident, he had secretly investigated the ruins of the destroyed villa at the Dockside district and knew exactly what kind of unimaginable power it took to cause such devastation. In his opinion, even if the legendary King of the Sea from the Church of Storms had personally taken action, the result wouldn't have been much different. What Weaver didn't know was that the original version of the charm Ebner Bryan used that night did originate from the King of the Sea. It might have even been personally crafted by him. Understanding the situation, Ebner nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "Continue." My men, after infiltrating Winsto, quickly discovered something odd. It seems that after one of his trips outside, Doctor returned with severe injuries. And not long after, he insisted on moving out of his original residence, choosing instead to live in seclusion near a cliff southwest of the tribe. The Winsto natives didn't necessarily hate him, but they weren't particularly welcoming either. When he announced his decision to move, they were so thrilled that they even offered to help carry his belongings, but he flatly refused. At this point, Weaver paused for a moment, then lowered his head slightly and continued. Just as my men were trying to figure out exactly which cliff he had moved to, he was captured. Captured? Ebner raised an eyebrow. Yes. And according to his account, the person who caught him was a young woman, very beautiful. Unlike the Winsto natives, her features and clothing were completely different from theirs. Yet, the tribal elders treated her with unusual respect. My subordinate also said that the girl used some kind of ability he couldn't resist at all. Without even realizing it, he completely revealed his identity and background. At this point, Weaver glanced cautiously at Ebner before adding hesitantly. And before letting him go, that young woman told him that she was your friend and invited you to meet her at Winsto tonight. My friend. Who could that be? Wait, how does she even know that Weaver works for me? Under the binding of our contract, Weaver cannot disclose my identity to his subordinates. Could this be a trap? Did she secretly follow Weaver to see who he'd report to? As these suspicions flashed through his mind, Ebner directly asked the question aloud. At the same time, he activated his pure white eye and used the rituals he had set up around Fragrant Manor to thoroughly scan the surroundings. Only after confirming there was no one else nearby did he breathe a little easier. I initially thought the same thing. Weaver admitted, but then she gave my subordinate a letter, with your name clearly written on it. Saying this, Weaver pulled out a delicate envelope and handed it to Ebner. Taking the letter, Ebner immediately noticed the elegant handwriting. It looked familiar. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly realized. This was Roman's handwriting. But Roman was just a regular student. How could she possibly be involved with a native Byam tribe? That doesn't make sense at all. Wait. No, this isn't Roman's handwriting. It's the handwriting Judy used when she disguised herself as Roman. So, the one inviting me is Judy. If it is her, then it makes sense. She knows my abilities, and if she had heard the details of the last Beyonder gathering, it wouldn't be difficult for her to deduce that I was the one behind it. From there, she could easily guess that Weaver was my subordinate. And besides, she has a mother who probably knows even more than I do. But if she wanted to meet me, why go through all this trouble? Why not just come find me directly? Contemplating this, Ebner turned to Weaver and asked, "Did that girl give your subordinate her name?" Weaver, skilled at reading expressions, noticed Ebner's thoughtful look. At the same time, he felt relieved. His gut feeling had been right. Earlier, he had sent Helene away because he feared that this was simply some old lover of his employer asking for a late-night rendezvous. If that had been the case, he didn't want to risk offending his employer by accident. But judging by Ebner's reaction now, his assumptions were correct. It really was an old acquaintance coming to meet him. Chapter 551, Trapped. Seeing that Weaver had no further intelligence to provide, Ebner pondered for a moment before asking another question. "Do you know which foreign faction is backing the Winstow tribe?" Generally speaking, the resistance forces in Lone's colonies were often supported by intelligence agencies from other nations, whether it be Azac, Intis, or even Fainapotter. Weaver hesitated and said with some difficulty, "Sir, I've only been in charge for a short time. I'm not entirely sure about that yet." He thought for a moment and then added, "However, based on my assessment, it's probably not Intis or Azac. Otherwise, Winstow wouldn't have such a moderate stance in their resistance. So, it really might be Fainapotter backing them. That would explain why Judy, as a representative of the Earth Mother's Church, was so respected by the tribal elders. After all, they're the ones funding them." With this conclusion in mind, Ebner proceeded to ask about the subordinate that Judy had released. He intended to perform some damage control. Originally, Weaver had planned to give the man a sum of money and send him far away from Byam. However, hearing his employer's question, he gritted his teeth and decisively declared, "Sir, don't worry. I'll take care of him immediately." "So, in your eyes, I'm that ruthless?" Feeling somewhat exasperated, Ebner emphasized, "I meant bring him to me before tomorrow's gathering. I will ensure he forgets what he shouldn't know." Since he was just a regular person, a simple suggestion would be enough to erase everything from his mind. Besides, even if it became known that Ebner was the true owner of Amiris Leaf Bar, it wasn't a big deal. With the Earth Mother's Church backing him and no criminal record, the Punishers wouldn't arrest him over this. At most, it'd be an inconvenience. Not harming the innocent was one of Ebner's core principles, and he intended to stick to it. Hearing this, Weaver let out a relieved sigh and responded, "Understood, sir." With his message delivered, Sea Serpent Weaver didn't linger. After bidding Ebner farewell, he departed Fragrant Manor by carriage. Once Weaver was gone, Ebner picked up Judy's handwritten letter again. He carefully read it several more times but found no hidden messages. After a moment of contemplation, he activated Pure White Eye to extract the remaining aura from the letter and trace its origin. A few minutes later, as the colors in his eyes returned to normal, Ebner placed the letter back on the table and rubbed his chin, murmuring, "The residual aura does contain Judy's presence, but there are also traces of something else mixed in. It's not completely pure. As for the tracing, since I'm not at the scene and lack sufficient clues, even with the cheat of Pure White Eye, the effect wasn't great. I could only get a rough glimpse of Judy writing the letter." He absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the desk, just like the fool used to do, as he weighed the risks. Finally, he decided. "Tonight, I'll investigate the Winstow tribe. As for whether to attend the meeting, that would depend on what he found." The way Judy invited him, along with the wording in her letter, felt off. If that foolish but earnest girl truly wanted to see me, she wouldn't have sent a letter, she would have come directly to my door, just like she did in Backlund. Even if she couldn't leave, writing a letter in this particular manner was uncharacteristic of her. A Fainapotter girl writing in Loanese, and using the handwriting style of the alias she once assumed, was highly unusual. Is she in trouble? Letting out a faint sigh, Ebner walked to his bookshelf, retrieved a map of Byam, and began studying it carefully. As her friend, he couldn't just ignore Judy's plight. She had helped him many times, and he had yet to fulfill his promise of collecting unique plants for her. Besides, if something truly happened to Judy, how could I face Clausia afterward? Let alone ask for her help in completing my Sequence 5 advancement ritual. Just as Ebner pinpointed the exact location of Winstow, a knock came from his study door. Helene entered and reported, "Mr. Bryan, there are 2 ladies and a young man here to see you. The boy is the same one we encountered at the herb shop earlier. So, Gwen, Lydia, and Tran have arrived." Putting down the map, Ebner pondered for a moment before ringing the servant's bell. When the butler arrived, he instructed, "Prepare the finest ingredients we have in storage, I'll be dining with my friends." A banquet was out of the question. He still had to investigate that tribe tonight, and he didn't want anything going wrong before departure. A simple dinner would suffice. In the living room, Gwen and the others sat on the sofa, chatting in hushed tones. After some searching, they had ultimately failed to find a satisfactory inn due to price and various other factors. Encouraged by Lydia, they had instead come to Fragrant Manor to ask for lodging. I actually visited this place when I was a kid. Back then, the butler was Mr. Harvey's grandfather, Lydia said while glancing around. The decorations are different now. Last time I was here, this living room had a bunch of famous paintings. Since her identity as a vampire had already been exposed, Lydia no longer held back in front of Gwen and Tran. Maybe Mr. Bryan doesn't like oil paintings, Gwen replied with a soft chuckle, then gently reminded her, Lydia, as a guest in someone else's home, you can't behave as you please. Then, she turned to Tran with a serious expression. And you, Tran. You can't keep indulging Lydia. You can't just give her however much she asks for. Tran's face immediately flushed red. He stammered, trying to explain, but he didn't even know where to begin. Captain Gwen still believed that Lydia was only after his blood, but in reality. Lydia didn't particularly mind Gwen's assumption, but she didn't want to lie to her, so she merely hummed in acknowledgement and swiftly changed the topic, speaking of which, that maid earlier was a little strange. What do you mean strange? I thought she was both beautiful and competent, certainly more reliable than you two, Gwen asked curiously, her attention successfully diverted. She carries a hint of corruption, which suggests she's been through certain experiences. But oddly enough, her body remains pure. Isn't that strange? Lydia smacked her lips. You always focus on the weirdest things. Gwen nearly covered her face in exasperation. As a vampire, isn't it only natural to pay attention to whether my food is still fresh? Lydia blinked playfully. Gwen was about to say something else when she saw Ebner push open the door and enter the living room. She immediately rose to her feet and greeted him with a respectful bow. Ebner returned the courtesy to all three in turn before sitting down and engaging in casual conversation with them. Southwest of Byam, deep within the jungle, at the bottom of a cliffside valley. Inside a hastily constructed protective barrier, the elite Desolator squad members, Cullen and Judy, struggled to hold their ground. Using their mystical items and the terrain to their advantage, they barely managed to fend off the relentless assault of the valley's frenzied plants. Behind them, their team captain, the half-giant Arsenoff, lay unconscious on the ground. Seated on a rock, Cullen focused on recovering his nearly depleted spirituality while addressing Judy. That cherry explosion had the destructive power of a demigod. If Captain hadn't shielded us from most of the impact, our barrier wouldn't have lasted a second. But even so, we won't be able to hold out much longer. Judy, how certain are you that the plant substitute you sent out before the valley was sealed will bring reinforcements? Judy wiped the sweat from her forehead, then shook her head dejectedly. I don't know. I tried my best to copy a portion of my memory into her, but with the valley seal in place, I have no way of knowing how much she actually retained. Cullen sighed. That's going to be a problem. We can't even perform a summoning ritual for silica here. If no powerful reinforcements arrive in time, we might really be doomed this time. Sigh, we were too careless. Who would have thought the original owner of this valley, a so-called ancient alchemist, would also be proficient in spatial, secret arts that only high-sequence apprentice pathway beyonders can arrange. Chapter 552, Dinner. In the first-floor dining hall of Fragrant Manor, as the servants placed the plates of grilled fish onto the table, a rich aroma filled the air, making Gwen and the others' mouths water. True to its name, Fragrant Manor had an abundance of spices, and combined with the perfectly suited Garrel fish from the freshwater lakes nearby him, the dish was irresistibly appetizing. However, while Tran nimbly picked up the chopsticks placed beside his plate, Lydia and Gwen found themselves at a loss. Where are the knives and forks? And what are these two stick-like things? Just as their confusion deepened, Ebner effortlessly picked up his own chopsticks and explained with a smile, when eating grilled fish, it's best to use these utensils called chopsticks. According to legend, Emperor Roselle was inspired by elven customs when he introduced them. As he spoke, he gracefully lifted a piece of fish, demonstrating the proper technique. Elven customs. Gwen, with her giant lineage, and Lydia, who was outright a vampire, had no particular fondness for elves, but that didn't stop them from eagerly learning to use this unique utensil. Gwen attempted to pick up a piece of fish, but applied too much force, causing it to fall apart. She furrowed her brows and took another glance at Mr. Bryan's fluid motions. Growing serious, she instinctively activated her Weapon Master ability, treating the chopsticks as weapons. Before long, she was using them as if they were part of her own hands. On the other hand, after several failed attempts, Lydia was becoming increasingly frustrated. She was seriously considering foregoing the chopsticks altogether and just eating the deliciously fragrant fish with her hands. After all, a few fish bones wouldn't pose any threat to a vampire. In fact, thanks to the chef stuffing spices into the eye sockets of the Garrel fish, ensuring the flavors permeated both inside and out, if one wasn't afraid of choking on the bones, it was actually quite enjoyable to chew on them whole. The Garrel fish itself had no eyeballs. While alive, its eye sockets remained sealed shut, only opening momentarily with a faint glow whenever it needed to observe its surroundings, almost like forming a temporary pupil, which would then close again within seconds. In that brief moment, the Garrel fish could fully grasp its environment and terrain. As long as it wasn't swept too far away by the current, it wouldn't need to observe again for several days. Upon death, however, the faint glow in its eyes would condense into an opaque white liquid, while its once sealed eye sockets would become hollow, providing a direct passage to its brain and internal organs. Returning to the present, just as Lydia was debating whether to swallow the fish whole, Tren reached over with his chopsticks, deftly picking out the bones while simultaneously demonstrating the proper way to use them. Surprised but pleased, Lydia leaned in and whispered, "You're pretty skilled with these." Chopsticks weren't actually invented by Emperor Roselle. My family has been using them for over 1,000 years as part of our traditional etiquette. Legend has it that one of our ancestors established this custom, Tran replied, also lowering his voice. Your ancestor? You mean Lord Yerelin? Lydia asked curiously as she continued enjoying Tran's assistance. Tran's hand holding the chopsticks froze for a moment. Shocked, he asked, "How do you know I'm a descendant of Lord Yerelin?" To his knowledge, he had never mentioned his lineage to Lydia, though he hadn't deliberately kept it a secret either. My brother told me. Our family members are naturally drawn to Yerelin's descendants. That's why I've always had such a hard time controlling myself, Lydia replied. So, you're only attracted to me because of some mystical connection. Tran pursed his lips, his face turning a little pale. You fool. If that were the only reason, I would have drained you dry already. Lydia reached out and pinched Tran, stopping him from overthinking. The two of them then leaned in and began whispering to each other, completely distracted from their grilled fish. Their little exchange naturally didn't escape Ebner's notice, nor did it go unnoticed by Gwen, who was seated at the same table, eating her fish. Feeling slightly awkward, Gwen gave Ebner a small, apologetic smile and explained on their behalf, they've only recently made progress in their relationship, so. This is just a casual dinner with friends, not a formal banquet. There's no need to follow strict dining etiquette, Ebner replied, unconcerned, though he made a point to emphasize that it wasn't a banquet. Hearing this, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief and gradually relaxed, enjoying her meal while engaging in conversation with Ebner. Recalling the possible giant castle ruins beneath Gwen's grandfather's inn, Ebner took the initiative to ask, I remember you once mentioned that your passion for adventure and your path to becoming a beyonder started when you stumbled upon an old notebook as a child. Yes, it was a notebook written by a descendant of the giants from the Fourth Epoch. Although it wasn't complete, many pages were missing, it still contained a lot of mysticism knowledge, including the potion formulas for warrior and pugilist. And at the end of the notebook, that giant descendant mentioned the cave we once explored together. As Gwen spoke, she glanced at Ebner with some curiosity, wondering why he was suddenly bringing this up. However, she had no reason to keep anything secret. Back when they were at the underground pool deep within the cave, she had already told him about the notebook. And besides, the Dawn Sword in Ebner's possession had been formed from that giant's remnants. Come to think of it, the name Dawn Sword was actually chosen by Mr. Bryan after I gave him a little push. Just as Gwen's thoughts began to wander further, Ebner's voice pulled her back. Can I borrow that notebook? In exchange, I can give you the potion formula for Dawn Paladin. During his interception of the King of Immortality's fleet, Ebner had killed the fleet's admiral, the Ashen Giant, Gravina, and obtained his Beyonder characteristic. And since the Dawn Paladin characteristic had been in his possession for quite some time, he had already fully analyzed its potion formula. That's too valuable. Gwen waved her hands repeatedly, declining. The notebook was indeed precious, but its most important information, namely, the location of the underwater cave, was no longer relevant. Compared to a Sequence 6 potion formula, it was nowhere near equivalent. In reality, its value might far exceed what you imagine. Ebner didn't elaborate further, but his serious tone made Gwen instinctively trust him. With a hint of gratitude, she agreed to the trade, though she couldn't help but ask, what exactly does it involve? Instead of answering directly, Ebner posed another question, where did you find that notebook? Chapter 553, Mysteries and Undercurrents. Where did I get that notebook? Miss Gwen pondered for a moment before carefully replying, this notebook drifted down from the mountain with the hot spring water and ended up in my grandfather's hot spring pool. I happened to pick it up while playing there at the time. I noticed its special paper quality, it hadn't been damaged despite being soaked for so long. Out of curiosity, I kept it, though I forgot about it for a long time afterward. It wasn't until I studied ancient Fasak, the origin of the languages of the northern continent, at the Backlund Girls' School that I remembered the notebook, because the writing on it was in ancient Fasak. It drifted down with the hot spring. Not excavated from underground. It seems the information gathered by that Theosophy order woman named Podgy might not be accurate after all. Ebner thought for a moment and then asked, Annie, if I may ask, in what year did you pick it up? Miss Gwen's full name is Annie Gwen. About 12 years ago, when I was 6. Miss Gwen answered confidently. That year was also when she left Fasak with her parents and moved to Backlund, so it left a deep impression on her. 12 years ago. I remember from the police diary I obtained from the Dream Labyrinth Tower, the first time fishermen discovered the ruins with the dragon skeleton was also 12 years ago. Is this a coincidence? Or is there some connection between the castle of the giant descendants and the ruins related to Mr. Azac? Sigh, after exchanging information with Ms. Clausia, I thought I had a pretty good understanding of those ruins, but now it seems there might be other secrets hidden there. As his thoughts raced, Ebner met Miss Gwen's curious gaze and briefly told her about the giant descendants' castle being destroyed by a mysterious disaster at the end of the fourth epoch. However, he didn't reveal the source of this information. After all, Miss Gwen couldn't personally go to Azac, and telling her this now would only cause her unnecessary worry without any benefit. Moreover, with the death of Paji from the Theosophy Order, most of the troubles her grandfather's family faced had already been resolved. So there's such a secret hidden in the Tamik Mountains. Miss Gwen exclaimed in surprise, then, as if remembering something, murmured worriedly, Mr. Bryan, no, Ebner, if you could uncover those secrets, others might too. No, I must write to my mother and persuade my grandfather to sell the hot spring in as soon as possible. Hearing Miss Gwen's muttering, Ebner nodded with satisfaction. His intention in telling her this was partly to pave the way for buying the inn as a base. This wasn't him taking advantage of the situation, as her grandfather's family would indeed find it hard to stay in Inder, and the inn would have to be sold sooner or later. In that case, it might as well be bought by him, at least he wouldn't lowball the price. Backlund, Red Rose Manor. After several days of rest, Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy had finally recovered from her injuries and was back in peak condition. She had sustained some injuries before being captured by the Rose School of Thought, and her soul had been suppressed. Even with the support and purification from Iceberg Admirals singing, her mind and astral body had still been somewhat contaminated. Despite her ferocity in hunting down the vengeful spirit that had possessed her, she had actually been at her limit, which was why she had accepted the prince's kindness. Fortunately, the source of the contamination, the middle-aged wraith, seemed to have perished, or else she wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Now that she was healed, Tracy had no intention of staying any longer at Prince Edisac's manor. Although the prince was a good man and harbored no ulterior motives toward her, Tracy had sensed the terrifying undercurrents around him during her stay. Moreover, her intuition told her that staying here any longer would be extremely dangerous. However, leaving without a word didn't seem appropriate either. After weighing her options, Tracy finally made up her mind. She entered a state of invisibility and, under the cover of night, bypassed the terrifying old butler, slipping into the prince's bedroom. Prince Edisac was still awake, sitting by the bedside, frowning as he read through a piece of intelligence. The content of the intelligence was about his younger brother, Mountbatten. Mountbatten voluntarily gave up his status as a prince. Why? What exactly did he do? Just as Edisac was filled with confusion, a pleasant female voice reached his ears. Your Highness, it's me. I mean no harm. Please don't speak for now, and it's best not to react. Just listen to what I have to say. Edisac was indeed startled at first, but he quickly recognized the voice as belonging to the young woman who had suddenly appeared in his sunroom, bearing a resemblance to Triss. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to raise an alarm and quietly waited for her to continue. Very good, Your Highness. I have 3 things to tell you tonight, as repayment for your hospitality these past few days. You can choose to believe me or not. First, I am a witch, and the woman you admire is also a witch. And witches, more often than not, have blood on their hands. Second, your butler is not trustworthy, and your steward is secretly monitoring you. Third, and most importantly, according to my mirror divination, you will soon face a life-threatening danger, and your only chance of survival lies within this week. That's all I have to say. Your Highness, goodbye. No, farewell. After speaking, Prince Edisac only noticed the window seemed to have been slightly opened by the wind, and then the room fell into silence. He sat motionless on the bedside for a while before picking up the intelligence again, silently muttering to himself. One prince has already been sacrificed. It's not impossible for another to follow. But death, surely not. Mountbatten survived, which means father wouldn't be so ruthless. However, the first thing she mentioned. I feel like I've heard something similar before. Why can't I remember? In an unknown room, Zangwill, with his sculpted features but missing an eye, lay weakly on a bed. Beside him sat a strikingly beautiful woman. She was slowly applying various substances to her face while asking, is that quill still unusable? I used the umbilical cord of the evil god's descendant in the previous battle. If I use 0-08 now, it will most likely make me hear the voice of the true creator directly. Zangwill sighed. Without its help, I've had to frequently intervene to disrupt that girl's escape plans and even request that royal advisor to meet with the prince regularly. All of this greatly increases the risk of exposure. And I've paid a hefty price for it. And all of this is because of your unauthorized arrangement. The woman's tone was not harsh, and her voice remained sweet, but to Ince, it felt like a severe reprimand. He even sensed a hint of danger. 1 week, at most 1 week, and I'll be able to regain control of the situation using 0-08, Ince said solemnly. Good. The woman suddenly smiled and chuckled softly. Until then, I'll help you fend off the wrath of the Aurora Order. Hearing this, Ince finally let out a long breath of relief. End of chapter. Chapter 554, the second half of the Feast of Blood. Late at night, at the fragrant estate. Ebner finished organizing his equipment, draped the alchemical lifeform, the red cloak, he had obtained from Miss Clausia over his shoulders, and prepared to quietly leave his estate to meet Judy for their rendezvous. However, as soon as he stepped into the hallway, he spotted Lydia, Cullen's younger sister and the glutton, sneaking around as she sprinkled something into a cup of coffee. She then carried the cup into the guest room he had arranged for Miss Gwen. Seeing this, Ebner frowned. Although he didn't know what Lydia was up to, if something were to happen to Miss Gwen while she was staying under his roof, it would be a disaster. Therefore, after a brief moment of thought, he had the cloak carry him to the second-floor guest room, where he used his door-opening ability to enter. Since he didn't want to alert anyone about his departure, he remained in a state of psychological invisibility. Inside the room, Miss Gwen was taking a bath in the small attached bathroom, while Lydia chatted half-heartedly with her captain through the bathroom door. At the same time, she stealthily replaced Miss Gwen's original cup of coffee. Ebner walked over to Lydia and used his pure white eye to analyze the coffee, immediately detecting the presence of a sleeping potion. Looking at the coffee laced with sleep-inducing ingredients, Ebner didn't need to guess what this girl was planning. This is a ladies' room, and I can't stay here for long. As for directly warning Miss Gwen, that wouldn't be appropriate either. However, I can't let Cullen's sister succeed. If she's resorting to drugging someone just for a bite to eat, who knows how far she'll go in the future. She needs to be disciplined. With this in mind, he quickly came up with a plan. He silently exited the guest room and went to Helene's door, summoning his red-haired maid. He then instructed Helene to deliver the list of items likely to appear at tomorrow night's Beyonder gathering, which we've had sent over earlier that day, to Miss Gwen. He also asked her to subtly hint at the issue with the coffee. If Miss Gwen had already drunk the coffee, Helene was to administer a wakefulness potion. After giving these instructions, Ebner re-entered a state of psychological invisibility and left the estate. With the help of the cloak, he soared into the air, heading straight for the southwestern jungle. He had full confidence in Helene's competence. On the other side, after personally witnessing her captain drink the coffee, Lydia made an excuse and left the room. However, as soon as she opened the door, she saw the maid from Detective Bryan's house delivering a list of items that might appear at tomorrow night's Beyonder gathering. She didn't pay much attention to this, as the potion she had prepared wasn't the kind that would knock someone out immediately. It merely made the drinker drowsy and ensured a deeper, harder-to-wake sleep. If it had been the kind of potion that caused instant unconsciousness, the captain would surely have been suspicious upon waking the next morning. Lydia waited in the shadows of the hallway for a while. When she saw the maid leave the captain's room after only a short stay, she hummed a tune, went back to take a shower, and then slipped into Tran's guest room. Seeing Lydia sneak in and expertly use her spirituality to seal the room, Tran, who was leaning against the headboard, showed no surprise. She only said weakly, "Didn't the captain tell you to restrain yourself? Detective Bryan just had his maid deliver a list, so the captain won't have time to bother with me right now." Lydia chuckled, moving closer. "Don't worry, I just want to smell you. I won't do anything serious. You said that last time too." Tran instinctively backed away as Lydia climbed onto the bed. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, the spiritual barrier collapsing with a crash, and Miss Gwen appeared in the doorway. Lydia turned her head, both surprised and slightly embarrassed. "Captain, what are you doing here?" Miss Gwen glanced at her and said expressionlessly, "Are you wondering why the sleeping potion you put in my coffee didn't work?" Hearing this, Tran widened her eyes in disbelief. "You drugged the captain." Lydia gave an awkward laugh. "I just thought the captain has been working too hard lately. So, I wanted her to have a good night's sleep." Miss Gwen clearly didn't buy her excuses. She walked straight to the bed, grabbed Lydia by the collar, and lifted her with one hand. Lydia, being petite, even shorter than Zio, was no match for Miss Gwen, who, after becoming a Sequence 7 weapons master, stood nearly 6 feet tall. The action looked entirely natural. As for Lydia, who was being held up, she didn't resist at all, looking as docile as could be due to her guilt. "I'll take this one with me." "You should drink that medicine and go to bed early," Gwen instructed Tran before turning around and heading for the door, still holding Lydia. "Captain, please don't be too hard on Lydia. She can't help herself." Tran pleaded, unable to bear the sight. "Don't worry, she won't die," Miss Gwen replied without turning back, closing the door behind her. Once they returned to her own guest room, Miss Gwen set Lydia down and stared at her for a moment before asking, I'm not against you getting close to Tran, but you know his current condition. Why would you still do something like this? Don't you have potions to control your impulses? I'm sorry, the potion is almost gone. I can't brew it myself. My brother was supposed to deliver a new batch last week. But he might have been delayed by something, as he hasn't shown up yet. Recently, I've only been taking half the usual dose, which was barely enough to keep things under control. But for some reason, Tran was especially tempting today, so I couldn't resist. Lydia stammered, her head lowered. No wonder Tran has been getting weaker these past few days. Miss Gwen nodded thoughtfully, then asked with concern. How long do you need to suck his blood to make up for what you call your clan's congenital defect? You can't possibly need to do it for his entire life, can you? Huh? Suck blood? Does the captain think I was going to suck his blood? But I wouldn't dare do that, doing it continuously could kill him. Lydia was stunned but didn't correct Miss Gwen's misunderstanding. Instead, she explained. Actually, I only need to absorb a certain unknown from his bloodline once, but doing so would cause him significant harm, and in severe cases, it could even kill him. So, doing it little by little like this is slower but safer. It would take at least a year to complete safely. Well, that's based on the experience of my mother and Cullen's father. I see. Miss Gwen sighed, somewhat helplessly. How did your two families end up with such a strange complementary relationship? I don't know either. Lydia shook her head. But I've heard there are related secrets hidden in the second half of a family tome. Unfortunately, that half is written in a language no one can understand. If no one can understand it, how do you know there are secrets hidden in it? Miss Gwen asked, puzzled. Lydia organized her thoughts and explained. I've told you before, my brother was once a servant of Emperor Roselle. He handed the second half of the tome to the Emperor, and not long after, the Emperor informed my brother about the special relationship between our two families. He speculated that the Emperor must have deciphered the language and understood its contents. Actually, my mother became the first half-deity in our family's history by relying on this completion, but she always thought it was just because Cullen's father was special. It wasn't until Emperor Roselle informed us that we learned the descendants of Lord Yalaran had such a unique relationship with our family. Roselle. Miss Gwen pondered for a moment before asking again, what's the name of that tome? Can you tell me? Lydia opened her mouth, looking slightly guilty, and said, The Feast of Blood. So it's that one. That's why you've been so interested in finding Emperor Roselle's golden serpent treasure, isn't it? Earlier, after taking control of Hamilton, the White Shark of Demir, their group had learned the location of the treasure map from him and quickly found it. Along with the treasure map was a document left by Roselle, which specifically stated that he had placed the translated second half of the Feast of Blood on the Black Throne. End of chapter. Chapter 555, Judy's Backup Plan. Outside the city of Byam, Ebner, propelled by the Red Cloak, flew at an incredible speed toward the Winsta tribe in the southwest. It's worth noting that the Red Cloak, as an alchemical life form, is fundamentally different from sealed artifacts with living characteristics. It is capable of autonomous learning. For example, it can read maps. Yes, Ebner didn't need to direct it. He simply showed it the route he had planned on the map, and it automatically carried him to the destination, comparable to a self-driving system with navigation. After flying to the outskirts of the Winsta tribe, Ebner finally switched to manual control, slowly descending to the ground. This time, thanks to his prior preparations for cold protection, he didn't end up with a pale face from the freezing temperatures, as he had in Indor. The Winsta tribe was built against a mountain, with 2 checkpoints at the entrance of the village. Tall watchtowers were manned by several men armed with muskets, and cannons were mounted on the village walls. Judging by the overall defensive system, it was clearly designed to be easy to defend and hard to attack, suggesting that someone with formal military training had guided the local natives. However, after a closer inspection, Ebner noticed numerous flaws in what appeared to be a tight defense system. Moreover, the rebel soldiers seemed lax in their discipline, with several supposed hidden sentries, even smoking. As expected, even the best plans rely on the people executing them. Ebner sighed inwardly before rubbing his chin and pondering. Still, the relaxed attitude of the tribespeople suggests that nothing major has happened here, and life has been relatively peaceful for a long time. So, the problem Judy is facing likely doesn't originate from this tribe but from somewhere else. Although he had reached a preliminary conclusion, Ebner didn't recklessly sneak into the village. Instead, he transformed into a nightmare and entered the dream of a dozing rebel soldier. In a stilted house supported by wooden pillars, with the ground floor left open, a soldier with short stripes painted on his face and arms lay on a rattan rocking chair, eating fruit while being served by 3 young women giving him a massage. The 3 women, though their skin tones were darker and their heights varied, all bore some resemblance to Miss Judy in their facial features. Is this the soldier's dream of luxury? The most extravagant life he's ever seen might be something like this, and the most beautiful woman he's ever seen is probably Miss Judy. That's why this dream is the way it is. Seeing this, Ebner analyzed the scene as he walked into the stilted house. He materialized an image of Judy and politely asked the soldier. "Excuse me, where is this lady now?" "She's staying at the Wind House, next to the blacksmith shop." The soldier, still eating fruit, answered in a somewhat mechanical tone. "Wind House? Next to the blacksmith shop? It seems Judy isn't being held captive, or she wouldn't be staying in what's clearly a residential area. In that case, why didn't she come to me directly if she wanted to meet?" Nodding thoughtfully, Ebner decided to confirm further and asked, "Is anyone restricting that lady's movements?" "Of course not. That lady is an honored guest. The elders have given strict orders not to harass her. She's free to go anywhere without being questioned or inspected. But strangely, since she returned 2 days ago, she's rarely left the Wind House. The only exception was when she caught that spy from the city and demanded to interrogate him alone." "A spy? That must be Weave's subordinate. But, 2 days ago." Ebner's heart stirred, and he asked again, "When did that lady first arrive at the tribe? I mean, when did you first see her? Also, where did she go afterward?" "That lady arrived a week ago. She was accompanied by a giant and a pretty boy. They left the tribe 4 days ago, and then, 2 days ago, only the lady returned alone. As for where they went, I don't know." "A giant? That must be Captain Asanov. The pretty boy is probably Cullen. So the entire team came to buy him. As elite, Forsaken, their cross-border missions are likely not simple. So, did something go wrong with the mission? Did they need backup? But that still doesn't explain why Judy didn't come to me directly." After pondering for a moment, Ebner asked again, after returning, "Did the lady do anything besides staying in that Wind House?" The soldier paused, seemingly trying to recall, before finally answering. "She seemed to ask around about which detective in Byam is the most famous." "What's going on? Did Judy lose her memory? Does she only vaguely remember me? But if that were the case, she shouldn't have been able to deduce that Weave was connected to me." With these questions in mind, Ebner bowed slightly and left the soldier's dream. This was part of Ms. Clausia's new persona for Doctor Strange, and Ebner subconsciously followed suit. Ebner asked a few more of the sleeping tribesmen, but the answers he received were all more or less the same. "It's pretty much confirmed that there's no ambush in the village, but based on the information I've gathered, Judy's behavior seems rather strange. She doesn't act like the clueless girl I know at all. She feels almost zen, living in the House of Wind." After grumbling to himself for a bit, Ebner ultimately decided to go meet this Judy in person. Some questions could only be answered face-to-face to clear his doubts. Activating the pure white eye, he carefully avoided a few mystical traps and used psychology invisibility to follow a patrolling guard into the village undetected. With the knowledge he had obtained in the dream, he easily found the village's only blacksmith shop. Passing by the extinguished forge, he arrived at a 2-story wooden house. This was the House of Wind. It got its name from the holes in its roof, which allowed the night wind to whistle through, creating a continuous woo-woo sound. The villagers believed it was a sign of the wind's blessing, so they named it accordingly. Recalling this useless bit of information from his dream, Ebner knocked lightly on the door. Since this was a house where a girl lived alone, one who also happened to be a biologist, equipped with multiple mystical items, there might be special defenses in place. Rushing in recklessly could be dangerous, even with the pure white eye. Inside, footsteps approached the door, but even after nearly half a minute, no one responded. Just as Ebner was about to knock again, a soft female voice finally asked, "Who is it?" "Ebner." It was indeed Judy's voice, but she sounded much calmer than usual. "The Judy I know is brash and quick-tempered. If someone provoked her, she'd poison the mute without hesitation." A string of thoughts flashed through his mind, but instead of waiting for her to open the door, Ebner directly phased through it. Inside, a brown-haired girl with a gentle expression seemed to sense something. She turned her head and saw a man draped in a red cloak materialize in the room. "Ebner, you finally came," she greeted him, a slight ripple of emotion flashing in her eyes. Ebner didn't respond immediately. He scrutinized her carefully with the pure white eye before demanding, "What exactly are you? Why are you imitating Judy? Where is the real her?" According to the pure white eye's analysis, the girl before him wasn't human at all, she was some kind of transformed tree. The Judy-like girl tilted her head slightly as if pondering his question. After a long moment, she finally responded in an unhurried tone, "I am a plant clone she created using a mystical item, so I look just like her. She's trapped at the bottom of a cliff, and before the barrier closed, she sent me out to find help." A plant clone. So her true form is a tree. No wonder she speaks and moves so sluggishly. This might be her fastest possible pace from her perspective. Suppressing the urge to complain, Ebner frowned and asked, "What exactly happened?" "I don't know." The girl gently shook her head. "You don't know? Aren't you her clone?" Ebner asked, puzzled. Most of the memories she tried to transfer to me were blocked by the barrier at the bottom of the valley. She paused before meeting Ebner's gaze seriously and adding, only the memories related to you were preserved, completely intact. End of chapter. Chapter 556, Ebner's realization. Only the memories related to me are intact. What does that mean? Ebner was slightly puzzled. He didn't think it was because he held some extraordinary importance in Judy's mind. They were friends, yes, but just fairly good friends. Even if he were more confident, he wouldn't believe that he held a more significant place in Judy's heart than her parents or her comrades. The former were her closest family, while the latter were companions she could entrust her life to. That wasn't something a friend she had only known for a few weeks could compare to. And yet, the only memories preserved in this Judy clone were the ones about him. After pondering for a moment, Ebner had some vague speculations, but without evidence, he decided to set them aside for now. Instead, he continued questioning Judy. How did you know that Weaver works for me? From a memory fragment. In that fragment, Cullen determined that you had taken over the Amiris Leaf Bar, Judy replied. She really only remembers things related to me. Ebner nodded thoughtfully and asked again, my residence in Byam isn't hard to find. Why didn't you come directly to me for help? My main body is with her, so I can't stray too far away, Judy said as she gestured around. The people here have treated me well, but since I have no memories related to them, I couldn't bring myself to trust them. At first, I only probed them for information about detectives. Fortunately, your subordinate happened to be here as a spy, so I had a chance to send a message. That makes sense. Ebner thought. This Judy clone only has memories of me, so she knows nothing about anyone else. In a completely unfamiliar environment, it's natural that she wouldn't act recklessly. Judy probably never expected that so many of her transferred memories would be blocked. If Weaver's men hadn't happened to come by, with this plant girl's overly cautious nature, she might have still been hesitating even if Judy and Karen had already perished. Even as these thoughts ran through his mind, Ebner didn't fully trust her words. Even though the pure white eyes analysis confirmed that her composition matched what she claimed, he decided to verify the situation himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, he set up a ritual in front of her and summoned Silica. He then instructed the little bird to deliver a letter to Karen, either to request help or, more accurately, to confirm the truth. The silver-white sheen of Silica's feathers glowed even brighter as she emerged from the void. Her eyes sparkled with delight when she saw the bottle of pure dew placed beside the altar. Without hesitation, she tucked it under her wings, grabbed the letter in her talons, and darted back into the void. But barely a minute later, she reappeared. Gone was her smug expression, replaced by a distinctly human-like look of urgency. She chirped frantically before condensing mist above her head, forming a string of words. I can't sense Cullen. What do we do? What do we do? Looks like he really is trapped. Seeing this, Ebner no longer had any doubts. He ignored Silica's frantic hopping and turned to Judy's plant clone. You know where they are, right? Take me there so I can assess the situation. His plan was simple, if he could save them, he would. If not, he would return to the Fragrant Manor and teleport to Azac to bring in reinforcements. Judy's mother, Clausia, would never sit idly by if her daughter was in danger. That's exactly why I sought you out. Give me a moment. Judy nodded and turned back toward the bedroom to change into warmer clothes. Even as a clone, going out at night in just sleepwear would be too cold. Taking advantage of the moment, Ebner instructed the still panicked Silica, go find Mr. Azac. We might need his help. This was his backup plan. After all, Azac might not be available, and his spirit world traverse was different from teleportation, it wasn't an instant arrival. Silica's eyes lit up in realization before she flapped her wings and vanished. A short while later, Judy finally emerged from the bedroom, now wrapped in a thick sweater. Noticing Ebner's gaze, she said somewhat sheepishly, my main body is a tropical plant, I'm not suited for the cold, so I really can't stand the cold. I wasn't even thinking about that. I just wanted to complain about how slow you are. Ebner gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Ignoring her suggestion to walk, he simply picked her up and flew out the window, soaring into the night sky. The urgency of the situation took precedence, and besides, she was just a plant clone, there was nothing inappropriate about it. The frigid night wind seemed to catch her off guard, and the plant girl instinctively huddled closer to Ebner for warmth before finally starting to give directions. A few minutes later, they landed at the top of a cliff. The surrounding area was barren and desolate, with hardly any signs of human presence. However, at the edge of the cliff stood a small wooden cabin, and around it, several plots of land had been cultivated for growing herbs. The cabin looked new, and the fields were relatively free of weeds, indicating that it had been set up not long ago. This must be the residence of that doctor I killed, Ebner thought. According to Weaver's men, he moved here after getting injured. And considering the strange plant seeds he had, along with the fact that Cullen, Judy, and their team are now trapped below. The area beneath this cliff must be the former base of that suspected plantar pathway transmigrator. Perhaps, like Danet, he was also brought here by the pure white eye. And when he set up the barrier, he relied on the pure white eye's power, which is why it failed to block my information. Is that why Plant Girl only retained memories related to me? Hey, Judy's transmitted memories were probably all intercepted. The only ones that got through were the ones related to me because they were special. Doctor was likely affiliated with the Earth Mother Church, or at least had some connections with them. When he discovered the remnants of that other transmigrator's base, he realized he lacked the power to access it on his own, so he reported it to the church. That way, at least, he would still contribute something of value. And then, Cullen and Judy's team received the mission to investigate, and ended up getting trapped inside. With these thoughts in mind, Ebner organized his reasoning and then asked the plant girl for confirmation. Is it down there? Yes. It's a hidden valley. You can only see it by jumping from here, it's impossible to find from any other direction. Plant girl pulled up her collar and stomped her feet, as if trying to warm herself. Then she added, I figured this out by indirectly probing the locals. It wasn't part of the original memory I received. I already trust you now, so there's no need to explain further. Ebner muttered internally. He then suggested she go inside the cabin to light a fire and warm up. But she shook her head. I hate the cold, but I hate fire even more. Well, she is a sentient plant. It makes sense that she'd fear fire. Ebner made a mental remark before turning his attention away from her. He activated his cloak and flew down the cliff, quickly spotting a fog-covered barrier. After activating the pure white eye to analyze it for a while, Ebner's brows furrowed, and a look of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. This barrier's structure. It's recorded in the Book of Astrology and Elements. And that book originates from the only Abraham family demigod since the fifth epoch, the Wanderer, who ascended over 1,000 years ago but whose fate afterward remains unknown. The Book of Astrology and Elements was gifted by Benjamin Abraham to Edwina's great-grandfather more than 100 years ago. There's no way that plantar pathway transmigrator could have accessed it. At most, he might have found a heavily redacted version, the Book of Astrology, in the Lenberg Grand Library. That means there are only two possibilities. Either this transmigrator was originally from the Abraham family and had access to a preserved copy, or the Wanderer was also a transmigrator brought into this world by the pure white eye. And after his death, Danet was chosen as the next transmigrator. The timing fits. Danet started making a name for himself roughly 920 years ago, just before the birth of the abomination. Could it be that later transmigrators inherit some knowledge from their predecessors due to the pure white eye? But then why didn't I get anything? Because my sequence is too low. Wait, thinking carefully, I have obtained things left behind by other pure white eye transmigrators. There's probably some kind of attraction between us, which is why I always seem to come across their relics. For example, the Book of Astrology and Elements. For example, those strange seeds. For example, the Ghost Empire ticket. And also, the Book of Necromancy. The way this plantar pathway transmigrator utilized the barrier technique from the Book of Astrology and Elements was very similar to how Danet had once replicated the purified extract formula from the Book of Necromancy, wasn't it? End of chapter. Chapter 557, Breaking Free. Aside from what I just thought of, Cullen's ancestor, the unnamed Duke who authored the Feast of Blood, is also highly suspicious. The author of the Book of Necromancy was a death consul, and it was strange enough for him to record new potion formulas. Maybe it was due to the influence of a previous transmigrator brought here by the pure white eye. Is that why Lilith has been paying particular attention to me? Because that Duke, who was possibly a transmigrator, left a deep impression on her. Moreover, my unclear connection with that so-called god of luck. Could it be because he is one too? And ever since I transmigrated, I've been repeatedly caught up in incidents involving witches and hunters. Could it be that these two pathways also had transmigrators from the pure white eye? Is that why I keep getting entangled in related events? That lion once said that only the Calamity Seal could understand the Emperor's nonsense, and it always assumed I was the inheritor of that seal. Could it be that some unfortunate soul actually transmigrated into a sealed artifact? As for the witch pathway, I don't have a clear suspect yet. Looking at the timeline, there's the God of Luck spanning the 2nd and 3rd epochs, the unknown Blood Duke from the early to mid-4th epoch, the Death Consul from the later 4th epoch, the Abraham family's Wanderer from the early 5th epoch, then the Disciple of Silence, Danet. After that, 100 years ago, there was the Calamity Seal, and now, this plantar pathway beyonder. I've already identified 7 possible transmigrators. Who knows how many more remain undiscovered? Yet, despite the influence of so many transmigrators, this world's historical trajectory hasn't deviated much. Should I be impressed by the sunset shut-in society, or were all my predecessors just that incompetent? At this thought, Ebner once again felt the urge to investigate the mysterious, unknown land behind his so-called golden finger, the pure white eye. But he quickly suppressed the impulse. Lilith had warned him, until he became an angel, entering that place would only lead to contamination. Given how the ancient goddess had always shown him goodwill, Ebner was willing to trust her on this. Besides, until I reach at least the demigod level, I doubt I'd be able to uncover anything meaningful. At most, I could design rituals to probe it from different angles in a safer, more controlled manner. Even that would be best attempted after I formally become a mysticism magister, when I can more intuitively observe the essence of Beyonders. Sighing, Ebner pulled his thoughts back from their wandering depths and refocused on the barrier at the bottom of the cliff. The core of this barrier is likely a high-grade sealed artifact from the Arbiter pathway. That would explain why it can distort and eliminate all other paths into the valley, leaving only one option, jumping off the cliff. Cullen, Judy, and their team are trapped inside. Even with Captain Arsnoff carrying a sacred artifact, it would be difficult for them to break through. They lack the ability to analyze and pinpoint the barrier's weaknesses. All they can do is brute force their way through. And Arsnoff's sacred artifact is more suited for defense than offense. However, a barrier without an active host is relatively simple for me to deal with. It's just like those protections that Vanny's grandfather, Mr. Sally, set up in the Intis embassy. Theoretically, I could even modify its core and repurpose it for my own use. If only I had a magical item of equal grade to replace it. After some contemplation, Ebner let his cloak lift him into the air. Meanwhile, he activated the gate between dream and reality, allowing his spirit to enter the dream labyrinth tower. Even if he could locate a weak point, breaking through the barrier would still require the power of a demigod. That meant he had to exchange for a high-level charm. I'll just have Cullen reimburse me later. The Calamity Charm was too disruptive. It could easily draw the attention of the Sea King, who was still stationed in Byam. That left the Ninth Law as his only viable option. However, when Ebner opened the exchange list, he was surprised to see a new option, Radiant Sun Charm. Radiant Sun Charm. Isn't this the high-level charm Klein crafted using a method he swindled off the eternal blazing sun, made by extracting divine blood power from the mutated sun holy emblem? Its appearance on the list means Klein must have reenacted its creation in one of the Dream Labyrinth's layers. Tinjin Scene. Or the False God's Miscarriage battle in his second loop. Recalling some details the world had hinted at during the Tarot Club's intelligence exchange, Ebner quickly formed a theory. The so-called false god in the Dream Labyrinth definitely wouldn't be the real creator, so does that mean this time, Migos was actually carrying Oldman Sun's child? And that's why Miss Sharon got contaminated, forcing her to recite the fool's honorific name and join the Tarot Club. Nodding thoughtfully, Ebner shifted his gaze away from the Radiant Sun Charm. While it was undoubtedly powerful, it had the same issue as the Calamity Charm, too conspicuous. Especially at night, it could easily draw the attention of the Sea King. Returning to reality, Ebner found himself holding a dark gold charm covered in the Sword of Judgment symbol and densely packed magical runes. Since the Ninth Law's power was constantly depleting, he didn't waste any time. He immediately flew to the barrier's weak point and pressed the charm against it. In an instant, dark golden light burst forth, weaving together countless legal symbols and magical markings that merged into the barrier. The force of law swiftly took over, neutralizing all effects of distortion, exploitation, and amplification, and with that, the barrier collapsed. Deep in the valley below the cliff, Judy and Cullen were locked in a desperate battle. The former had nearly exhausted her supply of seeds, while the latter had been forced to rely on dark magic to summon the dead as a last line of defense against the rampaging plants. But at that moment, the oppressive barrier covering the sky abruptly vanished, and for the first time in decades, moonlight shone down into the valley. Bathed in the crimson glow, the once maddened and ferocious plants suddenly became tranquil, then withered and decayed, their remains turning into patches of soil in mere moments. These creatures had been the Valley Master's creations. By all rights, they should have perished alongside their creator. But the barrier had distorted their conditions for death, keeping them alive to guard the valley. Yet now, with the barrier's destruction, their existence had finally reached its end. Judy let out a long sigh and dropped unceremoniously onto the ground, panting heavily. Beside her, Cullen wiped away a rare bead of sweat, something that shouldn't appear on a vampire's body. His normally handsome face twisted in pain, clearly struggling against the backlash of some sealed artifact. As Ebner gently descended to the valley floor, he took in the scene and chuckled, "Need a hand." Chapter 558, Exploration and the Emblem. Seeing that the newcomer was Ebner, Cullen endured his pain and spoke intermittently, "If possible, please create some ice for me. I need to cool down." Ebner was taken aback, then glanced at the elongated, silver-white revolver in Cullen's right hand. As he pondered, he simulated the zombie ability and conjured a circle of ice around Cullen. That revolver was called Ace of Hearts, a sealed artifact Cullen possessed, crafted with the light worshipper's Beyonder characteristic, capable of firing bullets condensed from holy light. Ebner had heard Cullen mention this weapon back in Backlund after the painful witch incident, but he hadn't known what side effects it carried. Judging by the current situation, at the very least, it had the drawback of solar scorching. Tut-tut, such a negative effect must be particularly effective against vampires. Cullen carrying something so hostile to himself all the time, does it hold some sentimental value? Or, does he have some peculiar fetish? While Ebner was secretly speculating, Miss Judy had already caught her breath. She first solemnly thanked Ebner, then seemed to sense something. Staring at him curiously, she said, "Ebner, she actually went to find you. I thought you would bring Dad and Mom, or at least notify the church. That's because your double's mind was full of me." Wait, that sounds a bit off. It should be that she only remembered me. No, that doesn't sound right either. Forget it. No matter how I explain it, it still feels strange, especially when I can't reveal why the barrier allowed memories of me to pass through. Better let Miss Judy ask her double and figure it out herself. Various thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but on the surface, Ebner remained calm as he replied lightly, "I happened to be in Byam, and I had noticed some anomalies in the nearby area." He was referring to the plants he'd obtained that bore a striking resemblance to those from a certain casual game from his previous life. Cullen guessed right, it really was you who killed that doctor. Judy suddenly realized. Was that doctor a member of the Earth Mother Church? Ebner asked, his expression somewhat awkward. He didn't particularly regret killing the men. Judging by his ruthless, indiscriminate attack at the Beyonder gathering, hurling man-eating flowers at the crowd just to escape, he was clearly a callous, unscrupulous individual. His death was well-deserved. However, considering his friendship with Judy and Cullen and the Earth Mother's favor, it felt improper to have killed one of the church's Beyonders without prior notice, though at the time, he hadn't known. He could be considered one, or not. He was a double agent, having joined the church's peripheral organization in loan while simultaneously providing intelligence to the Fenaport military. He even had ties with Intis. Judy didn't seem to mind, quickly delving into the story of their squad's experience. Half a month ago, they had received orders to secretly travel to Byam and investigate a possible ancient alchemist ruin. The very same doctor had reported this intelligence to the church. He had stumbled upon the valley while evading pursuit from local gangs. At that time, the valley's barrier hadn't been as powerful, merely interfering with sight, allowing him to slip inside. However, the outer guard plants still discovered him. With the doctor's strength, he was no match for them. Barely escaping with serious injuries, he managed to kill a few plants, seizing their seeds before fleeing the valley. By the time Judy's team arrived in Byam, the doctor had already been killed by Ebner. Fortunately, the intelligence he submitted was thorough enough for them to easily locate the cliff with the small wooden cabin. Unsure of how many factions the doctor had sold the information to, Judy, Cullen, and their captain, Asanov, had decided to investigate the valley as quickly as possible. However, due to their haste and the fact that the doctor had never triggered the full barrier, they underestimated the valley's dangers. Only Judy had left behind one of her father's plant doubles at the wooden cabin as a contingency. Initially, their exploration went smoothly, until they accidentally triggered a trap. The trap was a cherry, but its explosion was as powerful as Radiant Sun. To protect them, Captain Asanov had no choice but to use his holy relic, preventing Judy and Cullen from getting hurt. However, the demigod aura had activated the valley's highest alert state, summoning countless plant guardians and sealing the barrier at full strength. Desperate, Judy activated her contingency. The plant double her father had made was incredibly special, intended as a life-saving tool that could even allow her to resurrect by abandoning her original body and transferring her soul into the double. Yet Judy hadn't used this feature, not only because they hadn't reached a dead end, but also because she couldn't abandon her companions, especially since Asanov was incapacitated by the relic's backlash. Instead, she chose another mode, awakening the double spirit and transferring her memories into it, sending it out for help. Since then, the three had held their ground, waiting for rescue, until Ebner arrived. So that's how it was. After listening to Judy's explanation, Ebner nodded, then glanced around and asked, "Where's Captain Asanov?" "That holy relic requires the captain to be buried underground for an hour after each use. Remember that coffin-sized box he always carried? It's not only for storing the relic, but also serves as his coffin when buried underground." Judy pointed to the ground beneath their feet and added, "We had been taking turns resting, otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted until you broke the barrier. If not for those alchemical constructs constantly twisting the conditions of death and regenerating after destruction, we wouldn't have been in such dire straits." At this point, Cullen, having fully melted the surrounding ice, stood up, regaining his usual elegance, though his voice still carried a hint of weakness. "Thank you, Ebner." Cullen stepped forward and solemnly bowed. "Aren't we friends?" Ebner smiled, then shifted his gaze toward the wide cave entrance on the other side of the valley. That was clearly the residence of this place's former owner. The relentless attacks from the plants earlier were likely to prevent anyone from getting close to it. "Let's wait until the captain wakes up before we explore." With him around, at least our safety will be assured, Cullen suggested in a deep voice, having noticed Ebner's gaze. If another unexpected situation arose, they wouldn't have the strength to seek help again. Although pure white eye detected no traps or restrictions, Ebner saw no harm in being cautious. After all, even if danger arose, he could always call upon the fool for assistance in finding people. While they waited, Judy dug through the remains of the alchemical plant creatures, carefully extracting and collecting their seeds. The plants grown from these seeds seemed to have lost their nature as alchemical life forms. They're now just extraordinary plants without intelligence, Ebner observed after comparing them to the ones the doctor had used. I know. The key to alchemical life isn't just the plants themselves, but the extreme life essence refined and infused by the ancient alchemist. However, that essence dissipates upon the creator's death. When regrown, even if they look identical, they lack the same nature. At best, they contain weak natural spirits. Their power diminishes with each generation until they eventually revert to ordinary plants. Judy's face lit up with a bright smile. But even so, the ingenuity behind these new species makes them worth studying. She then turned to Ebner expectantly. This time, I don't need anything else, I'll just take these seeds as my share of the spoils. Is that okay? She had already assumed that the hero detective who had saved them would claim the largest share of the spoils. Ebner had no objections, after all, if he ever needed them, he could just borrow from Judy. With her personality, she wouldn't refuse. As for Cullen, to use Roselle's words, his usual demeanor of constant melancholy meant he cared even less. After nearly half an hour, Captain Asinov's coffin finally broke through the earth. He lifted the lid, scanned his surroundings, then smiled at his teammates. Looks like everything's settled. After listening to Judy's report, he nodded at Ebner in acknowledgement and said, "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Bryan. The benevolent mother will bless you." "That, you got right. Though I don't know why, Lilith has indeed been watching over me." Ebner mused inwardly. On the surface, he merely exchanged polite words with Asinov before joining the three of them in cautiously approaching the cave entrance. At the entrance, Cullen sent in a few bats to scout ahead. Once they confirmed there were no anomalies, the four naturally arranged themselves into a diamond formation and stepped into the vast cave. Cullen took the lead, Judy and Ebner walked a few steps behind, covering the flanks, while Captain Asinov, as the guardian, stayed at the rear, ready to shield them from any danger. The cave was dim and gloomy. The sunflower-like plants that had once provided illumination had withered and lost their function. Fortunately, all four had night vision abilities, so visibility wasn't an issue. After passing through a long corridor, the cave branched into three paths. Cullen halted, sensed for a moment, then said, "The left side seems to be the living quarters and bedrooms. The right leads to a study and laboratory. The middle passageway goes to an altar. Let's check the altar first. I'm certain it's the core of the barrier outside. We should dismantle it completely before we encounter any more surprises," Ebner decided without hesitation. The other three considered his words and found them reasonable. They proceeded down the central tunnel, soon arriving before a damaged altar. On either side of the altar stood rows of candles, eerily still burning despite the passage of time. At the very center of the altar lay a black iron emblem. Engraved upon it was a scepter, grasped firmly by a clenched hand. Candles on the left, 41. Candles on the right, 40. This is a Tutor family emblem. A Tutor emblem fused with the Beyonder characteristic of a sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen, from the lawyer pathway, forming a sealed artifact. Counting the candles, Ebner's expression grew solemn as he stepped forward, activating pure white eye to analyze the emblem carefully. Judy, Cullen, and Asinov had no objections. Considering Ebner had just saved their lives and used an advanced charm in the process, it was only fair for him to claim the first choice of spoils as compensation. As expected, this is a Tutor emblem fused with the Beyonder characteristic of a sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen, from the lawyer pathway, forming a sealed artifact. Given that the Tutors once held the Prince of Abolition, it's not surprising they had high-level lawyer-sealed artifacts. But why does this emblem still carry the lingering resentment of a high-rank Hunter pathway evil spirit? The valley's previous owner should have been active 30 to 40 years ago. And the Pons family dug up the 3-in-1 evil spirit under Backlund's ruins around the same time. Could this emblem have come from that Tutor ruin? What was the identity of this predecessor from the cultivator pathway? Could he have been from the Pons family? No. That doesn't make sense. The Pons wouldn't walk the cultivator pathway. Or did he obtain it from someone in the Pons family? Chapter 559, Lady Lamia and Frank Lee. Name, Cursed Tutor Emblem. Danger Level, 1. Appearance, a black iron emblem engraved with a scepter and a hand tightly gripping it. Sealing method, arrange Waffleby wax candles on either side of the emblem, 41 on the left, 40 on the right. Description, when unsealed, anyone who steps within 10 meters of it will have thoughts of war, conquest, and betrayal forcibly implanted in their mind, causing them to either attack their companions or themselves. The conflict will only cease when death occurs. Mid to low sequence beyonders who possess it will have their psyche darken rapidly, their actions becoming increasingly chaotic. Holding or wearing it for more than 3 minutes will make the wielder a captive of the emblem, inevitably leading to falling into madness and losing control. Usage: in a sealed state, it can be incorporated into rituals to partially utilize the abilities of a sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen, from the lawyer pathway, including but not limited to 1. Designating an area where rules can be altered, added, or exploited to create a favorable combat environment. 2. Amplifying the effects or impact of one's beyonder abilities and mystical items. 3. Twisting a target's speech, actions, intentions, and even the effects of their attacks. 4. Altering the structure and proportions of objects, as well as the precision of attacks. Precautions. 1. Tutor bloodline descendants must not approach, or they will immediately perish under an unknown curse. 2. Beyonders of the Hunter pathway with Sauron bloodline can resist most of the emblem's negative effects, but still cannot hold it for more than 3 minutes. 3. Activating Pure White Eye provides the same resistance as the Sauron bloodline, but it remains unsafe to hold for over 3 minutes. Reading through the Pure White Eye's analytical report, Ebner gained further confidence in his previous speculations and pondered. Judging by how this sealed artifact reacts differently to bloodlines, it's highly likely that its original beyonder characteristic belonged to one of the Sauron entities from the 3-in-1 evil spirit. The Wafflebee is a rare species in Intis, likely a beyonder creature from a particular pathway. Its wax has a strong fragrance with an intoxicating effect, making it especially popular among noble women. I remember in the original book, when Medici was taunting others, it was mentioned that 2 of the 3-in-1 evil spirits, Sauron and Einhorn, were originally women. So, could the sealing ritual actually be meant to please the evil spirit? It seems this emblem has been tainted by the high sequence influence of the evil spirit, retaining some spiritual remnants, which is likely the source of its so-called curse. Piecing this together logically, a Tutor demigod of the lawyer pathway must have ventured into the ruin, only to be slain by the 3-in-1 evil spirit while Sauron was in control, leading to the formation of this sealed artifact. Then, 30 years ago, the descendants of the Tutors, who had changed their name and earned lone noble titles in the Oathbreaker War, finally acquired the estate built over the ruin and began excavating, ultimately unearthing this emblem. But how did they remove it? And how did it end up in the hands of this particular cultivator pathway transmigrator? Another problem. The Pond family themselves are Tutor descendants, meaning they should have died instantly upon touching this emblem. In the original story, both heirs of that generation's Pond Viscount mysteriously perished, forcing them to find a successor from a distant branch. Did they have servants handle it instead? But would they really entrust something so secretive to an outsider? As his thoughts raced, Ebner turned to Judy, Cullen, and Asanov, saying, "I've inspected the core of this place. While it's stable for now, it's best not to move it carelessly. Let's explore the other 2 tunnels first and come back for it later." Such a dangerous artifact wasn't something he even dared to offer up to the fool for safekeeping. After all, in the original work, the Mad Priest had let Medici fall, not just due to the priest's divine nature, but possibly also because of Medici's own actions. The anomaly at Bansi Port stemmed from the source-quality disaster city. Medici might have long since been secretly corrupted. If the fool recklessly divined the source of the emblem's curse, he would almost certainly gaze upon the 3-in-1 evil spirit. That alone wasn't a huge issue, but if Source Castle came into contact with the disaster city's aura, the consequences would be unpredictable. It could be harmless. It could even be beneficial. Or, it could be catastrophic. Considering how wild Klein's experience in Bansi was in the original, I'd rather not give him the chance to satisfy his curiosity. All right. The other 3 had no objections, and the group soon left the altar, making their way toward the right-side tunnel, where the study and laboratory were located. Zen Garden. Seeing the plaque at the cave entrance, Ebner's mouth twitched. This transmigrator really had some taste. Combined with the uncanny familiarity of the plants outside, this place is almost too on the nose. Wait, don't tell me this guy was called Dave. While Ebner was lost in thought, Cullen, who had been observing the plaque closely, commented. Didn't expect the owner of this place to be a researcher of Roselle's script as well. These characters are quite well formed, but they're still different from the original writing of the Emperor. Cullen remarked as he examined the plaque, then pointed at the character for flower, and added, when the Emperor wrote this symbol, it was done in one fluid stroke, without such rigid straight lines. Roselle's handwriting was honestly nothing to admire. The script on this plaque, while looking a bit like a primary school student's neat practice, was at least tidy and elegant, far more aesthetically pleasing than the Emperor's scribbles. But it does have a bit of a traced-over feel. It really looks like an adult just learning calligraphy. Still better than Roselle. Ebner mentally complained but outwardly nodded in agreement with Cullen before taking the lead into the Zen Garden, the combined study and laboratory. The place was already stripped bare. Only a few empty petri dishes remained on the experiment table, while the temperature and light adjusting devices had lost their function after the barrier was broken. However, the bookshelf on the other side still contained several books, and on the desk in front of it lay a stack of manuscripts. 30 years wasn't enough to cause the paper to decay, and the cave was dry, so aside from a thick layer of dust, the pages were well preserved with little corrosion. After carefully examining the area with various detection methods to ensure there were no dangers, they each retrieved books from the shelf and picked up the manuscripts on the desk. Most of the books were technical references, while the rest consisted of experiment reports, clearly documenting the owner's research. Meanwhile, the manuscripts on the desk appeared to be a compilation of research findings and mysticism knowledge. The first page bore the title, The Book of Nature. And whether it was the experiment reports or the manuscripts, they all bore the same signature. A line of elegant ancient Azac letters spelling out the name. Lamia. So, this was Lady Lamia's residence. Judy murmured in realization upon seeing the name. Lady Lamia. Ebner asked curiously, intrigued by the possibility that this person was a transmigrator, perhaps the only known female transmigrator. Lady Lamia was one of my father's teammates back when he was an desolate one, but she later left the church and disappeared. When she reappeared 30 years ago, she returned with a child, only a year or two old, and brought him to the church, saying she had adopted him. However, she had pressing matters to attend to and could not raise him herself, so she entrusted the boy to the church. Since my father handled the matter, my mother questioned him about it for a long time. Even after I was born, she would still occasionally bring it up to tease him, so I remember it very clearly. Additionally, Lady Lamia donated many of her research findings to the church, including those special seeds that could transform into golden armored warriors, which I used before. Judy carefully organized her words before explaining. So, Lady Clausia gets jealous easily. Ebner mused inwardly before another thought struck him. But, she brought a child to the church. Was he really just adopted and not her own? Meanwhile, Cullen, who had never heard this story before, voiced his doubts. Was it really just an adopted child? Did she ever return to take him back? My father personally examined the boy and confirmed that he was not Lady Lamia's biological son. That was the reason why the church ultimately agreed to take him in. As for Lady Lamia, she never returned after that. Judy paused for a moment, recalling the withered plants outside, before adding in a solemn tone, she likely died somewhere. What happened to the child afterward? Cullen asked casually while flipping through the experiment records. Judy remained silent for a few seconds before replying. Because of a dangerous hybridization experiment, he was nearly put on trial by the church. In the end, thanks to my father's intervention, he was merely expelled instead. Hybridization experiments, expelled from the church. Ebner's mind clicked, and he blurted out, that person wouldn't happen to be Frank Lee, would he? That's right. As expected of a great detective, you managed to deduce it. Judy praised him with admiration. Chapter 560, Doubts and Photographs. So it really is Frank. Even with transmigrators interfering, he managed to stay true to his original intentions and followed his original life trajectory. How fascinating. Or perhaps, this Lady Lamia isn't a transmigrator and played the role of Frank's adoptive mother in the original story, which is why the impact wasn't that significant. Judging by the handwriting on the plaque at the entrance, she does seem like a beginner when it comes to writing Chinese characters. So, she might not be a transmigrator herself but could have known one, such as the person who brought the Tutor emblem here. And the inspiration for the plants she created, reminiscent of games from my previous life, might also have come from that person. Of course, it's also possible that she's a transmigrator from another country and isn't familiar with Chinese characters, which is why she tried copying them after discovering Roselle's diary. But that doesn't explain how she managed to correctly combine the 4 characters for Zen Garden. As his thoughts raced, Ebner wanted to ask more about Lady Lamia, but Judy shook her head, indicating that she only knew this much. After all, the lady's last visit to the church was 30 years ago, and Judy was only 18 this year. Ebner wasn't too disappointed. If Judy didn't know, he could always ask Miss Clausia in Inder Harbor. She would definitely have a clear understanding. But come to think of it, Lady Lamia was at least in her 20s or 30s 30 years ago, or she wouldn't have achieved such accomplishments. And as a desolate one from the same era, Judy's father, Lord Loretto, should be around the same age. So, Lord Loretto is now in his 50s or 60s. But Miss Clausia looks very young, and Miss Judy is only 18. It seems the Lord married someone much younger. As Ebner's thoughts drifted further, Cullen and Captain Asanov had already gathered all the books and experimental reports they could find and packed them into the large box on the captain's back. Cullen dusted himself off and smiled at Ebner. These need to be handed over to the church. But I'll make a copy for you later. That's fine, Ebner replied, snapping out of his thoughts and nodding. Having those materials would certainly add to his knowledge, but it wasn't a big deal if he didn't. After all, this was the ancient alchemist's core expertise, and he'd need to at least become a demigod to imitate it. After cleaning out the study and laboratory, the four of them returned to the previous fork and headed to the left, toward the living quarters and bedroom. The living room wasn't very large, furnished with a sofa, tables, and chairs. On the other side was a billiard table with 2 cues on it. The table was covered with translucent papers, some filled with writing, others half-written, but all of them were in Roselle script. Underneath the translucent papers was a piece of cardboard, also covered in Roselle script. This setup. Is she really practicing calligraphy? Lady Lamia probably isn't a transmigrator. The person who taught her calligraphy is. As Ebner pondered, Cullen picked up the cardboard filled with writing and mused, this should be one of Roselle's manuscripts. Although I haven't seen this particular one, my intuition tells me it's not just a random collection of symbols. It seems to have been copied from an actual manuscript. Though the person who copied it altered the symbols, making it look quite neat. Hearing this, Ebner glanced at the cardboard curiously, then his eye twitched. He managed to control his expression, not letting any odd looks show. The cardboard was filled with the entire 1,000-character classic, written in standard song typeface. If Ebner didn't know better, he'd have thought it was printed from a Word document. So, the person who wrote this is the real transmigrator. But their handwriting is too perfect. Even as a teacher in my previous life, I practiced song typeface and couldn't write like this. Wait, no. With the pure white eye, it should be possible to simulate this. But why go to such lengths for something so trivial? Thinking this, Ebner picked up the cardboard Cullen had put down. After a few glances, he pondered further. Moreover, this transmigrator went to great lengths to make his writing look like Roselle's diary. Not only did he add dates every few paragraphs, but he also deliberately unevenly distributed punctuation and line breaks. What a painstaking effort. Did he do this to please Lady Lamia but couldn't find a real Roselle diary, so he forged one himself? This is really... I've also provided fake diaries to Klein, but at least I put effort into them, occasionally including some useful information. I wouldn't just mess around like this. Well, actually, I couldn't mess around even if I wanted to, since Klein knows Chinese characters. If I handed him a 1,000-character classic, 100 family surnames, or memorial on the expedition, he'd probably call me out immediately. So, from this, we can conclude that the transmigrator didn't teach Lady Lamia Chinese but only had her practice calligraphy. Picking up a half-copied translucent sheet from the table, Ebner compared its handwriting to that on the cardboard. The difference was quite noticeable, the former was visibly immature and awkward. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, feeling that this further confirmed his hypothesis. At that moment, Judy, after looking at the traced characters, commented with a strange expression, so, Lady Lamia enjoyed copying Roselle's script. My father always thought she preferred more thrilling activities. I never expected her hobby to be so peaceful. Your father actually studied her hobbies. No wonder Lady Clausia got jealous. But if that's the case, then she must know Lady Lamia even better. Ebner ridiculed internally but said nothing. Meanwhile, Judy realized she had misspoken and quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, when we were temporarily staying at Harvest Church, we noticed that Bishop Utravsky had the same habit. According to him, copying Roselle's script helps calm the mind and resist another personality. Later, Hazel was influenced by him as well. That's true. Hazel loves copying things now. I just wonder how she'll feel when she eventually realizes she's been diligently transcribing stuff like The Taste of a Witch all this time. After mentally roasting Hazel for a moment, Ebner didn't pursue the topic. It wasn't unusual for different people to have the same hobbies, so there was no need to dwell on it. Next, the four thoroughly searched the bedroom behind the living area but found nothing particularly valuable. Only a framed photograph caught their attention. It was a portrait of a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 20s, handsome, with deep, captivating eyes. He wore an old-fashioned suit and held a cane in one hand. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s as well. She had a dignified look, a full figure, and was dressed in a grass-green dress. There was a gentle smile in her eyes. Is this Lady Lamia and her husband? Cullen pointed at the woman in the photograph and asked Judy. I don't recognize her. Judy replied with some difficulty. Other than pictures and portraits of my mother and me, there would never be any other woman's image in our house. So, I really don't know if this is Lady Lamia. However, Ebner had been staring at the men in the photograph for a long time. For some reason, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, yet he was sure he had never seen him before. After some thought, he figured this photograph might prove useful in the future, which explained the strange feeling he had about it. So, he spoke up, would it be alright if I keep this for safekeeping? Since it was just an ordinary photograph, the three desolate ones didn't mind, allowing Ebner to take it. With this, their preliminary search was complete, and they confirmed with regret that Lady Lamia hadn't perished here. In fact, she had taken most of her valuable belongings with her before leaving. As a result, aside from the plant seeds and the compiled experimental records known as the Book of Nature, the only other significant find was the Tutor emblem. Next, they planned to return to the central altar to assist Ebner in securing the emblem. But just as they stepped into the main cavern, the world around them suddenly changed, the reds became redder, the yellows became yellower, and the whites became whiter. The colors intensified and overlapped, creating a surreal oil painting. Before the four could react, a silver-white, translucent winged bird suddenly darted out from the painting, flying straight to Cullen's chest, chirping loudly. At the same time, the distorted colors around them quickly returned to normal. Silica. Cullen's expression softened as he gently patted the little bird's back, smiling. I made you worry. Hearing this, the previously excited bird turned away, its little head facing the other direction, clearly expressing its dissatisfaction. At that moment, a bronze-skinned gentleman, clad in a black tailcoat and wearing a half-tall silk hat, appeared before them. He scanned the surroundings, then spoke in a deep voice. Looks like you've already taken care of your problem. Chapter 561, Conversation and Conditions. Looks like you've already taken care of your problem. Not completely. You're just in time. Seeing Mr. Azac arrive, Ebner smiled and replied, I actually have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Mr. Azac looked over at him. He had a good impression of this detective, who had once helped him recover his memories, so he chuckled and said, Help. You mean that sealed artifact in there? As he spoke, he seemed to sense something and continued, its aura is a bit troublesome, but it possesses the characteristic of being alive. That makes it easier to communicate with. Ebner wasn't surprised in the slightest that the Tutor emblem had the property of being alive. After all, if it weren't alive, how could such a simple ritual keep it sealed? And how could it favor members of the Sauron family? Only something alive could have preferences. That's right. I was hoping you could negotiate with it and loosen the carrying conditions a bit, Ebner nodded. I'll give it a try. Mr. Azac hummed in response, then walked up to the altar and placed his hand directly on the emblem. At that moment, Judy sneakily leaned closer to Ebner and whispered conspiratorially, Is he really Silica's father? How did you know? Ebner asked in surprise. Cullen is a trusted comrade of mine and the captain, someone we can entrust our lives to. Naturally, he wouldn't hide something like this from us, Judy said seriously at first. Then, she broke into a mischievous grin and winked. But the first time he came looking for Cullen, he scared the hell out of him. Cullen was out of it for days. So when you said, entrust your lives, you actually meant, die of embarrassment. Ebner silently ridiculed. He suddenly felt that Judy really was Lady Clausia's daughter, the way she smirked just now was exactly the same. So even silly girls have a hidden talent for stirring up drama. Nearby, Cullen, who had just finished calming Silica down, sighed helplessly. Could you two behave? The person involved is standing right here, you know. Are you even considered a person? Aren't you a vampire? Ebner mocked inwardly but only shrugged on the surface, signaling that he hadn't said anything. Instead, he turned to Cullen and asked about something that had been on his mind for a while. By the way, Cullen. I was wondering if I could borrow the second half of the Feast of Blood, and what price I would need to pay. Cullen gave him a strange look and said, You're the third person to ask me that recently. Ebner was momentarily stunned, his mind working rapidly. He asked in return, Who else? Emblem. It made sense to him. Since the fool had already obtained the first half of the Feast of Blood from him, it was only natural for him to be curious about the rest. In fact, he had even asked about Cullen's whereabouts through his blessed before. Ebner had refrained from providing the information back then since he hadn't obtained Cullen's consent. So there was a high chance that the fool had turned to Emblem instead. Yeah, that guy was one of them. Cullen massaged his temples before continuing, the other one was Lydia. Hey, speaking of which, I need to thank you for telling me about her discovery of the so-called Golden Serpent's treasure. Once we're done here, I need to deal with that. Lydia. Why would she ask about this? Could Roselle's treasure actually be connected to that book? Based on what that old scoundrel wrote in his diary, he clearly wanted to mess with Cullen. So did he use knowledge related to that tome as bait to lure Cullen in? As his thoughts raced, Ebner asked again, So, what exactly do I need to do to earn the chance to read the second half of the Feast of Blood? To be honest, even though I'm a direct descendant of the Feast of Blood's author and have read the second half, I still don't fully understand how it determines eligibility. Cullen paused to organize his thoughts before continuing. According to the decree handed down by the progenitor, one must offer a relic of an ancestor to qualify for reading the second half of the book. Additionally, they must swear not to disclose anything after reading it. As for why I was allowed to read it, in a certain sense, I myself count as an ancestor's relic. In the world of the supernatural, most Beyonders' children are basically just free extras that come with consuming too much potion. Given that perspective, calling a descendant a relic actually makes sense. Ebner pondered for a moment before asking, is there a specific standard for these so-called relics? Or any particular traits they must have? I don't know. Everything is judged by the one appointed by the progenitor, Cullen said, shaking his head at first. Then, as if recalling something, he added, oh, right. According to family legend, at the end of the fourth epoch, a high-sequence beyonder from the Gravedigger pathway was permitted to read the second half of the Feast of Blood, and the item he exchanged for it was nothing more than an ordinary glass bottle. Of course, this is just a story passed down within the family. Whether or not it matches reality is unknown. It's already been established that the beyonders brought over by the pure white eye exhibit a peculiar gravitational effect toward each other. However, since a previous host must perish before the pure white eye selects a new one, these travelers are always separated in time, never meeting each other directly. And because of this gravitational effect, later travelers always seem to stumble upon the relics left behind by their predecessors. Could this be what the progenitor of the blood race, Lilith, is actually searching for? Is she trying to use these items to track down new travelers brought by the pure white eye? Has she always been harboring goodwill toward these outsiders? Why? Just because that blood race duke from the past was one of them and had her favor? I have quite a few relics in my possession that fit the criteria, several mystical books I could trade, and even the photograph I obtained today might work. But there's no need to trouble Cullen to pass anything along. Since the second half of the Feast of Blood was in Lilith's possession, there was nothing stopping him from simply visiting her at Harvest Church once he returned to Backlund. She always seemed rather available anyway. With that matter settled, Ebner had just been about to ask Cullen if he could share Silica's summoning ritual with a certain friend when he suddenly saw Mr. Azac pick up the emblem from the altar. The gentleman turned toward Ebner with a smile and said, "It's done." It agreed not to exert any negative effects while merely being held or worn. But in return, it must be provided with waffle wax daily. Of course, if the wearer is a descendant of the Tutor family, that still won't work. With that, he casually handed the emblem, an artifact nearly equivalent to an Earl of the Fallen, over to Ebner without hesitation. Then, Mr. Azac's gentle smile faded as he turned his gaze toward Cullen, who was currently nuzzling Silica in an affectionate display. Chapter 562, Azac's Gift. Mr. Azac, your stare is making me uncomfortable. Cullen felt a bit uneasy and instinctively straightened his posture, causing Silica, who was perched on his shoulder and nuzzling his face, to tilt and nearly fall off. Fortunately, Silica was a spirit, and floating was her innate ability, so no real accident occurred. Just as Cullen was about to say something, he heard the bronze-skinned gentleman speak in a slightly deep voice, "Your strength is still too low. This will make Silica worry." As he spoke, he took out a bone flute about 20 centimeters long with 7 holes from his pocket and continued. "This is a token from a powerful spirit world creature that recently chose to follow me. As long as you blow it, you can summon Tajik into reality to assist you in battle." Well, Tajik is the true name of that spirit world creature. Of course, since it is loyal to me and not you, each summoning will require some payment. Take it, so Silica won't have to worry about you getting into danger again. Cullen fell silent for a moment. He glanced at Silica, who was chirping on his shoulder, and finally accepted the bone flute, saying, "Thank you." After studying the bone flute for a moment, Cullen asked calmly, "What exactly is the cost for summoning Tajik? Each time it acts, it will take 20 years of your life. So, you'd better become a demigod as soon as possible. Otherwise, with your current lifespan, you might not last more than a few summons before you die." Mr. Azac patted Cullen's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Meanwhile, while Cullen and Mr. Azac were talking, Ebner and the other two tactfully retreated from the cave where the altar was located. Judy even took the time to fly out of the valley and bring down the plant lady, who had been shivering at the top of the cliff. However, upon her return, Judy's expression was slightly strange, and she kept sneaking glances at Ebner. Ebner completely understood this. Anyone who discovered that their clone's mind was filled with someone else would surely react the same way. After a while, Cullen and Mr. Azac finally emerged from the cave with the altar. The latter nodded to the others and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." "Wait, Mr. Azac. I'd like to invite you to my estate as a guest." At this moment, Ebner suddenly spoke up, hinting at something. "I've recently discovered a place that might be related to you." Since this matter involved Azac's secrets, Ebner spoke vaguely. After all, aside from Cullen, who was Azac's future son-in-law, Judy and Asanov were present, and Ebner couldn't be sure if Azac wanted his affairs known to unrelated people. Mr. Azac stared at him for a moment before nodding, "All right." Seeing that the expected big shot was likely to be secured, Ebner breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to Cullen, Judy, and the others and asked, "What about you? Would you like to come to my estate as well? There are plenty of rooms." Well, Cullen knows. Upon hearing his invitation, while the plant lady seemed very interested, the other 3 desolate ones all shook their heads. Finally, Cullen spoke up, our mission isn't fully completed yet. We still need to thoroughly search this valley. Also, as desolate ones, entering a colonial city alone without reporting it would cause unnecessary trouble and complications. The implication was that they were there illegally. Sneaking around was one thing, but entering the city openly might lead to arrest. Cullen and Judy could still disguise themselves to enter, but Captain Asinov's height and build made it impossible for him to stay low-key. Understanding this, Ebner bid the desolate ones farewell for now. Then, Mr. Azac grabbed his arm, and the two of them traversed through layers of vibrant colors. Although Mr. Azac didn't know the address of Ebner's estate, he could locate the being in Biome with the strongest connection to Ebner's aura. Thus, the two of them soon appeared in Elaine's bedroom. Looking at the sleeping girl on the bed, Mr. Azac gave Ebner a knowing look before silently leaving the bedroom and entering the hallway. Ebner felt slightly awkward and immediately simulated psychological invisibility, thinking to himself, as my personal maid, Elaine naturally carries the strongest trace of my aura in Biome. Not to mention, when crafting mystical items, I spent half a day boiling water in the basement, so our spiritual energies must have intertwined. But would Mr. Azac believe me if I explained it this way? Fortunately, Mr. Azac had long heard of the hero detective's reputation and wasn't surprised. He didn't ask further and followed Ebner into the study, where he took a sip of the Fairmount coffee Ebner had prepared for him. Fairmount coffee from the Pa Valley near the Star Plateau was one of the best coffees in the world, on par with Highland coffee and Fanapotter Plateau coffee. Ebner, who knew how to enjoy life, had bought quite a lot during his time in the southern continent. Setting down the coffee cup, the study naturally entered a subtle state of sealing. Mr. Azac then asked, "Can you tell me what you've discovered?" Ebner nodded and organized his thoughts before saying, "Actually, it was a friend of mine who found a ruin with your portrait." He then recounted the entire story, omitting the parts related to the Tarot Club and Miss Justice, including how the mountain with the hot spring in was once the castle of the giant descendants but was destroyed by a mysterious disaster, as well as Miss Clausia's invitation to a performance next Thursday. Mr. Azac listened carefully to Ebner's account. After a long, solemn silence, he frowned and said, "Your description feels familiar, but it hasn't helped me recall anything more." "That's a shame," Ebner sighed in disappointment. He had hoped to gain some important information from Azac. Azac took a sip of his coffee, his expression calm as he said, "I often encounter situations like this. If it were so easy to recall my past, I would have found a way to break free from my fate long ago. Of course, I'm grateful that you always remember my matters. Although you have your own thoughts and secrets. I don't mind, as you are indeed helping me." He thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "I have some matters to attend to recently, but I'll come to Inter Harbor to find you next Wednesday. I assume you'll be at the hot spring you mentioned. I'll bring you a gift then, as a token of my gratitude for telling me about this." Hearing this, Ebner quickly waved his hand and said, "Mr. Azac, there's no need for that. You've already helped me communicate with that emblem earlier, which counts as prepayment." "Is that so?" Mr. Azac glanced at him and smiled. "What if the gift I'm giving you is the aura of the City of Calamity?" "The aura of the City of Calamity?" The other main material needed to craft a bone dragon. Ebner's heart stirred, and he quickly changed his attitude, shamelessly saying, "Then I'll gladly accept your gift. You really don't hold back." Azac laughed heartily, feeling that this detective was indeed quite compatible with him, just slightly less so than his student from Tingen. "All right, I look forward to our meeting next Wednesday." After saying this, the space around him rippled like water, and his figure disappeared from the room. Ebner stood in place for a long time before muttering helplessly, "Mr. Azac, why leave so quickly? I wanted to ask about the possible God of Luck ruins hidden beneath this estate." But he didn't mention anything. This means even a powerhouse like Mr. Azac hasn't detected the existence of those ruins. Angels of fate are the hardest to predict. Maybe it's truly not time for them to be revealed yet. As Ebner pondered, the sky had already brightened, and Helene, the red maid, came to the study to find him, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "If you have something to say, just say it," Ebner said, curious. "Sir, did you come to my room last night?" Helene bit her lip and finally asked. How do you know? "You should have been sleeping soundly," Ebner almost blurted out but managed to control his surprise, maintaining a neutral expression as he asked, "Why do you ask?" "There were muddy footprints in my room," Helene said, glancing at Ebner's shoes. "I was careless. I'll need to clean up traces after using psychological invisibility in the future. Otherwise, even if the psychological intervention makes people overlook it at the time, they'll notice the clues afterward." Ebner reflected inwardly but outwardly spoke seriously, "A demigod visited last night, but because you carry my aura, the teleportation landed in your room. Well, keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone." He was telling the truth, a demigod had indeed visited, and the teleportation had indeed landed in Helene's room due to the aura connection. But by combining these facts, he successfully shifted the blame for entering a young lady's room at night onto Mr. Azac. Helene was indeed misled. She didn't think Ebner would joke about matters involving a demigod, so she was both intimidated and nodded solemnly, "I'll keep it secret." After successfully sending Helene away, Ebner finally had time to study the emblem that had communicated with Mr. Azac. He went to the basement and prepared candles made from wolfer beeswax for the emblem. Since wolfer beeswax was also a spiritual material, Ebner had some stored in his warehouse, but the amount wasn't enough for daily consumption. "It seems I'll need to buy some at tonight's Beyonder gathering. But this isn't a long-term solution. The best option would be to borrow Bernadette's Pale Death to shatter it and then reforge it into a mystical item with fewer negative effects. However, this isn't something I can achieve in the short term. Not only do I have no connection with Bernadette, but with my current level of craftsmanship, items forged from a demigod's Beyonder characteristic might have worse side effects than this one. After all, this one is alive and can be negotiated with. I need to advance my sequence as soon as possible." End of chapter. Chapter 563, 3 Needs. After appeasing the cursed Tutor emblem with fresh Wofelby wax, Ebner glanced at his pocket watch and realized it was already time for breakfast. Lost in thought, he made his way out of the basement and into the dining hall on the first floor. By then, Miss Gwen, Lydia, Tran, and the others had also woken up. It was evident that Tran looked much better than the day before. Darkwell's medicine had indeed been highly effective. Ebner used a small knife to slice off a piece of bacon, placing it between 2 soft slices of bread along with a fully cooked, double-sided fried egg. He then spread a layer of sauce over the top. In a typical wealthy household, such tasks would be performed by dining maids. However, though Ebner enjoyed the finer things in life, he wasn't comfortable with that particular display of etiquette. One could indulge in luxury, but refusing to perform such a simple task oneself. That would be truly decadent. On the other side of the table, Miss Gwen swallowed a piece of roasted mushroom before initiating a conversation. "Mr. Bryan, aside from the items listed, will there be any other extraordinary objects at tonight's gathering?" "The list is just a reference," Ebner replied, taking a sip of Felmer coffee. The rich aroma lingered in his mouth as he turned his gaze to Gwen with a smile. "Why? Is there nothing on it that interests you? If that's the case, you can tell me. I can have my people inform the manager of Amiris Leaf Bar to spread some rumors." Gwen considered this for a moment before deciding there was no harm in telling him. She organized her thoughts and said, "We need 3 things in total. The first is an extraordinary item that aids divination, for Tran. Our budget is around 500 gold pounds. Divination was crucial for avoiding dangers, and since they planned to seek out Roselle's golden snake treasure, enhancing their divination abilities was a wise move." Ebner nodded thoughtfully, signaling for her to continue. "The second item is something I want, a piece of extraordinary equipment with mental attack abilities. It would greatly enhance my combat effectiveness. To be honest, what I liked most was the dragon's might you used when dealing with that madman last time, but something of the caliber is far too expensive for us to afford. So, this one has the same budget, between 400 and 500 pounds. "Oh. Planning to cement the nickname, Dragon's Might Lady, now?" Ebner chuckled inwardly. He could already imagine what would happen. Previous challengers, having been thoroughly defeated due to lack of mental defenses, would spread the word that Dragon's Might was overrated. The next batch of opponents would come fully equipped with anti-mind control artifacts, only to be taken down by a completely different combat technique. That would certainly make for an amusing spectacle. After a brief moment of thought, Ebner said with interest, "If you're looking for something with mind-pierce capabilities, I might be able to craft an item for you. But it won't be cheap." Previously, when Klein had asked him to break the Aurora Order's Abyss of Flesh ritual, the reward had been an interrogator trait. Using that trait, Ebner had crafted a pair of glasses named Irresistible Fear, which had fetched an impressive price of 4,450 pounds after a demonstration by the late Doctor. However, some auxiliary materials from the process still remained. Ordinarily, he would have used his pure white eye to design rituals and imbue materials with temporary abilities. But due to the short duration of these enhancements, he rarely found them worth selling. "Most of the time, I just used them to help Zio make all kinds of anti-supernatural bullets." But now, the situation had changed. The cursed Tutor emblem, a demigod-level item of the Black Emperor pathway, possessed the ability to amplify. It could magnify the effects of actions or items. And that ability was precisely what he needed to extend the duration of his pure white eye enhancements. Moreover, the leftover materials from his previous crafting were well suited for imbuing mind-pierce effects. Ebner had already considered this potential use for the sealed artifact, but he had yet to test it. That was why he told Miss Gwen the price wouldn't be cheap. After all, he had no idea how many attempts it would take to succeed. And auxiliary materials cost money too. "How much are we talking about?" Gwen exchanged glances with her 2 investors before mustering the courage to ask. "I can't say for sure yet. I'll need to get my hands on the materials first, Ebner replied, shaking his head. Then, he followed up with another question. What's the third item you need? We're looking for a defensive item, preferably something that can generate a barrier. The places we plan to explore might be quite dangerous, Gwen answered honestly after a moment of thought. Creating barriers is typically a mid-sequence ability. Given the level of a Mirror's leaf bar, it's unlikely anything like that will show up, Ebner said truthfully. Even he needed to rely on rituals and mystical items to set up barriers in advance. We're just hoping for a lucky break, Gwen admitted, knowing the chances were slim, so she didn't bother mentioning a budget. In addition to gold pounds, do you have anything else you could offer for trade? The owner of a divination aid might not be willing to sell for money alone, but if you have something they desperately need, it could change their mind, Ebner suggested as he finished his last piece of bread and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Gwen nodded thoughtfully, then turned to discuss with Lydia in a low voice. After a brief exchange, she looked back at Ebner and carefully stated. We can offer the Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 potion formulas for the warrior pathway. We also have a collection of over 10 effective potions, including Sleeping Potion and Serenity Potion. And finally, we have a Folk of Rage Beyonder characteristic. Ebner immediately recognized the source of the Folk of Rage trait. It had belonged to White Shark Hamilton from Demir Island. Previously, Hamilton had tried to capture Ebner to use as leverage against Gwen, only to be subdued by Lydia and Tran and turned into a blood thrall. However, blood thralls often exhibited unusual behavior, making it impossible to hide his condition from the major pirates backing White Shark. Unable to keep him, Lydia had extracted all his secrets and then ordered him to perform in front of his own subordinates before purchasing a ticket for him to leave Demir. Not long after, he conveniently disappeared. Or, to put it more accurately, he was quietly executed by Lydia. After all, blood thralls couldn't disobey their master. Since they couldn't give this trait to any of their crew members without raising suspicion, they had planned to sell it at the gathering. After a few seconds of thought, Ebner quickly pieced together the likely backstory. However, he didn't press for details. Instead, he simply nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange for someone to negotiate with the people at a Mirror's leaf bar." After breakfast, Gwen bid Ebner farewell and left the estate. She planned to return to her ship to retrieve the giant descendant's notebook for their exchange. The night before, after dinner, Ebner had already provided her with the Dawn Paladin potion formula. However, she hadn't been carrying the notebook at the time. Meanwhile, Ebner sent his butler to relay the message to a Mirror's leaf bar and then returned to the basement. With Helene diligently boiling water to assist, he began testing his earlier hypothesis. In a small inn near the docks, Alger suddenly received a piece of news. Someone at the gathering will be selling the pugilist potion formula. And they need a divination aid. Chapter 564, Before the Beyonder Gathering. There was a previous rumor that someone at tonight's gathering wanted to trade deep-sea speargun fish blood for the pugilist potion formula. And now, someone else wants to trade the pugilist formula for a divination aid. But I don't have such an item. And finding one on such short notice is nearly impossible. Alger furrowed his brows, deep in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to pray to the fool, requesting that he inquire among the tower, the judgment, and the world to see if any of them had a suitable item. Miss Magician, this is all I can do to help you. If nothing turns up, I can only apologize. With that thought, Alger sealed his room with spirituality and assumed a prayer posture. In Backlund, inside a house in the Cherwood Borough, a small seminar was taking place. A man stood on a platform in the center of the hall, speaking eloquently as he passionately expounded on his ideas, while subtly introducing a certain product to the audience. The attendees in the parlor were mostly housewives from well-off families, either middle-class or skilled workers' households. However, in one corner of the room, a young girl wearing long gloves and a bearded man stood out starkly from the rest. Oddly enough, the speaker on stage seemed to overlook their presence entirely. "Detective Moriarty, you said this man is scamming people?" Hazel asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you think he's doing?" Sherlock Moriarty, Klein, smiled as he threw the question back at her. "Well, isn't he just explaining something that's good for their health?" Hazel asked in confusion. "You see, even you started to believe him. That means he succeeded, didn't he?" Klein chuckled, picking up a jar of what appeared to be face cream. "But this thing has none of the effects he claims." "Then, what about all the data he cited?" Hazel suddenly realized the trick, her eyes widening further. "Fabricated, of course. Just like all those so-called industry certifications." Klein shook his head. At that moment, a group of policemen suddenly stormed into the room. The man on stage, who had been speaking so confidently, instantly panicked and tried to flee through the back door, only to be apprehended by Inspector Fasten, who had been lying in wait. Meanwhile, despite the shocking turn of events, many of the housewives in attendance instinctively tried to hide a few jars of face cream on their person. Clearly, they still hadn't realized they had been duped. "So this is what a scam looks like." Hazel mused, finding herself both intrigued and daunted by the idea of playing such a role. This is just one kind of scam, Klein replied offhandedly. After checking his pocket watch, he used Roselle's grasp to lift the restriction on how light around him and Hazel was perceived, preparing to head to the next scam operation on his list. For the sake of earning this £50 commission, he was putting in an admirable amount of effort. Fortunately, having made the acquaintance of Inspector Fasten and his son Etries at the Harvest Church, he had resolved any concerns about reporting these scams to the authorities. But just as he was about to leave, a layered, illusory voice of prayer suddenly echoed in his ears. Glancing at Hazel, who was deep in thought, Klein slightly bowed and said, "I need to use the washroom." She nodded slightly, letting him go without question. Once inside, Klein locked the door behind him, took 4 steps backward, and arrived above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, he swept his gaze across the surroundings and saw that the hanged man's crimson star was pulsing. As Klein extended his spirituality, he quickly grasped what the hanged man was requesting. He couldn't help but mock himself. A divination aid. Aren't I one myself? But using it to trade for a trickmaster main ingredient feels like a ripoff. Then, feeling chilled by his own humor, Klein shook his head and forgot his own joke, turning serious as he analyzed the situation. The world doesn't need to be asked, I'm certain he doesn't have one. Temperance might be able to acquire it, but that would take time, and this deal is urgent. Judgment seems to still be on a mission. According to her last report, she's traveling with a high-sequence powerhouse, and she might even miss next week's tarot meeting. Best not to disturb her. So that leaves the tower as the most likely option. With that thought, Klein tossed the hanged man's prayer request directly into the tower's crimson star. In the underground workshop of Fragrant Manor, after several failed attempts, Ebner finally succeeded in invoking the unknown land behind Pure White Eye, granting the ability of mental piercing to a spiritual material. Using this as a foundation, he crafted a new Beyonder item. It was an elegantly designed silver-white necklace, originally one of the gifts Miss Audrey had picked out. Back when Cullen had asked Ebner for help choosing a gift for Lydia, he had outsourced the task to Audrey. She had generously sent an entire package of jewelry, accessories, and hats, leaving him to pick from them. Ebner had removed the gemstone originally embedded in the necklace and replaced it with the spiritually infused material, refining it further using his artisan ability until it was finalized. Of course, Helene played a crucial role in the process. Without her continuously heating water, the steam machinery wouldn't have had the power to refine the spiritual material into a gemstone-like shape. Though the mental piercing ability in this necklace is slightly weaker than normal due to the carrier, it's still good enough. Moreover, thanks to the amplification effect of the Tutor emblem, its effective duration has increased to about 8 months. Sigh, it's still a bit short. The price won't be high. I wonder if Miss Gwen will accept it for £400. Just as he was about to test the necklace's power and give it a name that would make it more marketable, his vision suddenly turned hazy, filled with dense grayish-white mist. An image emerged, the hanged man with his hands clasped in prayer. A divination aid. In exchange for the pugilist formula. To purchase deep-sea speargun fish blood. After processing the hanged man's request, and instinctively praising the fool, Ebner's expression turned a bit peculiar as he thought to himself. I don't have a divination aid on hand, but I can easily make one in time. But the hanged man wants it to exchange for the pugilist formula, which he will then trade for deep-sea speargun fish blood, which he'll finally sell to Furs. If that's the case, why don't I just use the pugilist formula to directly purchase the deep-sea speargun fish blood? That would cut out so many unnecessary steps. But the hanged man's maneuvering does have its advantages. It increases the volume of trades at my Beyonder gathering, meets more people's demands, and makes the event livelier overall. This way, everyone benefits, and my gathering gains momentum. It's a win-win situation. Worth helping him out. As his mental gears turned, Ebner quickly threw himself back into work. Meanwhile, Helene silently downed a spiritual recovery potion that her employer had prepared for her. At 7 p.m., Alger patted the small mirror in his pocket and stepped through the hidden entrance of a Mirror's Leaf bar. Chapter 565, Beyonder Gathering. In the trading hall beneath the Mirror's Leaf bar, Alger adjusted the mask he had prepared and pulled up his hood to cover his hair. He then took a seat that was neither too secluded nor too close to the front, discreetly observing the people around him. He first glanced at the appraiser sitting on the side of the high platform. The man had neatly combed back hair and, like the black-haired maid beside him, wore a silver mask covering the upper half of his face, making it impossible to see his features. Is this the appraiser with the notary mystical item? At least 80% of the people gathered here tonight probably came because of him. In Byam, this is probably the only place that has both an appraiser and a notary. Alger scanned the room. Although most people were disguised, he still recognized a few relatively familiar faces. The tall, dark-skinned man in the corner on the left is also wearing a mask, but his tightly coiled, bead-like hair is so conspicuous. That must be Steel Mavady, the first mate of the Blood Admiral, with a bounty of 6,000 pounds. When did he arrive in Byam? And he's appearing so openly at a Beyonder gathering. Isn't he afraid of being caught by the Punishers? After all, this gathering must have the tacit approval of the Church, so there's no way there aren't informants here. If it were the subordinates of other pirate admirals like the Iceberg Admiral appearing in Byam, the authorities might not go all out to hunt them down. But the Blood Admiral and his crew were different. They loved killing, reveled in blood, and delighted in brutalizing women. Every time they raided a passenger ship, they left behind a trail of atrocities. Each of them was an extremely dangerous criminal, and their appearance would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Punishers, Night Watchers, or Machinists. Alger was momentarily shocked and wary but didn't dare keep staring at the men, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. He shifted his gaze to others in the room. The elderly gentleman in the front row who isn't wearing any disguise must be the new leader of the North Party. Rumor has it his daughter became the mistress of the Byam governor, which is why he's so confident he doesn't need to hide his identity. What a fool. I even suspect he's the one who ordered the doctor to kill the previous leader of the North Party. That doctor was equally foolish. After taking on such a mission, he actually dared to stay in Byam. Even if he hadn't died at the hands of the appraisers made last week, he would have been silenced sooner or later. Who knows? His leftover Beyonder characteristic might end up benefiting some animal or harming some ordinary person who picks it up. After all, those idiots in the gangs wouldn't know something as advanced as the law of conservation and indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics. Alger had no good impressions of gang members. After glancing at the elderly gentleman a few times, he shifted his gaze to a young woman standing not far to his left, nearly 6 feet tall. Female adventurers and pirates are rare on the high seas, and one of this height is even rarer. Judging by her hair color, she must be the recently famous Dragon's Might Lady. It's said she deliberately uses this nickname to mislead her opponents, but she's actually a Beyonder of the warrior pathway. She's a schemer, so I'll need to be careful if I ever interact with her. After recognizing several more familiar faces, Alger noticed the time had reached 8 o'clock. The gathering officially began under the direction of Sea Serpent Weave. According to Weave's plan, there were supposed to be plants in the audience to buy and sell items to warm up the atmosphere. However, to everyone's surprise, the men suspected to be Steel Mavady, the first mate of the Blood Admiral's flagship, suddenly stood up. An icy, lifeless aura emanated from him as he coldly declared, "I have a commission." As he spoke, he pulled out several portraits from inside his coat. "Find the whereabouts of these people. The reward for each is 3,000 pounds, or an equivalent amount of common mystical materials. Even if you only provide a lead, as long as it's verified, you'll receive 1,000 pounds. As his words fell, the room erupted in excitement. After all, a bounty of 3,000 pounds was an incredibly tempting figure for most adventurers and pirates. After posting the portraits on the walls of the venue, Steel Mavady turned and walked toward the exit without looking back. Though reckless and crazy, he was no fool. The news of his presence here would soon reach the mandated Punishers. If he didn't leave now, the area outside would likely be full of traps by the time the gathering ended. This was also the reason he came in person. If he had sent other subordinates, the official informants present at the gathering might have tried to take action. And if someone of insufficient stature had come, they wouldn't have garnered the attention of others. "How can we contact you if we find the people in the portraits?" someone boldly asked as he was about to leave. "The contact information is on the portraits." Mavady replied without turning back, leaving behind only a cold remark. Sitting on one side of the stage, Ebner watched him leave but ultimately refrained from taking action. After all, this was his gathering. If he were to attack a guest without reason, his reputation would be ruined, and it would be difficult to gain the trust of others in the future. He glanced at the portraits on the wall and found them familiar. After a moment of recollection, he remembered they were the military personnel from the Lone Kingdom who had competed for the treasure in the Dennet Labyrinth. Baron Larry, Reaper Marin, Navigator Card. Recalling the names that Hugh had once introduced to him, he matched them one by one with the people in the portraits. As for the so-called contact information, it was a series of frequency bands and coded messages. Clearly, Steel Mavady meant to be contacted via telegraph. At this moment, Sea Serpent Weaver had already calmed and intimidated the guests who wanted to crowd around the portraits. He had one of his subordinates, skilled in ritual magic, begin copying the portraits. In a short while, more than 10 copies were made and distributed throughout the venue, preventing any major chaos and allowing the gathering to proceed normally. Soon, the planted plants played their role in warming up the atmosphere, completing a transaction and drawing everyone's attention back to the gathering. During this time, Alger successfully traded the mirror, which had only an 8-month validity period and was used to assist in divination, for the fighter potion formula from Lady Dragon's Might. Immediately after, he used it to trade with another bidder for the formula and obtained his ultimate goal, deep-sea spearfish blood. On the other hand, Miss Gwen, after receiving the mirror, muttered to herself, "Why are all the Beyonder items I got today only valid for 8 months? The Heart of Scrutiny necklace I bought from Ebner was like this, and now this mirror called Error is the same." As transactions were either successfully completed or ultimately aborted, the gathering gradually came to an end. At this moment, the elderly gentleman from the North Party in the front row stood up and addressed the attendees with a smile. "I also have a task to announce. This task involves an evil god named the Fool. I need to find people who worship him. If you can provide clues, my reward is £500. As he spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper, which, when unfolded, displayed the following words in large loan script. "The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good fortune." End of chapter. Chapter 566, The Cult Behind the Scenes. The Fool. The Beyonders attending the gathering either muttered the word to themselves or whispered to their companions, discussing whether they had encountered anyone with similar beliefs. When the honorific name of the Fool reached Alger's ears, his breathing almost stopped. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so no one noticed his reaction. However, Alger, with his wealth of experience, quickly forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath and began to analyze the situation seriously in his mind. During the last Tarot Club meeting, the world mentioned that the true creator had issued a divine decree, ordering the Aurora Order to search for believers of the Fool. Could the North Party have joined the Aurora Order? Or is there something wrong with the governor of Byam, whom Boss has aligned himself with? Boss is the name of the new leader of the North Party. Wait. I remember the governor of Byam is a member of the Larry family, and Baron Larry himself seems to be currently wanted by the military. Could there be some connection here? As his thoughts wandered, Ebner, sitting in the appraiser's seat, also narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the elderly gentleman in the front row, speculating about his background. In fact, as one of the VIPs of the Amiris Leaf Bar Beyonders gathering, Ebner had obtained information about Boss, the leader of the North Party, from Sea Serpent Weaver. However, he hadn't paid much attention to it before, only glancing at it while reviewing the information related to the doctor. But thanks to his reader abilities, he could now recall it as if it were right before his eyes. Speaking of which, this gentleman's experience is quite similar to Weaver's, except that his starting point was much higher. In the original North Party, he was ranked 5th or 6th. But after the original leader was assassinated, he surprisingly suppressed the successors ranked above him and smoothly took over the North Party. Later, people found out that his younger daughter had become the mistress of Siv Larry, the governor of Byam, which earned him significant support. At this point, Ebner actually shared a similar speculation with Alger, thinking that this governor might have some issues. But due to his knowledge of the original work, he had another layer of speculation. According to the information Weaver provided earlier, this governor Siv Larry is on good terms with Governor Ostwald Levitt of Olavi Island. Both lean toward the conservative side politically, and they seem to have formed a small circle. But the specifics are beyond what someone of Weaver's level could find out. He was only able to gather this much information thanks to the more than 10 years of operations in Byam by Oziel, whom I killed. Oziel had even planted informants among the governor's servants. And after Oziel's death, those informants were naturally taken over by Weaver. Governor Ostwald Levitt of Olavi Island is the younger brother of Admiral Amirius. In the original work, he joined a certain organization that was plotting something. When the plot was exposed, it drew a warning from the Sunset Dead House Society, and he was encountered by Klein, who was impersonating the Admiral at the time. Now, could this Siv Larry, who is on good terms with Ostwald, also be a member of that organization plotting something? And could that organization have some connection to the true creator? Ugh. If it could draw a warning from that organization whose name cannot be spoken, it might indeed be the work of the true creator. After all, he and that Angel King are mortal enemies. In a flash, Ebner thought of many things. He gave the elderly gentleman boss in the front row a deep look before shifting his gaze away, no longer paying attention to him. After all, this man's actions were highly suspicious. Offering a bounty for heretical believers without even concealing his identity. Could he be deliberately trying to lure followers of the Fool into a trap? Is he treating the Fool's followers as fools or lunatics, thinking they would rush in recklessly upon hearing the bounty and then be easily captured? Unaware of Ebner's thoughts, the elderly gentleman recited the honorific name of the Fool twice in loan. Seeing that no one came forward to claim the bounty, he wasn't disappointed. He simply said, "I look forward to someone claiming this £500 at the next gathering," before sitting back down. With that, the Beyonders gathering came to an end, and Weaver began arranging for the attendees to leave the venue in batches. Miss Gwen and her group, having purchased Beyonder items, didn't dare to linger. They didn't return to Ebner's estate but instead headed straight to the docks and boarded the Arenheim. Alger, who had also bought Beyonder materials, acted similarly. However, unlike Gwen, he didn't return to the ship. After some thought, he went directly to the Church of the Waves to report the events of the Beyonders gathering to His Excellency Jaggery. On one hand, it was to show his loyalty, and on the other, it was to subtly report the issues surrounding the governor of Byam. As expected, His Excellency Jaggery, whose hair had turned completely grey but whose spirit remained vigorous, took Alger's report very seriously. However, he was clearly more concerned about the second mate of the Admiral of Blood. Alger felt anxious about this but dared not show it on the surface. After leaving the Church of the Waves, he returned to his ship and began praying to the Fool, reporting the incident. Of course, he also took the opportunity to offer the deep-sea spearfish blood as a sacrifice. On the other side, after the gathering ended, Mr. Boss boarded a carriage and leisurely returned to his villa on the outskirts of the city. While he appeared calm and composed on the outside, the shirt beneath his clothes was already soaked with sweat. His nerves were on edge, and he tightly clutched a small copper mirror in his hand. This state of tension only subsided when he arrived home and saw his daughter waiting for him. Mr. Boss let out a long sigh of relief. "Father, how did the task assigned by the governor go?" Miss Abby, Boss's daughter, immediately stepped forward to ask. "It's done. But, Abby, will the followers of that evil god really come? Will the governor's men protect me?" Boss steadied himself and asked cautiously. "The governor said that the followers of that evil god are very flamboyant and have a strong desire for performance. The Black Emperor, in Backlund, is clear evidence of this. So, he believes that if there are indeed followers of the Fool in Byam, they will definitely come to investigate you." Abby seemed to have memorized the governor's words, speaking them fluently. She paused and added, "As for your safety, you don't need to worry. The governor has sent his secretary, who is an extremely powerful beyonder." "That's good. That's good." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Boss repeatedly nodded. Abby glanced at her watch, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Father, I need to return to the governor now. Please take care of yourself." With that, she boarded a carriage under the protection of several bodyguards and left Mr. Boss's villa. However, the carriage did not head to the estate where the governor had arranged for her to stay. Instead, it turned and stopped in front of a three-story building. Strangely, the bodyguards assigned to Miss Abby by the governor showed no reaction, as if this were completely normal. After entering the building, Miss Abby voluntarily removed all her clothes and joined a group of similarly unclothed men and women in a rather unconventional party. As the party was nearing its end, a middle-aged man, while embracing Miss Abby and engaging in physical activity, asked, "How did the task I assigned you go?" His tone was identical to how Abby had questioned her father earlier. "Ah, it went smoothly. Governor Siv is very foolish. He easily accepted the idea I suggested to investigate the followers of the Fool. It seems he wants to use this to curry favor with someone. I'm not sure who. But this way, even if the authorities investigate, they'll only think it was my father's doing. It won't expose our sect." Miss Abby gasped intermittently as she answered. "Excellent. The Mother Tree will reward you." The man's face showed satisfaction as he reached his limit. "Praise the Mother Tree." Miss Abby's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, but she recited these words with exceptional piety. End of chapter. Chapter 567, Sunday. Fasak Empire, Port Ender. On Sunday morning, in a restaurant with an Inta-style decor, Sultana, a member of the official Demon Hunter team of the Church of the God of Combat, stared at the menu in her hand, her heart filled with struggle. She was a true alcoholic. Without the aid of strong liquor, even her spiritual communication abilities would suffer. Yet, it had been nearly a week since she last tasted her beloved drinks. And all of this was because of the woman sitting across from her, wearing a black veil hat and an elegant white dress. This lady was young, with a beautiful appearance and a head of stunning fiery red hair. Her demeanor was impeccable, and she looked like a painting just sitting there. She was the youngest daughter of the Duke of Greycastle, Miss Nazali. Since receiving the task from her captain on Monday to accompany and protect this young lady, Sultana had been inseparable from her, leaving no opportunity for her to indulge in alcohol. Seeing Sultana practically drooling, Nazali covered her mouth and laughed, "Sister Sultana, if you want to drink, just order some brandy. The expenses will be reimbursed anyway." After a few days of getting along, the Duke's daughter had become quite familiar with the Demon Hunter in front of her, and her tone had become much more casual. Sultana was tempted by the suggestion, but she resisted the urge and closed her eyes, saying, "Forget it. Although I might be more alert after a drink, if your personal maid sees me drunk, it would damage the reputation of our Demon Hunter team." Seeing that Sultana wasn't swayed, Nazali frowned almost imperceptibly, but the expression quickly disappeared, replaced by a smile. Then, they ordered a lavish Inta-style royal feast, costing nearly 20 gold horns. While waiting for the food to arrive, the young lady from the Duke of Greycastle's family removed her veil hat and, while chatting with Sultana, casually asked, "I heard there are many magical legends in the waters outside Port Ender. Sister Sultana, could you tell me about them?" Sultana's heart stirred at the question. She looked at Nazali carefully, trying to determine whether the question was truly casual or if there was an ulterior motive. However, all she saw on the other's face was a standard smile. After some thought, she replied, "They're all far-fetched fake stories. Most of them are just nonsense made up by drunkards." Only what? Nazali's face showed just the right amount of curiosity. Only over a decade ago, a fisherman seemed to have actually seen something and then went mad. But you should know, over a decade ago, something major did happen in Port Ender. Maybe he was unlucky enough to see something he shouldn't have. Sultana released the spirits under her control to ensure their conversation couldn't be overheard. That incident. I remember Lord Panin earned his merits during that event and became a contractor of the Lord's sacred artifact, Nazali said, seemingly enlightened. Her eyes shifted as she added, "What happened to that fisherman later?" "He accidentally fell into the sea and drowned in the second month after going mad," Sultana sighed. Ordinary people are so fragile when it comes to extraordinary events. Even a casual glance could lead to a tragic end. Just as they were discussing this, Nazali seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head to look out the window. A few seconds later, Sultana also turned to look but only caught a glimpse of a red cloak disappearing. She couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, can't that guy take a break? Last night, he just caused a big incident in a dream to solve problems, and now he's out during the day playing Port Ender's good citizen. Is that Dr. Strange?" Today's newspaper headline featured his classic line, "My eyes can see through all things in the world, your sins cannot hide from me." Quite a dashing declaration. Nazali blinked and said, "But he's caused us demon hunters a lot of trouble. He has some restraint in front of ordinary people, rarely using extraordinary abilities. Even his nightly Dr. Q&A sessions don't cause much of a stir. But when dealing with those who harm ordinary people, he's not so gentle. He's caused quite a few big scenes, and we've had to put in a lot of effort to suppress the fallout. That guy also loves to show off. He could easily solve problems without being noticed, but he insists on making a grand entrance and an even grander exit. And it's not just him. Recently, Iron Man has also been making frequent appearances, as if he's competing with Dr. Strange. Sooner or later, we'll catch these two troublemakers." Sultana let out a string of complaints as soon as she opened her mouth. "Recently, have there been many Beyonders coming to Port Ender?" Nazali asked with feigned surprise. "Aren't you one of them? Pretending to know nothing, yet you were clearly drawn here by those rumors." Sultana felt she had seen through the Duke's daughter's disguise but didn't expose it. After all, her job was simply to keep an eye on her and make sure she didn't cause any trouble or get into any trouble herself. At that moment, the commotion outside reached the restaurant as new guests arrived. It turned out that a man who had gone bankrupt due to the stock market had jumped from the securities building, but Dr. Strange had caught him with acrobatic skill. Recently, more and more families have been ruined by stock market bankruptcies. This financial market is truly harmful. Sultana fell silent for a moment, feeling the urge to drink to suppress her emotions. She had a friend whose family was destroyed because of this. After losing the protection of her parents, her friend had no choice but to go to sea at a young age to make a living and hadn't returned since, though she heard she was doing all right. Other guests in the restaurant also shifted their conversation from Dr. Strange's miraculous feat to this topic, though most blamed the financial downturn on Loan's monopoly of raw materials and its blockade of shipping routes to the southern continent. This is just the natural progression of the times. Nazali lowered her eyelids, hiding a trace of helplessness. After that, neither of them seemed in the mood for conversation. They finished their lunch in silence, and only then did Nazali regain her standard smile, turning to Sultana beside her and saying, "Since we're in Ender, how can we not visit the hot springs? I heard there's a hot spring inn at Mount Tamak with a great reputation. In a villa at number 16, Harbor Avenue, Port Ender." Ebner, who had changed his face once again, sat on the sofa, sipping black tea to calm his nerves, and said to Lady Clausia, who was lounging lazily across from him, "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I might have been caught by that high-ranking deacon of the Church of the God of Combat just now. Since I was the one who asked you to take those unnecessary and dangerous actions, it's only natural that I ensure your safety." Lady Clausia waved her hand dismissively, not seeming to care much. "So you do know those actions were unnecessary?" Ebner muttered inwardly, but on the surface, he looked around and asked, "Where's Captain Dunn?" "He went to investigate a case and won't be back until tonight," Lady Clausia replied with a smile, then blinked and added, "If you have something to say, go ahead." "Don't worry, I won't tell him." "Madam, your words sound a bit awkward and carry quite a bit of ambiguity. Wouldn't Lord Laredo be upset if he heard this?" After mentally complaining a few times, Ebner hesitated for a moment but finally asked, "Have you heard of Lady Lamia?" End of chapter. Chapter 568, The Origin of Lamia. Lamia. Hearing this name, Lady Clausia was somewhat surprised. She gave Ebner a puzzled look, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Where did you hear this name?" Ebner, already prepared, handed her a photograph and briefly recounted his adventure with Judy, Carl, and the others in that valley. As a high-ranking member of the Church of the Earth Mother, Lady Clausia was clearly qualified to know the details of that operation. Of course, Ebner deliberately omitted the parts about the cursed Tutor badge and Mr. Azac. Lady Clausia carefully examined the group photo while listening to Ebner's account. Finally, she nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I understand now." After speaking, she scrutinized Ebner once more before organizing her thoughts and explaining. "The woman in this photo is indeed Lamia, and the man, if I'm not mistaken, should be Giuseppe Castia. Lamia was an orphan, taken in by the Life Church in Fainapotter City as an infant. She was a natural-born druid and joined my husband's Desolate One's team after coming of age." "Wait." Ebner suddenly interrupted, "You said she was an orphan and also a natural-born druid. Is she the abandoned child of some demigod or angel? A illegitimate child? But would a figure of that stature care about reputation? Or is there some other big figure involved who needs to keep this hidden? Or is there some other secret?" For a moment, the tragic stories of protagonists like Suju and Yun Feiyang from martial arts novels flashed through Ebner's mind. "I know what you're suspecting. In fact, many people in the church were dissatisfied back then, hoping that a certain figure would step forward and take responsibility. After all, abandoning a baby is a serious violation of the Earth Mother's teachings and a desecration of life and new birth. But in the end, the Pope suppressed the matter, and afterward, all the higher-ups stopped investigating Lamia's origins." At this point, Lady Clausia didn't elaborate further and instead continued. "After joining my husband's team, Lamia grew very quickly, though she was somewhat reclusive. Aside from my husband, the team leader, she didn't get along well with others, as if she had some emotional deficiency. Well, these are all things I found out later by asking around, so they might not be entirely accurate. After all, she was 15 years older than me, and I never actually met her. Then, when she was around 20, she suddenly left the church and the Desolate One's team, disappearing without a trace. But strangely, the church's higher-ups seemed to tacitly allow this act, which was akin to betrayal. Aside from my husband's team privately searching for her, no one else pursued the matter. Later, 30 years ago, Lamia suddenly returned to the church with a child she claimed was her adopted son. After leaving the child and several notebooks containing her experimental findings, she left again, and there has been no news of her since. This aligns with what I already knew, but there are more details now. Also, the attitude of the Earth Mother Church's higher-ups toward Lamia seems a bit off. Does she have something special about her? Could she be the child of a corrupted angel from the church? But no, if that were the case, she wouldn't have been given so much freedom. At best, she would have been imprisoned underground in the church for life." Lost in thought, Ebner asked curiously, "The man in the photo is Giuseppe Castia. You know him? Who is he?" "Giuseppe is the older brother of the current Earl of Seville, the eldest son of the old Earl, and a member of the Fainapotter royal family. Well, in terms of seniority, he should be my nephew, although I was only 4 or 5 years old when he disappeared." Lady Clausia pointed at the photo and added, "I only saw him when I was a child, but aside from his eyes being different, he hasn't changed much." "So Lady Clausia, your original surname is Castia, and you're also a member of the Fainapotter royal family. No wonder, even as a high-ranking member of the Earth Mother Church, you were able to join the Psychological Alchemy Association's council and become Miss Sloth. After all, her identity itself holds significant value to be exploited. But, disappeared. Why did Giuseppe also disappear? Is there any connection between his disappearance and Lamia's?" Ebner thought this and asked it outright. Speaking of which, Giuseppe's disappearance and Lamia's vanishing did indeed happen in the same year, though Giuseppe's was slightly earlier. But there should have been no connection between the two of them, and no one ever linked the two incidents. However, this photo now shows that their relationship was far from ordinary. Staring at the photo in a daze, Lady Clausia recalled for a moment before continuing, "I remember the royal family conducted an investigation and found that Giuseppe had obtained a clue about something, so he secretly went to Backlund but never returned. Who would have thought he might have eloped with Lamia?" At this point, Lady Clausia's eyes sparkled with curiosity and a desire to investigate. Ebner, however, fell into deep thought. He had previously speculated whether the man in the photo might be a transmigrator brought by the pure white eye, and that Lamia's calligraphy and the special plants she cultivated might have been influenced by him. Following this line of thinking, Ebner gradually pieced together a hypothesis. The clue Giuseppe Castia obtained was likely related to the ruins where the Red Angel resided. Therefore, after going to Backlund and entering those ruins, he naturally met his demise. After his death, the power of the pure white eye descended, implanting a transmigrator into Giuseppe's body, much like how Dennett, killed by the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction, was resurrected. He picked up the cursed Tutor badge in those ruins and managed to escape. Then, he encountered Lamia, who had left the church, and they secluded themselves in that valley nearby him. But this final deduction seems a bit far-fetched. As Ebner pinched his chin in thought, he heard Lady Clausia say, "By the way, when Lamia returned to the church for the last time, aside from submitting some of her research findings, she also handed over the seeds of a special plant to my husband. That should be the prototype of the clone Judy sent to find you." Clone. Plant lady. Ebner furrowed his brows, and a sudden flash of insight struck him, as if he had grasped a crucial connection. He couldn't help but ponder. Wait, Lamia didn't know Giuseppe before, and she didn't leave the church immediately after Giuseppe disappeared. Let's make a bold assumption here. What if she left after the transmigrator arrived? What if her target from the very beginning was the transmigrator? The special plant used to create clones. I remember something. In a book I read in my past life, it mentioned that the name Lilith was translated as Lamia in the Latin Bible's Book of Isaiah. This book also described Lilith as the initial prototype of the vampire progenitor. Add to that the Earth Mother Church's strange attitude toward Lamia. Could it be that she is actually an avatar of that ancient god? End of chapter. Chapter 569, The Three Princesses. In a village west of the Star Highlands in the southern continent, Brunna, the former princess of the Balam Empire, sat across from the mystic queen Bernadette at a stone table, each holding a set of pieces as they played a game of Gamoku. Brunna was clearly no match for Bernadette and soon conceded defeat. Is there some trick to playing this game? Brunna frowned, her usual poise completely absent, as she looked at Bernadette with confusion. No, Bernadette, wearing an old-fashioned veil hat and with beautiful chestnut hair, replied indifferently. Brunna didn't believe her and was about to press further when she suddenly looked up at the sky. A figure was flying toward them at an incredible speed, arriving in their courtyard in the blink of an eye. With her brown eyes, Brunna examined the woman who had descended from the sky. She had black hair, blue eyes, and wore a black dress with matching boots. Her beauty was striking, her demeanor elegant, and she exuded an intellectual charm. Brunna raised an eyebrow and smiled. Isabella, even though you're no longer a princess, you still know how to put on a show. The newcomer was none other than Isabella, the former crown princess of Lenberg and the mentor of Edwina. Brunna, you're as rude as ever. Isabella glanced at Brunna before turning her gaze to Bernadette, offering a perfectly polite smile. It's been a long time, Bernadette. Bernadette curtsied in response, then turned her calm gaze to Brunna and said, Aunt Brunna, now that Aunt Isabella is here, can you finally tell me why you asked me to come? You were waiting for me. But I came looking for Leon. Isabella said, slightly puzzled. Brunna scoffed, why don't you use your reliable premonition to foresee it? Besides, Leon isn't here anymore. It should be in the northern continent by now. Do you think it didn't foresee your arrival? Clearly, it doesn't want to see you and even interfered with your prophecy. Isabella's brow furrowed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and looked at the former Balam Empire princess. Brunna, provoking me is pointless. But I still don't like you very much, Brunna muttered, then cleared her throat and got to the point. I've discovered a mausoleum of the Black Emperor, with traces left by Roselle. Would you like to go see it? A mausoleum of the Black Emperor. Isabella, who had been about to leave to chase after Leon, suddenly brightened. After a moment of thought, she asked, is it Roselle's or Solomon's? Bernadette remained silent, but her gaze lingered on Brunna as if anticipating something. Judging by the insignia, it should be Solomon's. But Roselle must have been there. He might have left some clues, Brunna stated confidently. How can you be sure Roselle was there? Isabella's tone remained calm, but her eyes clearly brightened further. Because to enter that mausoleum now, you need 3 blasphemy cards. Brunna paused, then added, at least 3. Why do you say that? Isabella asked. From my observations, and my understanding of Roselle, the mechanisms he designed are never that simple. Different combinations of cards might take us to different parts of the mausoleum. To fully explore that grand mausoleum, we'd probably need to collect all 22 blasphemy cards. As she spoke, Brunna casually summoned a wraith and pulled a card from its mouth. The card depicted an angel with Roselle's face, exuding an artistic temperament but bound by bandages. It was a bound angel card. This card was left by Roselle for Maria, but carrying it with her was dangerous, so I've been keeping it safe for her, Brunna explained. Seeing this, Isabella hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind. She recited an incantation, performed a certain secret art, then unbuttoned her collar, reached into her chest, and pulled out a card. The card depicted a sun with Roselle's face, clearly a sun card. This was given to me by him the last time I saw him. Isabella said, pursing her lips, then buttoned up her collar. I have to say, the storage secret art Roselle developed is quite vulgar. And you actually learned it. As expected, you really are putting on an act. Brunna only glanced at the card before shifting her attention elsewhere. Isabella glanced at Brunna's chest and said indifferently, people without capital can't learn this art. She then ignored Brunna and turned her gaze to Bernadette. Hearing this, Brunna's smile visibly stiffened. Bernadette ignored the tension between the two aunts and nodded slightly, saying, I have 4 cards, the Hermit, the Wheel of Fortune, Death, and the Judge. Before leaving the southern continent, Jane had handed over the blasphemy cards obtained from the depths of the Daniel maze to Bernadette. So, with that, we have, how many combinations are there, and how many places in the mausoleum can we explore? Brunna tried to calculate in her head but couldn't come up with an answer immediately. 6, 3, 20 combinations. It's a simple math problem, Isabella said coolly, providing the answer instantly. Almost simultaneously, Bernadette confirmed, exhaustive enumeration yields 20. Alright, readers are the pathway to learning and applying knowledge, and mystery priors are the pathway to knowledge itself. Your conclusions must be correct. Brunna casually brushed off her weakness in math and continued, I can take you to see the mausoleum now. As for how to explore it, I'm sure you both have your own ideas. We can discuss that later. One of the two before her was a prophet, and the other was a master of prophecy. When it came to sensing danger, breaking seals, and utilizing rituals, they were undoubtedly far more skilled than her, a ferryman. This was one of the reasons Brunna had called them here. Where is the mausoleum located? Bernadette asked after a few seconds of silence. At the junction of the Polar Sea and the Misty Sea. Backlund, steam train station. Jane stepped off the steam train with her luggage, looked around, and sighed, Backlund hasn't changed much. You've only been gone for a little over a month. How could there be any significant changes in such a short time? The lion crouching at her feet snorted. Passengers walked past the lion, but none seemed to notice the fierce beast. Rest for the night, then buy a ticket to the Rorsted Archipelago tomorrow. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to reach Ender by Wednesday, Jane muttered to herself, then checked her bearings and prepared to stay at the Brava Bar for the night before buying a ticket the next morning. But as soon as she and the lion stepped out of the station, they saw several police officers subduing a man. The crowd that had gathered around him quickly dispersed, leaving only a young woman wearing long gloves and a bearded man standing nearby, seemingly pointing at the arrested man and discussing something. It seemed like the police were catching a scammer. Jane quickly made her judgment and turned her gaze away, intending to walk past the scene with the lion. But when she looked down, she realized the lion was no longer by her side. Instead, it had somehow ended up behind the bearded man, sniffing the air. The bearded man seemed to sense something and turned around, only to see an orange cat lying by his feet. He paused for a moment, then tore off a piece of meat from the pie in his hand and placed it on the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 570, Another Tarot Gathering. Eat up, the bearded young man said with a smile as he placed the strip of meat on the ground. To his surprise, the orange cat merely curled its lips in disdain before turning and running back to Jane's side. The bearded young man's hand, which had been reaching out to pet the cat, froze midair. He awkwardly retracted it, picked up the meat from the ground, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. After doing this, he glanced at the lady the cat had scampered back to and silently muttered, so it has an owner. No wonder it wouldn't eat food from strangers. But that lady seems familiar. Although she was wearing a veil, the bearded young man felt he had seen her somewhere before and decided to perform a divination when he had the time. Meanwhile, after walking past the street, Jane turned her head and asked, why did you suddenly run over to that stranger? The lion, Leon, shook his head and replied, he was wearing gloves that used to belong to Roselle. I just wanted to sniff and see if he had any connection to Roselle. And? Jane asked curiously, committing the bearded man's appearance to memory. Someone wearing Roselle's gloves definitely wasn't an ordinary person. I don't know. I couldn't sniff out his fate. He might already be involved in something extraordinary, connected to some big figure, the lion said with a human-like expression of seriousness. So that's why you didn't eat the meat he offered? Afraid of getting involved? Jane asked thoughtfully. Not really. He didn't wash his hands, and he threw the meat on the ground. How unsanitary. Leon said with disdain. I didn't expect you to be such a cleanly lion. Jane was speechless for a moment before finally squeezing out those words. Of course. Haven't you seen my den? Back in Lenberg and Trier, I had over a dozen maids cleaning and tidying up for me. The lion started off proudly, but his voice gradually softened, and his mood turned somber. But I still don't want to see Isabella. When Roselle left me there, she just stood by and allowed it. Azac Empire, Port Ender. In the evening, after having dinner with Lady Clausia, Ebner bid farewell and walked back to the hot spring inn in the mountains outside the city. Since his recent actions as Doctor Strange had drawn too much attention, even catching the notice of demigods, he didn't dare to fly directly through the city using his cloak, as he had done the previous week. However, as soon as he reached the entrance of the inn, he saw two beautiful ladies walking out. One was in her 20s, with a slightly cold demeanor, giving Ebner a vibe similar to Jane's. The other was a young girl with strikingly fiery red hair. Both of their faces were flushed from the hot springs, and they were chatting and laughing as they stepped out of the inn. Fortunately, Ebner had been simulating 3 layers of invisibility effects, so he wasn't detected. He quickly moved aside to avoid colliding with them on the narrow mountain path. However, as the red-haired girl passed by him, she suddenly stopped talking and glanced strangely in Ebner's direction. She then frowned, as if something odd had occurred. Her companion immediately grew alert and asked in a low voice, "Nazali, what's wrong?" Nazali seemed not to hear her. She stood still for a minute before finally shaking her head and saying softly, "It's nothing. I must have been mistaken." With that, she resumed her gentle smile and continued chatting with her companion about some interesting anecdotes from Port Ender. Watching their retreating figures, Ebner, who was under the triple effects of psychological invisibility, witch's invisibility, and shadow concealment, frowned. To be honest, he had been ready to take action, as his intuition told him that the red-haired girl had definitely noticed him, or at least vaguely sensed something. She didn't expose me directly, probably because she sensed danger. Even if she and the other lady are beyonders, their sequences can't be too high. But my triple invisibility effects can't even be easily detected by the demigod from the Church of the God of Combat who was chasing Dr. Strange. How did a mid to low sequence beyonder like her sense me? Red hair. A direct descendant of the Einhorn family. So she has a mystical item good at detection. But her aura seems familiar. Where have I seen it before? Thinking this, Ebner extracted the auras of the 2 ladies and opened his pure white eye to analyze them. Soon, a familiar scene from a beyonder gathering reappeared before his eyes. A red-haired lady wearing a mask bought the fruit of the elder tree for 750 gold pounds. This is Mr. Gaston's trading meeting at the Sword and Flame Tavern. It was also the gathering where I first met Miss Gwen. I remember Gwen and Zio had a fight afterward, and the later famous Lady Dragon's Might was completely defeated that time. So the red-haired girl from earlier was the lady who bought the fruit of the elder tree at that gathering. I remember she was from the Twilight Admiral's ship. But judging by her attire and demeanor just now, she didn't seem like a pirate. Moreover, based on her purchase of the fruit of the elder tree, she must be a beyonder on the spectator pathway. A member of the Psychology Alchemy Association. I can't jump to conclusions just yet. But regardless, I can't stay at this hot spring inn any longer. I need to leave immediately. Once he made up his mind, Ebner quickly entered the inn's underground wine cellar, dismantled the teleportation altar he had set up there, and erased all traces of his presence. Then, with the help of his cloak, he flew away from the hot spring mountain and arrived at a hidden cave on a nearby peak. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Over the past few days, Ebner had set up several temporary hideouts, each equipped with an incomplete altar that could be quickly completed and put to use. After working until nearly midnight, a door formed by sparks appeared out of thin air, and Ebner finally returned to the fragrant estate in Byam. Backlund, Bridge Area, Iron Gate Street. In a dark game room at the Brave Bar, Jane and Sharon, the 2 ghostly ladies, met once again. You still need Roselle's manuscripts. Jane was somewhat surprised by Sharon's request, and the reward offered was quite tempting. But unfortunately, the Mystic Queen was not currently in Backlund, and Jane had no way to obtain Roselle's manuscripts. Just as she was about to refuse, she felt a tug on her pants and heard a voice that only she could hear, "I have them." Having traveled together for so long, Jane was very familiar with this voice. It was none other than the lion, Leon. So she pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding and saying, "I need some time to prepare. I'll have them for you tomorrow morning." "Fine," Sharon, wearing a small black hat and a matching court dress, replied succinctly. Then, in her usual calm tone, she asked, "How many pages?" "How would I know?" Just as Jane was feeling troubled, she felt the lion tap her leg twice. With newfound confidence, she answered, 2 pages. Sharon's blue eyes remained unmoving as she stated simply, 2 pages aren't enough to exchange for that item. I can add a Wraith Beyonder characteristic. This characteristic came from the Rose School of Thought, chieftain who had been euthanized by Brunna. Later, the hospitable former princess of the Balam Empire gifted it to Jane as a welcome present. "Deal," Sharon replied without changing her expression. After the transaction was completed and Sharon left the game room through a mirror, Jane turned to the lion lying under the table and asked, "Do you really have 2 pages of Roselle's manuscripts?" "When I tapped you twice, I meant. I remember 20 pages. Leon the lion glanced at her and said, "What?" Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock sharp. Streaks of crimson light rose on either side of the bronze long table, appearing in Ebner's vision as soon as his sight returned. Justice Audrey was still in a very cheerful mood. She stood up and led the members of the Tarot Club in bowing to the figure shrouded in grey fog. "Good afternoon, the fool." Klein smiled and nodded, acknowledging the greetings from the always delightful young lady and the other members of the Tarot Club. Before Justice could begin her usual observation of the other members, Temperance was the first to rise, curtsy, and then address the fool at the head of the table in an ethereal voice, 2 pages of Roselle's diary, to be counted as the world's contribution. Miss Temperance, you could have given these to me privately before the meeting. Just as Klein was about to say something, he heard the Tower speak up with a hint of amusement in his voice. The fool, I've also collected 2 pages of the diary. Well, count them toward the judgment's debt. End of chapter. Chapter 571, 4 pages of diary. The 4 pages of the diary that Ebner handed over were, of course, not the 1,000-character classic found in that valley meant to fool people. Instead, they were authentic goods collected by Sea Serpent Weaver under his orders, though the content wasn't exactly serious. Since it had been agreed upon with Zio the previous Monday before they parted ways, Judgment wasn't surprised. She had been following Lady Vera in pursuit of Baron Larry all week and indeed had no time to gather diary pages herself. Justice Audrey blinked, feeling both moved and envious as she thought, Mr. Tower is really good to Miss Judgment. Just like Miss Temperance is to World. Magician first glanced at one person, then another, before finally casting a discreet look at Justice, feeling a mix of emotions. After a week of reflection, she had sorted out some of her suspicions from the last tarot meeting. Having ruled out Viscount Glaint, all the questionable aspects of Audrey Hall became glaringly obvious. After all, among those who could slip the name of the fool into Glaint's study, Miss Audrey was the most likely candidate. Moreover, the feeling Furs got from Justice was strikingly similar to the one she had about Audrey, making it highly probable that they were the same person. But Furs had no proof, and she hadn't had the opportunity to test her theory, so it remained just a suspicion. However, the thought of the markup she had added when selling the apothecary formula to Glaint, as well as the excuse she had used to go to the washroom and perform the sacrifice and bestowal rituals, something Audrey had likely seen through, made her feel incredibly embarrassed, almost like an ostrich wanting to bury its head in the sand. At least that little performance wasn't entirely useless, I still managed to keep it from Zio. Though by now, I'm almost certain that the fool is a benevolent god, I should still keep this from her to avoid worrying her. She'd never believe me anyway, she'd just think I'd been brainwashed by an evil god. Furs secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why is Furs looking at me like that? Justice Audrey noticed the complexity in Furs's gaze and was a little puzzled. But thanks to her mind-reader ability, she quickly realized, did she figure out my identity? Did I slip up somewhere? Ugh, whatever. Even if she did, it's not a big deal. I only kept it from her because arranging things without her consent felt wrong. But now that she must have realized the fool is benevolent and tolerant, she shouldn't blame me. While Justice Audrey was reassuring herself, the hanged man Alger once again felt his solitude within the Tarot Club. His expression turned grim. Unfortunately, he still had no suitable candidates to recommend. Either they couldn't be trusted, or they weren't valuable enough. Even he felt they weren't worth presenting to the fool for evaluation. Seated below Ebner, the son Derek was much calmer this time, no longer as restless as in the last meeting. It was clear that his past 7 days had been uneventful and that nothing major had happened in the City of Silver. As for the world, he was likely AFK, as the fool had already manifested and transmitted the 4 pages of yellowed parchment submitted by Temperance and Tower. Klein first picked up the 2 pages handed in by Miss Temperance, leaned back into a relaxed posture, and focused his gaze on them. June 9th. I participated once again in the gathering of that most ancient and secretive organization. Through our discussions, I discovered something quite interesting. Compared to the other Orthodox churches, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun suffered the highest frequency of angelic deaths in the latter half of the 4th epoch. Although, due to the War of the 4 Emperors, the death of high-sequence Beyonders was not uncommon during that era, the situation within the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was still extreme. After all, even demigods are incredibly difficult to truly kill. A genuine angel shouldn't fall so easily. And yet, as a fact, after the start of the 5th epoch, every other church, even the youngest Church of the Artisan, retained at least one angel from the previous era. Only the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had none. Every angel of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun that exists today ascended in the 5th epoch. I brought up this question to that old gentleman Hermes, but he simply told me that it was just bad luck for the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Then, he recounted the stories of how 2 of those angels perished, and indeed, the explanations were reasonable. But could it really be just bad luck? I find that hard to believe. The page ended there. Klein read it over several times, subconsciously tapping the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers as he pondered. Was the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun being targeted? Who did it? The Lord of Storms? The God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Probably not. Otherwise, Hermes would have just told Roselle directly instead of dismissing it as bad luck. So, either he genuinely didn't know and believed those angel deaths were natural, or he knew the truth but, for some reason, didn't want to tell the Emperor. Which one is it? And if it's the latter, what was he concerned about? Right, Lu Bo, who became the Blood Clan Duke, Rhine Calendia, died in the latter half of the fourth epoch. According to Roselle's diary, the Calamity Seal itself stated that he was slain by a divine descent of the eternal blazing sun. Could there be a connection between these two events? Let's make a bold assumption. Did Lu Bo seek revenge on the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun every time he transmigrated? That doesn't seem right. According to his own words, he wouldn't regain memories of his past lives until reaching the angel level. Besides, to bring down an angel, even with careful scheming, one would still need to be an angel themselves. But Lu Bo, as the Death Consul, lived at the very end of the fourth epoch. It probably wasn't him. Then was it his friends? He once boasted about having many female friends, and even the ancient god Lilith was said to have deeply favored him, shedding tears at his death. Could it be that his friends worked together to trap the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun? And they did it so discreetly that even Hermes didn't notice. As these thoughts swirled in Klein's mind, he picked up the second page of the diary submitted by Miss Temperance. September 9th. I have decided to personally travel to the southern continent and seal 3 Light in Daniel Valley, leaving it to guard the Arbiter card. At the same time, this will keep it away from me so that it won't be implicated by my troubles. September 10th. I informed Isabella of my decision when she visited today. Although she was reluctant, she still supported my choice. Afterward, I entrusted the Sun card to her, telling her never to seek me out again, no matter what happens. Among the women I truly care about, Bruna is under the protection of the Secret Order. Even though she's not the brightest, I'm not too worried about her. But Isabella, despite being a princess of Lenberg and possessing great wisdom, she and her family are simply not equipped to be involved in what I am about to do. That's why staying away from me is the best way to protect her. Just like Bernadette, who has already turned against me. Klein could sense a tragic undertone in the Emperor's words, making him frown in thought. What exactly was the Emperor planning? Who was he up against? The gods. Why? Was it because of the so-called corruption? Could that thing even threaten deities? 3 Light. I remember this name from the Roselle's ramblings I obtained in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. The Emperor even said to convey an apology to 3 Light on his behalf. And in this diary entry, he refers to 3 Light as it. So, is 3 Light the name of some creature or object? It was sealed in Daniel Valley. No wonder the Emperor apologized. More than 100 years have passed, who knows if 3 Light is still alive. Additionally, 3 Light was assigned to guard the Arbiter card. And I recall that around 10 days ago, Mr. Tower and Miss Judgment were both inside the mirrored labyrinth of that valley. It was Sharon who helped Judgment figure out the correct path. Later, I'll have World ask about the results of that expedition, whether the Arbiter card and the things in Daniel's labyrinth ended up in anyone's hands. With that decision made, Klein turned his focus to the name Isabella. Since the previous tarot meeting had mentioned a princess of Lenberg who had drained Roselle, Klein had specifically gone to the library to research her. He even asked Talum for help, and in the end, he confirmed through a memoir written by a lone diplomat that the Lenberg crown princess of that time was indeed Isabella. So, in the end, this genius princess didn't escape Roselle's clutches. And from the looks of it, Roselle didn't just have his way with her, he actually won her heart. TSK, I don't see what's so great about him. Klein grumbled inwardly but didn't dwell on it, shifting his thoughts instead. But this doesn't concern me. I wonder if the Sun card given to Princess Isabella is still in Lenberg, in her possession or that of her descendants. This diary entry is quite valuable. It reveals the whereabouts of 2 blasphemy cards. But why entrust the Sun card to Princess Isabella? Wasn't she on the reader pathway? Did she later switch to the Sun pathway? With these questions in mind, Klein put down the 2 pages of parchment and picked up the one submitted by Mr. Tower. April 13th. Today, under Yaldabaoth's introduction, I finally got to witness what a succubus really is. Turns out that back in the distant Second Epoch, before the blasphemy slates appeared, various races had little understanding of beyonder characteristics. Many beings would attempt to merge compatible traits, and the succubus race emerged from some demons integrating which traits. These creatures stir desire, indulge in pleasure, and afterward, inflict pain and despair. This race is truly the pinnacle of temptation. In fact, I even think that, when dealing with people like me, this chaotic species is even more effective than pureblood demons. I need to be extra cautious around them. April 14th. Last night, I experienced a succubus firsthand, and I have to say, it was completely different from a witch. Chapter 572, Questions and Exchanges. Your Majesty, I always knew your morals were in the negatives, but you couldn't even hold back for a single day. That's way too fast. And with a succubus. Do you really not fear losing control to desire? Then again, according to Feast of Blood, some ancient gods with mixed characteristics would breed with the opposite sex to expel conflicting traits. Since succubi are demons infused with the witch pathways traits, if one of them had a child with Roselle, expelling the witch characteristics, would she turn back into a man on the spot? If that happened, Roselle's expression would be priceless. Too bad the Emperor definitely wouldn't let her have a child. While ridiculing internally, Klein flipped the parchment in his hand and looked at the last page. It was an early entry from Roselle's diary, containing nothing significant, just a record of how he transformed from someone who only fantasized but never acted into a playboy who actively pursued his desires. The transition happened astonishingly fast. According to the dates, it only took 5 days for Roselle to undergo this change. I guess that's why he's the Emperor. Truly a natural talent. After musing for a moment, Klein made the 4 pages of parchment disappear, then looked at the members seated around the long table with a faint smile. His voice remained steady as he said, "You may begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he had the world turn toward the fool and say in a deep voice, "I request a private conversation with Mr. Tower." Another private exchange. Mr. World seems to have frequent dealings with Mr. Tower. I really want to know what it's about. I wonder if, for a price, Mr. World and Mr. Tower would allow me to listen in. No, Audrey, put away your curiosity. This is their legitimate privacy. You have no right to pry. Trying to buy access would only make them feel insulted. Justice Audrey wrestled with her thoughts for a moment but ultimately said nothing. She maintained a graceful smile on the surface, though under the shroud of grey fog, no one else could see it. Meanwhile, the hanged man, Alger, once again started forming his own assumptions. The world's identity as the Fool's Blessed has become obvious over the past tarot meetings, while Tower has been working toward that goal since the very first meeting. Now, they're in constant private communication. Has Mr. Tower almost succeeded? Or has he already become a blessed? At this thought, Alger felt a wave of bitterness. He was one of the founding members of the Tarot Club, a true veteran. Regardless of what others were thinking, the Fool remained unaware. He didn't immediately agree to the world's request but instead turned to Tower and asked calmly, "What do you think?" Ebner had his own matters to discuss privately with Klein, so he didn't hesitate to agree. Immediately, the other members' perceptions were temporarily blocked. "Mr. Tower, I have 3 questions I'd like to ask you. What kind of payment do you require?" The world asked in a hoarse voice. "What 3 questions?" "Let's hear them first," Ebner replied cautiously. Given how much Klein's storyline had diverged from the original, he couldn't guarantee that he knew the answers for sure. First, where is the entity known as 3 Light? Second, who currently possesses the Arbiter card that 3 Light was guarding? Third, what treasure is hidden deep within the Daniel Maze? All of these questions are related to the Daniel Maze, so I suspect you might have some knowledge. Of course, if you prefer not to answer, I won't press the matter. The world carefully chose his words. Klein actually knows about 3 Light. And even the Arbiter card. Did he learn about them from Sharon's diary? What did that diary say? I want to know too. But if I ask Klein for it, I'll expose the fact that I can read Chinese. Wait. I can trade him these answers for the diary. He might just hand over the pages Miss Sharon submitted. As his thoughts raced, Ebner quickly considered the 3 questions and decided that telling Klein wouldn't be an issue. He then said, "I want 3 pages of Roselle's diary in exchange." Pausing for a moment, he then added, "It'd be best if you materialize them so I can take a look. I need to transcribe them for Miss Judgment. You understand?" To prevent Klein from pulling a stunt where the Fool simply nodded and said, "Received," not allowing him to handle the pages at all, Ebner had no choice but to use Zio as an excuse. "What do you mean, I understand? This is just you trying to impress a girl. My relationship with Miss Sharon is completely different, okay?" Klein ridiculed inwardly while contemplating how to proceed. When he first heard Mr. Tower's request, he had indeed considered having the Fool acknowledge receipt of the diary pages and pocket them for free. But since Mr. Tower had a need for the physical copies, Klein had to produce actual pages this time. "All right. I was actually planning to submit a few pages to the Fool privately. In that case, I'll transfer them to you first." As he spoke, the world looked toward the Fool and respectfully asked, "Is this acceptable, Fool, sir?" The Fool chuckled lightly and replied, "Yes. I abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. As long as it's fair, your transactions are yours to conduct freely. Praise your magnanimity, Fool, sir." The world stood up, bowed, and reverently offered his praise. Witnessing this, Ebner forcibly controlled his emotions to avoid appearing too pleased. Taking a deep breath, he also stood up and saluted, saying, "Thank you for your fairness. Praise your justice." After that, Ebner took a moment to organize his thoughts before providing concise answers to the 3 questions. First, 3 Light is Emperor Roselle's pet. It should currently be with Jane and is scheduled to meet me in Faceac next week. Second, the Arbiter card should currently be in the hands of Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette. Third, the greatest treasure within the Daniel maze is a ticket to the Ghost Empire. Hearing Ebner's answer, Klein subtly furrowed his brows, pondering to himself. 3 Light is Emperor Roselle's pet. And it's with Jane. Jane, she's the one who live-streamed that naval battle, right? The lady in the black robe who appeared in Tower's bedroom in the middle of the night with those other women. I recall she and Miss Judgment secretly dealt with the corrupted Baron Conva behind Mr. Tower's back. She seems to be a Beyonder from Admiral of Star's ship. Secondly, Bernadette has the card. Bernadette. Could she be the woman sitting on the pea vine in the museum back then? I previously speculated that anything Roselle left behind would end up in Lou Beau's reincarnation's possession. Could it be that this time, Lou Beau directly reincarnated as the Emperor's daughter? It's not impossible, but it doesn't quite add up. Needs confirmation. Lastly, what exactly is the Ghost Empire? Is it a ship? Having never embarked on a maritime adventure, Klein was unaware of the famous legends surrounding certain treasures. He had no knowledge of the Ghost Empire, but he couldn't ask outright, so he decided to look into it later. Since they were still in a private conversation, Klein didn't spend too much time dwelling on it. Instead, he directly materialized 3 pages of Roselle's diary and had the fool assist in transferring them to Ebner. To avoid exposing the fact that he could read Chinese, Ebner didn't scrutinize the contents too closely. He only skimmed them, pretending to memorize the characters. The first 2 pages were packed with valuable information, covering the frequent downfall of the Evernight Sun Church's angels, as well as Roselle, 3 Light, Isabella, and the whereabouts of the blasphemy cards. These were clearly the 2 pages Miss Temperance had just submitted. However, when he glanced at the 3rd page, Ebner nearly lost his composure. Because apart from the date at the top, the entire page contained a complete copy of Inscription on a Humble Abode. It was obvious Klein had made this up on the spot to fool him. Apologies. This is the passage I remember best from my literature class. I couldn't think of anything else in the moment. Klein didn't notice Ebner's silent frustration. Instead, he merely repented in his heart before justifying his actions with confidence. Anyway, it's all being offered to the fool in the end. The actual content doesn't matter. At worst, I'm just fooling myself. Chapter 573, The Answer to the Question. Seeing the Tower meticulously noting down the characters from Inscription of a Humble Abode, Klein was about to manipulate the world to request the fool to end the private conversation. However, at that moment, he heard the Tower's steady voice again. Wait a moment, Mr. World, I still have some things to discuss with you. What is it? Although Klein was somewhat surprised, he still had the World ask in a hoarse voice. The question that Hero Bandit Black Emperor entrusted me to ask Iron Man has been answered. Although during the last Tarot Club meeting, everyone almost guessed that Hero Bandit Black Emperor was likely Mr. World, the latter did not admit it, so Ebner simply did not reveal it here. The question asked to Iron Man. Klein recalled this matter after a brief thought. He had previously speculated that Iron Man was an enemy of Ince, possibly related to the person behind the scenes who gave Lena the ability to counter 0-08. Therefore, he used the extraordinary characteristic of Judge as a reward to have the Tower ask Iron Man about the entity behind the witch Lena and detailed information about 0-08. But times had changed. He had now developed Lena's follower, Shoko, into a gourmet believer, and naturally, he had already obtained detailed information from Lena herself. He even obtained a counterfeit version of 0-08 in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. His understanding of it was already sufficient, so sufficient that he had to ask Mr. Tower to hint at him to forget it. Thus, he no longer held any expectations for getting answers from Iron Man. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that his gourmet believer, Shoko, had recently been dedicated to instigating female customers in coffee shops to eat delicious sweets, causing them to unknowingly gain weight and regret not fitting into their custom-made dresses before the ball. Instigating others to act on their desires and do things they regret. This was the acting guideline Klein helped Shoko summarize for the instigator role. It turned out that when some noble ladies and misses tore their dresses due to weight gain, their regret provided feedback no less than those instigated to commit murder. Even Klein was shocked by Shoko's genius idea. Initially, he had suggested instigating some to become sweet fans and others savory fans, then stirring up a sweet versus savory debate. But since this might actually lead to physical conflicts, Shoko did not adopt it, instead acting out the previously mentioned sweet troubles type of acting method. Under the cover of the gray fog, Klein shook his head slightly, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and pondered on what reason to give the Tower to settle the account for the Judge characteristic directly. Unaware of Klein's thoughts, Ebner, seeing that the World did not speak further, thought the other was maintaining his persona by pretending to be deep, so he organized his words and continued, the entity behind the arrangement of Lena is likely a mind dragon, possibly even an ancient dragon. Additionally, one of the members of the Psychology Alchemists Review Committee might also be involved. This was not Ebner speaking nonsense, but information told to him by Ms. Clausia after he intentionally inquired. Thinking of Miss Sloth, Ebner added, there is also a member of the Psychology Alchemists Review Committee supporting Iron Man. Ancient Dragon. So, its purpose in using Lena must be for 0-08 itself. But as an ancient dragon, it must at least be an angel or a very powerful saint. Why doesn't it or he directly sees 0-08 from Ince? What is it wary of? Or is it waiting for the right moment? And the purpose of the Psychology Alchemists might be the same as the ancient dragon. Instantly, several thoughts crossed Klein's mind, completely dismissing his earlier idea of asking for money, and he further inquired, is there any information about 0-08 that I didn't know before? He had previously asked Ebner to hint at forgetting several times about 0-08, so the other knew exactly how much he understood about it. Yes. 0-08 is a sealed artifact formed after the death of the ancient dragon Alzahad, also known as Alzahad's pen. Ebner stated. This piece of information was not provided by Ms. Clausia but was added by Ebner himself to educate Klein. Alzahad, that nightmare dragon. According to the information provided by Little Sun and a certain diary entry from the Emperor. He could dominate the minds of every living being, making them act according to his will, while these beings would hardly notice, believing it to be their own true thoughts. He could also weave real nightmares in reality, drawing countless lives into them unconsciously, only to deliver the most cruel and horrifying endings. Indeed, now that I think about it, it's very similar to the abilities of 0-08. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly understood why that ancient dragon and the members of the Psychology Alchemists had been scheming all along. Since this pen was a remnant of the nightmare dragon, it must contain extraordinary characteristics. Their goal was to use it as material for advancement. Thinking this, Klein hesitated for a moment before controlling the world to ask, Mr. Tower, do you know which sequence 0-08 corresponds to? Then, he added, if this exceeds the scope of the answer, I can provide additional payment. No need, the answer to this question was also mentioned by Iron Man. This was naturally a lie, but Ebner felt that Dunn and Klein wouldn't meet anytime soon, and even if they did, they wouldn't discuss this topic. So, he used Iron Man as a cover to reveal the details of 0-08. 0-08 corresponds to sequence 1 of the Spectator pathway, the author. This potion name is quite fitting. Recalling his experience with 0-08 on the 5th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Klein sighed inwardly. However, their private conversation had clearly gone on for too long, and this wasn't the best time to ponder questions. So, after confirming that Mr. Tower had relayed all the answers clearly, Klein lifted the block on the others, allowing the Tarot Club to return to its normal proceedings. Although Justice Audrey and the others were very interested in the secret conversation between the Tower and the world, they ultimately did not pry and instead began seeking the items they needed. Unfortunately, whether it was the Mirror Dragon's Eye or the Fruit of the Elder Tree that Justice needed, or the potion formula for Ocean Songster that the Hanged Man wanted, there was still no news. Only, the magician, Furs expressed her gratitude to the Hanged Man for helping her find the blood of the deep-sea spearfish. Furs has collected all her materials, and she has likely already advanced to Sequence 8. She's already caught up to me. I need to work harder, Audrey, I can't let my friend surpass me. After silently cheering herself on, Justice noticed that the gathering had naturally entered the free discussion phase, so she took the lead and said. Recently, the royal family suddenly stripped Baron Larry of his title and transferred it to a branch member of the Larry family. As for Baron Larry himself, he has been wanted, but so far, he hasn't been caught. Hearing her mention of Baron Larry, the Hanged Man wasn't particularly interested at first, as the royal family revoking noble titles, while rare, wasn't unusual and didn't warrant much attention. He was about to share a major event he had heard about happening on Sonia Island when he heard the judgment chime in. I am currently pursuing Baron Larry. Besides MI9, many other forces are also tracking him. He likely carries an important secret hidden by a saint before their death. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention, and Justice Audrey asked with great interest. What secret? It said, to involve clues about the Ghost Empire. End of chapter. Chapter 574, Token of Gratitude. Ghost Empire. Justice Audrey and Magician Furs were both unfamiliar with the term. Having lived in Backlund for so long, they knew little about the rumors circulating on the sea. However, the Hangman Alger knew exactly what Ghost Empire implied. He immediately sat up straight and asked in a serious tone, is this information reliable? Judgment Zio shook her head. I'm not sure, but Baron Larry does seem to possess certain secrets. Of course, he could also be bait deliberately thrown out by the military. Zio actually leaned more toward the latter. After all, she knew that it was Ebner who had obtained the Ghost Empire's ticket, and there was no guarantee that the deepest part of the Daniel maze would contain anything else related to the Ghost Empire. The hanged man Alger pondered for a moment before cautiously bringing up another seemingly unrelated matter. I heard that Prince Mountbatten has sought the protection of the Church of Storms. His Highness is one of the 4 people who might know this secret, Judgment confirmed with a nod before adding, the other 2 are Seafarer Card and Reaper Melon. So that's how it is. No wonder a Prince of Lone would seek refuge with the Church in Byam. Even if he's a devout believer, he should have gone to MI9 first. Could it be that MI9 is incapable of protecting him? Or has the military been infiltrated to the point that he no longer trusts them? Just as the hanged man found himself lost in speculation again, Temperance suddenly spoke. The secrets of the Daniel maze. She had previously heard Zio mention these names while assisting her with the Mirror World puzzle above the grey fog, so she naturally made the connection. In truth, Sharon was also quite curious about the hidden vault left behind by her teacher's younger brother. That's right. After Mr. Tower and I removed the barrier, we had to leave the maze through the door of the Mirror World. The ones who remained behind were precisely the 4 individuals I just mentioned. Zio gave a brief summary of the Daniel maze, describing the Grand Hall at its deepest level. She left out only the parts related to the Lion Leon, the Justiciar card, and the Ghost Empire's ticket. This was something she had discussed with Ebner in advance. As for the deeper layers of divine machinations and the centuries-long scheming among various transmigrators, Zio herself knew nothing about it, and Ebner had no intention of revealing it yet. After all, the Tarot Club wasn't ready to handle matters of that scale. Besides, if he didn't mention the existence of transmigrators, many details wouldn't make logical sense. So, Ebner simply decided to keep it to himself for now. He would only report it to Mr. Fool once he fully understood why the Pure White Eye had been repeatedly sending transmigrators into this world and confirmed there were no further dangers involved. Thank you for your explanation, Temperance Sharon said with a slight nod. However, a rare ripple passed through her deep blue eyes, though with the grey fog concealing her, no one noticed it. Daniel maze. So something that major happened in the southern continent. No wonder members of the Rose School have been going insane lately. They must have suffered heavy losses there. The hangman suddenly felt enlightened, realizing that this answered some of his recent doubts. Meanwhile, Justice and Magician listened with fascination, yearning to have been part of such an adventure. The difference between them, however, was that Justice truly wanted to experience it firsthand, while Magician preferred to lie at home and watch a live broadcast, just like the sea battle broadcast Zio had once described watching in Ebner's bedroom. Once this topic concluded, the hangman saw that no one else was speaking, so he cleared his throat and shared some news. A horrifying demon sacrifice occurred on Sunia Island, wiping out an entire town that housed captured pirates. The perpetrator was a high-ranking demon named Yaldabaoth. To stop him, Senior Deacon Niango Isame Panin of the Church of the God of Combat sacrificed his life. This is terrifying. Mr. Hangman, did the demon's sacrifice succeed? Magician Furs exclaimed with a look of concern, though her curiosity was unmistakable. No, because Lord Panin's sacrifice delayed the ritual, allowing reinforcements from the Church of the God of Combat to arrive in time and disrupt it. However, the demon named Yaldabaoth managed to escape. For this, the Church has placed a bounty of 3 million gold horns on him. At least Lord Panin died with some dignity. The Church of the God of Combat didn't dig up past accounts against him. Then again, of course they wouldn't. They couldn't exactly admit that the sacrifice failed due to the Rose School's interference. Instead, they could only credit Panin for stalling long enough. Ebner silently mocked the situation but refrained from commenting. While he had learned some inside information about the Sunia Island Silent Town sacrifice from Miss Clausia, he didn't know the full details and wasn't sure where to begin. Besides, knowing too much about this matter wouldn't benefit the Tarot Club members, it could even bring them unnecessary danger. How much is 3 million gold horns in gold pounds? Magician timidly raised her hand and asked. 1 gold pound is roughly worth 5.5 gold horns, Judgment Zio whispered back, sneaking a glance at her best friend. She suddenly realized that Fur seemed to have gained a little weight. So it really is a lack of exercise. Once I get back to Backlund. Zio made a mental note and immediately started planning various ways to help Fur's work out. Ugh. That's about 540,000 gold pounds. That's a fortune. Furs did the mental math and gasped in astonishment. Alger had brought up this topic hoping to see if Tower or World knew any insider details. Now that they remained silent, he felt a bit disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and continued sharing other information. Time passed swiftly, and after Little Sun finished recounting his experiences from the past week, Klein glanced around the table and said, "We'll stop here." "As you will." Justice, the Hanged Man, Tower, Judgment, and the others immediately stood up, bowed, and then vanished. Klein, however, didn't leave right away. He conjured a piece of parchment and a round-bellied fountain pen, then wrote down a divination statement. The source of my sense of familiarity with the girl carrying an orange cat outside the steam locomotive station. Holding the paper, he recited the sentence silently and leaned back. After the 7th repetition, his eyes darkened as he used meditation to enter a dream state and communicate with his spirituality. In the hazy, distorted world, Klein saw a familiar bedroom, the one in Tower's home in Backlund. Inside, a girl in a black robe stood beside another woman with a striking figure, seemingly engaged in conversation. The dream quickly faded, and Klein woke up, instantly realizing the girl's identity. So it was Miss Jane. Could that orange cat actually be the 3 light mentioned in Roselle's diary? I brushed past them yesterday without even realizing. I wonder if they're still in Backlund. But why did Roselle name a cat 3 light? Is this some obscure joke? Backlund, a rented apartment in Sherwood Borough. Returning to reality, Furs pinched the extra bit of flesh on her stomach and muttered in distress, I can't go to that cafe for desserts today. If I do, my clothes really won't fit anymore. But that chef's cooking is so good, and the food is cheap. Ugh. Why doesn't Trickmaster have an ability like fat redistribution? Biome, fragrant manner. Ebner had just withdrawn the wall of spirituality from his bedroom when he received news of a visitor. After hearing Elaine's description, he immediately understood who it was. Judy and Cullen had come. He personally went to the living room to welcome them. Or rather, the 3 of them. Because Judy had brought along the plant lady who looked almost identical to her, as if they were twin sisters. After some polite greetings, Judy got straight to the point. We're here to deliver a token of gratitude, to thank you for rescuing us earlier. Well, since our captain couldn't come personally, he asked us to bring his share of the gift as well. Huh? Didn't you already give me one? Ebner asked in surprise. He was referring to the semi-divine Tutor emblem. Back then, the other party had tacitly allowed him to take that valuable sealed artifact. That was your rightful spoils of war, or rather, a reward for your efforts in the exploration. It doesn't count as a gift from us, Cullen shook his head and said. With that, he handed over a card to Ebner and explained, this is a gold membership card for the Trier Golf Club. Holding this allows you to enjoy top-tier services at the club for a lifetime. Trier Golf Club. Ebner recalled that this was the most prestigious club in Intis, several leagues above Crag Club. It had branches in major cities worldwide. More importantly, it wasn't something one could join just by having money. As he mentally reviewed the benefits of this gold card, Judy patted the somewhat nervous plant lady beside her and grinned. My gift is her. What? Ebner was momentarily stunned and almost dropped the gold card in his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 575, New Turmoil. Since her spirit has already been activated, she has lost the ability to serve as my resurrection vessel and can now only function as an ordinary avatar. But because of an error during the memory transfer, her mind only contains information about you. She's lacking a lot of common knowledge, so even as an avatar, she's quite unqualified. After thinking it over, I figured I might as well just give her to you. She knows you better than she knows me anyway. Besides, I think you could use a reliable subordinate to help manage your businesses. Judy narrowed her eyes and pushed the plant lady toward Ebner, then grinned mischievously. Oh, and don't even think about using her for anything weird. Weird things. Honestly, I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't brought it up. Are you reminding me? Ebner silently retorted in his mind, but outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor. He was fairly certain Judy was just teasing him. After glancing at the plant lady, who had lowered her head in embarrassment, he sighed helplessly. Judy, don't joke like that. That easy to see through. I wanted to see if you'd happily accept her. As expected of a great detective. Judy blinked, looking slightly disappointed. Sorry, but I can simulate mind reading. Also, that mischievous smile of yours is almost identical to Miss Sloth when she's pranking someone. Should I say it runs in the family? To think I used to believe you were a bit simple, but being simple-minded doesn't mean you aren't a troublemaker. After all, this is the same lady who once poisoned her father's beer. She even recorded over a dozen uses of faceless abilities on her mystical item just so she could shift the blame whenever she got into trouble. Guess the only reason I haven't been pranked before was that we weren't familiar enough. Now that I'm being treated as one of her own, this is what happens. Internally, Ebner shook his head, uncertain whether he should feel honored or annoyed. Judy quickly put aside her brief disappointment, her signature silly grin returning. Twirling a strand of her hair, she looked at Ebner and said, Actually, I want you to take her to my mother. Since I can't transfer memories to her again, teaching her common sense would be too much trouble. It'd be better to let my mother handle it at the subconscious level. As for your actual reward, my mother will pay for that. Of course, if you decide to just keep her as your reward, I won't mind either. You won't mind? Shouldn't you be asking the plant lady herself? Even if her original form was a plant, now that she has gained sentience, she shouldn't be treated as a mere object. Though she probably doesn't have that awareness yet. Rubbing his temples, Ebner didn't voice his thoughts. After all, even if he did ask the plant lady, her mind, filled only with memories of him, would likely make her incapable of refusing. As for how Judy knew about his connection with her mother, it wasn't surprising. He had used the alchemical life-form cloak before, which Miss Sloth had told him was one of her husband's prized creations. Judy would surely recognize it. Besides, it was entirely possible that the mother and daughter had their own special means of communication. After considering it for a moment, Ebner remembered that his deal with Clausia wasn't complete yet. He still needed her assistance for his Sequence 5 advancement ritual. Since taking the plant lady there aligned with his plans, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll take her to Miss Clausia." Seeing Ebner agree, Judy beamed and pulled a flower pot from her bag. Inside was a peculiar-looking miniature tree, its vines coiled around its branches, though its leaves were rather sparse, perhaps due to the winter season. "This is her true form. As long as you have this tree, she'll follow your orders. But she's still young and can't stray too far from it." Judy handed the pot to Ebner as she spoke. "This. How do I take care of it?" Ebner examined it closely but found it unfamiliar. Which made sense, this tree had been left behind by Lamia, who was suspected to be an incarnation of Lilith. Even Miss Sloth had described it as an unusual plant. It was certainly no ordinary species. If not for Judy and Cullen being present, Ebner would have already activated his pure white eye to analyze it. "She'll take care of it herself, so you don't need to worry." Judy pointed at the plant lady beside her, who looked almost identical to her, and chuckled. After that, Cullen took out the gift from Captain Asnoff, a box of orange-red glowing holy bomb. This is a sacred bomb the captain crafted using a relic. Applying it to a mystical item can effectively reduce its negative effects when used. Of course, depending on the severity of the backlash, the effect lasts anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes per application. Also, its potency will gradually fade over time. After a year, it'll completely lose its effects and become nothing more than ordinary weapon maintenance oil. After giving a brief explanation, Cullen handed the bomb to Ebner. "Now this is what I call a proper gift." Though that gold card from Cullen wasn't bad either. Ebner grumbled internally before stowing away the holy bomb, gold card, and flower pot together. Afterward, he invited Cullen and the two ladies to join him for dinner. However, since their Desolate One squad had another mission and was short on time, they had to leave, leaving only the plant lady behind to enjoy Fragrant Manor's exquisite cuisine in their place. Emmett Harbor, a manor on the southern outskirts. The beautiful and youthful Madame Pannies personally carried a plate of charcoal grilled veal, along with a serving of red wine foie gras and a fresh vegetable salad, before making her way back to her bedroom with satisfaction. Her servants didn't find this unusual. After all, their lady had a habit of enjoying late-night snacks. The kitchen's best dishes were always prepared for her. Once back in her room, Madame Pannies carefully locked the door before setting the food down on a small table. But instead of eating, she walked over to a wardrobe on the other side of the room and knocked on it in a distinct pattern. Very soon, the wardrobe door swung open from the inside, revealing a handsome man with a haggard expression standing before Lady Pannis. He anxiously scanned the bedroom, checking for any unwanted company. Only when he confirmed there was no one else did he let out a sigh of relief. "My dear, it's time for dinner," Lady Pannis said softly in her clear, melodious voice. "Lisette, I never imagined that in the end, you'd be the only one willing to shelter me. All my so-called friends now avoid me like the plague, and some have even chosen to sell me out. Even my own family can't be trusted. Thankfully, I still have you." As he spoke, his emotions surged. He pulled Lady Pannis into an embrace, kissing her passionately. At first, Lady Pannis's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly concealed her hesitation and began to respond to his advances. The kiss was eventually interrupted by the loud growl of the man's stomach. His eyes instinctively darted toward the plate of fragrant food on the table, and he swallowed with difficulty. Lady Pannis chuckled at the sight and personally carried the plate into the secret chamber behind the wardrobe. Yet, the man did not immediately dig into the tempting veal steak. Instead, he found an excuse to send Lady Pannis away and discreetly used a mystical item to test the food for poison. "So, Lisette really hasn't betrayed me. She still loves me, just like before. I must strengthen her devotion to me, use her to shield my whereabouts. Once I recover, I must return to Backlund and personally appeal my innocence to His Majesty. I must expose Prince Mountbatten's crimes." Muttering to himself, the handsome man, none other than Baron Larry, who had been hunted by MI9 for days, could no longer resist the hunger gnawing at his stomach. He speared a piece of steak with his fork and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing hungrily. The relentless pursuit had left him physically and mentally drained, forcing him to go days without a full meal. If not for his plan to strengthen his love with Lady Panis after dinner, he would have likely collapsed into sleep the moment he finished eating. Meanwhile, inside the ensuite bathroom of the bedroom, Lady Panis, who had followed Baron Larry's instructions to bathe first, slowly peeled off a thin mask after slipping into the bathtub. In the mirror hanging in the bathroom, a face different from Lady Panis's delicate features was reflected. It was the face of Bianca, the sorcerer and military attaché of the Intis embassy in Loan. After receiving a mission from the envoy to get close to Baron Larry and extract classified information, she had taken on the identity prepared for her by the envoy, replacing the real Lady Panis and residing in her manor in Emmet Harbor. These past days had been extraordinarily comfortable, so much so that she had fantasized about living the rest of her life as Lady Panis. But the sudden arrival of Baron Larry shattered that illusion and forced her back into work mode. Ugh, and now I'll have to, with him. Good thing this mask is incredibly advanced, it transforms my body inside and out into Lady Panis's exact likeness. Sigh, I just hope that after this mission, I'll finally get what I want. And even if I don't, I need to at least clear my reputation of being cursed and disastrous to my masters. There shouldn't be any more mishaps this time, right? The envoy didn't seem to accept my attempted defection. As these thoughts ran through her mind, she stood up from the bathtub. After drying herself off, she placed the mask back onto her face. Backlund, Intis Embassy. Envoy Owen listened to his secretary's report before chuckling. So, Baron Larry has arrived in Emmet Harbor and is now staying with Bianca. Yes, Envoy. The cursed sorcerer just sent word through a messenger, the secretary confirmed with a nod. Very good. Inform Bianca that she should do everything possible to persuade Baron Larry to return to Backlund. Our people will fully cooperate with her. The envoy pondered for a moment before giving his instructions. Understood, sir. The secretary acknowledged the order but hesitated briefly before asking, Sir, I don't quite understand. You don't understand why I'm not having Baron Larry captured immediately and interrogated for information? The envoy shook his head with a smile before countering, Do you truly believe Larry knows any real secrets? You mean, he was thrown out as a decoy? The secretary was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing the implication. I don't know what exactly the lone royal family is trying to conceal, but I won't let them get away with it so easily. Once Baron Larry is in Backlund, we'll push him into the public eye and use him to fish out some real information. Heh, I want to see what Lone's true intentions are. As he spoke, the envoy glanced at a dossier detailing the investigation into Prince Azac, silently adding in his mind, Lone may be one of the key focal points that the president has set for this era's progression. But as an Intis official, it's my duty to disrupt their schemes as much as possible without derailing the era's trajectory and to weaken their influence. Faceac, a hidden cave on the northern slopes of Inder Harbor. A door formed of flickering sparks appeared out of thin air, and from it emerged Ebner and the plant girl. As the frigid wind blew against them, the plant girl instinctively pulled her fur coat tighter around herself. Ebner had prepared it for her before their departure. After all, Faceac was located at a higher latitude, and its weather was far colder than Biome's. Not to mention, the plant girl had claimed that her true form was a tropical species that feared the cold. Though even after activating Pure White Eye, Ebner still couldn't analyze what exactly her original tree species was. After instructing the plant girl to remain hidden inside the cave, Ebner activated 3 layers of invisibility and flew toward the hot spring resort atop another mountain. He needed to confirm whether any unexpected developments had occurred. After all, before leaving Faceac last Sunday night, he had encountered that red-haired girl, who was likely from the Einhorn family, and she had vaguely sensed his presence. There was no telling if she had called for reinforcements to set up an ambush here. However, after thoroughly investigating the area, Ebner found no suspicious individuals. The only notable sight was in one of the hot spring pools. There, the same red-haired girl he had encountered before was leisurely soaking in the warm water, teasing a group of curly-haired baboons that were also enjoying the heat. Chapter 576, Mr. Azac and the Calderon City. Suddenly, the red-haired girl stopped teasing the baboons, tilted her chin slightly, and called out loudly, Sir, since you're already here, why not show yourself? Peeping at a lady while she bathes is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Hearing this, Ebner's heart stirred, but he did not dispel the 3 layers of invisibility shrouding him. Instead, he withdrew his gaze, held his breath, and did his best to minimize his presence. Last time, when we were almost face to face, she couldn't pinpoint my exact location. Now, I'm at least 20 meters away from that hot spring. She isn't carrying any obvious mystical items either, so logically, she shouldn't be able to detect me. As the seconds ticked by, the girl gradually lowered her guard and resumed teasing the baboons. Yet, Ebner didn't act rashly. Instead, he continued to observe her every move. About 5 minutes later, the red-haired girl once again lifted her head and repeated her earlier statement, her tone identical to before. Is she bluffing, trying to lure out any hidden observers? But this is such an inefficient way to do it. What's the point? Even if I did step out, she wouldn't be able to deal with me. Wait a minute. What if this is a double bluff? Maybe she wants me to think she's bluffing when, in reality, there really is an ambush nearby. If that's the case, then whoever is hiding must be at least at the demigod level. With this thought, Ebner activated Pure White Eye and focused intently on the hot spring. And then, he saw it. Amidst the baboons stood a tall woman with long golden hair and emerald green eyes, clad in a silver-threaded coral fleece bathrobe. She had clearly used some kind of ability to overlay a baboon onto others' psychological perception of her. Psychological concealment or suggestion was far less effective against high-level existences. In the original novel, even Klein's true vision above the gray fog could directly see through Adam's psychological invisibility. Thus, Ebner's Pure White Eye easily exposed the woman hiding among the baboons. Come to think of it, I did scan the area before entering the resort using Pure White Eye. But since peeking into a bathhouse full of women was just too perverted, I skipped checking near the red-haired girl. If not for my suspicions about her unnecessary theatrics, I might have really fallen into the trap. A demigod of the spectator pathway. This tall woman gives me the same feeling as Clausia. That should be right. They actually set up a demigod here to ambush me. But she's never even seen my face before. She can't even be certain if I was just passing by last time. Is this really necessary? As doubts arose in his mind, Ebner silently withdrew from the hot spring area. Then, without looking back, he swiftly left this troublesome place. Since a demigod was involved, he wisely chose to steer clear. If I can't beat them, I can at least avoid them, right? If I really want to figure out what they're up to, I can just wait until my trump card, until Mr. Azac arrives, can't I? With that thought, Ebner returned to the hidden cave on the other mountain. Gathering the plant girl, he then took an alternate route down toward Inder Harbor. Thanks to the recent activities of Iron Man and Doctor Strange, the city's security had greatly improved. At the very least, Ebner and the plant girl were able to reach number 16 Port Avenue, where Miss Clausia was renting a villa, without any trouble. Miss Sloth was the same as ever, lounging lazily on the sofa, reading a book, while Dunn was absent, presumably off, upholding justice again. Upon seeing the plant girl, Clausia beckoned her over, examining her briefly before turning her gaze to Ebner with a smile. I already know what Judy wants me to do. As for your reward. That cloak was one of my husband's proudest creations. Originally, I only lent it to you for your performance. But I'll go ahead and give it to you as a gift. Consider it my thanks. How about that? Ebner naturally accepted the gift with delight. He had already been considering how to appropriate the cloak for himself, and now he had gotten his wish effortlessly. After that, Ebner carefully recounted the encounter at the hot spring resort to Clausia and asked, "Do you know who they are?" Clausia snorted and replied, "Judging from your description of their appearances and their almost superstitious, gamble-like approach to setting a trap, I'd say it's most likely Greed and her student." Hey, when you wear a persona mask for too long, it becomes hard to take off, even your mind starts getting affected. Greed's problems might be just as severe as Pride's. Greed. The Greed from the Psychological Alchemy Society. So that's why, even though she couldn't be certain I knew anything about the secrets hidden in the hot spring resort or whether I would even return there, she still ordered her student to bathe there as bait. Just as Miss Clausia said, she's too much of a gambler, truly blinded by greed. Ebner's expression shifted into one of realization. Suddenly, he understood why Clausia had been traveling around with Captain Dunn all this time. For one, it was likely preparation for some kind of ritual. But more importantly, it was probably a way to resist the effects of her sloth persona mask. On Wednesday morning, Ebner, who was staying at the Inder Harbor branch of the Trest Golf Club using his gold membership card, had just woken up and was preparing to head to the restaurant for his complimentary breakfast. But just then, he suddenly noticed the colors around him becoming unnaturally vivid. The white bedsheets became even whiter, the brown wooden floor turned a deeper shade of ochre, and the dark red curtains took on a hue like fresh blood. In this world of overlapping colors, Azac Eggers emerged from the shimmering waves of the void. As always, he wore a shirt, bow tie, tailcoat, and a tall hat. His skin was bronze, and his features were gentle. I'm so jealous. I wish I had this ability to traverse the spirit world too. Ebner found himself echoing Klein's thoughts from the original novel. Then, with a smile, he greeted. Good morning, Mr. Azac. I wonder if he's managed to get me the aura of Calderon City, he promised. Azac removed his hat, glanced at Ebner, who was once again wearing a different face, and chuckled. Every time I see you, I feel like I have to reintroduce myself. Once you start getting regular letters from Klein, you'll get used to it. Ebner silently retorted, then gestured for Azac to take a seat. However, the latter waved his hand, looking slightly embarrassed as he said. I need to borrow your Book of the Dead for a while. I need it to pinpoint Calderon City's location. So even a big shot like him can mess up, huh? He still hasn't remembered where Calderon City is. Then again, that city in the spirit world doesn't actually have much connection to the underworld. Most of Mr. Azak's recovered memories are related to the underworld. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner made an excuse to head to the washroom, where he opened the Gate of Dreams and Reality, and retrieved the Book of the Dead from the resting chamber inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Azac, for his part, didn't question the suspicious retrieval method. He simply accepted the book, its blackened cover so dark it seemed to pull in one's soul, and, with a single step forward, vanished from Ebner's room. While waiting, Ebner took the opportunity to grab an extravagant breakfast from the restaurant and brought it back to his room. Roughly 20 minutes later, as the colors in the room once again intensified, Azac reappeared, holding half of a tombstone in his hand. Ebner glanced at the tombstone and saw that it bore an inscription in the language of the dead. A man with a terrible temper, who died after attempting to pit his head against someone else's hammer in a contest of hardness. Wait, isn't this the blacksmith's tombstone that Klein saw during his first exploration of Calderon City? Why did Mr. Azac bring it back? The aura of Calderon City is difficult to preserve, so I chose an object heavily infused with it instead. I've placed a simple seal on it. The aura should last for at least 2 to 3 months before it starts to dissipate. I'll teach you how to unseal it. That way, you can extract the aura whenever you need it. After explaining, Azac returned both the Book of the Dead and the half-broken tombstone to Ebner. Once everything was secured, Ebner invited him to join him for breakfast and took the opportunity to ask about his experiences in Calderon City. Azac hesitated for a moment before saying, somewhat uncertainly, "Using your Book of the Dead, I was able to vaguely sense a presence slumbering deep within Calderon City. It should be the ancestor of that little friend of yours. He, or rather, it, felt dead, yet somehow still retained a sense of life. I've never seen such a state before. Moreover, I felt a bloodline connection to it. Even though it has been dead for many years. It might be my close relative, possibly my younger brother. But I don't remember ever having a brother that closely related by blood. Unfortunately, that city is far too dangerous. I'm not strong enough to investigate any further at the moment." End of chapter. Chapter 577, Secret. Azac's younger brother. Based on my previous deductions, Jane's ancestor, that Death Consul, was likely another contingency left behind by the God of Death. He must have had a very close relationship with that Emperor of the Underworld. It wouldn't even be surprising if he were the god's illegitimate child. And clearly, something went wrong with him too, leading to a soul brought over by the white eye occupying his body. So, is that why he abandoned the Eggers surname and named himself Miranda instead? Though these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ebner chose not to share them with Azac in front of him. After all, restoring some of Azac's past memories was one thing, but if he outright revealed the truth of his identity, who knew if it would trigger a transformation back into the cold and mad Death Consul? If that happened, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing a big-shot ally, he might even end up disrupting the Evernight Goddess's grand plan, and that would likely get him erased by secrecy itself. Azac Eggers noticed his contemplation and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ebner casually replied, "I was just wondering, as a Sequence 2 angel, how exactly did the Death Consul fall? And why is his current state so unique?" Hearing this question, Azac let out a hearty laugh and said, "Don't dwell on these things for now. The circumstances surrounding an angel's demise are not something you, or even I, in my current state, should be prying into. Forcing yourself to seek out the truth will only bring immense danger. That's precisely why I didn't venture deeper into Calderon City. So what you're saying is, when in doubt, stay low and keep your head down. Or, to put it more elegantly, in the world of mysticism, curiosity is often the leading cause of death." Ebner automatically translated Azac's words into a more practical lesson. After that, Ebner took a sip of his coffee before recounting what had happened at the hot spring resort, including Clausia's assessment of the ambushing demigod. He concluded, to be fair, the mysterious catastrophe tied to that hot spring resort does seem quite suspicious. And since it's within Inder's territory, just like that ruin, there might be some connection between them. Azac pondered for a few seconds before saying, "That mountain, it feels oddly familiar to me. It would be best to investigate it in person." "Big guy, didn't you just say that we should stay low whenever possible? And now you're eager to charge in?" Ebner shot him a strange look, silently roasting him in his mind. Azac seemed to sense his thoughts and explained, "From your description, I don't think it will be a major problem." "Oh, I see. So if anything goes wrong, the responsibility falls on me, huh?" Ebner mocked inwardly. Still, after some consideration, he figured that a Sequence 5 demigod from the spectator pathway wouldn't pose a real threat to Azac, and they might not even encounter her again. So, after a brief moment of deliberation, he agreed to Azac's plan. Azac, seeing Ebner's nod, immediately grabbed his shoulder, taking him into the spirit world. Guided by Ebner's directions, they sped through the vibrant, layered colors, arriving in no time at the mountain where the hot spring resort was located. Standing before the pools carved into the mountainside, they saw no sign of other people. The greed lady and her student had clearly already left. I feel like I've been here before. Azac murmured, then turned his sharp gaze toward the upstream source of the hot springs, his brows furrowed as if trying to squeeze memories from his mind. Seeing this, Ebner chose not to disturb him. Instead, he activated the white eye and extracted residual traces from the pool where the red-haired girl had bathed the day before. He hoped to track some clues and use scene recall to glimpse into the master-student duo's secrets. Soon, images unfolded in his mind. Skipping past scenes that were less than appropriate for a gentleman to watch, he directly locked onto a conversation between the two that took place shortly after he had left the previous night. "Teacher, this plan isn't working. Maybe the powerful individual I detected with Eye of Shadows was really just passing by." The red-haired girl complained, pouting as she clung to the golden-haired woman's arm after getting dressed. The tall woman with golden locks, dressed in a silver-threaded coral velvet bathrobe, frowned and replied in a tone laced with unwillingness, "That shouldn't be possible. This hot spring resort must have a mystery tied to it. And the person you encountered will appear again, leading us to my teacher's remnants. This is the predetermined outcome. Teacher, maybe the one I saw yesterday wasn't the person that magic mirror mentioned," the red-haired girl cautiously suggested. "That's possible. Magic mirror wouldn't be wrong. The timing must be off." The golden-haired woman accepted her student's reasoning, murmuring to herself over and over. The red-haired girl's expression momentarily revealed a flash of concern, as if she had actually wanted to advise her teacher against placing too much faith in magic mirror. Seeing her teacher's mental state becoming increasingly unstable, the red-haired girl had no choice but to forcibly divert her attention. Feigning curiosity, she asked, "Teacher, now that I think about it, I still don't know what secrets this hot spring mountain holds. Can you tell me about it?" The blonde woman seemed to regain some clarity, but her gaze remained dazed as she murmured dreamily. "This mountain was originally a volcano. In the late 4th epoch, it was the domain of a giant family, and they built a castle here. But after a cataclysm, the volcano vanished without a trace, and the castle disappeared along with it, leaving only this small mountain behind. All records of this event are vague, even those of the war god church. My teacher believed that this history was likely concealed. However, at the end of the 4th epoch, the Lone Kingdom once sent a knight here. It seems he found some kind of treasure. That knight was quickly silenced, and even his family gradually declined. 12 years ago, my teacher followed some clues to this hot spring mountain, but after delving deeper, she vanished. The mirror says she has long been dead." As she spoke, a grotesque mask with a mouth stretching to her ears briefly flickered across her face. Then, as if finally snapping back to normal, she nodded slightly at her student and said, "You did well. I'm fine now." The recalled scene ended there. Ebner stared at the pool water, his eyes still pure white, while his mind meticulously analyzed the conversation he had just witnessed. It seems that Greed's mental state is indeed quite unstable. But the fact that I was able to retrace so much information must be thanks to her nearly losing control at the time. And the way she recovered at the end, it was more like she refreshed her persona. This method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Over-reliance on that mask might actually make her condition worse. The mirror. From the way they described it, it sounds like a sentient, intelligent, and somewhat precognitive sealed artifact. I remember in the original timeline, it was mentioned that every member of the Psychological Alchemists' Council of Elders controlled a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Could it be referring to that? Lone once sent a knight to explore this mountain. And he found something. Then his family gradually declined. This sounds oddly familiar. That knight wasn't by any chance Azak's foolish son, the second-generation Baron Lamud, who dedicated himself to Lone only to meet a miserable end. If that's the case, then this hot spring mountain might be linked to a death god ruin. 12 years ago, Greed's teacher ventured deep into this place to investigate its secrets. But 12 years ago, that was also when, for the first time, Inderport's fishermen unknowingly entered the dream ruins in the open sea. That was also when Miss Gwen found the diary left behind by a giant's descendant. This can't just be a coincidence. Come to think of it, could Greed's teacher actually be the so-called dragon skeleton that the fishermen and later merchants claimed to have seen? Did she reveal her mythical form within the ruins, only to ultimately perish in it? And then, the entrance to that ruin started appearing in the dreams of certain people near Inderport. Could that also be related to this woman who turned into a mind dragon? Perhaps the ruin's entrance was originally hidden within a dream, and when Greed's teacher discovered it, she somehow pinpointed its location, leading to the subsequent influx of ordinary people. A hidden dream, a catastrophe that was mysteriously concealed, even the Church of the God of Combat has no records of it. Suddenly, Ebner pulled out a notebook from his pocket, the one he had exchanged with Miss Gwen for the giant descendant's diary. The earlier entries contained standard journal entries and knowledge on mysticism, but the final page had a line written in clearly different handwriting. Dusk descends, all things wither, everything falls into darkness, never to wake again. Ebner had never quite grasped the meaning behind this sentence before, but now it seemed as though the giant family was still trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to send a message out. If I were to make a bold assumption, could it be that the goddess and the god of combat clashed here in the late 4th epoch, and as a result, the giant's castle was dragged into some hidden nightmare, one that coincidentally blocked the entrance to a death god ruin? And the reason the Church of the God of Combat has no records of it, could it be because they suffered a loss? Wait, no, if this was something the goddess concealed, why am I able to deduce this much? Chapter 578, Nightmare. If my previous speculation was correct, then the fact that I can even think of these things now. No, rather, the fact that this notebook from the giant's descendant was able to be sent out from the nightmare at all must have been tacitly approved by the goddess, right? That would mean the goddess is deliberately allowing the exploration of that ruin. As Ebner's thoughts wandered, Azac suddenly relaxed his furrowed brows and pointed toward the hot spring stream not far away. I remembered something, though only a small fragment. I seemed to have emerged from somewhere, following the stream until I arrived here. And then, I threw a book into the water, letting it drift downstream. Wait. So the giant's descendant notebook that Miss Gwen found was something you brought out? You've been inside that ruin before. Could the knight sent by Lone really have been your son? I recall speculating that the reason Lone's royal family cultivated the second-generation Baron Lamud was to have him enter a certain death god ruin and retrieve the conqueror characteristic left behind by the deity. Ebner's mind raced as he handed the notebook to Azac and said, "Take a look at this." Azac took the notebook, and for a brief moment, his expression turned dazed. But he quickly recovered and, after a moment of contemplation, said in a deep voice, "I recalled some images, and they confirmed some things I had already remembered. I think I understand what happened now." Returning the notebook to Ebner, he continued, "I remember how to enter the ruin. I can take you there right now, do you want to go? From what you mentioned before, it should be the same ruin as the one connected to the dreamscape off Inderport. And the reason an entrance appeared there is likely related to the dragonized dreamweaver I killed within the ruin." The dragonized dreamweaver, that must be Greed's missing teacher, right? So she was killed by you. Fitting another piece into the puzzle in his mind, Ebner nodded in agreement before curiously asking, "Don't we need to wait for tomorrow night's full moon?" That ruin actually exists in the underworld, but for some reason, it is connected to the subconscious sea, the dreamscape. Others have to enter through that special nightmare, so they need to rely on the heightened spirituality of a full moon. But I don't need to go through all that. I just have to directly pinpoint the ruin's location. Since I've been there before. As Azac grasped Ebner's shoulder and led him into the overlapping colors of the spiritual world, he explained along the way. The 3 black death pathways are adjacent, and the death god who attempted to contain the river of eternal darkness linking the underworld with nightmares is completely reasonable. No issues there. Ebner nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Why did you bring a notebook out?" "Because I promised the master of the nightmare-bound castle." Azac's expression suddenly turned vacant again, and the surrounding colors rapidly faded. "Damn it, don't crash at a time like this, Azac. That's how accidents happen." Ebner instantly regretted asking that last question. But before he could attempt to stabilize Azac's mind, a powerful sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him. His body fell uncontrollably. Moments later, he landed steadily on the ground, but Azac was nowhere to be seen. Ebner instinctively activated his pure white eye and scanned his surroundings. What he saw was an ominous forest. Yet, this forest had no real trees. Instead, it consisted entirely of grotesque, bush-like formations pieced together from mangled corpses. Well, that's certainly a unique aesthetic. Am I inside someone's nightmare? Forming a judgment, Ebner thought for a moment before following a narrow path through the forest. As he moved, the trees around him suddenly stirred. The corpses fused into the vegetation, twitched and groaned, and countless bloodied hands reached for him, as if trying to ensnare him forever and turn him into another part of the forest. But no matter how fiercely they clawed at him, they couldn't harm Ebner in the slightest. They couldn't even touch him. All they could do was roar in frustration as they watched him slowly walk away. Having experienced the trial of courage within the elven temple on the 5th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Ebner understood one fundamental truth: within nightmares and the darkness, the power of monsters stemmed from human fear. In a nightmare untainted by external influences, as long as one harbored no fear, one would remain completely unharmed. He soon reached the end of the forest, where a nearly 3-meter-tall one-eyed lumberjack was swinging a massive axe at the grotesque corpse trees, chopping at them as though they were ordinary timber. Yet, no matter how many he cut down, the trees would swiftly regenerate. As he hacked away, he muttered repeatedly, "Why can't I finish? Why can't I finish?" Watching the scene unfold, Ebner sighed. he combined the information his pure white eye had analyzed and gave the answer aloud. Because you're afraid. You're afraid of your own death. But in death, your corpse has transformed into the very trees that now surround you. This is a nightmare. The Cyclopean lumberjack abruptly halted his axe mid-swing. His expression flickered between confusion and realization until at last, he exhaled in relief. Yes. I am dead. I was afraid of my own death, and yet, I allowed my fear to manifest as a nightmare, trapping myself within it. He turned toward Ebner and performed a formal bow in the manner of giants. Great sage, thank you for revealing the truth to me and freeing me from this nightmare. May I know your name? Ebner hesitated for a moment, then replied, I am Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange, a merciful sage. I shall remember your name and spread it. With that, the giant dissolved into motes of light and vanished. As he disappeared, the entire forest crumbled into nothingness. At the same time, Ebner, now involuntarily falling into yet another nightmare, this one an icy, snow-covered wasteland, suddenly realized that his polymath potion had digested significantly. Before he could analyze the reason, a towering female half-giant, standing over 2 meters tall, strode toward him through the blizzard and called out, O wise one named Dr. Strange, can you tell me why this place is so unbearably cold? Ebner activated his pure white eye and surveyed the surroundings before looking back at the half-giant and answering. Because you fear heat. You were burned alive in a volcano's magma. And so, you let the biting cold shape your nightmare, fleeing from the agony of being consumed by flames. As the female half-giant smiled and dissolved into light, Ebner felt another portion of his potion digest. Now certain that guiding these trapped giants to release themselves aligned perfectly with his savant role, Ebner nonetheless found himself deep in thought as he awaited the next nightmare. This is too much of a coincidence. Could this be the work of the goddess? Chapter 579, Retracing History. Passing through one dream after another, answering the questions of the giants trapped in nightmares, Ebner finally arrived before an ancient castle, seemingly bathed in the glow of twilight. The castle was built against a mountain, grand and imposing, not at all inferior to the Forsaken Royalty's Twilight Palace. It bore a striking resemblance to the Giant King's Court described in the original novel. It said that half-giants with relatively pure blood often dream of towering peaks, colossal walls built upon them, and palaces, towers, and various structures forever basking in twilight. Everyone who dreams of it is convinced that it is their homeland, the Giant King's Court. So, this should be the castle that was once dragged into a nightmare, fused with the longing dreams of those yearning for their homeland, forming this castle resembling the Giant King's Court. It makes sense, but something still feels off, and those twilight rays are unsettling. With these thoughts in mind, Ebner surveyed his surroundings again. Beyond the castle, the outer courtyard remained shrouded in darkness, though due to its proximity to the twilight, he could still make out his surroundings. Two things in particular caught his attention. The first was an altar located at the center of the courtyard. Around the altar were intricate symbols and magical markings, while at its center rested a 5-colored, shifting icosahedral gemstone. Under Ebner's pure white eye, he saw that the gem was actively linked to the twilight above the castle, forming a barrier that enclosed the courtyard, shielding it from the encroaching darkness outside. The second was the massive dragon skeleton at the courtyard's entrance. Including its tail, it stretched nearly 20 meters long. Had this courtyard not been designed for giants, there wouldn't have been enough space to fit it. At the moment, it lay there quietly, its posture peaceful. If not for the fact that it was already reduced to bones, Ebner might have thought it was merely asleep. This suggested that it had likely died without much pain. Beneath the dragon's skeleton, a pool of blood had gathered. Even after 12 years, the blood remained as vibrant as if untouched by time. But then again, under the glow of twilight, time in this place was practically frozen. The 5-colored radiant stone, and the bones of a demigod dragon. This place is still within a nightmare, but compared to the previous dreamscapes, it's far more stable, and far safer. The ordinary people who accidentally entered through the waters outside Interport likely ended up in this dream, but they were probably blocked outside the courtyard by the barrier created by the 5-colored radiant stone, unable to truly enter. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Ebner approached the altar, examining it carefully before furrowing his brows. The icosahedral gemstone was the true core of the barrier. It was extremely difficult to break, and even if he managed to do so, the balance between the darkness outside and the twilight within the courtyard would immediately collapse. He wasn't sure what kind of consequences that would bring, but it certainly wouldn't end well for him, standing within the courtyard. I should wait until I'm ready to leave before taking it, or maybe I could negotiate with the castle's owner, offering to modify the ritual and replace the 5-colored radiant stone with something else. With that thought, Ebner decided not to linger at the altar. Instead, he flew toward the courtyard entrance, near the enormous dragon skeleton. He first took out a container from his belongings and collected some of the blood pooled beneath the dragon. After all, this was the blood of a mythical creature. Even if it no longer contained any traits, it was still an exceptionally potent spiritual material. After filling all the containers he carried with him, Ebner cast a regretful glance at the pool of dragon's blood, which seemed barely diminished, before shifting his gaze to the massive dragon skeleton. The Gate of Dreams and Reality can't be opened here, so I can't store it inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower. I could technically communicate with the fool, but it's too big. It wouldn't fit through the Gate of Summoning. Besides, Klein's spirituality probably isn't strong enough at this stage to bear the weight of such a substantial material entering the grey fog. Ebner tried various methods but found himself at a loss when it came to this nearly 20-meter-long skeleton. He pondered for a while before a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. I already have the half-broken tombstone infused with the aura of Calderon City, and I've long gathered the necessary auxiliary materials. Now, with this demigod dragon skeleton right in front of me, why not just forge the bone dragon here? After carefully weighing his options, Ebner found the idea quite feasible. The only issue was that this place had an owner. Taking some blood was one thing, but performing a ritual to refine a bone dragon right in the owner's courtyard, that would require at least a formal request. Not to mention, there was also the matter of acquiring the 5-colored radiant stone, which likewise couldn't be done without addressing the castle's master. However, the giants and half-giants I helped earlier were all members or subjects of the same ancient giant noble house that was dragged into this nightmare by the calamity in the 4th epoch. From them, I've already gathered some intel on the castle's master. Moreover, my previous actions should have earned me some favor with him. And finally, Azac seems to have had some kind of deal with the castle's master. I entered this place alongside a big shot like him, and I even brought the notebook their family deliberately sent out. The castle's master shouldn't be hostile toward me. Sigh. Speaking of Azac, I still don't know where he went. If he were still here, I wouldn't have to be this cautious. Letting out a sigh, Ebner didn't rush into the castle to meet its owner just yet. Instead, he activated his pure white eye, attempting to extract the residual aura and retrace the history of the stream-formed courtyard. Know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Since time here was nearly frozen and all traces remained perfectly intact, and since there were no secrets obscuring his vision, the events that had transpired in the seemingly eternal courtyard unfolded before Ebner's eyes one by one. The first thing he saw was a handsome yet cold-eyed man stepping into the courtyard, which had just been pulled into the nightmare. He exuded a weakened aura, especially under the glow of the castle's twilight, which made him appear even more battered. Yet, despite the discomfort, he still pressed on into the castle. Shortly after, another man, dressed in the vestments of a Church of the God of Combat archbishop, barged into the courtyard and likewise entered the castle. Some time passed, but only the handsome man re-emerged. However, his condition seemed even worse than before. Despite possessing the rank of an angel, he couldn't even heal the wounds on his body. Ebner fixated on this man, a strange sense of familiarity rising within him once more, just like when he had seen that photograph in the valley outside Byam, where that same man had appeared beside Lady Lamia. Chapter 580, People Coming and Going. The man in the photo with Lady Lamia was named Giuseppe Castilla. This was something Ebner had already learned from Lady Clausia. According to his speculation, Giuseppe, as a member of the Castilla family, had likely perished while exploring the ruins where the Red Angel Wraith resided, and his body had subsequently been occupied by a transmigrator brought by the pure white eye. Now, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward the Giuseppe in the photograph, just as he did toward the men in the retraced scene. Could this mean that the man in the retraced vision was also a transmigrator? And if he shared a similar presence to Azac? The author of the Book of the Dead, Jane's ancestor, the Death Consul, His Highness Miranda. As Ebner pondered these thoughts, the retraced scene grew silent once more following the departure of the severely injured man, who was presumably Miranda. Notably, he had left through a hidden stream outside the dreamscape courtyard. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knight bearing a resemblance to Azac entered the nightmare. His expression was resolute yet tinged with sorrow. Nonetheless, the knight pressed on into the ancient castle and, after some time, emerged holding a crown covered in rust and bloodstains. He then followed the same stream to depart. Is that Azac's son? The sorrow, is it because, by this point, he had already learned that his friend, Cloak, had perished in another ruin, while the one still alive was an impostor arranged by the lone royal family. And that rust-covered, blood-stained crown, that must be the conqueror characteristic. In the original story, Amon stole a portion of the conqueror characteristic for the Red Angel, and it was described just like this. So, the lone royal family was indeed using Azac's son to search for the Sequence 1 characteristic that the God of Death had hidden away. After quickly analyzing the implications of the retraced scene, Ebner barely had time to dwell on his thoughts before continuing to observe what came next. Because at that moment, a familiar figure appeared. It was a man with chestnut hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a neatly groomed mustache. In his hand, he held a crimson seal, as red as blood. This was none other than the legendary figure from over 100 years ago, the self-proclaimed Caesar, Emperor Roselle Gustav Aventus. Or rather, Wang Tao. Ebner watched as Roselle seemed to converse with the seal in his hand before confidently knocking on the castle doors and stepping inside. When he emerged again, his eyes carried a contemplative glint. He then set up an altar in the courtyard, placing a 5-colored radiant stone upon it. The stone connected to the dusk power of the castle, allowing its influence to spread across the entire courtyard. At the same time, the giant and half-giant souls, who had been deeply trapped in the darkness and nightmares, suddenly regained a slight sense of clarity, though they still wandered in confusion, unable to wake up. After completing this ritual, Roselle once again spoke with the Crimson Seal, his face lighting up in excitement as if he had been enlightened about something. Then, he donned a pale metallic mask and vanished from the courtyard in an instant. Having uncovered many lingering questions, such as why the formation of the barrier seemed out of place for the fourth epoch, Ebner rubbed his chin and thought. That Crimson Seal must be the Calamity Seal I've always heard about but never actually seen before. It seems to have a good relationship with Roselle. But when I look at it, I don't get much of a familiar feeling. Is it because it doesn't have a human form? So, transmigrating into a sealed artifact versus transmigrating into a person really does make a significant. So, there really is a big difference between transmigrating into a sealed artifact and transmigrating into a person. Also, the 5-colored radiant stone was actually placed here by Roselle. And combined with the lion's voluntary brain offering from before. That can't be a coincidence. Did Roselle already know that future transmigrators would be on the reader pathway? Or did the Calamity Seal tell him? Or was it something he prophesied? Looking at this scene, even the Nightmare Q&A sessions earlier feel like part of his arrangement. Though I think it's more likely the goddess was using his hands to complete the setup. And before he left, Roselle had a look of eager anticipation. Could it be that his inspiration for creating the Dream Labyrinth Tower came from these various nightmare scenarios? Lastly, none of the retraced scenes so far have been able to reproduce sound. Maybe it's due to the residual darkness power lingering in the courtyard. After all, silence is one of the authorities of darkness. At that moment, the retraced scene shifted once more. A man stepped out of the castle, holding a notebook in his left hand and a painting in his right. He was none other than Azac Eggers. Yet, unlike the gentleman Ebner knew, this version of Azac had eyes filled with cold indifference, as if he were overlooking all living beings. At the same time, a woman wearing a greed mask entered the nightmare from the stream outside the courtyard. Upon seeing Azac emerge from the castle, she assumed he had taken all the benefits of the ruins and, driven by greed, immediately underwent dragonification and launched an attack. However, a Sequence 3 Dream Weaver was no match for a near-peak Death Consul. She was swiftly and peacefully slain at the courtyard entrance. Her body rapidly decayed, flesh sloughing off until only a skeleton remained, while her blood pooled beneath her into a crimson pond. Her extraordinary items, materials, gold coins, and other belongings scattered everywhere, some within the courtyard, but the majority outside. Meanwhile, her extraordinary characteristic, after being extracted, fused with a mystical book she carried, forming a new sealed artifact. Only the mask she had worn vanished without a trace. Azac, however, showed no interest in any of it. He stepped over her massive skeletal remains, tossing the painting in his right hand outside the courtyard before following the hidden stream to leave the dreamscape. Not long after, a fisherman, his eyes clouded with confusion, stumbled into this place. The moment he saw the dragon skeleton and the sealed artifact book beneath it, his mind was polluted. He vanished in a frenzy of screams, likely returning to reality. But he lost his sanity in the process. Ebner sighed. Recalling the scene, he shook his head at the foolishness of the woman who had worn the greed mask. How desperate did she have to be to attack an angel voluntarily? That woman was most likely the missing teacher of the greed lady I encountered earlier. Judging by her mask, she was probably the previous or even earlier greed of the Psychological Alchemy Society Council. These persona masks are truly sinister. Wear them for too long, and you won't be able to take them off. He chuckled. In this world, are psychiatrists actually the most insane? After all, the one at the top doesn't even have humanity left. After a few sarcastic thoughts, Ebner considered the painting Azac had discarded and the items dropped by the reckless dragonified woman. Those must be the treasures that the recently lost merchant caravan found here. A demigod's legacy. That's definitely a major treasure. But what happened to the mystical book fused with the characteristic? Did someone from the merchant caravan take it? But none of them, even the extraordinary ones, should be able to handle a sealed artifact of that level, right? No. They aren't Roselle or Azac. They probably couldn't even pass through the barrier made with the 5-colored radiant stone. Could it be that the book developed sentience, came alive, and controlled someone to escape? The next retraced scenes confirmed Ebner's speculation. The only thing that truly surprised him was that, after the first fisherman and before the merchant caravan, Clausia had actually entered this place with another fisherman. And it was her who had taken away the mystical book fused with the Dreamweaver characteristic. Chapter 581, Message from the Calamity Seal. Clausia actually entered this nightmare before. No wonder she was so familiar with how to access the ruins, even guessing that the necessary conditions involved a full moon night and tranquilizing herbs. I really thought she deduced it based on the confessions of that merchant leader. But thinking about it now, maybe that merchant caravan just happened to enter the ruins on a full moon night and retrieve the treasures because she had orchestrated the whole script. After all, sailing at night is dangerous, even if the Intercia is safer than the Sonia Sea. In hindsight, it really doesn't seem logical. The reason she didn't take away all the valuables on her previous visit was because she still needed those things to set up her plan, right? And considering Clausia's request for Dunn and me to perform tomorrow, could this be the ritual she prepared for advancing to Dreamweaver? As thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner couldn't help but be impressed by Clausia's level of scheming. Roselle was right, beware of the spectator. Of course, that doesn't include a certain Greed, who was foolish enough to go head-to-head with an angel. Regaining his focus, Ebner realized that the retracing had ended. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward, holding the journal of the giant descendant he had obtained from Gwen, and approached the massive castle built into the mountainside. He paused, recalling the intelligence he had gathered from the giants he had helped earlier, before deciding to take a risk. Activating Pure White Eye, he began to analyze the castle. Almost immediately, the structure became abstract in his vision, transforming into an entanglement of three distinct colors: orange-red, pitch-black, and pale white. The pale white lay at the bottom, the orange-red above it, while the pitch-black half encased the other two from the outside. They opposed each other yet fused together, maintaining a bizarre equilibrium. Twilight, darkness, and even traces of death. So the entrance to the Death God ruins is inside this castle. No wonder everyone in the retraced scenes, except Clausia, chose to enter. Halting the analysis, Ebner thought for a moment, then took out the holy bomb Captain Arsnoff had given him through Cullen. He applied it to the cursed Tutor emblem to minimize its negative effects before fastening it to his chest. After making his preparations, he took a deep breath, simulated the power of a living corpse, and knocked on the castle's massive doors. Dong. 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 The heavy thuds echoed through the silent space. Moments later, the nearly 5-meter-tall hardwood doors swung open. Standing in the doorway was a bearded, one-eyed giant who, upon seeing Ebner, let out a hearty laugh. "Dr. Strange, welcome. And once again, thank you for my salvation, for allowing me to awaken from my slumber." Ebner immediately recognized this giant. It was one of those he had helped escape their nightmares earlier. However, in his vision now, this giant had completely transformed into an undead. What is this? Has this twilight-shrouded castle been connected to the underworld? The abstract image of the castle he had just seen flashed through Ebner's mind, but he maintained a warm demeanor as he exchanged pleasantries with the giant, who introduced himself as Chekhov. Led by the giant, he stepped into the castle's interior. The ground floor hall was massive, at least half the size of a football field. On both sides stood numerous suits of armor and weapons, some of which were clearly extraordinary items. Unfortunately, all of them were sized for giants, rendering them completely unusable for a normal human. By the time he retracted his gaze, Chekhov had already led him to the base of a grand staircase. The giant came to a halt and said in a deep voice, "Dr. Strange, the Lord is waiting for you in the reception hall on the second floor. My status does not permit me to ascend, so I can only escort you this far." Escort? Does that mean if you weren't here, there would be other dangers lurking in this castle? Ebner detected something off in his words. He scrutinized the hall's layout once again. Initially, he saw nothing unusual, but then he noticed the candle holders on either side, glowing with an orange-red light. More specifically, the hidden danger within those lights. I see. There's something lurking within the light. A power similar to the Silver Knight's ability to hide within light. Is this something that has been corrupted and evolved by the power of the God of Combat? Based on his earlier analysis, Ebner was nearly certain that this nightmare had originated from the aftermath of a divine battle between the goddess and the God of Combat. Anyone who enters without permission would likely be attacked by these things. So, the arrangement of helping the giants and half-giants break free from their nightmares wasn't just about helping me digest my potion, it was also to reduce the dangers within this castle. As Ebner remained silent, deep in thought, Chekhov mistakenly assumed his hesitation was due to something else. He added, "There is no danger on the staircase itself, it is their forbidden zone. However, once you go up, it is best not to look back." Ebner snapped out of his thoughts, glancing at the red-carpeted staircase. Suddenly, everything became clear. This place is, after all, still within a nightmare. While this castle contains aspects pulled in from reality, it is also merged with the giant's subconscious imagery of their royal court. The The staircase before me isn't a real one, it exists only in a psychological sense. Where it leads depends entirely on the intention of the person climbing it. That's why one mustn't look back. Losing sight of the destination would mean losing the way. There may not be any immediate danger, but one might end up straying somewhere unintended. And entering the castle's other areas without the host's permission might not be the wisest idea. If this were a computer game, the player would definitely turn around on purpose, explore every corner of the castle first, and only then go to the reception hall to meet the NPC, right? While making this mental remark, Ebner thanked the giant, Chekhov, then touched the Tutor emblem pinned to his chest before leaping onto the staircase steps. This staircase was designed for giants, with each step nearly a meter high. After jumping up a few steps, Ebner suddenly halted, rubbing his forehead as he pondered, I really wasn't thinking. Since this is a psychologically conceptual staircase, similar to a dream environment, why don't I just use dream traversal? Jumping around like this isn't very elegant. It goes against Dr. Strange's persona. With this in mind, he did just that. In an instant, his form blurred like a spirit of the dream world, and he arrived at the corridor on the second floor. Waiting for him there was a half-giant woman over 2 meters tall. She was the same lady he had encountered in the frozen wasteland of the dream, the one seeking the source of the cold. Ebner remembered her name, Karenina. She had introduced herself as the Lord's attendant. As soon as she saw him, she was visibly delighted and respectfully greeted him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she led him to the door of the reception hall. Giant Levin Tolstoy, Lord of Tamik, Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin. This was information Ebner had gathered from the other giants and half-giants, and it was the reason he dared to meet this lord personally. After all, before his death, the lord had only been a mid-sequence extraordinary. However, the moment Ebner laid eyes on this lord, he knew he had made a grave miscalculation. The oppressive aura radiating from this giant far exceeded that of an ordinary demigod. At that moment, the 4-meter-tall giant lord peered down at him with a singular vertical eye, his broad mouth curving into a grin. In ancient Azac, he chuckled and said, "Thank you for your help, Dr. Strange. You have brought my people back to the castle." Ebner exchanged a few polite words before seizing the opportunity to make his request, to take the 5-colored glorious stone, and use the dragon's remains to craft a bone dragon. The barrier constructed using the 5-colored glorious stone was originally meant to protect my people's souls, preventing them from sliding further into deeper nightmares. This was part of a deal I made with a man named Roselle. He took an angel who had fallen into an evil spirit from here, and in exchange, he set up the ritual outside. As for the dragon's skeleton, it does not belong to me. You may use it however you wish. Perhaps because he had a good impression of Ebner, the giant lord was surprisingly easy to talk to. However, his tone then shifted slightly as he continued, if you can answer one question for me, not only will I let you take those things, but I will also give you a generous reward. A fallen angel turned into an evil spirit. I recall from the retraced scenes that a war god church patriarch chased after the suspected transmigrator, Death Consul Miranda, into the castle, but only the latter came out in the end. It seems likely that the church of the god of combat's angel perished here. But what did Roselle need a fallen angel's evil spirit for? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Ebner looked at the giant lord cautiously and asked, "What is it that you wish to ask?" "There is no need to be nervous. It is much like how you resolve the nightmares of my people. I, too, am trapped in a nightmare. However, thanks to Her Highness Miranda's help, I became the guardian of the underworld gate, a role that allows me to awaken in my dreams from time to time. In truth, this castle itself is my nightmare. And my confusion is this. How exactly did I die? Or rather, what are the forces entangling my nightmare? So your nightmare really is connected to the underworld. That death god Ruin. Could it be that Azac directly entered there, which is why we were separated?" Turning these thoughts over in his mind, Ebner decided to ask the Lord about Miranda, Azac, and Roselle once he had answered his question. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at the one-eyed giant lord, Levin, and confirmed, "You truly wish to know what is entwined around this castle, your nightmare?" "Yes, even if it is dangerous." Levin answered firmly, then added, "Her Highness Miranda and His Highness Aegis never told me." Roselle didn't know what it was either, and as for the others who came here, they were even less informed than Roselle. Roselle didn't know. That means when he came here, he wasn't an angel yet. But judging from his presence in the retraced scenes, he was at least a demigod. This thought flashed through Ebner's mind before he frowned and asked, "Then why do you believe I would know?" At this point in time, I'm not even on par with the Roselle of back then. Levin remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Because the red seal in Roselle's hand told me. It said, 100 years from now, a scholar will come here and resolve all of your problems. A scholar with pure white eyes. Chapter 582, Polymath, Potion Fully Digested. The Calamity Seal actually knew that more than 100 years later, a transmigrator would be brought into this world by the Pure White Eye, and that they would follow the reader pathway. I always thought this was something Roselle had prophesied. But according to my previous speculation, a new transmigrator is only introduced when the one bound to the pure white eye dies. Did it already know it was going to die back then? No, how could a sealed artifact formed from a sequence 1 characteristic even die? Even the Pale Death wouldn't be able to accomplish that, unless a true god intervened. Or is the Calamity Seal special, simply because it's not human? Come to think of it, when I saw that retraced vision of the Calamity Seal, I didn't experience that inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hearing the Giant Lord's words, Ebner was momentarily dazed, lost in thought, and completely forgot to answer the previous question. It wasn't until Lord Levin's deep, resonant voice sounded again, asking, "So, what is the power entangling my nightmare?" Ebner snapped back to reality and pondered for a moment. He had a vague feeling that Miranda and Azac had refrained from answering this question back then, not because it was dangerous, but because of secrecy they had been unable to speak of it. But now, he felt no such obstruction at all. It was as if he could utter those two honorific names without any hindrance. So, the goddess has tacitly allowed me to reveal it. This has been a secret hidden for over 1500 years, even absent from the Church of the God of Combat's records. A secret of this magnitude. If I reveal it to this lord who is so desperate for an answer. And he was guided to me through the Calamity Seal, and the erudite reputation I built by resolving the nightmares of the giants. This aligns perfectly with the act of playing the polymath. So, the goddess has begun investing in me as well. Has she borrowed from Roselle's and previous transmigrators' arrangements to set this up? For a moment, Ebner felt flattered and honored. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his gaze was filled with unwavering determination. He then raised his head and looked at the Giant Lord, declaring, "You died because of a divine battle between the Evernight goddess and the god of combat. The forces entangling your nightmare are the remnants of their divine power. Whether it is Lilith or the goddess, whatever they may seek from me in the future, I will bear it. If I choose to accept their gifts, I must also accept the responsibilities that come with them." After all, I could have chosen not to tell Lord Levin the truth. Levin had no idea what decision Ebner had just made in his heart. He merely stood there in a daze, unmoving, but an imperceptible ripple emanated from his body, sweeping across the entire castle, completely purging the monsters lurking in the darkness and hiding within the light. Because the obsession that had bound Levin for so long had been resolved, he was completely freed from the nightmare that had enshrouded him. And along with him, the castle, once dragged from reality into the depths of the collective subconscious, was also freed. Thus, as he fully awoke, those creatures that could only exist within a nightmare found themselves without a place to hide and were utterly eradicated. At the very moment the Giant Lord emerged from his nightmare, Ebner also received an unprecedented feedback, causing his polymath potion to be fully digested in an instant. He half closed his eyes, feeling something within him shatter and dissolve, transforming into specks of starlight that merged into his learning space. This is nearly a month ahead of schedule. In terms of potion digestion speed, I might actually be even faster than Mr. Fool. Ebner sighed inwardly at this realization. Just then, he saw the Giant Lord, whose single eye was no longer dim, take out a card from his pocket. The card had intricate floral patterns around its edges, but its center was blank. The giant laughed heartily and said, "My sincerest gratitude, Dr. Strange. You shall forever be a friend of the giants." This card was something Roselle exchanged with me the last time he visited this castle. Now, I give it to you as my token of appreciation. You can seal any object you can lift within this card. If granted permission, even living beings can be sealed inside and carried with you. As for how to unseal them, it's quite simple. Just hold the card in your hand and loudly call out the true name of the sealed object or creature. My friend, since you wish to craft a bone dragon, I imagine you will find this quite useful. With that, he handed the card to Ebner. Your Majesty, are you sure this isn't a Cloak card or some kind of Yu-Gi-Oh card? No wonder you designed a similar mechanic in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, you actually made a real-life version of it. Speaking of which, once I finish crafting the bone dragon, should I name it Blue Eyes White Dragon for the occasion? Its ghostly fire burns blue, and its bones are white. Yep, Blue Eyes White Dragon it is. Although he couldn't help but complain in his heart, Ebner was actually quite pleased with the gift and immediately stored it away carefully. After expressing his gratitude for the Giant Lord's generosity, he began to subtly inquire about Miranda, Azac, and the Calamity Seal. Unfortunately, Levin knew very little about them. The only useful information he provided was regarding the Calamity Seal. It had given him many suggestions at the time. For example, the final words written in the giant's notebook and the method to slow the giant's descent into deeper nightmares had all come from it. So, the Calamity Seal had already been laying the groundwork back then. A mere conqueror characteristic has this level of strategic planning. Is this an advanced application of the conspirator ability? I remember reading in one of Roselle's diary entries that the Calamity Seal had dream abilities as well. Which sequence does that align with? Or is this seal simply unique? After pondering for a moment, Ebner shifted the conversation toward the underworld ruin connected to the castle. At this, the giant lord shook his head and said in a deep voice, as the guardian of the underworld gate, appointed by His Highness Miranda, I must warn you, unless you are at least a demigod, do not attempt to enter. You will truly die. Even demigods should avoid it unless they belong to the corpse collector pathway. 1 year ago, a demigod from the spectator pathway came here. She merely looked at the underworld gate from a distance and promptly left without stepping into the castle. A demigod who came here a year ago. That must have been Miss Clausia. So the reason she never entered the castle was because she got scared off. Though Ebner mused over this realization, he had no intention of recklessly barging into the underworld himself. Seeing that the giant lord had little more to share, he prepared to bid farewell and go collect the dragon's skeleton and the 5-colored radiant stone. But just then, a massive bronze door adorned with countless intricate patterns suddenly appeared out of thin air. The next moment, a man with bronze skin, black hair, and brown eyes stepped through it. It was none other than the Hoy University history professor who had brought Ebner into this dream, Azac Eggers. However, this usually gentle and composed man now bore an expression of utter coldness. He cast a single glance at the giant lord, and the towering Levin immediately fell to his knees and pressed his lips to Azac's shoes in reverence. Chapter 583, All Main Ingredients Ready. Seeing the towering giant, over 4 meters tall, groveling on the ground, not even daring to lift his head before Mr. Azac spoke, completely different from how he had conversed with Ebner earlier, Ebner finally grasped the true weight of the title, Death Consul among the dead. Even though Giant Lord Levin likely possessed demigod-level strength, he had long since perished. Now, he was merely an undead fortunate enough to become a gatekeeper of the underworld. Against Mr. Azac, he had no ability to resist, perhaps not even the thought of resisting. Thus, while Ebner found the scene striking, he wasn't particularly surprised. What concerned him more was Mr. Azac's current state. What exactly did he encounter in that underworld ruin to cause such a drastic change? As he pondered, Azac scrutinized Levin as if trying to recall something before speaking in a deep voice. What did Tana trade with you? Tana. If I recall correctly, that was the name of the second-generation Baron Ramda, Mr. Azac's son, whose body was later desecrated by Insanguil. During my historical retrospection, I saw a knight who resembled Mr. Azac take away the conqueror characteristic. That must have been him. So, he made a deal with Levin in order to enter the underworld and retrieve the peculiar crown covered in rust and dried blood. Given that Tana was at best a demigod, he might have been able to command undead to some extent, but he surely couldn't suppress Levin the way Mr. Azac just did. But from my previous retrospection, Mr. Azac came here once 12 years ago. Why didn't he ask about this back then? Did he ask but later forget? Various speculations surfaced in Ebner's mind as he observed the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Levin kept his forehead pressed firmly to the ground. In a hoarse and faltering voice, he replied. Sir Tana wished to enter the underworld to retrieve an item. As the price of passage, he gave me a key. I initially refused, but he told me that this key could open a pathway near the Silver Kingdom in the vicinity of the royal court. As a descendant of giants, my greatest dream has always been to return to the royal court. So, I agreed to the exchange. I beg for your forgiveness. Levin's voice trembled with apprehension as he spoke. This wasn't surprising, after all, as the gatekeeper of the underworld appointed by another death consul, he had bent the rules to allow someone in. This was practically the equivalent of being caught red-handed for taking a bribe. Of course, he was unaware of Tana's relationship with Mr. Azac. Azac, however, did not pursue the matter. He simply commanded in an irrefutable tone, bring me that key. Yes, great death consul, Levin rumbled in response, as if relieved. Without even rising, he crawled away from the reception hall, heading toward the storage chamber. Once Levin had temporarily left, Azac turned to Ebner. His expression softened slightly, and he smiled as he said, I saw Tana's message to me in the underworld again. It helped me recall some things, which made me rather emotional. I hope I didn't frighten you. As long as you're fine, sir, everything else is secondary. Ebner grumbled inwardly but outwardly feigned curiosity as he asked, a message. He had received feedback from Mr. Full regarding this before, but Mr. Azac himself wasn't aware of it. Yes, Tana left a message for me in the underworld during that mission. Hey, that child was always loyal to Lone. Even when his best friend was mysteriously replaced, he endured it without investigating further. But in the end, just because of his message, he was suspected and poisoned. Azac's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Then, he continued, I only had a vague impression of this before, but after reading his message again, I finally understood. It turns out Lone was after the conqueror beyond her characteristic hidden by the death god. They made extensive preparations for this and somehow learned about the gatekeeper's circumstances, which led them to acquire the so-called key. He paused for a moment before adding in a slow but resolute tone. My son did not need to bribe a mere gatekeeper to enter the underworld. So that's why you're demanding the key back. But without knowing the specific location where it should be used, what good is just having the key? Could it rely on some kind of convergence effect to let fate guide its holder to the right place? That sounds far too mystical. It might take hundreds or even thousands of years to find it. Judging from Mr. Azac's attitude toward his son, he still seems to be the gentle history professor. The last time he came here, he probably didn't ask Levin for the key because he was already close to slumbering again. He had grown so indifferent that he no longer saw Tana as having any connection to him. While Ebner contemplated these matters, Giant Lord Levin returned to the reception hall. Kneeling once more, he held a 1-meter square stone tablet in both hands and respectfully presented it to Mr. Azac. The so-called key is actually a stone tablet. Ebner stole a glance at it, and his gaze immediately sharpened. The patterns etched on the tablet looked oddly familiar. With a bit of effort, he recalled where he had seen them before. The 5th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. The murals in the Elven Trial Temple. The symbol of the God of Fortune. Azac toyed with the stone tablet for a moment before noticing the astonishment in Ebner's eyes. He then chuckled and asked, "Have you seen records about this key before?" Upon hearing this, even Levin, who had been keeping his head lowered, couldn't help but raise it slightly and gaze expectantly at Ebner. Though Levin had accepted this bribe, the key had always been more of a dream than a practical tool for him. He had neither knowledge of its corresponding location nor the ability to leave this nightmare. His only hope was that someday, a living giant descendant would come to help him fulfill his long-held wish. This was, in fact, why he had taken the advice of the Calamity Seal and had previously asked Mr. Azac to take that notebook out into the world. "I don't know anything about the key itself, but I recognize the patterns on it. They belong to the God of Fortune," Ebner replied honestly after some thought. The God of Fortune. Azac frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Levin also looked equally puzzled, his singular, upright eye filled with confusion. Seeing their reactions, Ebner carefully chose his words and gave a brief explanation. The God of Fortune was a subordinate deity of the Elven king Sunia Solum in the Second Epoch. He presided over the Elven Trial Temple. And he was likely a transmigrator. Of course, Ebner left that last part unsaid. Elves. Why would an elven subordinate god create a passage leading near the Giant King's court? Mr. Azac pondered for a moment but couldn't come up with an answer, so he set the thought aside for now. However, Ebner had already formed a few speculations. As a suspected transmigrator, it makes perfect sense that the God of Fortune, knowing the future closure of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, would leave several exit routes. In fact, when he took Queen Kohinum and fled the Elven King's court, he likely relied on prior arrangements. As for why it connects to the Silver Kingdom near the Giant King's court, I recall the original novel mentioning that the Silver Kingdom initially worshipped the Giant Queen, the goddess of harvest, Omabella. Omabella later became one of Lilith's aliases. And the former subordinate god of the vampires, the Blood Moon Queen Ornia, defected to the Elven King after Lilith's death. With the God of Fortune, a transmigrator who must have known all this, it's entirely possible he secretly contacted Lilith and even struck some kind of deal. Which resulted in the creation of this passage. As for locations that could match this key, I can think of two. One is the Trial Temple, though I have no idea who owns it now. The other is the ruin beneath Fragrant Manor. I believe the latter is more likely. After all, such a passage would need to be in a secluded place. The Trial Temple, as a public facility, wouldn't be ideal. As his thoughts raced, Ebner reached a conclusion. However, he remained wary of the ruin beneath his estate and wasn't in a hurry to explore it. Thus, he refrained from shamelessly asking Mr. Azac for that brick, no, that key, intending to wait until he reached demigod level and was fully prepared. Even if the ruin itself isn't dangerous, the Forsaken Land of the Gods on the other side of the passage is filled with unimaginable horrors. Without becoming a demigod, I wouldn't dare step inside. Besides, all of this is just my speculation for now. Mr. Azac glanced at Ebner before putting away the key. Then, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Once you take the 5-colored radiant stone, the courtyard here will become even more dangerous. Are you still planning to come back tomorrow night?" "Since I've already promised, I have to see it through. But I'll remind that lady to be cautious," Ebner replied without much hesitation. Mr. Azac nodded and instructed the kneeling Levin, "Hide the castle. After tomorrow night, once the visitors have left, I will completely seal the breach that connects this place to the seamount." Then, turning back to Ebner, he added, "If you ever need to return, you can use the notebook imbued with my power and follow the hot spring stream outside." A notebook. That giant descendant's notebook contains Mr. Azac's power. That explains it. No wonder he immediately recalled the way to enter this underworld-linked nightmare upon seeing it at the hot spring inn. With this realization, Ebner nodded and said, "I understand, Mr. Azac. Then let's head out." Once we've collected the dragon bones and the 5-colored radiant stone, I'll take you back to reality, Mr. Azac said, a smile returning to his face as he added jokingly, of course, I won't leave you behind this time. With that, Ebner and Azac left the castle under Giant Levin's respectful farewell and returned to the courtyard. Ebner first approached the dragon's skeleton, using the ability of the cursed Tutor emblem to distort its weight. Then, he simulated the power of a zombie to lift it and seal it into the blank card Roselle had created. He had previously considered refining the bone dragon right here in the courtyard, but that was when he had no means of taking it away. Now that he had this card, it was far safer to relocate the process elsewhere. After all, this nightmare existed deep within the collective subconscious sea and intersected with the underworld. It was by no means a secure location. A flash of light signaled the dragon's skeleton vanishing, and in the center of the ornate card, a skeletal design appeared. Above the design, the true name of the skeleton was displayed, Bones of Sophia. Sophia. That was the name of the former Greed lady, wasn't it? As this thought crossed Ebner's mind, he instinctively tapped the name with his finger, only to be surprised when the card flashed with a line of text, would you like to modify the true name? Wait. This is basically a game feature, isn't it? Was this Roselle's idea, or one of those ridiculous schemes from the so-called doghead military advisor, the Calamity Seal? Chuckling to himself, Ebner selected no, then stored the card before moving to the ritual setup that held the 5-colored radiant stone. Activating Pure White Eye, he meticulously examined the formation. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved some of his prepared materials and used the dragon blood he had collected to paint a secondary ritual site adjacent to Roselle's original arrangement. I plan to use this demigod dragon blood as the foundation for a temporary ritual core. This way, after I remove the 5-colored radiant stone, the barrier here can last a bit longer. That way, the people coming tomorrow night will face less danger, Ebner explained while making his preparations. No rush. Take your time, Mr. Azac replied with a smile. Under the twilight radiance, where time was nearly frozen, it was impossible to tell how long had passed. Finally, Ebner activated the altar, its crimson hue deepening with the dragon's blood, then reached out and removed the 5-colored radiant stone, carefully placing it in a metal box. With this task done, he returned to where the dragon's skeleton had once rested and refilled his containers with dragon blood before contentedly walking back to Mr. Azac's side. All set? Mr. Azac asked with a smile. All set, Ebner confirmed, feeling he had gained significantly from this trip. He even considered attempting his advancement to Sequence 5 before the performance tomorrow night. Without another word, Mr. Azac reached out, placing a hand on Ebner's shoulder. The colors around them intensified, vivid yet layered in disorienting overlap. A few minutes later, they walked out of the spirit world and returned to the hot springs waterside. I won't be joining you in that nightmare tomorrow, but I'll be watching over you all from the shadows, Mr. Azac said. Then, with a hint of amusement, he added, however, I came in a rush and don't have any gold horn notes on me, so I'll need to stay in your Trier Golf Club suite until tomorrow night. Make yourself at home, Ebner replied with feigned generosity. After all, the card Cullen had given him was a top-tier gold card, meaning his suite was nearly as spacious as a villa in Backlund. Besides, he expected Jane and the lion, Leon, to arrive in Inderport tonight. Having a powerhouse around would certainly provide some reassurance when dealing with that demigod lion, wouldn't it? After escorting Mr. Azac back to the club, Ebner himself returned to a concealed cave on another mountain near the Hot Spring Inn, then activated the teleportation altar to head back to Biome. The dragon blood 5-colored flower, a key auxiliary ingredient for the Mysticism Magister potion, was something he had commissioned chubby pharmacist Darkwill to cultivate. It was supposed to take another 2 weeks to mature. But with the infusion of demigod dragon blood, the process could be greatly accelerated. If he could get the petals today, and then harvest the lion in Inder tonight, all the main and auxiliary ingredients would finally be complete. Chapter 584, Darkwill's New Business. On an obscure island at the junction of the Polar Sea and the Misty Sea. Former Princess of Balum, Bruna, sat on a rock, idly watching Bernadette and Isabella as they studied a stone stele nearby. She asked weakly, it's been several days now. Have you figured it out yet? Roselle literally wrote the rules on the back of the stele, she muttered under her breath. Of course, she understood the need for caution. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited a seer and a prophet master to explore with them. It's mostly confirmed that this was Roselle's later arrangement. But whether it connects to the hidden tomb of the Black Emperor Solomon, that remains unknown. Though, even if Solomon built it, I doubt it's where he hid his tomb, said Isabella, the former Grand Princess of Lenberg, turning to Bruna. I've already sent a messenger to inquire with Nast. We should receive a response soon, Bernadette stated calmly. Is this ruin really that dangerous? Bruna frowned. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, is the danger from the ruin itself or from Roselle's arrangements? From what I've foreseen, both. Or rather, Roselle's arrangement seemed to have utilized something within the ruin that doesn't belong to our world, Isabella said grimly. Something that doesn't belong to our world. What do you mean? Bruna asked in confusion. As far as I know, Solomon's Black Emperor was close to a blood clan duke. The things I foresaw might be objects or creatures that Duke summoned from the starry sky, Isabella explained after some deliberation, acting out of a reader's habit, even though she didn't particularly like Bruna. The Blood Clan were naturally beyonders of the Moon Pathway, and those at Sequence 3, the Blood Clan Marquises, were also called Summoning Masters. A Summoning Master's abilities typically involved forming contracts with spirit world creatures, but unpredictable mutations sometimes occurred, bringing forth strange beings or items that had no connection to the spirit world or any prior contracts. These anomalies were said to originate from the boundless, dark cosmos. Such mutations had both good and bad outcomes. Some Summoning Masters perished because of them, while others obtained extraordinary powers or items beyond the 22 sequences. And a Blood Clan Duke was undoubtedly far stronger than a Marquis. Whatever they summoned was bound to be extremely dangerous. Bruna recalled the relevant information on the Blood Clan and nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Bernadette's deep-set eyes returned to normal. Shaking her head, she spoke gently. Father used different blasphemy card decks to divide the ruin into separate areas. He likely intended to seal away dangerous objects or creatures. Some decks correspond to relatively safer areas. For example, the Sun, Wheel of Fortune, and Death deck. Isabella nodded and added, that matches what I foresaw. The most dangerous area we can currently access corresponds to the Judgment, the Bound, and the Hermit deck. No, to be precise, the Judgment and the Bound cards, combined with any other card, make the area extremely dangerous. The only somewhat safer combination is with the Sun card, Bernadette corrected, clearly surpassing Isabella in her ability to peer into fate. Do the pathways corresponding to Judgment and the Bound have any particular significance? Bruna asked, puzzled. Bernadette hesitated for a moment before gently shaking her head. I'm not entirely sure either. Just as Bruna was about to press further, both she and Isabella sensed something at the same time and turned to look beside Bernadette. The next moment, a letter bearing the seal of Count White Maple landed in Bernadette's hand. She opened it, glanced through it, and smoothly changed the topic. We can now confirm that this place is indeed connected to Solomon's ruin. But Nast isn't sure what's inside either. He only knows that after his father and my father retrieved something from there, they both died not long after. Since we've confirmed it, let's officially begin the exploration. We'll start with the safest set first. Bruna and Isabella exchanged glances before quickly looking away. After briefly considering and preparing their respective emergency measures, they joined Bernadette in picking up a blasphemy card each and placing them in the 3 empty slots on the steel. With a flash of light, the 3 figures vanished from the stone steel. In Byam, Ebner returned to his estate and glanced at the clock. He saw that it was just past 10, still quite a while before lunch. But from my perception, it felt like a long time had passed. After all, solving those giants and half-giants problems took who knows how long. Reflecting on it, Ebner couldn't help but feel like Lu Sheng in a dream of golden millet, where he had experienced a long time in a dream, only to wake up and find that the millet porridge wasn't even cooked yet. No, given this world setting, a dream of golden millet might have actually happened. Did Lu Sheng encounter a dream weaver back then? Could a mysticologist use mystic reappearance to extract power from that legend and develop corresponding magic or sorcery? As his thoughts wandered, Ebner boarded the carriage arranged by Helene. The coachman's slightly puzzled gaze lingered on him as he instructed the carriage to head toward the alley across from the Red Theater. Over half an hour later, Ebner stepped off the carriage alone. Remembering the coachman's earlier look, he hesitated for a moment before using psychological invisibility. Only then did he slip through the alley and enter the courtyard outside the folk herbal medicine shop. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a sharp-faced, monkey-like man attempting to lay his hands on Booty. However, the indigenous girl showed no fear at all and lashed out with a whip, striking him directly. The man's skin instantly split open from the blow, yet he let out an oddly ecstatic moan, his face flushing red. At the same time, his body convulsed unnaturally as he collapsed to the ground. Booty, unfazed, skillfully pulled out some medicinal powder, sprinkled it on his wound, then grabbed him and tossed him out of the courtyard. Good job, Booty. That's how it should be done. A hidden owl suddenly emerged, clutching a coin pouch in its beak, which it dropped into Booty's hands. She counted the coins and then shouted toward the shop, Mr. Darkwill, it's only 10 pence this time. Another loss. Another broke idiot coming here for kicks. Darkwill grumbled as he walked out of the house. Just as he was about to say more, he spotted Ebner materializing nearby and swallowed his words, instead asking in surprise, Detective, when did you get here? Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, Ebner's lips twitched. He had already recognized the whip in Booty's hands as the whip of ecstasy he had custom-made for Darkwill. Connecting the item's ability with what had just happened, he couldn't help but ask, "So, you've turned the whip I gave you into a new business venture? Are you competing with the Red Theater across the alley now?" Chapter 585, The Reluctant Messenger. At this moment, Ebner finally understood why his coachman had that strange expression when he heard they were coming to this alley. So he thought I was here for some kind of thrill. Could it be that Darkwill's new business has already gained a reputation? Just what exactly did he do with the pleasure whip I gave him? As Ebner's gaze toward Darkwill grew increasingly peculiar, the latter finally reacted, spat to the side, and cursed. Damn that so-called new business. Stealing customers from the Red Theater. I'm actually losing money on medicine and supplies. And strictly speaking, this was all because of your suggestion. As Darkwill grumbled, Ebner gradually pieced together the whole story. It turned out that after following his advice last time, Darkwill began selecting suitable customers to help him search for his teacher's whereabouts. However, with more people involved, it was inevitable that some fraudsters would appear, trying to skim money or potions from Darkwill with false information. When caught, they would kick up a fuss, forcing the chubby pharmacist to use the pleasure whip to intimidate them. Yet somehow, the whip's extreme pleasure effect, meant to trigger only 10% of the time, kept activating frequently. Instead of scaring people off, it ended up attracting a group of perverts who came specifically to get whipped. Some even deliberately caused trouble just to experience the sensation. Darkwill found himself at a complete loss. Ebner was left speechless. After a moment, he blurted out, "Can't you just use a regular whip? Why insist on using the pleasure whip? Did you develop a peculiar taste along the way?" For a moment, his gaze toward Darkwill grew even weirder. Darkwill nearly exploded at the insinuation, but after glancing at Booty, who was studying with the owl, he lowered his voice and explained. "I did try to switch to a normal whip, but then I noticed that these incidents were actually helping Booty heal from her psychological trauma. So, later on, I let her take over the whipping. To prevent her from being overpowered, I even got her a sailor potion." No wonder Booty had been able to single-handedly throw that man out of the courtyard earlier, she had become an beyonder. Ebner suddenly understood and glanced at Darkwill. "You really went all out." A sailor potion was worth at least 400 gold pounds. While that wasn't much for Ebner now, it was a significant sum for Darkwill. At this point in the original timeline, Darkwill's entire cash savings barely amounted to 400 pounds. 100 pounds had been used to hire Gehrman to find his teacher's whereabouts, and the remaining 300 pounds were an advance payment for escorting a delivery to Oravi Island. As for the final payment, the fool had to rely on luck to win it back from gambling losses. "This is an investment. That girl will pay me back with interest sooner or later," Darkwill retorted before changing the subject. "What brings you here? The dragon blood 5-color flower won't bloom that quickly." This guy, always foul-mouthed but soft-hearted. Ebner shook his head subtly but didn't argue. Instead, he said, "I found a way to accelerate the blooming of the dragon blood 5-color flower." As he spoke, he took out a small bottle filled with red liquid and handed it to Darkwill. Darkwill took it, examined it suspiciously, then widened his eyes in shock. This is, from an adult dragon." Ebner waved his hand to stop him from speaking further and smiled. "Exactly what you're thinking. Just make sure the dragon blood 5-color flower blooms, everything else is yours." Since he was the one who introduced Booty to Darkwill, Ebner felt obligated to help out a little. Besides, if Darkwill ran out of money, he might not be able to afford hiring the fool later. Anyway, after leaving that dreamscape under the twilight, the dragon blood spirituality had been continuously dissipating. It would be a waste not to use it. "All right. Wait here for a moment," Darkwill exclaimed before rushing toward the greenhouse behind the shop. Ebner didn't follow. Instead, he struck up a conversation with Booty, who was still studying with the owl, Harry. To his surprise, this girl, whose fate had been tragically bleak in the original timeline, not only had her illness completely cured but also exuded newfound confidence. She had ability, confidence, and independent thought. Though she still relied on Darkwill for now, it seemed that even if she left him in the future, she wouldn't struggle to survive. Right now, she was no longer just someone who wanted to be human, she was truly living as one. This was a real change in fate, a tragedy averted. Though most of the credit went to Darkwill, without my guidance, Booty wouldn't have changed like this. As Ebner basked in a sense of accomplishment, Darkwill returned, holding a potted plant with petals shifting through 5 different colors under the sunlight. "Hurry. The blooming period is short, harvest and store them quickly," Darkwill urged. Ebner knew that if the plant was continuously nourished with dragon blood, it could bloom for a long time. However, Darkwill was reluctant to use it so freely. Not dwelling on it, Ebner swiftly plucked a petal from each of the 5 colored flowers and placed them into a special container he had prepared beforehand. Once he finished handling the materials, he let out a breath of relief. Without lingering in the increasingly notorious folk herbal shop, he bid farewell to Darkwill, activated psychological invisibility, and left the courtyard. To avoid fueling any eerie rumors about the hero detective, he sneaked into the Red Theater, across the alley, only revealing himself once inside. Then, he walked out in plain sight, as if he had entered normally. Given the current circumstances, his reputation would fare much better if he was seen coming out of the Red Theater rather than Darkwell's place. In Enmat Harbor, Zio and Princess Vera followed a trail of clues and confirmed that Baron Larry had managed to counterattack and eliminate a group of pursuers from another faction. However, he had sustained significant injuries in the process, making it unlikely for him to have fled too far. The key to our investigation should be the local Beyonder gatherings. We need to check if anyone has recently purchased high-level healing items or potions, Zio analyzed as she sat in a cafe, piecing together the known intelligence. Princess Vera took a sip of Southville coffee and shook her head. The real focus is on finding out who has been investigating those purchases recently. You mean, our target isn't Baron Larry, but the forces tracking him? Zio was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on her. If those above truly wanted to capture him, we wouldn't be the only ones assigned to the task. It made sense at sea, but for the pursuit to continue like this on land, it only means that our superiors are allowing other factions to take action, Vera said with a nod. But if we start using him to hunt down other factions, wouldn't that ruin the higher-ups' plan? The other forces might just see Larry as bait, Zio asked, frowning. That's exactly the implication they want to send. My guess. Either they've already chosen a faction to take the fall for this, meaning there's another plan in motion, or they're deliberately creating this mix of truth and falsehood to make it difficult for others to discern the real situation. Of course, the latter scenario might just be serving the former. In any case, there's no need to overthink it. We just follow orders. Vera's tone was indifferent. As she finished speaking, her gaze suddenly shifted toward the telegraph office across the street. A veiled woman stepped out, lifted her skirt slightly as she descended the steps, and boarded a carriage waiting by the roadside. What's wrong? Zio noticed a hint of peculiarity on the princess's face and asked curiously. It's nothing. Vera withdrew her gaze and said no more. At the Intis embassy, Bianca, the witch and military attaché disguised by a mystical item as Mrs. Parnas, exited the telegraph office and took a carriage back to her estate on the outskirts. After instructing the servants to prepare lunch, she carried a tray back to her bedroom. Waiting for her inside was her lover, Baron Larry. The moment he saw Bianca return, he stepped forward and embraced her, asking urgently, "How did it go?" "I received an invitation from Baroness Hoy. In 2 days, I'll be attending the ball she's hosting in Tingen. After that, I'll travel with the nobility there to Backlund for the New Year's ball. My dear, you'll have to disguise yourself as my attendant or bodyguard." Bianca spoke with an affectionate expression. "Tingen first, huh? That works. It'll make things less suspicious," Baron Larry considered for a moment before nodding. Then, he added seriously, "There's no need to apologize, my love. Protecting you is my greatest honor." In a secret chamber within Enmat Harbor, Katerina Pell stood before an altar, clad in a simple yet pure white robe. She chanted softly, and soon, a name appeared in the mirror on the altar. Baron Hoy. Baron Hoy. Wasn't he Sharon's stepson? The corners of Katerina's lips curled up slightly as she ended the ritual. In Indo Harbor, Ebner had just finished lunch at a club and was about to take a short nap when a towering skeletal messenger emerged from the ground. Its hollow eye sockets flickered with black flames as it stared at Ebner for a long moment before finally tossing a letter onto the table. What's with this attitude? Why does it seem like Jane's messenger is a little annoyed? Could it be that when Jane sent this letter, I was still in Byam, but by the time it arrived, I had already moved to Indo? Speculating in his mind, Ebner opened the letter and read it carefully. Jane has boarded the ship from Constant and is expected to arrive in Indo by 6 in the evening. End of chapter. Chapter 586, Silver Moon Project and Complete Materials. At 6 in the evening, at Indo Port's number 3 passenger terminal. Wearing a black robe and hat, with her face concealed by a fine black veil, Jane carried her luggage down the gangway of the hybrid-powered Seagull. Behind her followed a lion with pure white fur and a multicolored mane. To others, it appeared as nothing more than a lively, bouncing orange cat. Since it was already November 21st, the sky had long darkened by 6 in the evening. Many passengers disembarking had lit lanterns or entered the nearby inns and taverns by the pier. However, darkness was no issue for a beyonder of the death pathway at Sequence 6. Jane casually summoned a local, little cutie, who had drowned at sea. After some friendly communication, the ghost was more than happy to be her guide, leading her to the meeting spot outside the dock where she had arranged to meet Ebner. Jane scanned her surroundings before quickly locking onto a gentleman half-leaning against a carriage. She didn't recognize his face, but from the way he looked at her, the familiar smile, and the brass whistle in his hand, she was certain he was Ebner. At that moment, the gentleman also noticed Jane. He smiled slightly and opened the carriage door. Seeing this, Jane met his gaze briefly before stepping into the carriage with her lion. The gentleman holding the door was naturally Ebner. After instructing the coachman to return to the club, he entered the carriage as well, sitting opposite Jane. Ebner, it feels like I have to reintroduce myself every time we meet, Jane teased with a smile, sealing the surroundings with her spirituality before speaking. A gentleman a few days ago said something similar, Ebner responded with a smile, glancing at the orange cat. The creature's disguise was extremely well executed. Even Ebner, without activating the pure white eye, couldn't see through it. However, the lion, Leon, seemed disinterested in their conversation, keeping its eyes shut and resting. It's actually seasick. It'll recover on its own soon. Haha, inland seas like Jianhai are manageable, but when we crossed the storm sea, it couldn't even maintain its disguise and almost got exposed. Jane laughed, covering her mouth. Ebner suddenly understood. He murmured, seasick. That might be because its brain has been suppressed for too long, affecting its balance. No wonder. Hearing this, Leon rolled its eyes in a very human-like manner but had no energy to argue. It remained slumped on the seat. Jane took out a sprig of night-blooming grass from her bag and placed it near Leon's nose before turning back to chat with Ebner about her experiences after leaving Daniel's labyrinth. Saved by Bruna, a former Balam Empire princess. I remember that name from Roselle's diary. The little girl he deceived back then is now a demigod. Bernadette is in the southern continent, and she's going on an expedition with Bruna. In the original timeline, she missed the great smog of Backlund. Could it be because of this? She brought a friend's daughter from the southern continent back to Lone, but Marek didn't want her taken to Backlund and instead had her settled in Pritz Harbor. Marek must think Backlund is too dangerous and doesn't want the girl caught up in it. At the Backlund train station, they encountered a bearded man, and Leon sensed he carried an item used by Roselle but couldn't read his fate. Did they run into the fool? Ebner's expression turned thoughtful. It wasn't that he couldn't conceal his emotions, he simply didn't need to in front of Jane. Curious, Jane asked, Ebner, do you know that bearded man? Know him. He's a fellow traveler, in more ways than one. Ebner inwardly complained but replied calmly, I suspect he's the newly famous detective my teacher mentioned, Sherlock Moriarty. Detective Isengard previously sent Ebner a letter via Mr. Gaston, informing him that he had already acquired the Elder Tree's heartwood and that Ebner no longer needed to look for it. He also mentioned some cases, praising Sherlock as a detective just as sharp as Ebner. Mysticism, cheats, of course he's sharp. That's why I said we're colleagues. A famous detective. Jane nodded thoughtfully before giving Ebner a serious look and comforting him. Ebner, in my heart, you're the best detective. You don't need to worry, he'll never be as well known as you. Your reputation has already spread across the seas, while he's still limited to Backlund. Jane, you misunderstand. I wasn't competing with the fool over this. Ebner's lips twitched. To avoid further misunderstanding, he quickly changed the topic, sharing parts of his own experiences instead. He focused on the nightmare realm connected to the underworld. Since Mr. Azac wouldn't be accompanying him tomorrow night, Ebner considered inviting Jane to explore the ruins and complete the performance arranged by Lady Clausia. This would not only broaden Jane's knowledge but might also help heal her mind in the unique environment there. Though she acted normal around him, Ebner was well aware that her mental state had long been unstable. Her revenge may have helped her recover somewhat, but it didn't completely heal her, leaving lingering issues. As they talked, the carriage entered a vast estate in the southern part of the city, passing through a stretch of wilderness before stopping in front of a 3-story building. This was a private lounge the club provided for Gold Card members. Seated in the spacious dining hall, Ebner cut a piece of foie gras, dipped it in sauce, and popped it into his mouth. He then looked at Leon, who had perked up at the smell of food, and asked casually, Why did you come all this way to find me? Leon tied a napkin around its neck, skillfully picked up a piece of bacon with a fork, and answered. It's about a message that bastard Roselle left for the person who took my brain. Heh, I didn't want to be his errand boy at the time, so I never told you. But once we were far apart, I realized that even though I had given you my brain, his rules on me still remained, and even made me feel the same discomfort as before. So that's how it is. Haha, I bet you wouldn't have defied Roselle anyway, you were just sulking. But you never expected me to end up all the way in Insport, did you? Smiling, Ebner set down his knife and asked, So, what exactly was Roselle's message? Leon glanced at Jane before using secret arts to pull himself and Ebner into an overlapping state of reality and spirit. Only then did he solemnly say. Roselle told me to pass this on to the one who took my brain. The activation incantation for the moon card of the blasphemy cards is Etina. This is part of the Silver Moon project. Hearing this, Ebner nearly lost his polite smile. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble. Why tell me the moon card's incantation? That thing is extremely dangerous. Was Roselle corrupted and eager to drag others down? And what does Etina mean? It sounds familiar, but I can't recall. One of Roselle's lovers or illegitimate daughters. And finally, the Silver Moon Project. What is that? It doesn't sound like Roselle's style. Is it another project like Daniel's Labyrinth, requiring multiple transmigrators from different eras to complete? But with just a name, how am I supposed to figure it out? At least give me a hint. Or did Roselle believe I'd inevitably learn about it? Is this also the Calamity Seal's judgment? By the time Ebner refocused, Leon had already devoured all the food in front of him. Then, pulling out a blood vial from who knows where, he tossed it to Ebner and said, "This is the blood I promised you." End of chapter. Chapter 587, Sequence 5, Mysticism Magister. At night, Ebner laid out the primary and auxiliary materials on his bedroom table: the complete brain of a Sphinx lion, the 5-colored radiant stone, an ordinary leaf from a Trent instructor, the blood of a Sphinx lion, 5 petals from a 5-colored dragon blood flower, and water from the wisdom spring of Lundberg. Staring at them in a daze, he pondered the words Roselle had relayed through Lion the Lion during dinner. Why would he tell me the incantation to activate the Moon card? Is he so certain that I will obtain it? Even though I don't remember everything, I know that aside from depicting Roselle in women's clothing, this card is definitely contaminated. Most likely by the original Moon. Is he trying to set me up, or does he have another motive? And then there's the Silver Moon Project. Silver Moon. I recall that in the original work, Lilith's ring once summoned a bright, silvery moon. Could this be referring to her? I just don't know whether this project is meant to help Lilith deal with the original moon, or if it's targeting her directly. Sigh, wasn't Roselle the one who hated the way seers spoke in riddles the most? Why has he turned into one himself? Is this a case of, if you can't beat them, join them? As Ebner grumbled to himself about Roselle adopting such an unpleasant habit, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Just as he was about to ask who it was, he saw Clausia standing at his doorway. She glanced at Ebner and the materials on the table before chuckling teasingly. "I never thought you'd invite a married woman to your bedroom in the middle of the night." Ebner had already visited Clausia at her villa in the Dock District that afternoon. After informing her of the changes in the Nightmare Ruins, he also requested that she come to his place at midnight to serve as a witness for his Sequence 5 advancement ritual. He chose to drink the potion at his club residence mainly for safety. After all, Mr. Azac was temporarily staying here, and with a powerhouse around, the advancement ritual was less likely to be interrupted by accidents. Hearing Clausia's teasing remark, Ebner was speechless. "You're already here, and you're still fussing over this. You traveled with Dunn for so long without worrying about propriety, didn't you? Besides, you're a demigod, why would you even care about the opinions of mortals? Anyone who meets your gaze would probably forget what they were thinking anyway." Of course, despite these thoughts, Ebner maintained a slightly embarrassed expression on the surface. Instead of responding, he followed the principle of speaking less and doing more, turning around to pick up the pre-prepared utensils and beginning the potion preparation. Following the sequence of auxiliary ingredients first, then main materials, he carefully placed the last item, a 20-sided gemstone shimmering with 5 colors, into the container. Immediately, a faint mist rose from the liquid, which shifted between black, white, red, blue, and yellow in a mesmerizing but subtly ominous manner. In nature, the more vividly colored a plant or creature is, the more likely it is to be highly toxic. The Mysticism Magister potion was no different. While it allowed the Beyonder to connect with the extraordinary essence and analyze its principles, it also directly exposed them to mental contamination. Worse still, it would trigger an irresistible desire in polymaths to pursue the ultimate truth, gradually leading them to obsession, loss of control, and self-destruction. At this moment, the ritual became essential, a safeguard against these risks, requiring the presence of a mid to high sequence Beyonder from the spectator pathway or an adult mind dragon to oversee the process. Taking a deep breath, Ebner picked up the container filled with the 5-colored liquid and turned to Clausia. Only when he saw her nod seriously did he lift the container and drink the potion in one gulp. As the slightly bitter and viscous liquid slid down his throat, esophagus, and into his stomach, Ebner's mind suddenly went into overdrive. Countless pieces of information surged into his soul, flooding it. It felt exactly like when he first activated the pure white eye in that shabby rental apartment in East Borough and analyzed the student of ratiocination trait. The difference was that back then, the overload had quickly knocked him unconscious. Now, however, a strange excitement and impulse overtook him. His brain, his eyes, his spirituality, all of them instinctively drew closer to his own trait, as if he wouldn't stop until he had fully analyzed it. He wasn't sure how other polymaths experienced their advancement, but Ebner could tell that his current state was abnormal. He tried to resist, but his efforts yielded little success. He could only watch himself slide toward the brink of losing control. At that moment, an invisible, soothing breeze blew into his mind. Ebner instantly regained some clarity and began cooperating with the force to stabilize himself. On the 3rd floor, in another bedroom, Mr. Azac sat in a wicker chair, reading a book on the history of Endober. He took a sip of coffee, then glanced toward the master bedroom, a hint of amusement in his eyes. In a guest room on the second floor, Lion the Lion looked up and muttered, "So he doesn't trust me. I could have helped with the ritual too. I've learned plenty of spectator tricks from that old man Hermes." After some thought, he smirked mischievously and used his mystic arts to project the scene of Clausia knocking on Ebner's door into Jane's dream next door. Back in the master bedroom, with Clausia using various abilities to counteract different complications, Ebner finally overcame the compulsion to immerse himself in the nature of his trait. He gradually regained control over himself, passing through the most perilous stage. After an unknown amount of time, Ebner let out a deep breath, feeling the throbbing pain in his head finally subside. Noticing his sweat-soaked clothes, he silently sighed. "I've finally reached sequence 5. I'm a mysticism magister now." Clausia's eyes shimmered as she smiled at him. "Congratulations on your successful advancement. You're far better than the last mysticism magister I oversaw. He had no ability to control himself during the process and barely succeeded thanks to me. Back then, he was on the verge of losing control. Of course, it was partly because I was only sequence 5 at the time and lacked experience. Hey, speaking of which, I wonder how Thales is doing now. He was quite the charming gentleman back then, with many admirers. My husband never liked him very much. I had the advantage of using the pure white eye to analyze the extraordinary trait, others don't have that luxury. But even with it, the process was still extremely dangerous. If Clausia hadn't been here as a ritual witness, I would have had to rely solely on the pure white eye to avoid the mental contamination from the potion. As for resisting the compulsion to immerse myself in the analysis, I'd have had to tough it out with sheer willpower. Whether I would have succeeded or not would have been up to luck. If it was this tough for me, then it must be even harder for other polymaths to advance to mysticism magister. No wonder sequence 5 is considered the backbone of a faction and a mark of true strength. Also, lady, you're praising another man right in front of your husband. Of course, he wouldn't be happy. But now that I think about it, mysticism magisters do seem to have a certain charm. Edwina has it, this Thales guy had it, and well, I do too. Indulging in a moment of self-appreciation, Ebner took a sip of the pre-prepared black tea to rehydrate before standing up and formally expressing his gratitude to Clausia. "Thank you for your help." Clausia accepted his thanks with a smile. "This is a transaction. I also hope your performance tomorrow night meets my expectations." "I will." Ebner nodded seriously. "It's just a bit of theatrical flair, right? That's way less risky than what I did in Darkwill. It's getting late. You should familiarize yourself with your new abilities first. I'll take my leave. Tomorrow afternoon, you can bring your companions to my villa in the Dock District to meet Dunn and me. When night falls, we'll head into the ruins together." Clausia smiled, then elegantly put on the hat she had removed earlier and stepped out the door. Her figure gradually faded into the shadows, as if merging into someone's dream. Alone in the bedroom, Ebner let out a breath. Now that Lady Sloth was gone, he tidied up the containers that had held the ritual materials before sitting back on the bed. He carefully recalled the sensations he had experienced during the advancement and began analyzing his newly acquired abilities and spells. First, his analysis ability had been significantly enhanced. He could now delve deeper into the nature of certain beyonder abilities, observing their structure and making limited modifications, reorganizations, and fusions to create new spells, true mysticism. Ebner had already experienced a version of this ability through the pure white eye. However, back then, he could only simplify abilities, optimizing or fusing them had been impossible. Second, his learning space had evolved once again. No longer resembling a vast starry sky, it now functioned more like a mental laboratory where he could store knowledge, simulate abilities, and experiment with new mysticism techniques. He could even remodel the space to suit his personal aesthetics with a single thought. Recalling the learning space of Edwina that he had glimpsed through Polymath Exchange, Ebner first transformed his own into a similar arrangement of neatly organized storage cabinets. This is quite similar to the rewards from Dream Labyrinth Tower. Except that modifying the tower requires points, whereas altering my learning space consumes spirituality. But the principles behind them seem identical. Could it be that Dream Labyrinth Tower was actually created using the high sequence traits of the reader pathway? That's highly likely. Or at the very least, Roselle must have used the high sequence traits of a reader when constructing it. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ebner turned his attention to the new mysticism techniques he had gained from advancing. Every mysticism magister would, during their advancement, uncontrollably delve into the traits of their potion, and in doing so, acquire certain benefits. In simple terms, based on the origins of the ingredients and any lingering mental imprints within them, a newly promoted mysticism magister would automatically gain one or more spells. This was similar to how the seer pathway, when advancing to demigod using the blood of mythical creatures, would acquire different benefits depending on the source of the blood. However, after sensing the specific technique he had obtained, Ebner fell into a stunned silence. Since the Sphinx lion's brain had come from Leon the lion, it naturally carried his imprint. And so, the first mysticism technique Ebner gained was Leon's underwear theft technique. Chapter 588, Half a Prophet. In fact, the so-called Leon's underwear theft technique has a surprisingly high ceiling. At the demigod level, it can extend to conceptual theft, allowing one to steal protection or appearances beyond concealment, thereby exposing the secrets hidden beneath. However, no matter how high its ceiling, it cannot mask the fact that it has almost no lower limit and is utterly disgraceful. When that guy Leon tried to teach me this technique before, I righteously refused. I never expected to learn it now through the extraordinary characteristics. I absolutely cannot use this spell in front of others in the future. If anyone sees it, they'll surely think I'm two-faced, secretly mastering such a shameless secret technique. Wait, I remember that Lion once said that the acting rules for a mysticism magister are to collect secret techniques, create secret techniques, teach secret techniques, and ultimately make secret techniques no longer secret. But how would one teach something like this? If it were to become no longer secret, wouldn't that be disastrous? People would probably live in constant fear, right? It's best to refine it before passing it on. While pondering this, Ebner shifted his attention to the other two secret techniques he had obtained from the characteristics. One of them was also from the lion, Leon, namely its developed polymath detection technique, which could detect the presence of a polymath within a 10-kilometer radius, if one existed. Although this technique has a limited scope and a low ceiling, it is at least a proper secret technique, and Ebner didn't dare to ask for more. As for the last secret technique obtained from the characteristics, it came from the imprint left in the 5-colored brilliant stone. It could activate a barrier with a hint of twilight power, blocking nightmares and mental plagues, effectively defending against attacks from extraordinary beings with dream-related abilities. This technique was called the Shield of Glory, and its potential was also quite high. Ebner felt that as his knowledge continued to accumulate, he might even elevate this technique to the level of an angel in the future. More importantly, since it was a technique attached to the characteristics during his advancement, it was different from other learnable techniques. It required almost no preparation and could be used instantly, like an innate ability. After testing it, Ebner was even more satisfied with its effects. Just this Shield of Glory alone makes it worth it. Although all three techniques are related to Roselle, compared to the stone, that lion is clearly a scammer. After verifying the effects of the techniques, Ebner felt a bit of regret but quickly adjusted his mood and began checking the improvements in his other extraordinary abilities. Extraction, retrospection, mechanical mind, weakness perception, and other abilities have all improved significantly, but they still pale in comparison to their effects when used in the pure white eye state. So, I still prefer using the VIP versions. The simulation ability has also improved considerably. At the very least, learning and using Sequence 5 level extraordinary abilities is no longer as difficult, and with the boost of the pure white eye, I can simulate about 50 to 60% of their effects in a short time. As for demigod level abilities, even with the pure white eye activated, I can't simulate them yet. Probably because I lack divinity. However, some clever workarounds, like simulating the recording ability to freeload demigod skills, might see a slight increase in success rate. Finally, the omniscient heart seems to be merging with the learning space. I had previously speculated that the space was likely the embryonic form of the White Tower's mythical form, similar to the dragon scales that can hide on the bodies of those on the spectator pathway. Probably after I become a demigod, the so-called learning space and omniscient heart will fully merge, turning from abstract to concrete, becoming my incomplete mythical form, a bookshelf and shadow in one of the rooms of the White Tower. After examining all the improvements and changes in his abilities, Ebner activated the pure white eye once again, wanting to see what new permissions his cheat had unlocked after this advancement. He had briefly activated it earlier while testing his abilities to compare their effects with and without the pure white eye. After about 10 minutes, Ebner closed the pure white eye and sat on his bed, contemplating. Although I didn't have time to test the exact duration, based on the estimated spiritual consumption, I can now maintain the pure white eye for at least 3 to 4 hours continuously at full spirituality. If I activate it intermittently and meditate in between, I can keep replenishing my spirituality, which means there are no longer any strict activation limits. Aside from the enhanced analysis, retrospection, and other abilities in the pure white eye state, I can now access only one proactive Sequence 4 ability, a hint-style prophecy that I can use once per day. As for passive abilities, they still function in the same unreliable random thoughts manner. However, now I can finally confirm that this is actually a form of prophecy rather than just my own wandering thoughts. Of course, this passive random thoughts prophecy only reveals one possible outcome of an event, it's not necessarily accurate. On the other hand, the proactive hint-style prophecy is much more reliable. However, it cannot exceed a certain limit in scope, and I also need to decipher the hidden meaning within the given hints. With his thoughts racing, Ebner activated the pure white eye once more, ready to test the exact limits of this ability. The contents of the Silver Moon Plan. As he silently recited this phrase, Ebner initiated a prophecy. Unsurprisingly, he received no response. This prophecy touched on an extremely high-level secret. It was beyond his current reach. Although it consumed a significant amount of spirituality, he didn't lose his once-per-day prophecy attempt. After a moment of contemplation, he tried again. The relationship between Deep-Sea Admiral Hal Constantine and the Sagust Sea Monster. Ebner chose this prophecy because the clue he had obtained for the Prophet sequence in the Dream Labyrinth Tower's 5th-floor Elven Trial Temple was connected to the Sagust Sea Monster and the Deep-Sea Admiral. After all, as a mysticism magister now, it was time to start planning for his next advancement. This time, almost the instant the prophecy activated, a hint naturally surfaced in Ebner's mind. Vassal and Master. Vassal and Master. So, the Deep-Sea Admiral is actually the Sea Monster's vassal. No wonder the scene I saw in the Dream Labyrinth Tower's 5th-floor Elven Trial Temple depicted the Deep-Sea Admiral sacrificing living humans to that sea monster. But this hint is quite straightforward. It's nothing like the vague and cryptic words those so-called oracles give. This is probably because I already saw relevant images in the Dream Labyrinth Tower and possess prior knowledge and intelligence on the matter. As he pondered, Ebner realized that his spirituality had been nearly drained from the two prophecies and his previous experiments. He had no choice but to lie down on his bed, slowly close his eyes, and smile as he murmured to himself in his heart. Good night, half a prophet. End of chapter. Chapter 589, The Demon Hunter's Discovery. Thursday morning, in the northern district of Indoport, at St. Ekaterina Church. A team dressed in tight-fitting uniforms and carrying standard-issue silver swords entered the underground area. Leading them was a man in his 40s, standing over 2.5 meters tall, with sharp features and a handsome appearance. The only downside was his thinning hair, which was on the verge of forming a bald spot. Unlike the others, he not only carried a silver sword at his waist but also had a knight's lance strapped to his back, longer than his own height. Behind him followed 4 men and 2 women, who trailed slightly behind the half-giant as they entered a rather spacious room. The room was filled with bookshelves holding numerous files and related materials, with a long table in the center. At that moment, a woman in her early 20s with black hair and brown eyes was sitting on a chair beside the table. She seemed unaware of the newcomers as she chugged a bottle of Lelange. Seeing this, the men behind the half-giant leader, also over 2.5 meters tall, coughed and reminded her, Sultana. His Excellency Oaken is here. Hearing this, Sultana quickly put down the bottle, let out a hiccup, and stood up, awkwardly greeting, Your Excellency Oaken, Captain. You're here. She wasn't worried about being caught drinking on the job, after all, it was a common habit among Inder officials. What Sultana was concerned about was that she had unilaterally ended her previously assigned task, and His Excellency Oaken might hold her accountable. So, she quickly grabbed a stack of files from the shelf and said in a somewhat ingratiating tone. Your Excellency Oaken, Captain. The documents you need are all here. The half-giant, Oaken, was clearly familiar with Sultana's habits. Seeing her so eager, he smiled and said. Sultana, why were you assigned to guard this place? I remember your previous task was to accompany Lady Nazali, the youngest daughter of the Duke of Greyfort. That young lady now spends every day soaking in old Belov's hot spring inn. I couldn't keep following her into the baths, especially since Inder has been swamped with cases lately, and we're short on hands. So, I requested this task of guarding and organizing documents from the captain. Sultana explained, subtly winking at her captain before adding, well, it's been so busy lately that the captain probably forgot to report it to you. Yes, I did approve it. I just got too busy and forgot to report it, the captain of the Demon Hunters team said after a moment of confusion, covering for his subordinate. Seeing this, Oaken chuckled but didn't call them out. Instead, he brought up another matter. Old Belov's hot spring inn. Hasn't he sold it yet? He remembered this matter because, although Lord Pannon hadn't personally intervened, his secretary had made it clear, which was why the Belov family had been struggling in Inder. Sultana looked up, meeting the high-ranking deacon's gaze for the first time, and asked with confusion, Your Excellency Oaken, we all know the Belov family is innocent. Since Lord Pannon has already, why can't we just let it go? When mentioning Pannon, Sultana's tone noticeably soured. Because of his contract with the sacred relic, that old lecher had been the high-ranking deacon stationed in Inderport before becoming a demigod, and he had once made advances toward her. If not for the captain's intervention, she might not have been able to withstand the pressure. As a result, Sultana had no fondness for Pannon and instead felt deep sympathy for the unjustly oppressed Belov family. Oaken glanced at her and replied expressionlessly. Sultana, you need to understand that Pannon is now a hero upheld by the church. Even though he has fallen, some of his last wishes must still be carried out. A hero? I don't believe for a second he was ever a hero. He probably summoned the demon himself and then messed it up. Sultana cursed inwardly but didn't dare to argue with His Excellency Oaken, knowing it would be pointless. Seeing her fall silent, Oaken's tone softened slightly, and he added after some thought. I remember the gang that had been lowballing the hot spring and was taken out by Ironman. Old Beloff should now be able to sell the inn at a fair price. Later, hint to his son that they should sell it quickly and move to a city far from Inder. After all, Panin's friends, relatives, and those he promoted are all concentrated in Inder and Sunia Island. They can't exert influence elsewhere. Sultana sighed and nodded helplessly, then took another swig from her bottle. The high-ranking deacon of the Church of the God of Combat, known as the Spear of God, His Excellency Oaken, paid no attention to Sultana's drunken display of dissatisfaction. He walked over to the table piled with documents and picked up a file to examine. The rest of the Demon Hunters team, including the half-giant captain, gathered around. After grabbing a few bottles of Nepos that Sultana tossed their way, they officially began their work. Nepos was a distilled liquor native to Azac, made from potatoes or grains, famous for its high alcohol content and fiery kick. Additionally, it was quite affordable, making it popular among ordinary Phasacians. Amid the rustling of papers, the Spear of God, Oaken, pondered for a moment and said, "It's now confirmed that the reason so many Beyonder individuals have come to Inder recently is the rumored ruins that may appear offshore tonight. The source of this rumor is unknown, but since so many people believe it, whether it's true or not, it's worth taking seriously." The half-giant captain frowned and added, "But are there really ruins offshore? This rumor dates back to 12 years ago, when I had just joined. My first suspected Beyonder case was about a fisherman who claimed to have seen a giant skeleton. At the time, a high-sequence Beyonder from the Corpse Collector pathway passed through Inder. His unstable state caused his aura to leak, nearly bringing disaster to the entire city. In the end, it was Lord Panin who led the team to stop him. For that, Lord Panin was severely injured, and the entire team was nearly wiped out. So, we've always thought that the fisherman might have gone mad after witnessing that battle. After all, the battle did indeed take place at sea." After hearing this, His Excellency Oaken, the Spear of God, shook his head lightly and said, "You're mistaken. According to the documents I've reviewed, there was no battle at all. Panin merely watched from a distance as the other party left. That high-sequence Beyonder harbored no hostility." What? Everyone who heard this, including the captain and Sultana, was stunned. After all, half of the Demon Hunters team had been lost in that incident, and Panin had been promoted to a high-ranking deacon with a contract to a sacred relic because of his supposed merit. But if there was no battle, where did the merit come from? Oaken thought for a moment and added meaningfully, the higher-ups in the church wanted Panin to gain merit. Even if half the team was lost due to his reckless ambition. No wonder Hesta and Nar were transferred away from Inder after that incident. The half-giant captain looked as if he had realized something but then gave up on saying more. Sultana, however, furrowed her brows. Given Panin's usual behavior and his sudden death in Sunia Island, she felt there might be a deeper scheme at play. Anyway, we need to proceed under the assumption that the ruins are real and make arrangements accordingly. We'll also need to send people to follow up tonight. Sultana, since you organized the documents, which Beyonders currently in Inder do you think we should pay attention to? Oaken steered the conversation back to the main topic. Sultana snapped out of her thoughts and replied after some consideration. The most troublesome ones are naturally Iron Man and Doctor Strange. We've been monitoring them for so long, and even with your excellency personally stepping in, we still haven't caught them. That shows how slippery they are. When mentioning Doctor Strange, her eyes flickered, and she continued. However, I think they pose the least threat. After all, since their debut, these two have never killed indiscriminately. To be honest, if not for our official stance, I'd actually have a pretty good impression of them. Especially Doctor Strange. Just listening to his declarations, if it weren't for his undeniable strength, I'd think he was a 14 or 15-year-old noble boy with a vivid imagination. These two are indeed troublesome, and we can't let our guard down just because of their past behavior. But if necessary, cooperation isn't entirely out of the question. Besides them, who else should we pay attention to? Sultana thought seriously for a moment and said, I think, compared to those two vigilantes, the Duke's daughter, Nazali, deserves more of our attention. That's also one of the reasons I stopped following her. Only by easing surveillance can we catch her off guard. Why do you say that? Oaken asked, surprised. Her arrival in Inder was too coincidental. She's also been subtly probing me for information, and her recent hot spring visits are highly unusual. I even suspect that the rumors about the ruins were spread by her or someone behind her. She definitely has some hidden agenda. And, most importantly, when I'm with her, I often feel like there's someone else nearby, but I can't find anything. One day, I was sure some of my alcohol had gone missing, so I started paying attention. I used the excuse that drinking would harm the demon hunter's image and stopped drinking in front of her. But when I counted my bottles of brandy later, I found that some were still missing. Even though my brain told me the amount was the same, my gut told me my brain was full of it. But that could just be your gut being full of it. There's no evidence, it's pure speculation. This doesn't even count as reasoning, Oaken said dismissively. Sultana, however, smiled slightly and said. But that doesn't stop us from listing her as a key target, does it? At the Hot Spring Inn, Nazali, who had been intermittently playing dead all day, put on her clothes and looked at her teacher helplessly. Teacher, this really isn't working. I know. Her teacher, a demigod of the spectator pathway dressed in a bathrobe, nodded, a hint of excitement in his eyes. You don't need to be the bait anymore. The magic mirror has given me new instructions. Hurry and rent a boat. We'll set sail tonight. Hearing this, Nazali, with her fiery red hair, didn't feel relieved. Instead, she looked at her teacher with even more concern. What exactly does the magic mirror want? Why is it so fixated on those ruins? Meanwhile, in the living room of a villa in the Port District, Clausia closed a mysticism book she had been reading. She glanced at the clock and smiled to herself. Greed. Magic mirror. I originally just wanted to take the opportunity to hold a ritual and complete Dun's final treatment. I didn't expect there'd be an extra reward. End of chapter. Chapter 590, The Fate of the Fallen Angel Spirit. South of Indore Port City, at the golf club. After a good night's sleep, Ebner was enjoying breakfast with Jane and the lion, Leon. As for Mr. Azac, he had left his room early in the morning, destination unknown. Just as Ebner finished his special order of desi pie and was about to take a sip of coffee, he suddenly noticed something odd about the atmosphere at the table. Jane seemed distracted, barely focused on her breakfast, frequently glancing at Leon. Meanwhile, the lion was also sneaking peeks at her, as if waiting for something. What's going on? Ebner found it strange. After a brief moment of thought, he tactfully asked, Is the desi pie not to your liking? Hearing his question, Jane snapped back to reality. She hurriedly cut a piece of pie with her fork and knife, took a bite, and then smiled as she replied, It's quite good, better than what I had in Backlund. Well, of course. This is a top-tier club, and the chefs here are on a whole different level. Taking a sip of coffee, Ebner exchanged a few more casual words with Jane before bringing up the topic from yesterday. I mentioned inviting you to explore the offshore ruins tonight. What do you think? By now, Jane had adjusted her mood. She pondered for a moment before asking for more details about the ruins and Ebner's deal with Lady Clausia. Ebner knew she was assessing the risks, which was a necessary step for any seasoned beyonder before taking action. He provided all the information he could share. After listening, Jane nodded and smiled. I'd love to see what the depths of the subconscious sea look like. It's an honor to receive your invitation. Come to think of it, Ebner, this is the first time you've invited me out since you left the academy. Why does that make me sound like some heartless scoundrel? Ebner simply replied, Well, I'm making up for it now, then turned to Leon, shifting the topic. How about you? Want to come along? Before the lion could answer, Jane quickly interjected, No. Don't let him go. After speaking, she shot Leon a glance, then turned to Ebner and added, You should avoid spending too much time with him in the future. For a moment, Ebner almost thought his secret, having learned Leon's underwear theft technique, had been exposed. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Instead, he noticed the lion's utterly confused expression and asked Jane, Why do you say that? I had a dream yesterday. No, I received an omen. I can't really describe it to you, but just stay away from him, or he'll lead you astray. Jane answered hesitantly. A dream. An omen. Could it be that when Clausia left last night, she entered Jane's dream and planted some kind of suggestion? Ebner opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Though Clausia, as a demigod, likely didn't care about mundane gossip, it was still best not to mention that she had left his bedroom in the middle of the night. That could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Leon was utterly bewildered. This wasn't how things were supposed to go at all. Shouldn't that little lady's omen have been about that brat sneaking off to meet a woman at night? How did it turn into me leading him astray? What the hell went wrong? But he quickly lost interest in figuring it out and simply shook his massive head. I won't go. I've heard Roselle and the Calamity Seal talk about that place before. Other than its unusual environment, there's really nothing valuable there. Ebner's heart stirred at those words. He recalled the scenes he had glimpsed in his nightmare and the intelligence revealed by the giant lord. Without hesitation, he asked, Then do you know why Roselle took an angel fallen into an evil spirit from that place? Based on the lion's usual eagerness to leak secrets, Ebner figured he wouldn't be stingy with the information. Sure enough, Leon only glanced at him before saying, I can tell you, but you have to do something for me first. What is it? Ebner and Jane asked simultaneously. The former asked out of caution, while the latter was more wary. Give me some money and help me open a newspaper agency in Trier, Intis, the lion said, swaying its large head. Hearing this, Ebner was momentarily stunned, but he quickly figured out the reason and said somewhat helplessly, "You still haven't given up on tarnishing Roselle's reputation, have you?" Although the lion held a deep grudge against Roselle, it was also quite petty. If it didn't get this grievance off its chest, it would probably keep holding a grudge against Roselle. How is that tarnishing? According to the Calamity Seal, it's called exposing the truth. Leon said, shaking its head. Calamity Seal. Senior time traveler, you really told this lion everything, didn't you? Also, Emperor, this isn't my fault. If your image collapses in the future, don't blame me. While thinking this, Ebner quickly calculated and then shook his head, bargaining, I don't yet know the value of the information you're offering, and a newspaper agency isn't cheap. I understand, but I know a lot of things. You can always come back to ask me more questions in the future. Eventually, it'll add up to the price of a newspaper agency, Leon said nonchalantly. All right then. Ebner felt he was actually getting a good deal. After all, this lion could casually leak the acting rules of a mysticism magister. It was practically a living treasure trove. Trading a newspaper agency for its knowledge was definitely worth it. Only Jane was feeling troubled, as she felt the revelation from her dream last night was coming true. But she couldn't bring herself to stop it. After agreeing to the terms, Leon quickly finished its breakfast, wiped its mouth with a napkin, took a sip of tea to rinse its mouth, and then leisurely said. The Emperor, no, Roselle, seemed to have taken the Calamity Seal's bad advice. He planned to use 3 fallen angel spirits, combined with different characteristics, to create 3 mystical items. These items would have abilities reaching the 0 level but with a danger level only at 1. 3 fallen angel spirits. Ebner was astonished, thinking Roselle was truly going all out. But where did he get so many fallen spirits? From the giant lord in the nightmare, he probably obtained the fallen spirit of an angel from the Church of the God of Combat. Additionally, Roselle's diary mentioned that during his rise to power as the Grand Consul of the White Maple Palace, he allied with an angel from the Church of Steam and, with the secret help of the Calamity Seal, defeated the last pillar of the Sauron family, a nearly out-of-control angel in terrible condition. Perhaps its fallen spirit also ended up in Roselle's hands. But who was the third one? As Ebner's thoughts raced, Leon continued. You already know about the glorious one from the Church of the God of Combat. After being sealed, it was forged into a sword. Also, the fallen spirit of the Sauron family's angel was secretly hidden away by Roselle. It was eventually crafted into a seal, which became the national seal of the Gustav dynasty after the Calamity Seal went missing. Now, it might have returned to the Sauron family. The last one was a fallen angel spirit from the Church of the Eternal Sun during the 4th epoch, which the Calamity Seal somehow obtained. For this, Roselle even consulted someone about that period of history. But apart from learning that the Church of the Eternal Sun had indeed lost several angels during the 4th epoch, he found nothing else. This Sun Pathway fallen angel spirit was the most corrupted. Roselle eventually turned it into a mirror that could bewitch people, lead them to corruption, and even feed on its master to gain some of their abilities. Fortunately, the spirit in the mirror had long been eroded to the point of losing its intelligence, acting only on instinct. With a bit of caution, it wasn't too dangerous. Although it was the most dangerous of the 3 items, it still didn't reach the 0 level. Who knows which unlucky soul ended up with that mirror now? As Leon spoke, it couldn't help but gloat a little. Wow, he's gathered the 3 divine artifacts, the sword, the mirror, and the seal. Roselle, Calamity Seal, you guys really know how to have fun. Ebner couldn't help but lampooned, though he couldn't help but ask with some confusion. What was Roselle's purpose in creating these 3 items? Surely it wasn't to seal some giant snake, right? There's no such thing in the mysteries. Wait. Before the 1st epoch, some of the legends from the old nations might have actually happened. The story of the 3 divine artifacts might not be fake. Could Roselle have been planning to use them to complete some special ritual, and then use mystery reappearance to achieve some incredible goal? End of chapter. Chapter 591, Inspection. Ebner's mind was instantly flooded with various legends, stories, and films featuring the sword, mirror, and seal, some from Huaxia, others from foreign cultures. Yet, when these 3 items appeared together, they almost always served as symbols or keys, either used to seal some monster or to awaken an existence. Could this be a manifestation of mysticism? Is that why these tropes are so eerily similar across different cultures? Of course, it might also be a ritual requirement. I remember that when Roselle advanced from Sequence 2 to Sequence 1, he jumped to the Mystery Prior pathway and became the Knowledge Emperor. And the sword, mirror, and seal are all objects that symbolize authority, representing emperors and kings. When brought together, they might also carry the mysticism knowledge I previously speculated existed before the 1st epoch. Too bad I've never seen the Hermit card before. The original work didn't mention the ritual needed to advance to Knowledge Emperor either. Otherwise, I could confirm my theory immediately. As Ebner's thoughts drifted, Leon shook his massive head and said, I don't know why Roselle created those 3 artifacts either. But I have a gut feeling that the Calamity Seal had another motive when it encouraged him to do it. That guy is best at scheming. The Calamity Seal and Roselle had different goals for those 3 artifacts. That's quite possible. After all, the Calamity Seal seemed to know early on that more transmigrators would arrive and that it would eventually die. It makes sense that it had its own plans. I bet Roselle wasn't entirely unaware of this, he probably allowed it to happen. But Leon, you sure sound resentful when talking about the Calamity Seal. I've never heard you mention it ever deceiving you. Could it be that you're just jealous that it was more favored by His Majesty? After pondering for a moment, Ebner asked Leon a few more questions. But once he confirmed that the lion truly had nothing else to share, he let the matter drop. By then, the clock's hands had already pointed to 11. Since breakfast had been eaten late, neither Ebner nor Jane was hungry at all. They decided against staying at the club until lunch and instead hired a carriage to head toward the villa in the dock district, where Clausia and Dunn were staying. Sitting inside the carriage, Jane recalled that she would be exploring the ruins with Ebner that evening. So, she briefly introduced the extraordinary items she carried. I currently have 6 extraordinary items, 4 of which I keep on me, while my secret puppet, Wraith, Steve, carries the other 2. The ones I carry include the death ring I obtained from Admiral Hell Ludwell, the necromancer iron plaque, passed down from my ancestors, the secret puppet gloves used to control Steve, and the curse scythe you made for me. The death ring allows me to command and control most spirit-related entities below demigod level. It can also amplify necromantic abilities and spells. My ancestor's iron plaque also grants authority over spirits. It can even store numerous souls inside and release them when needed to assist in battle. Moreover, it suppresses Beyonders of the Corpse Collector pathway. Those below demigod level can barely resist its influence, and even true demigods would find it quite a hindrance. When used together with the death ring, its effects become even more potent. The secret puppet gloves are purely for controlling Steve and don't have any other functions. As for the cursed scythe, well, you're the one who made it. She paused for a moment before continuing. As for the 2 items Steve carries, both were obtained from the Rose School chieftain who was hunting me. After Princess Bruna killed him, she gifted both his corpse and his belongings to me as a greeting gift. One of them is a long sword imbued with the Reaper ability. However, its negative effects are severe, and only a wraith like Steve can wield it for extended periods. The other is a necklace crafted using the Instigator trait. It possesses abilities like Charm and Persuasion. But I don't like it, so I let my secret puppet use it instead. She hesitated slightly, then added, speaking of which, that Rose School chieftain not only left behind 2 extraordinary items but also had 2 sequence 5 level Beyonder characteristics. One was his own Wraith trait, which I traded with Miss Sharon. The other came from a disciplinary paladin, an MI9 colonel he killed in the labyrinth. Do you, or rather, does Miss Zio need it? Jane knew that Zio had already advanced to judge, which was why she had kept that Beyonder characteristic on hand all this time. Ebner thought about Zio's current financial situation. Even if she sold the zombie characteristic she had obtained from the Daniel Labyrinth, the shortfall would still be significant. He initially considered buying it on Zio's behalf, but after calculating his own assets, he realized that after setting aside money to fund Leon's newspaper, he was actually stretched quite thin. After all, a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic was worth at least £10,000, and that was when one could even find a buyer. Fortunately, I still have the Beyonder gatherings in Biome as a steady source of income. Plus, I can sell a few time-limited artifacts every now and then. If everything goes well, I might be able to gather enough funds after the new year. Can you hold on to the characteristic for now? I'll check with her later, Ebner asked after some thought. No problem. If she ever wants it, she can come find me for an exchange anytime, Jane replied with a smile, as if gaining some psychological advantage. Ebner then briefly mentioned the extraordinary items he carried, including Lilith's Tears, the Ring of Light, and the puppet strings that allowed him to control spirits. However, when it came to the cursed Tutor emblem, a demigod-level item he used as a trump card, he kept the details vague. As they were chatting, the carriage suddenly came to a stop and didn't move forward for some time. Ebner glanced at his watch and frowned. He had taken this route to Clausia and Dunn's villa multiple times before. The journey typically took between an hour and a half to 2 hours. But now, they had only been on the road for just under an hour. Clearly, they hadn't arrived yet. Sensing the situation, Jane withdrew the spiritual blockade around the carriage and asked the coachman what was happening. The answer came back quickly. Police checkpoint. They're searching for a suspect. A checkpoint? Did something happen in Indoor last night while I was advancing to Mysticism Magister? Ebner picked up the newspaper that the club had thoughtfully prepared for its VIP guests and skimmed through it. However, he didn't find any reports of serious incidents. That means it's not just the police. No, this must be the official Beyonders from the Church of the God of Combat screening people heading toward the dock district. Are they trying to prevent any Beyonders from heading offshore tonight? Even as he speculated, Ebner wasn't too worried about himself. His current identity had been verified by the Church of Earth Mother, and he was staying at the most prestigious club in the city. He had nothing to fear from an inspection. But what about Jane? Her identity wasn't exactly legitimate. With that thought, Ebner turned to Jane, only to see her give him a reassuring smile. Then, she reached into her iron plaque and drew out a special spirit, letting it envelop her body. In an instant, her presence faded to the point where even without opening the pure white eye, she was nearly impossible to detect. I totally forgot Jane had a spirit like that. Ebner thought to himself. Now that I think about it, her ancestor, the senior transmigrator who once held the title of Death Consul, really did leave behind quite a few useful artifacts. With that thought, he quietly waited for the inspection to begin. Before long, the carriage door swung open, and a young woman stepped inside. She had a healthy tan, wore a uniform with a sword at her waist, and carried a bottle of liquor in one hand. Her gaze swept across the carriage, and without thinking, she ignored Jane's seat entirely. Instead, she took the seat right next to her, as if she didn't even realize Jane was there. Then, she turned to Ebner and said, "Your identification, please." As he retrieved his papers, Ebner discreetly studied the official Beyonder sitting across from him. It only took him a moment to recognize her. She was one of the two women he had seen outside the hot spring a few days ago. Back then, I only backtracked the conversation between that red-haired girl, Nazali, and her teacher. This woman's presence was just a passing detail. But I do recall that Nazali called her by name. Right, she should be called Sultana. Ebner wasn't staring out of curiosity or attraction, it was because now that he was seeing her up close, he suddenly noticed something uncanny about her features. She bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Azac, just with softer facial features. Moreover, just below her right ear, she had a small black mole. End of chapter. Chapter 592, Jane's Nightmare. Sultana took Ebner's identification, examined it carefully, and then handed it back. After saying, "Thank you for your cooperation," she exited the carriage. The other demon hunters, who were on standby, relaxed their guard and approached her to ask, "Any issues?" Sultana watched the carriage pass through the checkpoint and shook her head lightly. "It's probably just a spoiled brat from the Church of the Earth Mother." His eyes were a bit too curious, but he followed the rules. The Church of the Earth Mother. Heading to the port district at this time. Isn't that a bit coincidental? One of the demon hunters' team members asked suspiciously. Even if he has ulterior motives, we shouldn't divert our limited attention to someone from a legitimate church right now. Sultana shook her head again, glanced at the line of carriages waiting behind, and then asked, "Whose turn is it to board and inspect next?" "It's mine." A female team member with a golden ponytail, wearing a standard uniform and looking to be around 25 or 26 years old, responded. "Ah. You're Xenia." "Right." "Be careful," Sultana said, giving the responding member a strange look. Although she was familiar with her, she felt a strange sense of detachment when calling her name. And Xenia is even more beautiful than I am. How did she manage to avoid catching that Lecherpanen's attention before? A similar doubt also arose in Jane's mind. The moment she saw Miss Clausia at the villa in the port district, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen her somewhere before. But if she had met such a beautiful and elegant lady before, she was sure she wouldn't have forgotten. While Jane was struggling to recall, Miss Clausia was making the final confirmation of her arrangements. "So, do you both understand how to perform?" Hearing this, Ebner and Dunn both nodded and replied, "Understood. We'll make a cool entrance in the nightmares of those Beyonders, save them from their nightmares, and follow the script you've prepared." Clausia smiled in satisfaction and then added, "By the way, before entering their nightmares, you'll need to screen them. If their dreams are too dangerous or if they have the ability to manipulate dreams themselves, don't go in. I still have some other matters to deal with on that isolated island of nightmares, so I might not have the capacity to rescue you." Hearing this, Dunn and Ebner exchanged a glance and then solemnly agreed. At this point, Jane, who had snapped out of her thoughts, blinked and asked, "Then what should I do?" "I'll enter your nightmare first to wake you up, and then we'll join Iron Man to perform in others' nightmares. You can act as backup in case of emergencies," Ebner explained. The reason he wanted to bring Jane into that nightmare island infused with dark divine power was to use its unique environment to treat her mental state. So entering her nightmare was inevitable. "That works. But since you're Doctor Strange, and he's Iron Man, shouldn't I also have a heroic alias?" Jane said, then answered her own question, "Since I'm someone who manipulates spirits, maybe I should be called Ghost Rider." The name Ghost Rider had only been mentioned in Roselle's Heroes series of novels but never actually appeared or was described in detail. So, Jane intuitively thought it must refer to a knight who controlled spirits in battle. If you like it, then sure, Ebner said, seeing her display a bit of the liveliness she had before her family's tragedy. Although he found the name full of potential for mockery, he still went along with it. Since you're a knight, you'll need a mount too. I know, don't worry. I have a few spirits that don't look too monstrous. They won't ruin your cool entrances. Jane patted the iron plate in her hand and replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Clausia quietly waited for Ebner and the others to finish discussing. She then clapped her hands and said, "It's getting late. Let's set off now." As she spoke, she pulled out a paper boat about 2 meters long and half a meter wide from somewhere and placed it on the floor. She then stepped onto the bow of the boat and said with a smile, "This boat will take us to the nightmare-shrouded island of the mind. That nightmare is connected to the underworld, so using a paper boat to get us there makes sense." Ebner thought to himself, then jumped onto the small boat. "But didn't you say we needed a full moon, along with herbs like sleep flowers, to enter that dream in the waters off Inder?" Jane, who had clearly heard the rumor spread by Clausia on her way to Inder, asked in confusion. "Others do need those aids. But I've been there before, so I can roughly locate it, which saves a lot of trouble." Clausia didn't elaborate further. After seeing Jane and Dunn board the boat one after the other, she waved her hand and used her spirituality to light the 12 candles around the paper boat. In the next moment, their figures, along with the boat, gradually became illusory and then disappeared from the villa's living room. On a fishing boat off the coast of Inder, Lady Nazali, the Duke's daughter, who had disguised her hair color, had used her striking appearance and a bit of psychological suggestion to blend into an exploration team consisting of 3 low-level beyonders. Ignoring the trio's final preparations, she looked up at the gradually darkening sky and couldn't help but worry. "My teacher isn't joining me on this mission. Her condition seems unstable, as if she's being affected by the negative effects of the magic mirror. I hope nothing happens to her." On the other side of the offshore waters, aboard a steam-powered warship, Sultana and the other members of the Demon Hunters team were also preparing to set out under the leadership of their half-giant captain. Sultana irritably took a swig of Lelange. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the beautiful female team member, Xenia, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. What was even more bizarre was that, despite her suspicions, she never once thought to report it. At this moment, the half-giant captain glanced at the full moon now fully visible in the sky and said in a deep voice, "It's time. Remember to meet up on the Dream Island. Our passphrase is." After saying this, he was the first to lie down, sprinkling a bottle of Amanda essence on his face. Almost instantly, his body turned into a misty dream and vanished before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the Demon Hunters, including Sultana, opened the bottles of essence in their hands and used the sleep-inducing effects to enter the dream. Just before falling asleep, Sultana's peripheral vision seemed to catch a glimpse of a giant dragon roaring past her. But she didn't have time to think about it before she completely fell asleep. In the dream courtyard shrouded in dark divine power, Ebner, revisiting the place, glanced at the paper boat that had crashed into the barrier and quickly located Jane's nightmare after orienting himself. He transformed into a dream spirit and used the new secret technique he had learned the previous night, the Shield of Glory. After confirming that the nightmare could no longer invade him, he entered Jane's nightmare. Soon, a clothing store that felt extremely familiar to Ebner came into view. Aside from the slightly different, more girly decor, it was identical to the one in Ebner's memory. It was Jane's home before the tragedy. At this moment, in the backyard of the clothing store, a 4-meter-tall werewolf hauled at the moon, clutching Jane's mother in its hand. It seemed that with just a little more force, she would be crushed into a pulp. Meanwhile, Jane herself seemed like an ordinary, powerless little girl, crouching in a corner, crying in despair. Jane's heart knot is indeed the tragic death of her family. Even after avenging them, she still can't let it go. But a 4-meter-tall werewolf is just too much, isn't it? Even if Jane's fear, amplified by the nightmare, has become the source of the werewolf's power. There's still something off about this werewolf. End of chapter. Chapter 593, Psychological Treatment and Hypnosis. Ebner had helped many giants and half-giants escape from their nightmares, so he was quite experienced in dealing with such situations. With just a glance, he noticed something off about the so-called werewolf. There were 3 main inconsistencies. First, its size was too exaggerated. Jane had encountered werewolves before, she had even personally killed Tyre, the werewolf who murdered her mother, to take revenge. Even if she still carried fear from that night deep in her heart, she wouldn't subconsciously inflate a werewolf to such an extreme degree. This wasn't logical. Second, the werewolf in this dream was simply holding Jane's mother in its grip but had yet to take any further action, only howling at the moon. This also didn't align with typical nightmare logic. Based on Ebner's past experiences, a nightmare should involve the werewolf killing a loved one over and over again. That would be the usual plot of a nightmare. Third, Jane appeared as nothing more than a helpless, sobbing little girl. This was completely wrong. In a nightmare, She should have tried to use her abilities to save her mother, only to find them ineffective, forced to watch, powerless, as her mother was slaughtered. That kind of development would be far more consistent with the nature of this nightmare island. Considering these illogical elements and combining them with his past experience, Ebner quickly formed a hypothesis. Jane's deepest fear wasn't the werewolf. It was herself, transforming into a werewolf. That massive werewolf in the dream, it actually represents Jane herself. She believes that after becoming a Beyonder, her personality has grown colder, her regard for ordinary lives diminishing, just like the werewolf Tyre's attitude toward her family that night. The werewolf clutching Mrs. Grant symbolizes ordinary people. The fact that it holds her but hasn't crushed her yet represents Jane's internal struggle. On one hand, her corpse collector pathway influences her, making her instinctively indifferent toward life. On the other hand, her personal experiences push her to resist this very instinct. In fact, an average person in her situation might eventually accept this indifference as part of themselves. But Jane, as someone who was once a victim of such apathy, experiences a much deeper internal conflict. This is likely the true root of her psychological issues. It's similar to how Klein, in the original work, developed mental problems due to the pollution from the Church of Evernights, internal watchers. Deep immersion in an acting method always leads to such consequences. Right now, Jane's condition is still just a hidden danger. But if a trigger appears, or if she advances to a higher sequence, that hidden danger will become a real mental breakdown. No wonder the professors in Silver City's general knowledge course emphasized the importance of remembering, you are only acting the role. Clearly, Jane either didn't know this or deliberately ignored it in her rush to digest potions and gain the strength for revenge. With these thoughts in mind, Ebner looked at the sobbing, ordinary girl version of Jane in the dream and sighed. This is likely her other deep-seated fear, and I'm probably part of the reason behind it. I don't have solid proof, and saying it out loud feels a bit self-indulgent, but ever since Jane became a Beyonder, she might have subconsciously seen me as a mental pillar of support. That's not unusual. Even a more mature woman like Miss Daly, after going through drastic changes and becoming a corpse collector, once used indulgence as a way to reclaim her sense of self. It wasn't until she met Dunn, until she found a light in her life, that she began to change. Jane didn't spiral into that kind of self-destruction, likely thanks to the Mystic Queen guiding her. Perhaps she even led Jane to seek out something, or someone, she cherished as a support. And as Jane's close friend, with a somewhat ambiguous connection between us, it's natural that I filled that role. Jane, she's terrified of me discovering her other self. That's why even in her nightmare, she disguises herself as a powerless little girl. But this nightmare has already exposed her heart. That's why there are so many inconsistencies in the dream setting. Even if I hadn't entered this nightmare myself, the dream would likely have arranged for another Ebner to appear and see through everything with a sharp gaze. This really is a nightmare. Even though he had mostly deciphered the nightmare's trick, Ebner still found dealing with it to be quite difficult. Simply pulling Jane out of the nightmare wouldn't be hard, he could just kill the werewolf and rescue her mother, allowing Jane to believe she had successfully concealed her truth. But if he did that, the mental issue would remain. Eventually, she would break down. She needs to handle this the way Klein did in the original work, she needs to accept that both sides of her personality are part of who she is. Otherwise, she's heading down the same path as Bishop Utravsky. Fortunately, this nightmare's environment is similar to Bishop Utravsky's Heart Nightmare Candle ability, it materializes the core issue of the dreamer's psyche. As long as Jane can conquer her fear, her condition will improve significantly. But how exactly should I help her? I'm no professional psychologist. Ideally, I should ask Clausia for help. Wait. If Clausia could resolve Jane's mental issues in the future, then technically, I don't need to ask her now. At first glance, this thought seemed contradictory, but it actually wasn't. Because if Clausia could fix Jane's condition in the future, that future already existed, which meant it could be foreseen. And today, I haven't used my once-per-day active divination yet. Acting immediately, Ebner activated the pure white eye and chanted his inquiry. The method Clausia will use to treat Jane's mental issues. Almost instantly, a single word appeared in Ebner's mind. Ebner. Wait. Clausia is using me to treat Jane. What kind of therapy is this? A lover's comfort method. Ebner was stunned for a few seconds. After making a few sarcastic remarks in his head, he seriously analyzed the meaning behind that single word. The name, Ebner, had been marked with punctuation in the revelation, meaning that this Ebner wasn't referring to himself literally but rather symbolizing something. I think I understand. After about half a minute of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him, and he grasped the meaning of the prophecy. For Jane to overcome the werewolf, for her to break through her fear of exposing her other self to me, there was only one way, force her into a situation where she had to reveal it. She had to accept that the werewolf was also a part of her, that these two sides of herself were never truly separate. Thus, the key to forcing her to confront her fear was to put Ebner, the support she had in her heart, in danger. And that meant the dream's version of Ebner, originally conjured to see through her disguise and push her into despair, had now become the most critical tool. As soon as he reached this conclusion, the dreamscape refreshed. Suddenly, a dream version of Ebner appeared, flying toward the clothing store from afar. He descended, his gaze sweeping coldly across the scene. Then, his sharp eyes landed on Jane, who was crying like a fragile little girl. He seemed ready to say something heartless. But just then, a giant bear suddenly burst from the ground, slamming the Ebner down in an instant. Its fist, as large as a kitchen wok, rained down upon him like a storm, brutally beating the utterly confused dream Ebner to a pulp. On the other side, both Jane and the werewolf froze. The former stopped crying, while the latter loosened its grip on Mrs. Grant. They stared, wide-eyed, at the bizarre scene unfolding before them. The Ebner on the ground was the first to recover. He suddenly pulled out a greatsword from nowhere and stabbed it into the ground. A storm of light erupted, forcing the giant bear to dodge momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Ebner rode a gust of wind to escape the bear's grasp, conjuring black flames in his palms. The flames shot out like bullets, streaking toward the bear in rapid succession. The giant bear, or rather, the real Ebner, calmly observed everything. With a simple wave, he conjured an ice shield, easily blocking the black flames. At the same time, he made a quick assessment. This Ebner is roughly at my Sequence 7 level, a weakened version, actually. The only extraordinary item he's using is the Sword of Dawn, and most of his abilities are the ones I used when Jane, Furs, and I rescued Zio from the Black Patch infection that night. Since nightmares create figures based on Jane's impression of my strength, it makes sense that he only possesses the ability she has personally witnessed. Even though I told her about my other artifacts earlier today, she only received a brief explanation, never actually seeing them in action. That's why the Ebner in her dream doesn't have them. Good thing, too. Feeling relieved, Ebner resumed his ruthless beatdown of his weakened Sequence 7 self. To avoid killing him outright or disfiguring him beyond recognition, he deliberately avoided the vital areas and face. Even so, the dream Ebner was soon left half dead, his breathing barely noticeable. During this time, the werewolf let out a furious roar, seemingly trying to charge forward, but Ebner trapped it in the ground using an earth-based spell, rendering it immobile. Jane, tears still fresh on her face, finally snapped out of her daze. Looking at the badly beaten Ebner, she seemed to make up her mind. She stood up and walked, step by step, toward the trapped werewolf. Then, she merged with it, transforming back into her usual self. However, unlike when she was with familiar people, her gaze was now icy cold. Yet, when her eyes fell on the dying Ebner, that coldness was instantly replaced by deep concern. Elsewhere in the ruins, within another nightmare. Above a vast treasure hoard, two giant dragons clashed fiercely. Mental plagues and psychic storms raged between them, warping the dream's sky in apocalyptic turmoil. Then, one of the dragons suddenly opened its mouth and spewed dragon breath toward the treasure below. The other dragon immediately dove toward the hoard, throwing itself into the path of the attack without hesitation. But, the expected pain never came. Instead, the attacking dragon vanished, and in its place, a brown-haired woman stepped forward, smiling as she patted the dragon's head. Xenia, or should I say, Lady Greed, have you finally woken up? The dragon's massive vertical pupils stared at her in confusion. Then, with uncertainty, it hesitantly asked, "You are Miss Sloth?" "That's right," the woman, Clausia, replied with a smile, conjuring clothing for herself with a casual flick. "Looks like this environment really is quite effective for treating psychological issues." Pausing for a moment, she then added meaningfully, and also quite convenient for making adjustments. "Anywhere else, I wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Thank you." The dragon transformed back into human form, but as soon as she heard Clausia's last words, she froze. A few seconds later, her expression changed drastically, and she widened her eyes. You hypnotized me. You altered part of my perception." "Yes. Originally, I was going to extract a demigod characteristic from you, but considering your identity, I decided it was better to keep you alive." Clausia smirked as she gave Lady Greed a once-over, scrutinizing her figure before adding, "Don't bother struggling. Aside from Lord Wrath, not even the President would be able to see through, much less undo, my suggestion. Plus, you won't even have the desire to seek someone to undo it." As she spoke, Lady Greed instinctively halted her attempt to purge the hypnosis from herself. End of chapter. Chapter 594, The Upcoming Performance. Clausia watched as Lady Greed's expression continuously shifted and smiled as she reassured her. "Relax, I won't force you to do anything that would cause extreme resistance within you. After all, you know just as well as I do that such commands would likely backfire and weaken the hypnosis. But I also know that my threshold for resistance will gradually lower. If this continues, I'll eventually become completely obedient to you," Lady Greed said bitterly. She deeply regretted not having been killed by Clausia earlier. The thought of becoming a mere puppet under someone else's control was unbearable, but worse than that, she couldn't even bring herself to desire death anymore. There's no need to be so pessimistic, Ksenia. I have no intention of taking further control over you. After all, you are still a descendant of the Jacob family. Though Jacob has long declined, and you never walked the marauder pathway, a noble bloodline that traces back to the fourth epoch surely retains some hidden heritage. If I strengthen the hypnosis too much, someone might notice the flaw. As she spoke, Clausia took out a robe and handed it to her. After all, Lady Greed was still completely naked after reverting from her dragon form. While it was certainly aesthetic, it was ultimately inappropriate. Ksenia instinctively accepted the garment, but as she did, she suddenly realized something in Clausia's words and asked in shock. How do you know I'm from the Jacob family? Midway through her sentence, she abruptly froze before glaring at Clausia. You read my memories. Clausia spread her hands innocently and said. Hypnotizing you required me to break through the defenses of your mental island, and since your mind was already laid bare to me, accessing your memories was hardly difficult. Ksenia's face twisted with mixed emotions. She stared at Clausia for a long moment before finally exhaling deeply, as if resigning herself to fate. She then put on the robe and said. I believe now that you won't make me do anything I strongly reject. After all, my mental island is already defenseless against you. You could have simply silently controlled me, there was no need for you to tell me all this. Maybe this is just part of the hypnosis, Clausia replied with a half-smile. Don't you think your attitude has already softened a little? I refuse to believe that I wouldn't be able to distinguish between my own will and a manipulated one. Lady Greed declared firmly. Clausia merely smiled meaningfully at her and didn't press the topic further. Instead, she asked. Where's your magic mirror? I don't know. Ever since I entered this nightmare island, it disappeared. Otherwise, even with your help, I wouldn't have been able to escape Greed's influence so easily, Lady Greed replied with a shake of her head. It looks like it was using you after all. That sealed artifact may have undergone further activation for some reason, Clausia mused. Miss Sloth, you seem to know quite a bit about the magic mirror. Lady Greed asked, puzzled. But the magic mirror isn't a grade 1 sealed artifact entrusted to me by the council, it was something my teacher brought back from Intis as a spoils of war. She didn't seem to realize that her wariness and hostility toward Miss Sloth had significantly decreased, and that her tone had become noticeably more casual. It's not me who's familiar with it. It's your teacher, the previous Lady Greed, who knew it well, Clausia corrected her with a shake of her head. She then pulled out a book and held it in her hands. The black cover of the book featured a tightly shut yet unnaturally wide mouth, resembling the personality masks used by the psychological alchemists. Its very design exuded greed. Teacher. This is something my teacher left behind. You obtained it. Lady Greed hesitated as she stared at the book's cover. After a moment, she furrowed her brows and said. I've seen this book before, but back then, it didn't have the engraving on the cover. I remember it was called the Book of Conspiracy. It contained various mysticism knowledge and modified spells. It was also something my teacher brought back from Intis as a spoil of war. The Book of Conspiracy. That name is quite fitting, but now that it has fused with your teacher's Dreamweaver characteristic, it should be called the Book of Greed and Conspiracy instead. As she spoke, Clausia flipped open a page of the mystical book and showed it to Lady Greed. The page contained detailed information about the magic mirror, its influence on its holders, and the possible times and locations where it could manifest. This page suddenly appeared in the book yesterday, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to subdue you so easily, Clausia said with a smirk. It seems that even in death, your teacher was still obsessed with the magic mirror. She then turned her gaze back to Lady Greed and asked with a smile, aside from this, do you have anything to add? For instance, do you have any idea where the magic mirror might have gone? Lady Greed pondered for a moment before answering uncertainly. When it was luring me in and enticing my greed, I think I sensed a faint spiritual fluctuation from it. It seemed to be looking for someone. I believe the term it conveyed was master. But the spirit within the magic mirror is utterly deranged. It lost its sanity a long time ago, so whatever it was trying to communicate might not be reliable. Almost falling into a trap set by a mindless magic mirror, nearly turning into a puppet controlled by a fabricated persona. I suppose that's fitting for someone named Greed. Could this be an inherited flaw of the Jacob family? Thieves, by nature, are rather greedy. After contemplating for a few seconds, Clausia instructed Lady Greed. For now, leave this nightmare island and return to Indoor Port. Stay on standby. As for your student, I'll keep an eye on her, I won't let anything happen to her. Just as she finished speaking, something seemed to come to mind, and she added. Oh, by the way, I've already decided on your first task. Hearing this, Lady Greed remained outwardly composed, but internally, she felt a hint of unease. she cautiously asked. What task? No need to worry, it's nothing difficult. I just need you to exert some influence over a property transaction, ensure the process is completed quickly without attracting attention. Your family has been operating in secret within Azac for centuries, if not longer. I trust you have more than enough influence to make this happen. Clausia smiled. Lady Greed let out a small sigh of relief. This was well within her capabilities. With that concern alleviated, she casually asked. What kind of property transaction? A mountain hot spring resort. At the entrance of a courtyard, bathed in the faint glow of twilight, two figures materialized, Ebner, clad in his Doctor Strange-style robes and red cloak, alongside Jane. Ever since he had modified Roselle's golden armor spell, allowing him to freely alter the appearance of his conjured armor, Ebner no longer had to worry about the awkwardness of transforming into a bear and losing his clothes. Jane, on the other hand, seemed a little flustered, avoiding eye contact with Ebner. But this was simply shyness, a normal reaction, rather than any lingering issues from her recent therapy. Standing ahead, already waiting in his armor, was Dunn. As soon as he saw Ebner and Jane, he stepped forward to greet them. After briefly summarizing his earlier experiences, he said solemnly, Lady Clausia used this environment to completely heal the last remnants of my mental affliction. After that, she instructed me to fulfill our agreement with her on my own when you arrived. It seems she has other matters to attend to. Ebner took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and then asked. The speaker. No, the phonograph, did you bring it? According to Clausia's script, their entrance into the dream realm was supposed to be theatrical, like an opera, complete with theme music for each character. So, basically, a background music, BGM, system. Good thing Miss Sloth picked decent tracks. If she had chosen something like Nicholas Zhao Yun's Melancholy Elegy, the entire scene would have turned into a farce. Suppressing the urge to laugh at his own thoughts, Ebner heard Dunn respond hesitantly. My armor. Ahem, to be precise, Lady Clausia's husband incorporated a singing function when he crafted it. End of chapter. Chapter 595, Dreamweaver and the Magic Mirror. On a pitch-black street, a young man ran desperately. His breathing had grown heavy, his stamina long since exhausted, but he didn't dare slow down. Because right behind him, a monstrous creature was in pursuit. The beast stood about 2 meters tall, with 4 arms and 4 legs, its entire body covered in dark brown fur. A white bone mask obscured its face. It moved swiftly and possessed immense strength. With every step it took, searing lava oozed from beneath its feet. There was no way a low sequence beyonder could stand against it. The young man had encountered such a creature before, in a small mountain town in Azac. Back then, it had slaughtered the entire town. If not for the timely arrival of his then adventure party's captain, he would have died along with the others. Since that day, this monster had been a frequent visitor in his nightmares. But, he never expected to encounter it again after entering the ruins. And this time, his captain and Mr. had been killed instantly. When he witnessed his captain's powerful body being torn apart and devoured, he could no longer suppress the crippling terror in his heart, he just wanted to flee the ruins. Yet even after reaching the mainland, even after running back into the city, the monster still pursued him. Just as his strength completely drained, as he could no longer move even a step, and as hopelessness took root in his heart. A rousing, heroic melody suddenly echoed in his ears. The young man hesitated for a moment and instinctively turned toward the source of the music. A brilliant beam of light suddenly pierced through the darkness, illuminating a corner of the street. The monster halted, frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene before it. Then, a figure clad in a blue robe, draped in a red cloak, descended slowly from the heavens, bathed in the radiance of the light. As he landed before the monster, he straightened his back, flourished his cloak, and extended his right hand, pointing directly at the creature. His voice rang out with undeniable authority. Your sins, your weaknesses, they have nowhere to hide from my gaze. I am the one who sees through all things, Dr. Strange. The moment his words fell, another beam of light shone upon the monster's opposite side. There, a figure clad in gold and red armor knelt upon one knee, right hand pressed to the ground. As the brilliant glow illuminated him, he slowly lifted his head, his deep, steady voice resonating through the air. A champion of justice. A bane of monsters. I am, Iron Man. At that very moment, the 2 pillars of light, which had broken through the darkness, trembled slightly, but quickly regained stability. Up in the sky, Jane, seated atop a cloud-like spiritual entity, clutched 2 luminous charms in her hands. Her body shook slightly, as if she were struggling to hold back laughter. At that instant, she decided to completely erase her earlier promise about playing a superhero as well. In truth, it wasn't just her. Even Ebner, who was portraying Dr. Strange, nearly broke character the moment Dunn delivered his lines. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew the draconic might he had placed upon the monster. After all, without it, the beast wouldn't have stood still for their performance. The next moment, he and Dunn exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. In perfect sync, they attacked simultaneously. Ebner simulated a holy light, while Dunn unleashed the light storm from his armor. In an instant, brilliant radiance engulfed the monster, drowning the white bone-masked creature in an overwhelming blaze of light. It seems to be a four-armed bone-faced ape. Its bone mask is a primary demonic material. I wonder where this young man encountered it, for it to have left such a deep impression as his worst nightmare. Having disposed of the creature before the nightmare could end, Ebner rubbed his chin and casually remarked to Dunn. As for how he knew that the bone mask was a demon's primary material, that was because he had personally killed a blood-worship cultist in Tingen who was a serial killer. From him, he had learned parts of the demon pathways formulae. I encountered it in the northern Antares Mountains, near Laston Town. Before Dunn could respond, the young man, still gasping for breath, spoke up. Unlike Jane, Dunn, or Ebner, he was the only one who didn't find the Doctor Strange and Iron Man entrance laughable. Instead, he was filled with gratitude toward them. The Antares Mountains. I recall in the original story, there were rumors of giant descendants in that region. But I didn't expect there would also be a beyonder creature containing demonic materials there. Though Ebner found this a bit strange, he didn't dwell on it. His performance wasn't over yet. After giving the young man a nod, he and Dunn struck a synchronized victory pose. Almost at the same moment, the nightmare scene shattered, and Ebner, Dunn, and Jane once again reappeared before the Twilight Courtyard's entrance. As for the young man they had rescued, he materialized within the courtyard's barrier. Barely conscious and still in a daze from waking up, he was immediately pulled into yet another dream, one woven by Clausia, just like the other people who had entered the ruins. Only 2 nightmares left. Dunn, using his nightmare abilities, sensed their current states. His expression turned serious. Both of their nightmares have already reached a dangerous stage. And one of them is someone Lady Clausia specifically instructed us to take care of. Let's split up for this one. Ebner gave a small nod before turning his gaze toward the large collective dream visible within the barrier. He had no idea what ritual Clausia was conducting inside or what its purpose was, but judging by the increasing number of people being pulled into the dream, all of whom had just had their impressions of Doctor Strange and Iron Man deeply reinforced, he could tell her ritual was reaching its critical moment. At this point, adding 1 or 2 more people wouldn't make much difference. And considering that the remaining 2 nightmares involved someone Clausia had requested they personally look after and someone seemingly connected to Azac, neither of them were suitable to be thrown into the ritual. Inside a dreamscape formed by collective subconsciousness, countless beyonders and even some ordinary people who had unknowingly stumbled in through their sleep were now experiencing firsthand the past of Doctor Strange and Iron Man. Some of these stories were admirable, some touching, others thrilling, and some even humorous, but all of them had an undeniable pull, gradually immersing the dreamers in their narrative. And since most of them had just been rescued by the 2 heroes in an incredibly dramatic and memorable fashion, they had no reason to doubt the authenticity of these stories. Instead, they felt that these past experiences were precisely what had shaped the 2 heroes into who they were today. Even the ordinary people who had stumbled into the dream, though never personally rescued, had read about the heroes in newspapers. Now, seeing this firsthand felt like peeking behind the mask of legends. Of course, some people were puzzled. Why would the past experiences of these heroes be displayed here? But the clever ones assumed this was a glimpse into Iron Man and Doctor Strange's memories, which only made them believe the stories even more. Amidst this perfectly crafted atmosphere, Clausia, hidden behind the scenes, placed the Book of Greed and Conspiracy onto the sacrificial altar. Then, she prayed devoutly to the Earth Mother Goddess. Moments later, the altar held only a single extracted, purified Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic. The mystical book itself had vanished. Clausia had expected this outcome. After all, that book was one of the special relics the Earth Mother Goddess had long commanded her to collect. It was the key component that had ensured the success of this ritual, so it was only natural that the goddess would claim it. She took a deep breath, reached out, and picked up the Beyonder characteristic, then placed it into a glass beaker that had already been prepared with auxiliary ingredients. The moment it touched the liquid, the solution inside turned a shimmering golden hue, rippling gently, clear and translucent. But from different angles, Clausia felt as if she could see a golden vertical eye staring back at her. Her gaze shifted back toward the dreamers. As the stories of Iron Man and Doctor Strange progressed to the point where they entered the ruins and began rescuing people from nightmares, Clausia lifted the beaker to her lips. To create one or more distinctly defined characters. To weave stories for them that blur the line between reality and fiction. To establish them as legends throughout the continent. To make at least 500 people firmly believe in these figures. And at the moment when their impression and trust reached their peak, drink the potion. Recalling the Dreamweaver's advancement ritual, Clausia drank the potion without hesitation. Nazali, the red-haired daughter of Duke Greycastle and student of Lady Greed, stared in horrified disbelief at the magic mirror before her. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs. She felt pure despair consume her. So, it's finally my turn. Nazali closed her eyes. Memories of her teacher's ritual flashed vividly in her mind. She had watched as her teacher offered sacrifices to the magic mirror. One after another, adult men were devoured whole, leaving only their clothes behind. Even though her teacher had chosen criminals as sacrifices, the sheer brutality of the magic mirror had long since cemented itself as Nazali's deepest nightmare. Even during her time at sea, when she had interacted with Aurora Order's envoys, she had never personally faced such a soul-freezing terror. This was the primal fear that prey felt when standing before a predator. But just as she braced herself for inescapable death, waiting for the expected agony to come, nothing happened. Seconds passed. 10 seconds. 15. Puzzled, Nazali cautiously opened her eyes. And what she saw nearly drove her insane. The magic mirror, now the size of a palm, was hopping excitedly toward a man who had suddenly appeared. Like a loyal pet, it rubbed affectionately against his boot. The man, seemingly acting on instinct, kicked it away. Yet the magic mirror simply bounced back and rubbed against him again. Chapter 596, The Mirror Comes Knocking. Ebner watched as the mirror continued to rub against his feet, his mouth twitching slightly. He couldn't help but wonder if the terrifying scene he had witnessed upon entering this nightmare had been nothing more than an illusion. What the hell is going on? Isn't this mirror something manifested from Lady Nazali's nightmare? Why is it acting like an abandoned pet, and even trying to act cute? Since when do nightmares have such a strong survival instinct? With that thought, he ignored the mirror's pleas for attention and mercilessly simulated a holy light to purify it. However, as the grand, pure radiance engulfed the mirror, a simple, cartoonish, comforted expression briefly appeared on its reflective surface. It quickly seemed to realize its mistake, wiped away the expression, and then hurled itself onto the ground, shattering into pieces. What just happened? Did it just comfort itself to death? Or is this thing faking? But if it really died, then why does it seem like this nightmare is about to end? Ebner was utterly baffled by the mirror's bizarre reaction. Losing interest in playing along with Nazali's nightmare, he simply allowed the dream to collapse, sending her back to reality. Meanwhile, Dunn stared blankly at the empty dreamscape that should have belonged to Sultana, a member of the Demon Hunter squad. As a nightmare himself, this was the first time he had entered someone's dream only to find no dreamer inside. In an ancient castle bathed in twilight, Sultana, her long sword at her waist and a bottle of liquor in her hand, followed behind a true giant who was half a head taller than both her captain and the senior deacon. They passed through the grand hall, crossed a long corridor, and finally entered a reception room. There, she saw a man wearing a silk top hat and a black formal suit. He had a medium build, bronze skin, and deep, weary eyes. Sultana's eyes widened in shock. She recognized this man. He was the one who always appeared in her drunken dreams, chasing away a nightmare from her youth. She had often joked that he was exactly her type, which was why she had fulfilled the famous saying of Emperor Roselle, "What you think about during the day, you dream about at night." But now, it was clear that this wasn't just her imagination. Had this man been living in this dream-locked ruin all along? Had she truly been dreaming of him all those times? Just as Sultana's mind spiraled into speculation, the giant respectfully bowed to the men before silently exiting the room, leaving only the two of them. "So, how should I address you?" Sultana finally broke the silence. The men didn't respond immediately. He scrutinized her carefully, his expression turning distant, lost in thought. Only after a long pause did he say in a deep voice, "You may call me Mr. Azac." Azac. Sultana repeated the name in her mind but couldn't recall any notable figure associated with it. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously asked, "Mr. Azac, why did you summon me here? Is there something you need? A friend of mine told me that there was a lady who resembled me. That piqued my interest, so I decided on a whim to meet you." Azac chuckled before continuing, "I know your name is Sultana, but I don't yet know your surname." "Resembles you? Don't tell me, you lost a daughter and are searching for her." "But I'm absolutely certain I'm my parents' biological child, and my parents were definitely the biological children of my grandparents." "You must be mistaken. Still, could there be some deeper mystical connection between us? Otherwise, why would I keep dreaming about him?" Despite her internal grumbling, Sultana chose to answer honestly, "My surname is Sterling." Pausing briefly, she then added a tactful clarification, "Though my parents have passed away, I remember them clearly." "Sterling. I recall using that surname in one of my past lives. And if my memory serves me correctly, Silica, she should also have the surname Sterling." Azac immediately understood the underlying meaning in Sultana's words and smiled. "Did your family move to Indoorport from Constant in Loan?" "How do you know that?" Sultana was visibly surprised. Her mind quickly began turning over possibilities. Is he a distant relative from Loan? Is this a long-lost family reunion? Why did your family leave lone? Azak's next question pulled her out of her thoughts. After pondering for a moment, she answered uncertainly, it was around 400 years ago. My family moved to Indore to escape an old enemy. They relocated entirely and established numerous businesses here. She sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy, as she continued, but even so, the family failed to thrive. By the time my father's generation came around, we had lost everything. That's why he had no choice but to become a fisherman. In the end, 12 years ago, he stumbled upon a skeleton inside these ruins and went mad before dying. My mother passed away soon after due to mental illness. I was only 12 or 13 at the time. Luckily, my captain, who was investigating my father's case, took me in and protected me. That's how I eventually became a Beyonder and joined the Demon Hunter squad. For the longest time, I thought my father had simply witnessed Lord Panin fighting a high-sequence corpse collector Beyonder, which drove him insane. But just this morning, I found out that Lord Panin never actually fought that person. My father really did stumble into these dream-bound ruins. Realizing that she had spoken far too much, Sultana suddenly snapped to attention. She fixed a wary gaze on Azac, her voice sharp with suspicion. Did you just use some kind of mental suggestion on me? Azac nodded at first, then shook his head. I didn't influence you, but my power does linger within your spirit. That's why you naturally feel a sense of closeness toward me, which led you to speak so freely. My spirit carries your power. Sultana didn't doubt his words. First, given his demonstrated abilities, he had no reason to lie. Second, in all those drunken dreams of hers, there had always been a man resembling him who drove away her nightmares. Maybe it really was because of his power that she had those dreams. Yes. Your father and mother likely died from the lingering mental plague of the Mind Dragon. 12 years ago, it had just died, and no one had yet claimed its characteristics. That dragon was slain by me, and my power had already tainted it. I suspect that your father didn't immediately mutate upon seeing the dragon's remains precisely because of this. Unfortunately, he was far too close to a mythic creature, even if it was just a skeleton. You, however, were lucky. The contamination your father passed onto you was not only weak but also contained a portion of my power. Azac looked at Sultana with a trace of pity as he explained. So that's what happened. But then why did my mother? Sultana trailed off, realizing she had already pieced together the answer from his questions and explanations. Because she wasn't my blood descendant. My power couldn't protect her. Azac finished the thought for her. Sultana fell silent for a long time before finally saying, Mr. Azac, do you have any liquor? This is still a dream, and in dreams, such things are never lacking. Azac nodded and, with a wave of his hand, conjured a barrel of Sunia blood wine. This stuff is expensive. I've never even dreamed of it before. Sultana's eyes lit up as she swiftly poured herself a cup and began drinking. Sunia blood wine, brewed with the golden spring water of Sunia, was incredibly costly, far beyond what Sultana's salary could ever afford. To be honest, this was her first time tasting it. Unfortunately, she wasn't in the right mood to enjoy it. Can you get drunk in a dream? She muttered, already feeling a little lightheaded. Then, as if struck by a thought, she suddenly heard Azac ask, who was the enemy your family was fleeing from? I don't know. But I secretly read some of my grandfather's journals. The record said we must never plot against our enemies or even think about them too much. Otherwise, they might sense our location. Before she could finish, she completely lost consciousness. The last thing she saw before drifting off was a tiny silver-winged bird hopping onto her head. Azac pondered for a long moment before gently stroking Silica's little head and murmuring, audience, or demon. Silica, do you think Sultana's family enemies are connected to your death? Silica tilted her head in confusion, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Azac hadn't expected an answer from her. He turned to gaze out of the castle's window at the large collective dreamscape in the courtyard, muttering to himself, it seems that Ebner's friend has succeeded. Well, it's time to clean up and completely seal off this nightmare island. In Indore Port, inside the villa in the dock district, Ebner, Dunn, Jane, and Clausia all suddenly woke up, finding themselves back where they had started before setting out. Clausia glanced at Ebner and Dunn before praising them, you both did very well. I'll prepare an additional reward for you later. Before they could decline, she added, but I have some matters to deal with now. We'll discuss the details in the morning. Ebner, Jane, you can stay here for the night. Dunn, make the arrangements. With that, Clausia hurried off to her room. Miss Sloth seems to be in a real rush. Did something go wrong with the ritual? Ebner instinctively wanted to activate his pure white eye to check, but his intuition warned him that doing so might lead to unforeseen consequences. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to drop the idea. Following Dunn's lead, he arrived at the room prepared for him. Just as he lay down, intending to rest, a sudden knock echoed at the door. A moment later, Miss Plant appeared before him, holding a mirror that looked oddly familiar. Sir. This mirror has something it wishes to tell you. End of chapter. Chapter 597, Ms. Daly about to shovel. The mirror? Looking for me. Ebner looked at the small mirror with a golden frame and a pitch-black surface held by the plant lady and immediately recognized it as the magic mirror that had been comfortably killed by the sacred light in Nazali's nightmare. Moreover, the plant lady's condition wasn't right either, her movements were stiff, and her eyes seemed vacant. Was she being controlled? Ebner grew wary, instantly activating his pure white eye and even considering creating some commotion to draw Clausia over. But to his surprise, the moment the pure white eye opened, the mirror obediently hopped to Ebner's feet and began transmitting some fawning messages to him. These messages weren't in any known language but seemed to belong to a more direct form of spiritual communication, carrying a slight hint of corruption. As a result, Ebner only received them after activating the pure white eye, as they had been intercepted before. Is it really trying to fawn over me? Ebner's heart stirred. He took out the cursed tutor badge and, using it as the core, quickly set up a ritual. He then placed the mirror on one of the ritual altars, ensuring that if it tried anything dangerous, he could respond immediately. After completing these preparations, Ebner used the analytical abilities of the pure white eye to carefully examine the mirror on the altar for the first time. Thanks to the mirror's active cooperation, after about 10 minutes, he finally understood its true nature. This was a mystical item crafted using the sequence 4 Black Knight characteristic from the Shepherd pathway. Although its essence was only at the level of a Grade 1 sealed artifact, because it contained a fallen angel spirit from the Sun pathway, if fully unsealed, it could temporarily unleash the power of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. However, the mirror's creator had placed 4 layers of seals on it, all of which were designed to suppress the evil spirit within. When all 4 seals were intact, the evil spirit inside the mirror was in a dormant state, but it still influenced the holder's mind, amplifying certain personality traits and tempting them to further unseal it. At this stage, the magic mirror was equivalent to a Grade 2 sealed artifact, with no inherent abilities. However, it could consume the characteristics and souls of Beyonders to use their skills. It could hold up to 7 souls, and even if some of those souls belonged to demigods, it couldn't control them. When it entered the second stage, with only 3 seals remaining, the evil spirit inside the mirror would partially awaken, gaining a living characteristic and the ability to communicate simply. But it mostly acted on instinct, lacking higher intelligence. At this stage, the magic mirror could actively induce the holder's darker tendencies, leading them toward corruption. Additionally, it required a daily intake of flesh and blood, or it would consume the holder. As for the number of souls it could shepherd, it remained the same as the previous stage, but it would allow 1 demigod-level soul to function. Moreover, during combat, it would assist the holder autonomously, without requiring active control. The current magic mirror was at this stage. In the third stage, with only 2 seals remaining, the evil spirit inside the mirror would awaken further, gaining intelligence and the ability to think. This made the mirror almost equivalent to an enhanced version of a Black Knight, because the evil spirit was once a Sun pathway angel, it rendered the holy light, which normally countered Black Knights, ineffective. At this point, the magic mirror could shepherd up to 13 souls, with a maximum of 3 demigod-level souls. The fourth stage, with only 1 seal remaining, would see the evil spirit regain its memories as an angel. At this point, it would no longer be a fallen angel spirit sealed within a mirror but almost equivalent to a revived angel who had assimilated the Black Knight characteristic. Of course, since the creator had left one final safeguard, the angel would have to obey the holder's commands and assist them in one full power action before it could break free. As for whether the fully liberated angelic evil spirit would retaliate afterward, that would depend on the holder's own abilities. After reading the analysis report provided by the Pure White Eye, Ebner confirmed that the magic mirror before him was indeed the one Leon had mentioned, one of the 3 divine artifacts crafted by Roselle, the sword, the mirror, and the seal. The crafting method, the Sun pathway fallen angel spirit, and even the mirror's fawning behavior toward him, who possessed the Pure White Eye, all confirmed this. After all, the idea of using 3 fallen angel spirits to create the 3 divine artifacts came from the Calamity Seal. It likely provided some assistance during Roselle's forging process, possibly even using the abilities contained within the Pure White Eye. So, is that why the mirror is so close to me, who also has the Pure White Eye? Even fawning over me. I never expected to see the real thing just a day after hearing about it from Leon. With this thought in mind, Ebner hesitated for a moment but ultimately picked up the golden-framed, black-surfaced, magic mirror, accepting its voluntary allegiance. Through the Pure White Eye, he sent it a message to release its control over the plant lady. Ebner no longer felt resistant to items related to previous time travelers and even had an active desire to understand them. Once the mirror was in his hand, it first transmitted a message of joy, then, after controlling the plant lady to leave Ebner's bedroom, it released its control over her. In the hallway, the plant lady suddenly came to her senses, her face filled with confusion as she wondered why she was there. However, since her mind was still relatively simple, she decided not to dwell on things she couldn't understand and resolved to ask Mr. Breen about it tomorrow. Because Miss Sloth had been busy with her advancement ritual, she hadn't yet had time to impart knowledge to the plant lady. As a result, Ebner was still the most prominent figure in her memories. Which was also the main reason the mirror had sought her out earlier. Inside the guest room, through the magic mirror's obedience in releasing Miss Plant from its control, Ebner gained a deeper understanding of its nature. It didn't follow its owner's commands exactly but instead exercised a certain degree of flexibility. So it does have some basic intelligence, though it mostly acts on instinct. But if it were in someone else's hands, it wouldn't necessarily be this obedient. As Ebner was contemplating this, the magic mirror once again sent a flattering message, asking if he didn't like Miss Plant. If so, it could control one of the other two women in the house and bring them to his room. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ebner almost thought he had misunderstood the transmission. After double-checking several times and confirming that the mirror had indeed meant what he thought, he pinched his forehead, unable to stop himself from ranting internally. No wonder this mirror was made by Roselle. This method of flattery, did the Emperor personally teach it, or was Calamity Seal also some kind of degenerate? And while it's one thing to try this on Jian, how dare you, a thing still bound by 3 layers of seals, think about controlling a half-god from the domain of the mind, who gave you this courage. You can throw your own life away if you want, but don't drag me down with you. Looks like if I plan on keeping this mirror, I'll need to properly discipline it first, otherwise, it's just going to cause trouble for me. After sternly reprimanding the magic mirror for its inappropriate form of flattery, Ebner had a serious conversation with it, mainly about its eating habits. He had expected the mirror to resist fiercely, but to his surprise, it readily accepted his proposal to only occasionally allow it to feed. The only condition it insisted on was that it must bathe in the holy light simulated by his pure white eye every day. Hearing this request, Ebner tested it out by using both his own simulated holy light and the holy light from his ring of light, but neither was accepted by the mirror. It has to be from the pure white eye. Looks like my previous guess was right, Calamity Seal must have directly participated in the process of creating this mirror. Maybe even played a major role in it. That's why the mirror is so affectionate toward the pure white eye. Of course, it's also possible that something in the unknown land behind the pure white eye is attracting this mirror, causing it to instinctively seek closeness. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner agreed to the mirror's request. In response, the mirror happily displayed a newly revised contract on its surface, listing their mutual rights and obligations. Naturally, this contract had no real binding power over Ebner. It was, at best, a gentleman's agreement. As for why the mirror bothered to display it at all, it was simply to announce that it had changed owners. Now that he had acquired another powerful mystical item, Ebner was in a good mood. He proceeded to ask the mirror about its previous owner and the souls it currently shepherded. Unfortunately, because the magic mirror wasn't very intelligent, it couldn't describe its former master's identity in detail. It only vaguely knew that its last owner was a half-god of the spectator pathway. As for the 7 souls it had shepherded, most were criminals or pirates that its previous owner had captured, none of them particularly noteworthy. Among them were a Sequence 8 Provoker and a Swindler, a Sequence 7 Seafarer, a Sequence 6 Pleasure Witch and a Faceless, a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker, and a Sequence 4 Demon. The Provoker and Seafarer were pirates, while the Swindler was a traitor from the mirror's previous owner's family. The Pleasure Witch came from the Witch sect, and the Faceless was a member of the Secret Order. The Dreamwalker had been one of the mirror's previous owners before being consumed. The Demon had once been a member of the North family, captured by Roselle himself. It was also the first soul ever shepherded by the magic mirror, one of the reasons why it had been named a magic mirror in the first place. Aside from the poor guy who got eaten, these were all bad people. In that case, I don't need to be like Klein and try to liberate them one by one. Since he could already simulate the abilities of anyone below a demigod, Ebner didn't have any immediate plans to swap out the souls, except maybe for the demon. As for removing more seals so the magic mirror could shepherd more demigods, that was not even an option. Once the mirror's seals were loosened further, the wraith inside would develop full intelligence and independent thought. At that point, it would no longer be so obedient. At the very least, Ebner wasn't going to consider it until he became a demigod himself or figured out a way to reseal it. Tingen City, Blackthorn Security Company. A woman with jet black hair and an indifferent expression, Lonel, carefully examined Daily Simone, who was still dressed in her black robe, with blue eyeshadow and rouge. With a calm voice, she said, "You don't look any different." "I thought. You're the same, Lonel." Daly interrupted her with a smile. "Some things don't need to be mentioned again. It's good that you've moved on." Lonel studied her a moment longer but didn't press further. Instead, she said, "I received a notice earlier that a colleague from Backlund would be protecting a parliamentarian for Baron Hoy's ball tomorrow night. I didn't expect it to be you. You know how it is. Nighthawks can't leave their jurisdiction easily. Just like how a cheating man needs a proper excuse to sneak out. Daly chuckled. It took me forever to get this opportunity, so of course, I wasn't going to let it go to waste. Fortunately, none of my colleagues in Backlund wanted this assignment. As she spoke, she casually filled out the necessary travel request form in front of Lonel. Watching her put on her coat, Lonel asked again, "Do you need me to find someone to accompany you? There was an incident at the cemetery recently." "No need. For a spirit guide like me, a cemetery is far more comfortable than a bed." Daly waved dismissively. Lonel fell silent for a few seconds. Just as Daly was about to step out the door, she finally said, "Give my regards to the captain. That's one message I definitely won't deliver." "No, I absolutely won't." Daly didn't respond. She simply turned back, gave Lonel a slight nod, and then pushed open the door to leave Blackthorn security. Sitting alone at the dark reception desk, Lonel ran her fingers through her silky, ribbon-like black hair and let out a heavy sigh. Even though months had passed, some things remained difficult to forget. Chapter 598, Gift. In Tingen City, at Raphael Cemetery, the full moon hung high in the sky. The crimson moonlight bathed the gravestone, casting a brighter glow on Dunn's black and white photograph, where his slightly receding hairline was even more noticeable. Daly stood in front of Dunn's grave, silently gazing at the image on the tombstone. Then, lowering her eyes, she softly read out the inscription. True Guardian. Most Trusted Companion. Eternal Captain. I hope that only the past you carried is buried here. Goddess, please don't let my hopes be in vain. Daly traced a crimson moon over her chest, tapping 4 times in a clockwise motion. Then, she reached into her bag, took out a bundle of bones, and tossed them onto the ground. Using her resurrection ability, she summoned a skeleton and commanded it to dig up the grave. As a spirit guide, Daly's resurrection could temporarily awaken skeletons or zombies, but these reanimated beings had no real will or life. They could only perform physical labor. If not for the special treatment given to a Nighthawk's coffin, which prevented spirits from penetrating it, she wouldn't have needed to go through such trouble. As the soil was unearthed and the thick iron nails fell from the coffin lid once more, what greeted Daly's eyes was an empty coffin. Her body trembled, her expression shifting between joy and disbelief. But regardless of her expression, tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks, one by one dripping into the pitch-black, vacant coffin. She stood there in silence for a long time before finally tracing another crimson moon over her chest, wiping away her tears, and directing the skeleton to rebury the coffin and erase all traces. By the time Nighthawk patrolman Fry passed by, Dunn's grave had already been restored to its original state. He had noticed Daly coming to pay respects to their captain earlier, so he had deliberately kept his distance, giving her space to be alone. Seeing the lingering traces of tears on Daly's face, Fry hesitated before offering a few words of comfort. "Daly. Captain wouldn't want to see you this sad." Daly forcibly suppressed the overwhelming excitement bubbling inside her, the desire to share this news with someone. Hiding her face beneath her hood, she replied in a low voice, "I won't cry again. Not until I reunite with him." "But, where did he go? Why is he playing the role of Iron Man? And what connection does his resurrection have to that entity called the Fool?" "That's good." Fry wasn't great with words and didn't know what else to say. In the end, he simply turned his gaze toward their captain's tombstone. In Inderport, aboard a steam-powered warship docked at a private pier belonging to the Church of the God of Combat, Sultana was suddenly awakened by someone shaking her. Annoyed, she swatted the hand away, but the next moment, an icy cold sensation spread from her neck through her entire body. Shivering from the chill, Sultana instantly snapped awake. She opened her eyes to see a mischievous young girl, no older than 17 or 18, grinning wickedly as she slid her freezing fingers from Sultana's collar down into her shirt. The girl's name was Jenny, a new recruit in the Demon Hunter squad and a Sequence 9 warrior who had joined this mission. "Captain, Sultana, sis is awake." Jenny, clearly afraid of retaliation, quickly withdrew her hand and darted toward their towering half-giant captain, who stood over 2.5 meters tall. Sultana, still groggy, struggled to process everything. She distinctly remembered drinking with a man who might have been one of her ancestors, seemingly exchanging words before losing consciousness, and now, she was back in her cabin. So that was just a dream. But was it really just an ordinary dream, or was it someone else's deliberate creation? As her thoughts gradually fell into place, she moved to get up, only to suddenly realize that she was holding something in her hand. Lifting it for a closer look, she saw that it was an exquisitely crafted bottle of Sonia blood wine. Wait, so that wasn't a dream. I really met my ancestor. And he even gave me a bottle of wine. As Sultana stared in stunned silence, her captain's deep voice rumbled beside her. So your gift from Iron Man or Doctor Strange was a bottle of Sonia blood wine. That's definitely the most fitting present for you. Gift? What does this have to do with Iron Man and Doctor Strange? Confused, Sultana turned to look at her captain, who had just entered the cabin with the rest of the squad. According to the compiled reports, every Beyonder and even ordinary people who witnessed the life stories of Iron Man and Doctor Strange in that Dream Realm ruin received a gift from them. The nature of these gifts varied. Some received gold horns, some gained knowledge, others obtained intelligence, and some, like you, got something they deeply desired. In short, everyone received what they needed. Lord Oaken suspects that the ruin was actually part of Iron Man or Doctor Strange's advancement ritual. They deliberately spread the news to attract numerous Beyonders into it, using them to achieve some kind of goal. As for these gifts, they were either part of the ritual itself or a gesture of gratitude for our help. But either way, it means that all the Beyonders involved, including us hunters, were used. This is a disgrace. Lord Oaken has decided to put a bounty on Iron Man and Doctor Strange. Hearing this, Sultana felt a bit guilty. She hadn't seen the two men her captain was talking about, and the Sonya blood wine in her hands most likely wasn't their gift but something from her own ancestor. She had joined the hunter squad entirely because of her captain's protection. Her faith in the god of combat was just SOSO. So, after hesitating for a moment, she chose not to confess and instead glanced around before asking. "Where's Xenia?" "Who's Xenia?" The captain and the other members looked at her in confusion. "She's a member of our squad." She was just, mid-sentence, Sultana suddenly choked. She couldn't recall when Xenia had joined their squad, and even her memories of the woman were becoming vague. The half-giant captain gave her a strange look, then patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "You didn't drink too much in your dream, did you?" "Even if I did. I clearly remember." Sultana pursed her lips but didn't argue. She decided to pretend she was just confused and would report this privately to the captain later. "By the way, this isn't related to us, but it's something you've been following. I just received an update." The half-giant captain seemed to recall something and spoke again. "What is it?" Sultana asked curiously. "Old Belov's hot spring inn was sold more than an hour ago," the captain replied. "So quickly? It's only 9 in the morning. Since when have City Hall and the Trade Association become so efficient?" Sultana asked in surprise. Normally, even with professional lawyers and brokers, processing the paperwork would take 3 to 4 days. "It was bought by Countess Laus," the captain answered. "Countess Laus? That wealthy widow from a powerful noble family. It was said she had a good reputation, kept to herself, and rarely socialized. Why would she suddenly come to Indore to acquire property?" At the Tamik Mountains Hot Spring Inn, Nazali watched as her teacher finalized the property transfer through her public identity. Her face paled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Teacher, you're not planning to make me stay here and soak in the hot springs until someone takes the bait, are you?" "That would be terrifying." Lady Greed shook her head with a smile. "This has nothing to do with you. I bought this place under the Countess's name for another reason. The Jacob family had been entrenched in Faceac for over 1,000 years, long enough to change their names and integrate into the nobility. As a half-god, even though she wasn't on the marauder pathway, she had still been assigned a countess title. As for the so-called widow status, that was just part of the persona she used to avoid marriage. In reality, she had never had a husband. That's a relief." Nazali sighed in relief. Using her audience abilities, she observed her teacher's expression and couldn't help but exclaim happily, "Teacher, you've finally freed yourself from that mask's influence." "Freed?" "Yes, but now." The effects of the hypnosis stopped her from thinking any further. Lady Greed simply smiled and said, "I'm fine now. Sorry for worrying you before." At the Indore Port District Villa, Clausia, who was having breakfast at the dining table with Ebner, Dunn, and the others, suddenly curled her lips into a smile. Then, glancing at Ebner, she said, "The extra reward I promised you has been taken care of." After that, she turned to Dunn, raised 3 fingers, and continued, "As for yours, I have 3 options for you." Chapter 599, Dunn's Choice. Dunn set down his knife and fork, his gray eyes meeting Clausia's as he spoke earnestly, "Madam, you've already helped me so much. I can't accept anything more from you." "You really are as honest as ever, Dunn," Clausia replied with a smile, shaking her head. "However, your performance this time made my ritual go quite smoothly. I've even given a token of gratitude to every audience member who participated, let alone the 2 of you. So, don't refuse." Seeing how seriously Clausia spoke, Dunn assumed the gift was part of the ritual. After a moment of thought, he nodded and said, "All right. What are the 3 choices you're offering me?" "First, there's the 1-year right of use of the battle armor crafted by my husband. I won't be accompanying you on your missions anymore, so I was originally going to take the armor back. But if you need it, I can lend it to you for a year. However, since I need to consolidate the personas of Iron Man and Doctor Strange, even if you keep the armor, you can't use it to play the hero or do anything that doesn't align with its false persona. Of course, I won't stop you from using it for revenge or other low-impact activities. At this point, she turned to Ebner and added, the same goes for your Doctor Strange persona. Consider this a request from me. Having recently advanced to Mysticism Magister, Ebner, who no longer planned to use the Doctor Strange alias, generously replied, feel free to make use of the identity. Although he didn't yet know what gift Clausia had prepared for him, he was sure it wouldn't leave him at a disadvantage. Satisfied with Ebner's response, Clausia nodded slightly before continuing to address Dunn. Second, there's the potion formula for Spirit Warlock. However, this will take some time. While I have the connections to obtain it, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to arrange the exchange. Since you've only recently advanced to Soul Assurer, I assume you can wait that long. Third, and this is rather cliché, is a deposit note for 5,000 gold pounds. Which one will you choose? After listening, Dunn immediately ruled out the third option. Although 5,000 gold pounds was a significant sum, he didn't value it much, especially since his own pension was twice that amount. Of course, he couldn't access that money himself. As for the first and second options, both were things he currently needed and could help him improve his strength. However, the potion formula wouldn't directly enhance his combat capabilities, so I'll choose the first option, the 1-year right of use of the battle armor golem, Dunn declared. A wise choice, Clausia said with a smile. I'll continue to keep an eye out for the Spirit Warlock formula for you, but I won't handle the exchange. If I hear anything, I'll let you know what the seller requires. Thank you, Madam Clausia. I mean, Miss Clausia, Dunn said with a hint of gratitude. For someone as reserved as him, this was already quite an effort. See. You can say nice things when you try, Clausia remarked, giving him a sidelong glance. She then pulled out a sketchbook and turned to Jane. This is for you, little girl. Huh. I get something too. Jane pointed at herself in surprise. After all, aside from her role as the lighting technician, she hadn't contributed much. I said everyone gets a reward. Besides, this is just a small toy, Clausia said as she handed the sketchbook to Jane. After saying this, she casually took out a bead and handed it to Miss Plant, rewarding her for completing her house-sitting duties. The latter accepted it joyfully and thanked her. At this point, Jane no longer refused and took the sketchbook, flipping through it. However, she found that all the pages were blank and couldn't help but ask, what is this? It's a little gadget that can capture images. Any scene you've seen can be reproduced on the pages of this sketchbook through recollection. Although similar effects can be achieved by performing rituals and praying to deities for assistance, not every pathway is skilled in ritual magic, and this is also more convenient, Clausia explained with a smile, giving Jane a meaningful look. After undergoing dream therapy, Jane's mental state had improved significantly, and she had regained her playful nature. After a moment of thought, she understood what Miss Laziness meant and immediately began reproducing the various performances of Ebner and Dunn in the dream onto the sketchbook. Then, she and Clausia gleefully relived the scenes together. Miss Plant was quite curious about this, but Dunn's expression stiffened. As for Ebner, he didn't really care. After all, any embarrassment caused by Doctor Strange had nothing to do with him, the hero detective. I'll inform the others at the Tarot Club later and let them know I've transferred the identity of Doctor Strange to someone else. Though he thought this, Ebner still interrupted the two ladies' fun and asked, so, what exactly is my reward? Clausia looked at him and then replied with a slightly mischievous smile, a hot spring inn. Complete with the identity of the Countess's lover. Oh, and I gave her the fake identity you recently created at the Earth Mother Church. What? Ebner's eyes widened. For a moment, he almost thought Clausia had been controlled by the magic mirror. At the headquarters of the Demon Hunter team in Inderport, Sultana read the latest intelligence report and suddenly realized, so the Countess has been keeping a young lover in Inder. No wonder she bought that hot spring inn. Quite the romantic touch. Also, that playboy from the Earth Mother Church I interrogated yesterday turns out to be the Countess's lover. No wonder he could afford to stay at the top-tier club. Well, he's good-looking and has a certain charm. The Countess has decent taste. It's just a shame that the mountain hot spring probably won't be open to the public anymore. In the wine cellar of the hot spring inn, Ebner, who had only met the so-called Countess once and had already become her lover, officially took over the inn and began setting up the altar leading to Byam. Clausia had said that the Countess could be absolutely trusted, and Ebner chose to believe her. Although, he immediately recognized that the so-called Countess was none other than the Lady Greed he had seen during the hot spring recollection. Is this a teleportation ritual magic? Quite ingenious. Lady Greed, who had witnessed the entire construction process, couldn't help but marvel. Due to the hypnosis, she now genuinely trusted Ebner from the bottom of her heart, though she herself hadn't realized it. Of course, this was also because letting Ebner take on the title of her so-called lover didn't cost her anything, and she felt little resistance to the idea. End of chapter. Chapter 600, The Ball. Regarding the current situation of Lady Greed, Clausia had privately informed Ebner, including the fact that she was a member of the Jacob family, without holding anything back. However, although he had unexpectedly gained a reliable lover, along with the secure trading channels of the Psychological Alchemy Association and the Jacob family behind her, Ebner didn't have many plans for the time being. His current focus was on creating the Bone Dragon to elevate his actual combat power to the level of a demigod. Therefore, after setting up the teleportation altar at the Hot Spring Inn, Ebner reunited with the lion, Leon, and returned to the fragrant estate in Byam. Leon had decided to stay by Ebner's side for the time being, at least until the promised Trier newspaper was delivered. As for Jane, she had already received news from the Admiral of Stars that the Future was currently exploring the Fog Sea, so she had no choice but to bid farewell to Ebner and head alone to the coastal province of Manswick in western Fenapotter. Lady Greed, also known as the so-called Countess of Laos, stayed at the Hot Spring Inn on the surface, claiming to oversee the renovation of the inn into a full-fledged hot spring estate. Of course, to outsiders, this was just an excuse for the Countess to spend time with her lover. In reality, Clausia hadn't restricted her freedom, and she could continue living her life as usual. Lady Greed had no objections to this. She had always claimed to live a reclusive life in her castle in Laos, and now she was simply changing locations. At most, her alias's reputation would take a hit, but what did that have to do with her true self? It had to be said that although Miss Sloth hadn't deliberately deepened the hypnosis, her resistance threshold had inevitably lowered somewhat. Byam, Fragrant Estate, Underground Workshop. Ebner took out the card that sealed the dragon skeleton and loudly recited its true name, Bones of Sophia. This card had been obtained from the giant lord of the Twilight Castle and was crafted by Roselle. It could seal any object that could be lifted. With a flash of light, the dragon bone pattern on the card disappeared, leaving only the intricate designs around the edges. At the same time, the massive skeleton nearly filled the entire workshop space. Ebner activated his pure white eyes, refining his plan for crafting the bone dragon while pondering. The bone dragon isn't an ordinary mystical item. It involves knowledge of the underworld and the domain of creation. Even though this knowledge is only basic, and I've already learned it through the Necronomicon, I might still encounter issues during the process. After all, crafting something equivalent to a demigod is no simple task and comes with significant risks. Moreover, according to my calculations, the entire process will take at least 2 to 3 weeks. While I won't need to focus on it continuously, my spirit will need to maintain a constant resonance with the bone dragon. At the very least, my spiritual body must remain here, or it might lose control midway and transform into a truly terrifying monster. So, I probably won't be able to attend the next few Tarot Club meetings and will have to take a leave of absence. Otherwise, by the time I return, everyone in the estate might have been killed by the monster, except for that lion. Well, maybe this is for the best. The current Tarot Club is much stronger than in the original timeline, with the addition of me, Zio, and Sharon as mid-sequence Beyonders. Mr. Fool has already been struggling a bit, and the meetings have been shorter than before. Now that I've advanced to Mysticism Magister, he might not be able to keep up. In that case, taking a leave of absence might actually be a way to lighten the load for Mr. Fool. As for the Beyonder gatherings in Byam and the daily appearances of the hero detective, I can ask that lion for help. With Helene's assistance in covering things up, it shouldn't be a big issue. It's just that the lion's sense of morality is far from trustworthy. After his help, the reputation of the hero detective might truly be beyond saving. It's best to keep him busy with something. As his thoughts raced, Ebner formulated a preliminary plan. He sealed the skeleton back into the card and then left the basement. During dinner, Ebner brought up his request to the lion. Unsurprisingly, Leon wasn't very interested. But when Ebner exaggerated the influence of the Beyonder gatherings he organized at the Amiris Leaf Bar and subtly suggested ways to spread Roselle's dark history, Leon's eyes lit up, and he agreed. After dinner, Ebner called Helene over and instructed her to coordinate with the lion, as well as to leave meals at the basement door every day. When Helene heard that she wouldn't have to boil water for the next 2 or 3 weeks, she became visibly excited. Seeing Helene's barely contained joy, Ebner felt a bit speechless and began to reflect on whether he had been overworking her. Of course, he quickly put the matter aside and returned to the basement. He decided to craft a few mystical items before asking Mr. Fool for a leave of absence, and then entrust Zio with selling them. After all, although he didn't know the exact cost of an Intis newspaper company, he was sure it wouldn't be cheap. In Tingen City, a grand ball was being held at Baron Hoy's estate. The ball was nominally a celebration of Baron Hoy's coming of age, but in reality, it was a gathering of the new party factions from the northern counties of the kingdom. At the same time, it was also a clear signal that Baron Hoy had officially aligned himself with the new party. Before this, he and his stepmother, Madame Sharon, primarily his stepmother, had been widely popular among the nobility and the newly wealthy merchants. They were socialites who could receive invitations to both conservative and new party events. Coupled with the fact that he was still a minor, Baron Hoy had been able to play both sides. However, this delicate balance could no longer be maintained after Madame Sharon's identity as a witch was exposed, and she was killed by the Night Watchers. The newly 18-year-old Baron Hoy had no choice but to side with one faction. This ball was also a symbol of his formal acceptance into the new party's circle. To show their support, one of the new party's leaders, Count Hall, sent his heir and eldest son, Hibbert, to Tingen, demonstrating the importance of this event. Hibbert was also the target of Miss Daly's current mission. Disguised as his companion, she accompanied him to the estate where the ball was being held. "Miss Daly, you seem to be in a much better mood. Did something good happen?" The handsome, golden-haired man sipped his red wine and glanced at his companion and protector with a smile. The ball hadn't officially started yet, and guests were still arriving. Since Hibbert hadn't been formally introduced to everyone and had few acquaintances in Tingen, he found himself with a rare moment of leisure at the ball. This would have been unimaginable in Backlund. Wearing a purple gown, Daly smiled and replied, "My lord, such conversational tactics won't work on me. I think you should aim them at the young ladies instead. Although I am indeed happy, I don't feel like telling you why." With that, she pointed to two young girls in the corner who were sipping juice and whispering to each other. Outside Baron Hoy's estate, in a carriage, which Bianca, disguised as Mrs. Panis, looked at Baron Larry, who was hiding inside the carriage, and pretended to hesitate before asking, "Darling, I heard that the eldest son of the Earl of Eastchester will be attending the ball. Would you like to meet him?" Baron Larry, however, shook his head decisively. "If it were Count Hall himself, I would definitely meet him and ask him to appeal to His Majesty on my behalf. But Hibbert is no good. His temperament and capabilities are far too lacking, and contacting him would only bring me danger." "I see. So, we don't need to do anything at this ball?" Bianca asked. "Just enjoy the ball to the fullest and don't do anything unnecessary. If I want to successfully appeal my case, I'll have to return to Backlund." Baron Larry hugged his lover and spoke earnestly. Bianca's lips moved, but she didn't say anything more. Her orders were to cooperate with Baron Larry as much as possible and only handle minor tasks to fill in the gaps. After Bianca left the carriage and entered the estate, Baron Larry quickly changed into a set of clothes that concealed his face and quietly slipped out of the carriage, heading in the direction of a certain bar he remembered. Afraid that his lover, who knew little about the mystical world, might slip up, he hadn't dared to ask her to help him purchase potions. As a result, the injuries he had sustained in Port Enmat had yet to heal. Now, using his close connection with Bianca and relying on a certain item he possessed, any divination or prophecy targeting him would likely be misdirected to the ball. This was the perfect opportunity for him to visit Tingen's trading venues to purchase materials and treat his injuries. Truth be told, the item had been instrumental in helping him escape the grasp of the lone military and various other forces. In the bustling and noisy Dragon Bar, in the dock area, where cheers rose in waves, Zio and the disguised Princess Vera sat near the boxing ring, watching the match while chatting in low voices. "Your Highness, were those people who just entered members of the Psychology Alchemists?" Zio glanced at the three men in black who had entered the bar's trading market through the billiards room and asked. "Yes. And judging by their attire, they're from the Tamara family." Princess Vera paused for a moment before nodding. End of chapter. Chapter 601, Clash and Capture. Tamara. I remember Vera mentioning that this family had fractured due to differing paths, ideologies, and even faiths among its members, ultimately leading to internal strife. The transparent dagger named Starfang, currently in my possession, originated from one such conflict within their ranks. With this thought, Zio stole a glance at Vera beside her, sensing an unusual familiarity in the princess's knowledge of this family's affairs. Vera paid no heed to Zio's curious gaze and merely whispered, "He's here." Snapping back to attention, Zio discreetly turned her eyes toward the entrance, where a hooded man strode into the bar with feigned composure, casually greeting Swain as if he were a regular. Swain was the owner of the Dragon Bar and a former captain of Tingen's mandated Punishers squad. Due to his reluctance to advance to Seafarer, he remained a Sequence 8 Folk of Rage. Though too drunk to recognize the man, Swain still waved him through, directing him toward the billiards room where the three Tamara family members had just entered. As a judge, Zio's abilities far surpassed her old sheriff days. Even outside her jurisdiction, she immediately identified the hooded man as Baron Larry, the ostensible target of her and Vera's mission. "Let's move," Vera said tersely. Zio quickly hopped off her stool and followed, whispering again, "Your Highness, didn't you say Baron Larry possesses an artifact that misleads divination? Then why has he run into the Tamara members? The Psychology Alchemists likely came to Tingen specifically to track him. This doesn't seem like a misdirection at all." Though she left the last thought unspoken, Vera understood. After a brief pause, she explained quietly, "The woman he was intimate with carries misfortune or a curse. He seems plagued by it now. That misfortune likely stems from some form of contamination. Subtle and hard to dispel." As she spoke, Vera recalled the woman she'd seen exiting the telegraph office in Port Enmat. No doubt, she was the source. So, the three psychology alchemists were just here for the underground market, and Baron Larry stumbling into them was pure bad luck. While mulling this over, Zio prepared for combat and followed Vera into the billiards room. Two men inside, cue sticks in hand, were chatting and laughing. When they noticed the newcomers, they moved to intercept, only to freeze under Vera's imperious gaze and meekly step aside, allowing the duo to pass through a hidden door at the back. Beyond it lay a spacious plaza. Vendors hawked their wares from makeshift stalls cluttered with bottles and jars, while buyers browsed, haggled, or exchanged whispers. Baron Larry was squatting at one such stall, haggling intently, seemingly oblivious to the three black-clad figures closing in on him. Seeing this, Vera nodded to Zio. "Handle the Tamara operatives. I'll ensure the civilians stay safe. Your Highness, this isn't just going easy, as Ebner would say, you're draining the entire ocean. With your demigod strength, a single decree could lock everyone here down." Mimicking Ebner's tone in her head, Zio stifled a retort. After all, their superiors had hinted at letting Baron Larry escape deliberately to focus on the factions tailing him. She had no personal grudge against the men anyway. Besides, Larry probably took the fall for Ebner over the Ghost Empire ticket. Poor guy. Just then, the seemingly unprepared Baron Larry struck first. Twin bolts of lightning flared in his pupils. Mind pierce. Even wounded, a disciplinary paladin's mental assault far surpassed that of a typical interrogator. The lead black-clad man let out a blood-curdling scream, his features contorting in agony. Before his form shattered like an illusion. A small mirror carried by another man cracked apart, its fragments scattering across the floor. Mirror doppelganger technique. The lead black-clad man swiftly reappeared beside Baron Larry. With a spiritual cry of, "I arrive, I witness, I record," he unleashed several wind blades with a wave of his hand. He wasn't a witch, but a scribe. Seeing this, Baron Larry immediately realized he couldn't afford to keep trying to kill his opponent. After all, as a sequence 6 of the apprentice pathway, a scribe not only possessed diverse methods but might even have demigod-level tricks up their sleeve if backed by a major organization. Prolonging the fight would only put him at a disadvantage. I need to find a way to shake them off and escape. While strategizing, Baron Larry raised his right hand and pushed forward, murmuring in ancient Hermes. Imprison. Silently, the lead black-clad man and his wind blades came to an abrupt halt. The surroundings seemed filled with transparent walls or a viscous, near-solid liquid. This not only blocked the wind blades but also left the men as immobile as an insect trapped in amber or a prisoner in a cell. Seizing the opportunity, Baron Larry immediately ducked into the crowd of nearby customers, hoping to use them as cover to buy time for his escape. However, the two other men he had subconsciously overlooked suddenly emerged from nowhere. Flanking him, each wielded a dagger wreathed in black flames, disregarding the potential harm to bystanders as they stabbed straight at Baron Larry's kidneys from both sides. Assassins. Baron Larry's heart sank, but he remained calm. While preparing an item, he grabbed an ordinary girl with black hair and brown eyes beside him, intending to use her as a momentary shield. Just as the oblivious girl was about to meet a horrific fate, Zio's voice abruptly rang out. "Banish." The two black-clad assassins were struck by an immense, invisible force, hurled backward and crashing through several stalls. Earlier, Zio hadn't rushed to intervene during Baron Larry's clash with the Tamara family members, but harming innocents was something she couldn't tolerate. Now wearing her golden mask and wielding the Starfang dagger, a weapon comparable to a Grade 1 sealed artifact, even her base judge abilities, amplified as they were, proved too much for mere assassins to withstand. MI9 is here too. Has someone been tailing me? Or were they already tracking those three black-clad men, and I just had the bad luck to run into them? As these thoughts flashed through Baron Larry's mind, the mystical item in his hand finally activated. A surge of green light enveloped him, and his figure sank into the earth below. Druid's Earthwalk. Another mid-sequence mystical item. Baron Larry's endless tricks only make it more suspicious that he gained substantial rewards from the depths of Daniel's maze. But if he'd always had this many powerful items, he wouldn't have been held up by a few werewolves in that maze hall. Though doubts arose, Zio set them aside for now, focusing instead on the scribe. Besides, Baron Larry's natural escape worked in their favor, saving her and Vera the trouble of deliberately letting him go. The scribe had already broken free of Baron Larry's imprison. Seeing MI9's arrival, he dared not linger, abandoning his subordinates without a second thought. Activating his mirror phasing ability, he attempted to flee through a full-length mirror in the market. Until Vera's voice echoed through the trading area, layered with absolute authority. By decree, mirror travel is forbidden here. By decree, spirit world traversal is forbidden here. By decree, teleportation is forbidden here. Chapter 602, Tarot Club Without the Tower. As several decrees were pronounced by Vera, all escape methods attempted by the black-clad scribe were rendered ineffective. The men stared in horror at the tall woman standing at the market entrance, utterly unable to believe he had drawn the pursuit of a demigod. Yet, even faced with a demigod, he had no intention of surrendering without a fight. His only slim chance of escape lay in creating chaos among the ordinary bystanders. After all, official beyonders always cared about innocent lives. With this thought, just as he was about to unleash the disease ability he had recorded from a demoness of affliction, a faint sigh echoed in his ears. Has the Tamara family fallen to this state? Before the words faded, the men saw the tall, imposing woman at the entrance clench her right fist and slash downward violently. Execute! Amidst the sound of shattering glass, the man's original body abruptly fragmented. Staggering, he reappeared beside Zio, who had long been prepared and easily restrained him with confinement. Though he had once again evaded death through the mirror doppelganger technique, this time he couldn't completely avoid injury, sustaining wounds severe enough to render him combat ineffective. Vera casually withdrew the protective barrier she had placed over the market's ordinary bystanders and stepped forward, reinforcing the restraints on the scribe before similarly imprisoning the two assassins. By this point, the others present finally regained their senses, though aside from a few beyonders, most remained oblivious to what had just transpired. Truth be told, while the battle seemed drawn out, the entire sequence, from Baron Larry's sudden assault to the black-clad scribe's imprisonment, had lasted barely over 10 seconds. A significant portion of the market's vendors and customers had been isolated by Vera's barrier, and the Arbiter Pathway's combat style lacked flashy, special effects. To ordinary onlookers, the only notable disturbance was the two assassins being sent flying and crashing into stalls. Of course, the black-haired, brown-eyed girl who had nearly been used as a human shield by Baron Larry was an exception. She had witnessed with her own eyes as the hooded man sank into the ground like a stone plunging into the sea. At Baron Hoy's estate, white saintess Katerina, disguised as a young maiden, had effortlessly infiltrated the ball. With her charm, she had secured dance invitations from nearly every gentleman present. From Baron Hoy and Sir Deville to Viscount Hibbert, she refused none, even emboldening some timid junior members of the new party with encouraging glances to share a dance. Not this one. Nor this one. After eliminating another law firm attorney through the dance, Katerina began doubting the results of her earlier mirror divination. Could Baron Larry have disguised himself as a woman to sneak in? As this new thought emerged, Katerina prepared to excuse herself after the current dance under the pretense of resting, intending to seek out the young girl she had chatted with before the ball began, hoping to be introduced to Tingen's socialites and noblewomen. But just then, her finely trimmed eyebrows furrowed briefly before smoothing again. She had sensed the contingency measures planted on her subordinates in Tingen being triggered. The others are expendable, but even Scribe Lippies failed to escape. Was it an ambush? Or did a demigod intervene? Though my failsafe was triggered, there's no guarantee the silencing was complete. It's wiser to withdraw for now. With this conclusion, Katerina dared not delay further. Politely concluding her dance with the young lawyer, she glided away. The lawyer watched her departing figure with lingering regret, taking quite some time to compose himself, though his spirits remained dampened. In the secret trading market beneath the Dragon Bar, both vendors and customers had long since fled at the first sign of trouble. Only a pale, disheveled young man with eyes brimming with terrifying madness remained huddled in a corner. His gaze toward Vera was filled with dread. After identifying themselves to the local, mandated punishers, who had arrived upon receiving the alert, Zio witnessed black flames suddenly erupting from the two assassins' bodies. In moments, their spirituality was utterly consumed. The black-clad scribe's eyes similarly ignited with dark fire. However, as a mid-sequence beyonder, he wasn't as fragile as the assassins. Vera's timely intervention saved his life, though his psyche had suffered severe damage, teetering on the brink of losing control. The demoness of unaging. Katerina. Vera examined the black flames she had imprisoned, her brows knitting in uncertainty. Having just left the ball, Bianca declined a certain gentleman's invitation for deeper mutual understanding, and returned to the carriage bearing the Panis family crest, only to be startled by the scene inside. Baron Larry was not only covered in mud and nauseating sewage but his face had swollen grotesquely, his lips tinged bluish-purple. His hand fumbled weakly toward his pocket, seemingly trying to grasp something but falling just short. In his despair, seeing Bianca reinvigorated him. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he gestured for his lover to retrieve the charm from his pocket and place it in his hand. Bianca hurriedly complied. A brilliant light immediately filled the carriage, and Baron Larry's symptoms visibly alleviated. What happened? Darling, were you suffocating just now? Bianca feigned concern, her voice urgent. Nothing serious. I used a mystical item whose side effect prevents normal breathing. Recovery is only possible in sunlight. I prepared the corresponding charm, but ironically, the item's backlash erupted prematurely for some reason. Thankfully you arrived in time, my dear. During their time in Port Enmat, Baron Larry had educated his lover on basic Beyonder knowledge to prevent accidental exposure. Thus, he wasn't worried she'd fail to understand now. Bianca glanced at the activated charm, feeling slightly puzzled. After all, the item with partial druid abilities had been obtained during their counterattack against pursuers in Port and Mat. Given his unhealed injuries, he certainly hadn't had time to prepare a charm to mitigate side effects. So did he just purchase it at the trading market? Or had he possessed it all along? Either way, the coincidence seemed too perfect. Sun pathway Beyonders weren't common in Lone. However, Bianca soon stopped dwelling on it. Coincidences could occur naturally, and perhaps Baron Larry simply had exceptionally good luck. Though that luck might not hold now that he'd crossed paths with her. At number 2 Pansy Street, a shaken Melissa rushed home. After perfunctorily reassuring her brother's concerned inquiries, she locked herself in her bedroom, replaying the unbelievable scene she'd witnessed. Before tonight, Melissa had never truly believed supernatural powers existed. Even her reverence for the goddess had been more about respect and comfort than genuine faith. But what she'd seen at the bar's trading market had completely overturned her worldview. She'd even inspected the market floor carefully, confirming there were absolutely no hidden mechanisms. Nothing but supernatural power could explain what she'd witnessed. Do supernatural forces truly exist? Were all those things Elizabeth told me actually real? Klein, could Klein's death have been more than it seemed? Melissa's thoughts whirled endlessly until the next morning, Saturday, when Elizabeth's knocking at her door finally interrupted her reverie. Worried by his sister's abnormal behavior and evasive responses, Benson had summoned her best friend. Hearing Elizabeth's voice, Melissa hesitated, then opened the door. Ironically, her visit to that hidden market yesterday had been because of Elizabeth too. Benson had decided they'd move to Backlund by year's end, both to prepare for civil service exams and to enroll Melissa in university. When Melissa shared this with Elizabeth, her nostalgic friend suddenly remembered the secrets she'd kept for Klein. With Klein gone and Melissa leaving, Elizabeth feared those secrets might disappear forever. After much deliberation, she finally revealed the extraordinary Klein she'd known. Selecting charms in underground markets, banishing the mirror demon at Selena's birthday, dispelling nightmare spirits at the divination club. Each story astonished Melissa. She'd never realized Klein possessed such abilities, just as she'd never known about his culinary talents before. Initially skeptical, Melissa had dismissed them as tricks to impress Elizabeth. But the earnestness in her friend's voice planted seeds of doubt. That's why she'd visited the divination club yesterday, then ventured into the Dragon Bar, to trace Klein's footsteps and uncover this hidden side of her brother. Returning to the present, Melissa looked at Elizabeth, feeling a pang of resentment toward Klein for sharing these secrets with Elizabeth rather than his own family. If Benson and I had known, we'd never have let him dabble in such dangers. Elizabeth, guessing what Melissa might have witnessed at the bar, offered quiet comfort. Melissa eagerly pressed for more details about Klein's past, listening far more attentively than before. After their discussion, Elizabeth cautiously asked, "Do you still want to uncover the truth about Klein's death?" "Of course. Before, I didn't know, but now, how can I accept those vague explanations?" Melissa pressed her lips together. "Is that Blackthorn Security Company suspicious?" Elizabeth whispered. "Judging by the generous compensation they gave Benson and me, they're likely an official organization handling supernatural affairs," Melissa reasoned after a night of reflection. Klein mentioned they collaborated with police. Their secrecy probably aims to keep ordinary people unaware. So we won't get the truth from them, they'll just repeat their official story. Our only lead is Klein's colleague Leonard. For a time, he went out of his way to help our family. Perhaps he feels guilty about Klein's death. He mentioned during his last visit that he might relocate to Backlund. Besides, if uncovering the truth required becoming a Beyonder, Backlund would offer far more opportunities than Tingen. Melissa had previously hesitated about the move. Now, she couldn't wait to depart. Having made her decision, Melissa relaxed and curiously inquired about Elizabeth's experience at Baron Hoy's ball last night. Elizabeth's mother, daughter of a new party baronet, and her father, a party donor, had secured their invitation. Aunt Maisie said she'd found you a promising match, that barrister Mr. Royce with his own practice was attending. What did you think? Don't ask. That barrister wouldn't glance at me now, Elizabeth pouted. I've told Mother to drop the matter. Why? Melissa looked shocked. Though still blossoming, Elizabeth was undeniably pretty. Miss Karina caught his eye. Actually, I'd never seen her in Tingen's social circles before. We met before the ball and clicked instantly, as Emperor Roselle said, like old friends at first sight. I nearly invited her to meet you. Fortunately, Viscount Hibbert's arrival interrupted me. Imagine how awkward that would have been. Monday, 2:55 p.m. Golden sunlight, warm but not scorching, streamed through the windows of 15 Minsk Street's terraced house. While Backlund residents would cherish such rare fine weather, this particular tenant proved himself utterly indifferent to such pleasures by promptly drawing his curtains. Ensuring his spiritual isolation, Klein reversed his steps 4 paces, ascending to the mysterious hall above the grey fog. At precisely 3 p.m., as his spirituality extended toward the crimson stars, familiar figures materialized around the mottled table. As customary, the ever-radiant Audrey rose first to greet their host. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Her cheerful gaze swept the gathering, then froze upon the empty high-backed chair diagonally across from her. The seat always occupied by the Tower stood vacant. Has something happened to Mr. Tower?" The Justice instinctively looked toward Judgment, then upward at the Fool. Recalling the Tower's prior notice of absence, Klein adopted the Fool's composed tone. "The Tower is preoccupied and will miss several upcoming gatherings. He requested I convey this message. His Dr. Strange identity has been transferred to another." End of chapter. Chapter 603, Misjudgment's Liveliness. So it was just a leave of absence. I thought something had happened to Mr. Tower. What a false alarm. Transferred the identity of Dr. Strange. Could Mr. Tower's leave be related to this? And who did he transfer it to? Another follower of Mr. Fool. As these thoughts crossed Audrey's mind, she glanced at Miss Judgment sitting further down the table. Seeing that she showed no surprise or concern, Audrey felt reassured that nothing serious had happened to Mr. Tower. That's a relief. She sighed inwardly, finally feeling at ease. Since Mr. Tower often shared knowledge at extremely low prices or even for free, Audrey had gained a lot from him. She genuinely hoped he was safe and well. On the other side of the table, the hanged man, Alger, had similar thoughts. However, having just received some information from the sea, he had an additional suspicion. Could Tower's leave of absence and even his decision to transfer his identity be related to the Church of Combat issuing a bounty on Dr. Strange? As for the magician, Furs, her main concern was something entirely different. Wait, we can take leaves of absence from the Tarot Club. Once the group had digested the news of Tower's absence, Judgment, Zio, was the first to speak. She looked respectfully at the Fool and said, "Mr. Fool, I only have 1 page of Roselle's diary this time. I still owe you 1 more page. I'll try to bring it next meeting." This page had come from the underground trading market in Tingen. During the chaos, one of the fleeing vendors had left behind some of their wares, and Zio had managed to pick it up for a bargain. Very well. Klein transmitted the diary page to his side, then swept his gaze around the table with a hint of expectation. However, seeing that no one else responded, he felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that Zio was the only one who had managed to obtain a diary page this week. I was being too greedy. He chuckled at himself inwardly. After all, Roselle's diary pages are limited in number. Even Tower, with his numerous connections, couldn't get them every week, let alone the others. Suppressing his amusement, Klein picked up the page and began reading carefully. April 12th. I've finally figured out how to break down Isabella's psychological defenses. For a woman who seeks knowledge and truth, the key is to present her with a problem, one that captivates her but remains unsolved. Then, by working together to unravel the mystery, I can foster a sense of camaraderie and admiration in her. Bit by bit, she will come to respect my knowledge and problem-solving skills. This method takes time, but the thrill of the chase is exhilarating. And once I succeed, the sense of accomplishment will be unmatched. Humans truly are despicable creatures, we always crave what is hardest to obtain. Klein nearly burst into laughter. So that famous quote from the Emperor came from this kind of experience. Amused, he continued reading. April 13th. I failed. Isabella saw through my scheme. She took the bait I offered but left me with nothing in return. It seems that if I don't offer up a bit of my genuine self, I'll never be able to win her over. But I suppose I did gain something. During our conversation, she casually mentioned a certain Daniel, a master pharmacist from centuries ago. And to my shock, I discovered that Daniel was far more than just the inventor of a single essential oil. He was also the one who laid the foundation for Lemberg University's modern academic system and even pioneered the concept of journal impact factors. This sounds exactly like something a transmigrator would do. I've decided to investigate this Daniel further. April 15th. Karen brought me detailed records on this so-called master pharmacist Daniel. That's when I found out that Karen used to be a lecturer at Lemberg University's Faculty of Pharmacy. The students he taught wouldn't have turned into depressed hermits before even graduating, right? Anyway, according to the information Karen dug up, Daniel apparently crossed the southern continent and sailed across the dangerous waters of the Berserk Sea centuries ago. The reason he was able to make such a treacherous journey was that he had discovered a ghost ship capable of navigating the deep sea. And after Daniel's death, this ghost ship was quickly seized by the Church of Storms and renamed the Trident. The story of Daniel, who was suspected to be one of Lu Bo's incarnations, was clearly incomplete. However, the page ended abruptly here. This doesn't seem like Roselle intentionally leaving a cliffhanger. It's more likely that the next page of his diary was lost somewhere. Klein set down the diary with a sigh, lowering his head in contemplation. 1-025 must be the sealed artifact formed from Daniel's Beyonder characteristic. Both Daniel's ship and his characteristic ultimately fell into the hands of the Church of Storms. Was he finally killed by the Church of Storms? How does this connect with the recent opening of Daniel's maze? There seems to be much more to this story than meets the eye. Sigh. Sharon doesn't know what happened there either. Perhaps the tower knows, but I don't have a good excuse to ask. More importantly, I get the sense the tower doesn't want to discuss this matter, just like his attitude toward that organization whose name cannot be known. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein made the diary vanish from his hand, leaned back in his chair, and nodded, "You may begin." Almost immediately, Zio, Judgment, raised her hand slightly before addressing the gathering. "I have several items for sale." The items included both her own possessions and those Ebner had entrusted to her for sale through the Fool. Additionally, Zio had learned that Jane possessed the Disciplinary Paladin Beyonder characteristic. "Miss Judgment, what exactly are you offering?" Audrey, Justice, asked with sparkling eyes, her shopping enthusiasm barely restrained beneath a ladylike demeanor. The Magician, Furs, the Hangman, Alger, and the son Derek all turned their attention to Zio. Only the World and Temperance remained statue still, though the World eventually moved, half a beat too late. First is a Zombie Beyonder characteristic. Considering the Prisoner Pathways curses, it's priced at just £3,500. Zio manifested an image of the characteristic as she spoke. Audrey and Alger showed little interest, while Furs curiously inquired, "What sequence is Zombie?" "Sequence 6 of the Prisoner, or Mutant, Pathway." Zio, dressed in aristocratic fashion, gave her friend a brief glance. She recalled how Ebner had explained mutant knowledge to her long ago, when mid-sequence zombies and wraiths could have easily killed them both. Now, just half a year later, she no longer feared such beings. Seeing no buyers emerge, Zio turned to Temperance, her actual target customer. "Can you hold it for a few weeks?" Sharon asked without changing her posture. She needed to reserve funds for a potential human skin shadow characteristic purchase on Sherlock's behalf, though he would eventually reimburse her. Agreed. Zio nodded. Having recently advanced to judge, she wasn't in urgent need of the disciplinary paladin characteristic. No need to return the diary. Sharon added in her ethereal voice. Zio blinked in confusion until the World explained, "She's waiving the Roselle diary page you owe her," a debt incurred when Sharon guided Zio through the mirror maze. Understood. Zio nodded with feigned aloofness before moving on. She then manifested an image of silver earrings with gemstone centers. These dragon's eye earrings can emit draconic majesty when activated with spirituality, inducing panic in individuals or groups. They have no severe side effects, though prolonged wear may amplify greedy impulses, easily overcome by removal. 8 months of validity remain. Price, £400. Audrey studied the earrings with growing interest, and then dawning recognition. These look exactly like one pair from the jewelry bundle I gave Mr. Tower. The size, design, and patterns matched perfectly, only the gemstone differed slightly. The original crystal-clear stone now contained faint blood streaks, giving the earrings an inexplicable mystique that made them even more captivating. At least Justice found herself thoroughly enchanted. End of chapter. Chapter 604, Mr. Fool's Anger. Miss Justice ultimately purchased the dragon's eye earrings smoothly for 400 gold pounds. While gentlemen present like the World and the Hanged Men were also tempted by the dragon might ability, the earrings were ultimately feminine accessories unsuitable for them. As for the Magician and Temperance, the former certainly coveted them, but after purchasing deep-sea spearfish blood from the Hanged Men, her savings had dwindled to less than £50, 400 was far beyond her means. The latter already possessed spiritual attack methods like Wraith Scream that rivaled Dragon Might, so she had no need for this item. With this transaction completed, Judgment, Zio dismissed the earring projection and manifested a new item for sale. It was a conical gemstone, its refracted light revealing layer upon layer of complex symbols extending into the void, as if perpetually bridging reality and illusion. Even just viewing this projection, Tarot Club members felt an illusory stinging sensation in their spirituality, a phantom pain that testified to this conical object's extraordinary nature. This is a quasi-high-level charm. Mr. Tower calls it the Psychic Breath charm. When activated, it directly assaults and damages the target's mind and spiritual body, like a thunderbolt tearing through their psyche, as if pierced by a spiritual spear. Its difference from true psychic dragon's breath lies in its smaller range and inability to penetrate demigod-level mental defenses. Consider it a weakened version, hence quasi-high level. Nevertheless, it's a top-tier treasure below demigod level. This Psychic Breath charm also has an 8-month validity period, single use only. Price, 3,000 gold pounds, plus an additional task. After reciting Ebner's instructions verbatim, Zio turned her gaze to Justice and the World. According to Ebner, these two would be most interested and financially capable, especially the latter. To craft this quasi-high-level charm, Ebner had nearly exhausted his stock of demigod dragon blood. Yet he harbored no regrets. Since being removed from the twilight-shrouded dream garden, the blood's divine properties had been rapidly dissipating. Even if unused, by the time he completed his bone dragon, it would only serve as ordinary mystical material. Meanwhile, as Judgment finished her introduction, Justice Audrey's eyes gradually brightened. No longer novices in mysticism and the extraordinary, members easily recognized this charm's value. Even single use, it could serve as a trump card to reverse desperate situations. At £3,000, such an item couldn't be considered expensive. If anything, it was a bargain. The most eager purchaser was none other than the Fool himself. Ever since the Tower had entrusted this charm to Judgment through him, Klein had been coveting it. Having faced multiple life-threatening situations in less than half a year in this world, carrying a high-level charm would provide much-needed security. Moreover, with a Justice paying him £3,000 monthly as the Zeridal bounty, Klein's finances were far better than in the original timeline despite additional purchases. £3,000 for a life-saving charm was manageable. As for the task, Klein, already informed, was prepared, confident others couldn't compete. Though I wonder why the Tower wants that particular intelligence. The hanged man Alger sighed helplessly at the charm projection. Currently cash-strapped, he also considered 8 months too short. It might expire unused, making the purchase wasteful. The son Derek was similarly tempted but lacked pounds. Under surveillance, he couldn't freely offer City of Silver materials either, so he reluctantly averted his gaze. The magician first stopped contemplating impracticalities upon hearing the price, instead studying the charm's appearance for novel material. As for Temperance, she remained statue-still in her high-backed chair, an exquisite doll revealing nothing. Miss Justice raised her hand slightly. Miss Judgment, what exactly is the additional task? Collect information on sword and seal-type mystical items crafted by Roselle. Zio reiterated Ebner's condition. Roselle crafted swords and seals. Audrey immediately felt stumped. She'd never noted such intelligence nor knew where to inquire. Perhaps the Psychological Alchemy Society has answers, but I need 2 to 3 more weeks of evaluation before formal membership. Biting her lip, she suspected others wouldn't grant her that time. Sure enough, after brief deliberation, the World rasped. I know of 2 swords confirmed as Roselle's creations. With the Fool's witness, you needn't doubt their authenticity. He manifested paper and pen, transcribing details learned from Roselle's diaries. Zio, surprised by the World's fortuitous knowledge, paused before accepting the parchment. Mr. Tower and I naturally trust the Fool's impartiality. Scanning the contents, Pale Justice. Bruna. Golden Serpent Sword. Cullen, she confirmed these weapons' well-documented origins satisfied Ebner's requirements before finalizing the Psychic Breath transaction with the World. As fellow Tarot members and lacking urgent need for high-level charms, Audrey ultimately abstained from bidding, regretfully watching the charm's projection vanish above the table. With no further business, after the hanged man reiterated his Ocean Songster formula request, the Tarot meeting progressed to free discussion. Justice Audrey surveyed the long table before sharing. The Environmental Protection Bill addressing atmospheric pollution and worker safeguards in heavily polluting factories has been submitted to Parliament. The new and Conservative parties are currently engaged in heated debates. I'm aware of this, that Mrs. Mary who hired me for infidelity investigations even received a threatening letter over it. My initial assessment was correct. The letter was clearly a setup by her own faction to manipulate public outrage and steer the pollution investigation's direction. As Klein reflected behind the grey fog, he nodded thoughtfully. Wasn't that new party ball in Tingen also related? According to my follow-up research, Audrey's brother Hibbert Hall attended as chief secretary of the Air Pollution Investigation Committee. Though apparently he danced with what might have been the White Saintess, a demigod-level witch. Should I mention this to Miss Justice? The Church of Evernight did secretly verify he's unaffected. Noticing tepid reactions to Audrey's update, Zio carefully segued into mentioning the White Saintess' infiltration of Baron Hoy's Tingen ball. Tingen. The familiar name instantly grabbed Klein's attention. Controlling his reaction, he subtly leaned the World forward, coincidentally mirroring Temperance Sharon's glance toward his avatar, their shared experience in the Dream Labyrinth's 5th floor making her aware of Sherlock's Tingen connections. White Saintess. The mother of Vice Admiral of Ailment that Mr. Tower mentioned. Audrey's shock at learning her brother danced with someone even MI9 took seriously was quickly masked by her spectator composure. Having consulted Vera earlier, Zio confirmed, indeed, Katerina, the White Saintess, is a Sequence 3 demoness of unaging who's lived since the 4th epoch. Sequence 3. An ancient witch. The revelation made Audrey, Alger, and Klein collectively marvel at how increasingly lofty Tarot's discussion subjects had become. Why would such a terrifying witch infiltrate a routine new party gathering? Surely not just to seduce my brother. Audrey voiced her confusion aloud. She likely pursued Baron Larry, who appeared in Tingen carrying something that attracted her, Zio explained. After obtaining the fool's permission, she projected the Dragon Bar underground market scene, deliberately omitting herself and Vera while showing Baron Larry's clash with 3 psychology alchemists. Baron Larry may hold secrets to Daniel's treasure, with multiple secret organizations and foreign spies pursuing him. He's extremely dangerous and may have infiltrated Backlund. If encountered, please report to authorities or inform me. Baron Larry. The kingdom's wanted men returning to Backlund. Using Rozelle's hiding in plain sight principle. Audrey relaxed slightly knowing the witch wasn't targeting her brother, though new questions arose. The men who might know the Ghost Empire's location. No wonder the pursuit. His prolonged evasion suggests he's gained substantial benefits. Though the muted official response implies deeper schemes, Alger mused, recalling Prince Mountbatten's church protection. Meanwhile, the fool fixated on the girl Baron Larry had used as a human shield in Zio's projection, barely containing his fury. With the scene frozen at that moment, he desperately needed to know the outcome. Masking his agitation with grey fog, he had the world ask hoarsely, how did Larry escape between 2 assassins? Zio found the question odd but explained, I intervened to protect civilians, repelling the assassins while Larry escaped underground using a mystical item. Exhaling in relief, Klein briefly muted member senses to whisper unheard, thank you. Miss Zio, before having the world nod formally, understood. Thank you for clarifying. Noticing the world's unusual behavior but choosing not to probe, members moved on. Alger withheld discussion about the Church of Combat's Iron Man and Doctor Strange bounty out of respect for the tower's absence. After Derek updated on the City of Silver surveillance changes, the gathering concluded. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Backlund, Klein examined the psychic breath charm before storing it above the grey fog. Removing his spiritual barrier, he headed for dinner at the Quelag Club. Spotting equestrian instructor Talum Dumont brooding in a corner, Klein approached, Talum, I've collected more intel on the Black Emperor vigilante for after dinner. Ah, no hurry. Talum started before adding urgently, actually Sherlock. I have a new commission for you. End of chapter. Chapter 605, The Mighty Bone Dragon. Why do I get the feeling you're acting guilty and deliberately changing the subject? Keeping this thought to himself, Klein cautiously inquired, what kind of commission? You know my principles, Talum, I don't want to get involved with high-ranking figures. I know. You said the same when asked to investigate the Black Emperor vigilante in that tarot-themed organization, Talum replied seriously. That's why I declined on your behalf when that important figure recently wanted to hire you to investigate someone. But this matter has nothing to do with him, it's my personal request. Thank you, Talum. Though curious about the noble's intentions, Klein decided to let sleeping dogs lie and asked again, so what do you need from me? You remember that lady who chased me here last time? Talum carefully began. Not only do I remember, she's now my believer, actively compiling scriptures no less. My only true blessed lives with her. Keeping these thoughts to himself, Klein simply nodded for Talum to continue. Someone wants to meet her, but I've lost contact. I need you to find her whereabouts. Talum produced a slip of paper. This was her previous address, perhaps a lead. Klein recognized the villa where Talum had secretly met Lena. Since then, Lena and Zio had relocated twice, a trail most detectives would lose. Would this someone happen to be that important figure? Klein pressed. No, it's, well, Sherlock, I can't disclose that. But I swear it's unrelated to any powerful individuals. Talum looked apologetic. No matter. I'll look into it. Klein smiled. Refusal might arouse suspicion now. Whether to inform Lena depends on divination results from above the grey fog. When Talum reached for his wallet to prepay, Klein waved him off. Payment can wait until I find leads. Though you could help sell my bicycle company shares to a good buyer. He'd mentioned this during his last Quelag Club visit, a timely reminder. Mr. Frammy Cage won't disappoint you. Talum chuckled. Above the grey fog, the fool manifested pen and paper to write. Danger awaits Lena if she meets Talum. Placing Talum's address note beside the statement, he let the citron pendulum hover over the words. After meditation and proper procedure, the pendulum swung vigorously clockwise, clear affirmation of significant danger. Who wants to meet Lena? Are they threatening her, or is the meeting itself hazardous? Both startled and unsurprised, Klein tried a new statement. Ince Zangwill orchestrated Talum's search for Lena. The pendulum denied this. Not Ince's scheme then. A third attempt. Reporting Talum and Prince Edisac's suspicious activities to the church endangers the informant. The pendulum's frenzied clockwise spin confirmed extreme peril. Whether he, Zio, or Audrey acted as whistleblower, even church protection would fail. What conspiracy surrounds Prince Azac? Ince alone couldn't warrant this. Are gods playing chess here? This suspicion cemented Klein's resolve to avoid Talum's affairs entirely. As for Lena, he decided to wait 1 or 2 weeks before explaining the situation's pros and cons, letting her decide whether to meet Talum. If Lena contacts Talum immediately after his request to meet, it would reveal our prior connection. Perhaps the danger is temporary. By then, meeting might be safe. They've met before after all. If my deductions are correct, Talum is likely under constant surveillance by some powerful entity. Everyone he contacts, including me, probably falls under observation, though casual acquaintances like me would receive less scrutiny than Talum himself. Unless I attempt to officially report him. As for surveillance methods. Could it be 0-08? Lena must have countermeasures against it, explaining why her previous meetings with Talum were uneventful. After I cursed in Zangwill with the misfortune crystal Mr. Tower lent me during the Aurora Order's Abyss of Flesh ritual, perhaps and suffered severe damage, forcing a change in surveillance methods. This new approach might be less comprehensive than 0-08, but more dangerous. Sighing, Klein let his spirituality descend, vanishing from the ancient palace above the grey fog. Tomorrow he'd begin investigations, not into Lena's whereabouts, but as cover to track down Baron Larry instead. Though troublesome, that matter seemed far safer than Talum and Prince Azac's affairs. Armed with the psychic breath charm, Klein felt confident about apprehending the men who'd nearly harmed his sister. December 13th, Monday, 3:15 p.m. In the basement of Backlund's fragrant estate, a disheveled, exhausted Ebner gently lifted a massive skeleton wreathed in black mist, its eye sockets burning with azure flames, sealing it into an ornate golden card. He officially renamed it from Bones of Sophia to Blue Eyes White Dragon. Who says a bone dragon can't have blue eyes? With a demigod psychic dragon skeleton as base material, changing its skin is child's play. After over 2 weeks, finally complete. And it exceeds expectations. Ebner admired the card while reviewing the bone dragon's tested capabilities, swelling with pride. The primary skeleton came from a Sequence 3 Dreamweaver's draconic form, retaining partial manipulator abilities, even inheriting the Dreamweaver-level psychological concealment to create illusory cover. However, this required Ebner to temporarily merge with it via his pure white eyes. 2 operation modes existed. Basic control, like partnering with a telepathically linked companion, granting limited abilities, dreamwalking, mind deprivation, and psychic breath, plus melee bone, combat. This low-consumption mode lasted as long as Ebner could sustain his pure white eyes, which blocked the corruptive vision of its demigod bone composition and City of Calamity aura, lethal without such protection. Fusion combat, temporary merging via spiritual resonance granted near-full manipulator capabilities plus necromantic spells. Even Ebner's own learned skills could be amplified through the bone dragon. However, the physical and mental strain limited this mode to 5 seconds, beyond which bodily mutations became irreversible. The sole disappointment was lacking the demigod undead's spirit world traversal, though Ebner reasoned even if present, the 5-second fusion limit would make it suicidal for long-distance travel. Checking the clock at 3:30 p.m., likely during Tarot's sharing segment, Ebner decided to skip this week's meeting entirely. Having missed 2 already, 1 more wouldn't matter. By next Monday, perhaps the fool would advance to Faceless, resolving his spirituality issues. Storing the card, Ebner headed for the teleportation altar, a long-overdue bath at the Inder hot spring estate awaited. 2 weeks of non-stop work had left him aromatic. End of chapter. Chapter 606, Return to Backlund. On an island at the border between the Polar Sea and the Fog Sea, Bernadette, Bruna, and Isabella, 3 former princesses, emerged onto the beach in a rather disheveled state. At this moment, even the usually poised Lady Isabella was gasping for breath, unbuttoning her collar to retrieve a potion from her bosom and drink it down. Those creatures' abilities were truly bizarre. Despite their low sequence, they could ignore many of my defenses. And you called this relatively safe? Bruna plopped onto the sand, voicing her complaints. Though injured herself, Bernadette remained composed. Their low sequence means they were within our capacity to handle. As for their strangeness, didn't I mention my prophecy about entities from beyond our world? Solomon's Black Emperor was close with a Blood Duke, perhaps the latter used a high summoner's abilities to call those monsters from the cosmos. Isabella, having caught her breath, interjected. But why would Solomon keep such creatures in his mausoleum? And if Roselle had the power to partition the ruins to contain them, why not destroy them outright? Bruna questioned. Isn't that the purpose of our exploration? Perhaps Roselle hid secrets here. Isabella adjusted her collar, then turned to Bernadette. This place feels less like a tomb and more like a laboratory with containment cells. Those cosmic entities might have been test subjects. I concur. Given the entrance's location on a southwestern southern continent island, the god of death in the fourth epoch would have known of it. Were the Black Emperor and the god of death collaborating on some experiment? Bernadette nodded, sharing her deduction. Could this be related to the god of death's subsequent madness and the pale disaster? Isabella speculated after some thought. Perhaps. Bernadette murmured after a pause. Bruna listened quietly before cutting in. We've explored 10 of the 20 blasphemy slate combinations. The remaining 10 must all include the chained card. And your prophecy suggests these areas are far more dangerous. Do we proceed? Bernadette nodded firmly. Isabella, the former crown princess of Lenberg, added after consideration, we must continue, but not before resting for a day or two. Better preparations are needed. Additionally, my prophecy indicates we'll encounter something tied to the Abraham family. She looked to Bernadette for insights. The mysterious queen's sea blue eyes deepened, briefly losing focus as if peering past her companions into fate's currents. 2 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly shut her eyes, as if blinded by unbearable light. Blood-tinged tears trailed down her cheeks, lending her pallid face an eerie cast. Eyes still closed, she spoke in an ethereal voice. A fallen family. The soul light that pierced the curse a millennium ago. A prophecy. From a prophet master. After a contemplative silence, Isabella responded. Yes, the Abraham family did produce a wanderer 1,000 years ago. His astronomy and elements can still be found in Lenberg's Grand Library. Isabella paused, then asked, is the prophecy suggesting he left something behind in these ruins? Bernadette, maintaining her trance-like state, responded, to my knowledge, the Apprentice Pathways demigod advancement ritual requires sealing a demigod-level entity with clear hostile intent. Inderport, Mountain Hot Spring Estate. After over 2 weeks of renovations, basic facilities were now operational, at least taller fences kept the baboons out. Ebner enjoyed a rejuvenating bath attended by the Countess's staff. The Countess herself, Lady Greed, had long since departed Inder, though outsiders remained unaware. Refreshed, Ebner saw no urgency to return to Byam. Leon the Lion could handle social obligations as his stand-in. The pressing matter was reaching Backlund to thwart the Belia family's Apostle of Desire from attacking his mentor. While the original plot saw his mentor escape thanks to Klein's accidental intervention, the current timeline's numerous alterations, including Ebner's own interference, made such coincidences unreliable. Yet Ebner dared not dwell on this, his mere consideration might alert the enemy. Now powerful enough to pose a threat, any change in the assailant's plans could prove more dangerous. Distracting himself, Ebner dressed leisurely before dismissing the attendants. He retrieved the Giant Descendant's notebook, currently the only means to access the nightmare-shrouded Twilight Castle. Following Mr. Azac's instructions, Ebner waded along the hot spring stream, crossing the boundary between reality and dream into the castle's outer gardens. This place, enveloped by the goddess's power, offers absolute secrecy. Muttering to himself, Ebner implanted subconscious commands to secretly return to Backlund and temporarily reside with his mentor, then hypnotized himself to forget all original plot details about the Apostle of Desire. Only then did he exit the nightmare realm. After replenishing his spirituality, Ebner cast Ivan's Veil of Secrecy, a technique reverse-engineered from the fallen Morningstar necklace now in Ince's possession. Though only 80 to 90% effective compared to the original, it sufficed to evade ordinary demigod detection. Donning his cloak, he raced toward Backlund at near supersonic speeds. Backlund, St. George District. Disguised outside a villa, Klein absent-mindedly tossed a coin while pretending to wait for public transport. Heads. So Baron Larry really is hiding in the hero detective's old family home. End of chapter. Chapter 607, Conspiracy and Meeting Lilith. Baron Larry had arrived in Backlund 2 weeks prior, concealed by Bianca's disguise as Mrs. Panis. However, now that he was in the capital, it became inconvenient for him to remain by Bianca's side, unlike in Port Enmat or Tingen, as Mrs. Panis. She had to prioritize dealing with the actual Mr. Panis here. Thus, lacking proper identification and unwilling to reside in the East End or Dock districts, Baron Larry searched for accommodations and stumbled upon the hero detective's old family home, unoccupied except for occasional cleaning by servants. The place perfectly suited his needs. Located in the relatively safe St. George district, the villa was fully furnished and comfortable. Most importantly, with his special item distorting divination and prophecy, it was nearly impossible for his pursuers to track him here. That very night, Baron Larry moved in, effectively occupying the magpie's nest. Yet, to his surprise, he was eventually discovered by a detective. After divining Larry's identity, Klein, pretending to wait for a carriage by the roadside, resisted the impulse to barge in and apprehend him directly. No matter how confident he was, he didn't believe he could defeat a battle-hardened, well-equipped Sequence 5 head-on. The psychic breath charm might catch Larry off guard, but wasting a 3,000-pound item here felt excessive. It was reserved for life-or-death situations. Shaking his head, Klein decided to relay this information to Miss Zio through the world, then assist MI9 in the arrest to ensure Larry didn't escape. As for the secrets Larry possessed, Klein didn't care. He only wanted this bastard to face justice. After taking a public carriage through several blocks, Klein paid his fare, disembarked near a restaurant, and borrowed its washroom. Locking the door and sealing the area with spirituality, he took 4 counterclockwise steps, arriving in the mysterious space above the grey fog. Seated at the head of the ancient table in the majestic palace, Klein manifested pen and paper for final confirmation. The person who commissioned me to surveil Miss Aisha this morning was Baron Larry. Incidentally, Klein had discovered Larry's whereabouts precisely because the latter had hired him, a detective, to monitor a young lady in the West Borough. Despite Larry's decent disguise, Klein's intuition had tingled, and subsequent divination revealed the bastard who'd nearly harmed his sister, Melissa. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein opened his eyes, only to find the citron pendant spinning counterclockwise. What? The person who hired me wasn't Baron Larry. But his appearance triggered my intuition. Frowning, Klein pondered before writing another divination statement. The real Baron Larry resides in Detective Brian's old family home. This time, the pendant rotated clockwise, confirming Larry's presence there. So someone disguised as him to commission me. Feels like a frame-up. Who is this Miss Aisha? And why does the imposter want to know her social circles and routines? A dull ache pulsed in Klein's temples. What he'd assumed was straightforward now seemed tangled in deeper schemes. If he reported Larry to Zio, the organization behind this setup might trace it back to him. After careful deliberation, Klein decided against immediate reporting. Instead, he'd investigate Miss Aisha further, perhaps even plant a tracker on the fake Larry during the next report submission to identify the impersonator before deciding how to proceed. After all, this could very well be an MI9 operation in disguise. If Miss Zio rashly arrested Larry, it might arouse suspicion from other factions within MI9. After all, she had already been investigated once over the Emperor Vigilante incident. Though she barely passed scrutiny last time, it could easily revive old suspicions. I really do have a knack for stumbling into complicated situations. Well, at least as a magician, I'll never lack material for performances. After this self-deprecating reflection, Klein let his spirituality descend, returning to reality. Checking his pocket watch, he decided to visit Lena and Shaw's cafe for lunch. They had developed new menu items, and he wanted to be among the first to try them. Southborough Bridge, Harvest Church. After an overnight flight, a travel-worn Ebner pushed open the doors to the prayer hall. His gaze immediately fell upon the giant-like Bishop Utravsky and Miss Hazel in her priestly robes. The former was delivering a sermon to the sparse congregation, while the latter prepared sacraments for distribution after the service. Among them stood a handsome yet somber man in brown clerical robes polishing candlesticks with dead-eyed detachment, undoubtedly Emblem White. Ebner had actually glimpsed this vampire months ago at the police station when he was still a Sequence 8 student of ratiocination, though their brief encounter hadn't involved any conversation. Back then, Emblem had been more struck by Inspector Ezekiel, barely noticing Ebner the detective. Thus, he failed to recognize Ebner now wearing the Countess's lover visage. Hazel's gaze similarly brushed past Ebner without recognition as he took a seat. Scanning the small congregation, Ebner spotted 2 familiar faces. Isn't that Inspector Fasten's wife? I saw her at the professor's ball. Her belly's noticeably larger now. And beside her, that's Freya, the eldest daughter of the laundress involved in the Capim case. Zio showed her image during that tarot meeting. Her conversion to the Earth Mother after the case isn't surprising. Steward Scudder played a role there. But why did Mrs. Fasten switch faiths from the Evernight goddess? And why does she seem so close to Freya? Though puzzled, Ebner didn't dwell on it. As Bishop Utravsky concluded the sermon and Emlyn began distributing sacraments, Ebner approached the pulpit. Passing Mrs. Fasten's seat, his spirituality suddenly tingled, his pure white eyes automatically activating to intercept a greeting signal. Without breaking stride, Ebner subtly glanced at Mrs. Fasten's abdomen before thoughtfully continuing forward. Bishop Utravsky initially prepared to greet Ebner warmly, then paused mid-motion. After scrutinizing him for 2 seconds with pale blue eyes, the bishop smiled. So it's you. Come with me. She awaits. She. Does Lilith just camp here 24/7? Doesn't she have duties in the spirit world? Lampooning, Ebner politely replied, "Thank you for your trouble," before following the towering figure toward the basement, where he would soon re-encounter that mesmerizingly beautiful vampire duke, or rather, Lilith's avatar vessel. Chapter End. Chapter 608, The Answer. Facing Lilith's divine vessel before him, Ebner dared not entertain any further irreverent thoughts. Solemnly tracing the Earth Mother's holy emblem over his chest, he recited. You are the fountain of life, you are the mother of all things. Enough. I believe I've mentioned before, I'm not receiving you in my divine capacity, so such formalities are unnecessary. Lilith shook her head, then pointed upward with a slender finger, smiling as she asked, "You've already met her, haven't you?" Her. Ebner was momentarily stunned. Through the intercepted greeting, he'd guessed Inspector Fasten's unborn child might be the chained god who escaped the mother tree of desire, but why her? It would be more appropriate. It seems Clausia excelled in relaying those Psychological Alchemy Society intelligence reports to you. Lilith nodded approvingly before continuing, while Tolsna's liberation from the mother tree's control owed much to interference from the one upon the moon, who even arranged the final transfer. Naturally, precautions were taken. So even the primordial moon meddled in Daniel's May scheme. Is it also wary of the mother tree? Though unable to recall these deities' exact significance, Ebner knew both surpassed the true creator in danger, earning hostility from the seven and most evil gods. The original work mentioned they simultaneously oppose and cooperate. What prompted the primordial moon's betrayal? While never explicitly stated, the moon pathway's authority was divided 4 ways. The Evernight goddess likely holds the uniqueness that Crimson Moon delivered to Lilith post-Deific War. The primordial moon undoubtedly possesses one, goddess of beauty, sequence 1 characteristic, hence its honorific as symbol of life and beauty. Though incarnated as the Earth Mother, Lilith probably retains another, goddess of beauty, explaining her occasional responses to high-ranking vampires. The final portion was likely seized by the mother tree, granting this, father of devils, lunar domain authority. Was the primordial moon's scheme intended to control the chained god and trade for that last, goddess of beauty? Yet clearly underestimating Lilith's awareness, it ended up paving the way for others. Was that morning's blood moon the result? TSK. Daniel, that transmigrator senior, truly was extraordinary, mobilizing deities and angel kings to ultimately free the chained god after millennia. Though Tolsna's corruption by the primordial moon's energies transformed him into her energies. Mrs. Fasten's pregnancy was enabled by a primordial moon-affiliated doctor. So the vessel was prepared that early. No ordinary fetus could withstand a near-deity's soul. In hindsight, the demoness of affliction, Ray was utterly upon her targeting that doctor as part of her advancement ritual, then stealing those life force storage artifacts from Harvest Church. All likely arranged by the Earth Mother and God of knowledge and wisdom. The goal? Preventing further corruption of Mrs. Fasten's unborn child. And since Mrs. Fasten had never come into contact with either the Church of the Earth Mother or the Church of Evernight before, the original moon had been quite confident in her own power and saw no need to intervene further. Instead, she smoothly took over the demoness of affliction and used her to maneuver 1-025 out of the Storm Church's control, all while keeping it hidden from the mother tree of desire. Every move these deities make is meticulously arranged. Even a mere pawn can be exploited on multiple levels. Truly terrifying. Even though Ebner felt like he might be overthinking things, he still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. Then, he recalled how, after losing the doctor's care, Mrs. Fasten's pregnancy had deteriorated significantly. It was only after he had introduced her to the plump pharmacist, Darkwill, that her condition stabilized. But if all of this had been orchestrated by the original moon, then could Darkwill really have been capable of stabilizing the fetus? He was only sequence 9 at the time. His thoughts raced as he turned to look at the silver-haired, otherworldly man who was watching him with a faint smile. After a moment's hesitation, Ebner voiced his question. Lilith didn't answer directly. Instead, she hinted, "I recall that after you moved into the villa gifted by the Storm Church, you hosted a banquet there, didn't you? Do you remember who attended that night?" Who attended? That was quite a list: Zio, Furs, Daly, Roman. Wait. A certain Mercury snake who had yet to restart had also been there. Wilosepton. Ebner uttered the name, and in that instant, realization struck. Darkwill was a member of the School of Life and was fated to hold the dice of probability for a time. While he had been in Backlund, it was only natural for the Serpent of Destiny, the Speaker of the Parliament of Fate, to keep an eye on him. Which meant, the issue with Mrs. Fasten's pregnancy had long since caught that little snake's attention. Lilith nodded approvingly. Exactly. And that Mercury snake provided significant assistance, even subtly altering the fate of the fetus, causing Tolsna's method of possession to diverge from the original moon's expectations. It was precisely because of the Mercury snake's interference that we were able to sever her connection to the original moon with relative ease. Otherwise, we would have needed to expend far more effort. Furthermore, the Mercury snake actually tampered with the fetus during that banquet you hosted, and in doing so, also attracted a saint of the Rose School of Thought to the villa's vicinity. She then chuckled, a teasing glint in her crimson eyes. Speaking of which, the reason that banquet of yours didn't end in disaster wasn't because you used Solomon gold coins, it was because that Mercury snake sacrificed quite a bit of luck to divert the Rose School's saint elsewhere. Even deities have heard about my unfortunate track record when it comes to hosting or attending banquets and balls. Should I feel honored, or cursed? Still, Lilith's human-like demeanor was truly remarkable. Her tone was far more casual than a god's, more like that of an old friend having a chat. After some silent grumbling, Ebner finally managed to piece together most of the elaborate schemes surrounding the transmigrator predecessor, Daniel. He now had a relatively complete understanding of the methods employed by various gods and angels in this matter. Except for one thing. Why was it that Lilith, the god of knowledge, and even Roselle held Daniel in such high regard? Why did they value the Calamity Seal so much? Why did they also seem to value him? After a moment of contemplation, Ebner finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him ever since he set foot in Harvest Church. Daniel. Was he, like me, someone with eyes connected to that unknown land? Although he had long suspected as much, he wanted a definite answer. Yes. Chapter 609, The Miracles of Civilization Perish in Degeneration. In darkness, the miracles of civilization perish in degeneration. There is. Lilith smiled at Ebner and affirmed his suspicion. There is. So my guess was correct. Every transmigrator outside of the original novel must have been brought here by that unknown land. But what exactly is that place? Seeing the confusion on Ebner's face, Lilith withdrew her smile and, just as she had during their first meeting in Eastchester, warned him again. Once you become a demigod, you'll naturally be able to sense that space. But before reaching the level of an angel, you should avoid entering it. Furthermore, before becoming a demigod, you may investigate those who share your origins, but do not dig too deep. For someone at your level, simply knowing certain things could trigger irreversible changes, and possibly bring significant danger. Lilith's grave tone made it impossible for Ebner to press further. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, then, is the second half of the Feast of Blood something I am allowed to read? This was, after all, his main reason for coming to the Harvest Church. Additionally, through this question, he hoped to test whether the vampire duke who authored the Feast of Blood was also someone like him. Always trying to be clever, Lilith chuckled and shot him a knowing glance before countering, you already know the conditions for borrowing the Feast of Blood, don't you? Ebner found himself briefly captivated by the unnatural beauty of Lilith's gaze, even though he was technically looking at a man's body. Snapping out of it, he cleared his throat and said, I heard from Cullen that I need to provide certain ancient artifacts. I assume they must be items left behind by others like me. Could it be that the beauty goddess characteristic is in this vampire duke's body? While speaking, Ebner speculated inwardly. To be precise, they must be items imbued with spiritual imprints and marked with significant intent, Lilith corrected. Spiritual imprints. I currently possess the Book of the Dead, written by Death Consul Vincent Miranda in the late 4th epoch, and Astrology and Elements, authored by a wanderer from the Abraham family over 1,000 years ago. Would these be acceptable for exchange? However, Ebner did not mention the photograph of Lamia and a certain Castilla family adjudicator that he had found beneath the hidden cliff in Byam. After all, based on the name Lamia, it was highly likely that she was merely one of Lilith's plant-based incarnations. And since that photograph had simply been left behind in the underground chamber without being taken, it suggested that Lilith had no need for it. Lilith gently shook her head, smiling. I've obtained both of those books before, but later returned them. I do not accept duplicates. So previous transmigrators have already tried to trade with these. Was it Daniel? Why do these transmigrator seniors love following Roselle's example and leaving no room for us later ones? Sighing internally, Ebner thought for a moment, then took out both the Cursed Tutor emblem and the magic mirror. Both items were related to transmigrators. Though valuable, now that he had the bone dragon for protection, Ebner was willing to part with one in exchange for knowledge. Lilith didn't even glance at the magic mirror, instead picking up the Tutor emblem and idly playing with it. Meanwhile, the magic mirror remained eerily quiet, showing no signs of mischief, as if deeply intimidated by Lilith's divine presence. After a long pause, Lilith finally spoke, her tone carrying a trace of nostalgia. It's been a long time since I've seen this artifact. So, you were the one who obtained it. Hearing this, Ebner's mind jumped to a long-standing suspicion, and he cautiously asked, you and Lamia. The personality I exhibit now is largely shaped by my time as Lamia. Lilith's words confirmed his hypothesis. As Ebner's face showed a flicker of surprise, she continued, in that regard, Felipe helped me a great deal. Felipe. Not Giuseppe Castilla. Did Clausia get it wrong? Ebner was puzzled. Had there been a mistake? Lilith simply countered with a question of her own. You go by Ebner Bryan, but does the face you wear as the Countess's lover bear the same name? She even knows about that. Do gods really have this much free time? And do they enjoy gossip? Ebner feigned an embarrassed expression while internally complaining. However, as he reflected on her words, he realized something. So that transmigrator changed his name. That makes sense, but why Felipe? Is there some deeper meaning behind it? Or did he just alter Giuseppe to sound similar? Before Ebner could spiral further into speculation, Lilith provided the answer. Felipe chose that name after witnessing Lamia delve into life modification. According to him, the name belonged to a renowned mage specializing in life sciences. After saying this, she returned the cursed Tutor emblem to Ebner and shook her head again. This item was something Felipe retrieved from a ruin, it wasn't his creation. So, it does not meet my requirements. Lilith seems to be collecting artifacts containing the spiritual imprints of past transmigrators, but for what purpose? I'm a transmigrator myself. If I write, compile, a book, would that count? Thinking this over, Ebner cautiously asked, what exactly are the criteria for a spiritual imprint? Lilith, evidently very familiar with his train of thought, shot him another look before replying, at the very least, it must belong to a demigod. A demigod. Do transmigrators undergo some transformation upon reaching that level? Lilith did say that once I become a demigod, I will be able to perceive and connect more deeply with the unknown land behind the pure white eye. So, is Lilith actually seeking spiritual imprints imbued with traces of that place? But among the transmigrators I know, the Vampire Duke's book is already in Lilith's possession. The books written by the Death Consul and the Wanderer were traded with her before. Daniel might have left behind something, but I don't know where. The Calamity Seal is a sealed artifact, and if there were writings, they were likely ghost-written, meaning no imprint would remain. Giuseppe, no, Felipe, was close to Lilith's incarnation, Lamia, so if he left anything, it's probably already in her hands. The God of Luck, first, I'm not even sure if he's a transmigrator. Second, his remnants are likely sealed in the underground ruins of Fragrant Manor. That place is bound to be extremely dangerous, so I won't go near it anytime soon. So where can I find an artifact that meets Lilith's requirements? As this thought plagued him, Ebner activated the pure white eye. Then, under Lilith's watchful gaze, he used his daily active prophecy. The easiest to obtain artifact that meets the requirements. Almost immediately, words of revelation surfaced in his mind. In darkness, the miracles of civilization perish in degeneration. What does that mean? The artifact must come from a transmigrator, so does this mean he created a miracle of civilization in darkness? The sequence 1 of the Savant pathway is called Civilization's Enlightener, or Light in the Darkness. Could this phrase hint that the transmigrator followed the Savant pathway? Degeneration, is that referring to the fallen creator? Did a transmigrator's miracle of civilization perish due to the fallen creator? Darkness, the easiest to obtain. As the pieces fell into place, realization struck Ebner. Could it be that an unfortunate transmigrator ended up directly in the land abandoned by God? The city-state with the true creator, temple that little son will eventually explore. Is that why it's considered relatively easy to obtain? Chapter 610, First Meeting in Reality. After roughly deciphering the meaning of the prophecy's revelation, Ebner pondered for a moment and decided that at the next tarot meeting, he would commission Little Son to look into whether any of the destroyed city-states in the land abandoned by God had records of individuals who had once created miraculous civilizations. It seems you found a direction. Lilith asked with a smile as she saw Ebner return from his thoughts. I do have some leads. Ebner nodded. But whether I can actually obtain it remains uncertain for now. There are some things you don't need to rush into exploring, and taking risks for them is an unworthy trade. Once you reach demigodhood, even if neither eye nor knowledge tells you, you will naturally come to understand certain matters. Lilith paused for a moment before advising him again. I understand. Thank you for your continued favor and protection, Ebner replied solemnly with a slight bow. Hearing this, Lilith did not say more. Instead, she stepped forward with a smile, extending her right index finger to lightly touch Ebner's forehead. What is she doing? Ebner was puzzled but did not evade. Nor did he feel any unease, after all, she was a deity. If she had any ill intent toward him, he would have no ability to resist. After about a minute, Lilith withdrew her finger and said with a smile, consider this my blessing to you. It will allow you to transform into moonlight once, negating a potentially fatal injury. You rarely visit, so I couldn't just let you leave empty-handed. That would make me seem too stingy. Since you're being so generous, I should visit more often. Though Ebner thought this in jest, he wouldn't actually dare to come disturb her frequently. Instead, he took out his magic mirror and checked his reflection, discovering a thin silver streak appearing vertically at the center of his forehead. The mark was subtle, the color faint, and with his hair covering it, it was nearly imperceptible unless one examined closely. My Heart of Fire pendant was shattered in Daniel's labyrinth, so I was in need of a life-saving item. This makes up for that shortcoming perfectly. And since it's a protection granted by a true deity, the level of damage it can withstand must be far greater. After a few moments of thought, Ebner cautiously asked, may I know the limit of the damage it can endure? If I were to crush the pendant you previously rewarded me with and release its desolation power, would it also block that? The pendant he referred to was Lilith's tear, which contained a force of desolation strong enough to kill an ordinary demigod, but also likely to be fatal for the user as well. If you shout a certain tyrant's true name, even with my blessing negating part of the backlash, you would still be dead without question, Lilith said, giving Ebner a surprised look, as if she hadn't expected him to pose such a question. After joking with him, she weighed the matter for a moment before responding. The approximate upper limit is around the level of a single desolation. However, if you cannot immediately escape its range, you will still succumb to the withering of life. So as long as I escape right after using the blessing to block a fatal attack, I'll be fine. With this thought in mind, Ebner once again expressed his gratitude to Lilith before bidding her farewell and returning to the prayer hall of Harvest Church. In the basement, watching Ebner's departing figure disappear beyond the doorway, Lilith's silver eyes flickered with a hint of puzzlement. Where did he learn such a reckless approach to using supernatural items? Just as Lilith was deep in thought, she suddenly lifted her head and gazed diagonally upward, her eyes piercing through the floor as she scrutinized a bearded young man who had just stepped into the church. After a brief moment, she nodded thoughtfully. After enjoying a new dish at his devotees' cafe, Klein made his way to Harvest Church in the Southern Bridge district. It was worth mentioning that he had also run into Zio and Furs at the cafe. Zio immediately recognized him but made no move to speak. After all, in her understanding, he was nothing more than a pitiful detective she had once interrogated. As soon as he stepped into the quiet prayer hall, Klein spotted the vampire Emblem White, who had just finished distributing the sacrament. Seated in the front row, Emblem had his fingers interlocked, his palms slightly cupped before his nose and mouth, seemingly deep in prayer. At this moment, Emblem White looked serene and composed, showing no signs of his usual arrogance or frustration. Klein's lips twitched slightly as he silently traced a triangular sacred emblem over his chest. Just as he was about to sit beside Emblem, he noticed a gentleman he didn't recognize emerging from the church's basement, ascending the stairs. Frowning slightly, Klein activated his spirit vision. His intuition told him there was something peculiar about this man, though he couldn't quite put it into words. Healthy body, good mood, fully energized, but his spirituality is in an unusual state. Is he a newly ascended Beyonder? Doesn't seem like it. His spiritual presence feels somewhat similar to Emblem's, but at a higher level. Is this the lingering after effect of using a high sequence ability from the apothecary pathway? A high sequence existence. At that moment, Emblem emerged from his prayer, sniffed the air, and murmured in confusion, he didn't smell like that before he went down. So, he really did use a high-level ability in the basement. Klein deactivated his spirit vision, choosing not to pry into the matters of someone who might be a saint. Instead, he simply patted Emblem on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You looked especially devout just now." What? Emblem's face instantly turned pale. It was as if he had suddenly woken from a dream. What did I do? What did I do? His voice grew weaker as if he was beginning to recall what had just transpired. Maybe it's not such a bad thing, Klein said, though even he didn't sound convinced. Then, without further comment, he sat beside the vampire. I don't want to hear that. Even though I feel less and less resistance to it. Emblem's face darkened, his tone carrying a tinge of despair. But I don't want to betray the ancestor. Klein decided not to press on a topic that seemed to sadden the vampire. Instead, he got to the real reason for his visit, lowering his voice to ask, "You mentioned in your letter that you found the materials I need. What is it?" Emblem composed himself, then glanced at Bishop Utravsky, who was speaking with the unfamiliar young man, before lowering his voice and saying, "Come with me." With that, he led Klein toward the rooms at the back of the church. As they passed the bishop and the young man, Emblem remained silent, but Klein made sure to greet them politely. Meanwhile, watching the bearded young man follow Emblem and push open the door to the back room, Ebner's lips curled into a subtle smile. In his heart, he responded to the unspoken greeting. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Fool. Our first meeting in reality." Chapter 611, Undercurrents. Inside the room at the back of Harvest Church, finally free from Bishop Utravsky's shadow, Emblem let out a breath of relief. Organizing his thoughts, he said to Klein, "The pituitary gland mutation of the thousand-faced hunter and its blood, within the blood race, the asking price is £2,000 for the former and £300 per 100 milliliters for the latter, totaling £2,300. 2,300. That's cheaper than I expected. But after setting aside the funds I left with Sharon for purchasing the human skin shadow characteristic, I don't have enough on hand. And Justice's next, Kalango's bounty, won't be delivered until after the new year." After some thought, Klein tentatively asked, "Can you lower the price a bit?" "No. If not for me, you'd have had to pay at least £2,800 to get your hands on these materials. According to our agreement, you also owe me an additional £150 as a commission, making the total £2,450. Emblem shook his head. Noticing Klein's expression, he quickly added, "In this era, dragons are extremely rare." Aside from the long-lived blood race, you won't easily find such beyonder materials elsewhere. Even if you do, they will be far more expensive. That leaves me short by about £1,300. Fortunately, tomorrow I'll be signing the bicycle company shares transfer agreement with Mr. Flammy Ketch, the buyer Talum introduced. That should net me around £1,200, just enough to make up the difference. But I'll have to tighten my belt for the rest of the year. Hopefully, the hanged men can sell the werewolf characteristic soon. At least the human skin shadow characteristic and the deep-sea naga hair were practically finalized, and I had already paid the deposit. With Sharon overseeing the deal, there shouldn't be any issues. While Klein was deep in thought, he noticed the daylight outside the window had dimmed slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "All right. But the transaction will have to wait a few days, I need some time to gather the funds." "That's not a problem. I can hold on to them for you for a while. Just come find me when you've got the money." Because Klein had frequently visited Harvest Church to teach Hazel about fraud on an earlier commission, he had grown quite familiar with Emblem. At this point, they could even be considered friends. That was why Emblem was willing to take the risk of covering the cost up front, even without a deposit. "Oh, right." Emblem suddenly recalled something and lowered his voice. "Mr. Private Detective, since you deal with all kinds of intelligence and news, do you know about Baron Larry? I heard he's entered Backlund. If you can find his whereabouts, I can give you a 50% discount on those materials. You, or rather, the blood race wants to get involved in Larry's mess too. I don't know who's manipulating things behind the scenes, but it's certainly not something a mere Sequence 7 vampire like you can handle." Klein shot Emblem a strange look before calmly asking, "Why are you looking into Baron Larry?" Emblem sighed and whispered, "A senior in my clan says that Baron Larry might be hiding secrets related to the Ghost Empire. And our race's former queen lost an important item there. If I can retrieve it, maybe the clan elders will finally remove my psychological suggestion. Are you sure this so-called senior of yours isn't just using you as cannon fodder? This sounds exactly like someone deliberately leaking intel to lure you into danger." Klein gave Emblem a sympathetic look before contemplating for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, he cautioned, "Baron Larry's situation is more complicated than it seems. He may not actually know anything about the Ghost Empire, and those tracking him might even include demigods. At the very least, the White Saintess is a genuine Sequence 3. Emblem was visibly startled. Instinctively, he asked, "Really? That's not hard to deduce." "The value of the Ghost Empire is enough to tempt even demigods," Klein replied matter-of-factly. Emblem instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, saying nothing further, even waving off Klein's farewell with only a half-hearted gesture. After stepping out of the back room and returning to the prayer hall, Klein noticed that the young men who had earlier emerged from the basement and had been chatting enthusiastically with Bishop Utravsky had already left, along with the other congregants who had finished receiving communion. Only Hazel remained, hunched over a table, copying something. I can't see clearly from here, but just from the way she's writing, it's obvious she's transcribing in Rouselian again." With that thought in mind, Klein approached Hazel. Even though she was likely just copying down diary pages he had already read, what if she had something new today? That would be a real find. Noticing Klein approaching, Hazel, who knew from their previous fraud lessons that he was interested in Rouselian, proactively said, "That gentleman earlier heard that I enjoy transcribing Rouselian, so he left behind a new page. Though it's a bit odd, far neater than the usual notes of Emperor Roselle. There's really something new." Klein's heart leaped with excitement. He quickly stepped closer and glanced at the page. And then, a series of familiar words appeared before his eyes. "The mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals who dwell there. The water is not sacred for its depth, but for the dragon within." This was the very excerpt from Inscription on My Humble Abode that he had used multiple times before the tarot meetings to placate the tower. And now, this diary page has found its way back to me. Is this some kind of karmic loop? Klein mocked himself internally and was about to shift his gaze away when a sudden realization struck him. This diary page reminded him of something. Wait, this page was just handed to Hazel by the gentleman. The handwriting is exactly like mine, which means it must be the original copy that the tower transcribed. So, could that gentleman be the tower himself? Has he finished his business? And even disguised himself to come to Backlund? With this thought, Klein casually asked, "Do you know how the gentleman introduced himself?" "I forgot to ask when I greeted him earlier." Without looking up, Hazel replied, "He called himself Max Spectre, a knight." That's a bit unusual. These days, most knights prefer to be addressed as Sir. Hearing this name, Klein silently ridiculed, Moonlight Knight. Given the similarity of his spiritual aura to Emblem's, that actually fits quite well. Using superhero-style aliases, this is definitely the tower. In a study on the third floor of the Intis Embassy in Westborough, Special Envoy Mr. Owen took a sip of Highland coffee imported from the southern continent and said to his secretary, "Bianca has done well. Thanks to her efforts over the past few weeks, I've roughly figured out why the lone military has been so lenient with Baron Larry. The secretary, a red-haired man with visible traces of Sauron blood, listened attentively. Though he was currently just a secretary, he was highly likely to remain in Backland as an aide to the next ambassador under Mr. Owen's recommendation. Could you elaborate? The red-haired secretary asked respectfully. I couldn't draw any conclusions from the report she submitted. According to the information Bianca gathered, Baron Larry never actually obtained Daniel's treasure. The one who truly opened that box was Prince Mountbatten. And His Highness has since pledged allegiance to the Church of Storms. That secret has most likely fallen into their hands as well. But of course, other factions coveting the Ghost Empire won't necessarily believe that explanation. That's why the lone military let Baron Larry escape in the first place and has been half-hearted in their pursuit of him. They want him to eventually fall into someone else's hands so those people can extract the truth from him. That makes their version of events far more convincing than a mere official statement. Owen sneered and continued, that was probably their initial plan. He tapped a name on one of the documents and went on. But from the moment this man made contact with Larry, I knew that George III was unwilling to sacrifice his son and was merely looking for a scapegoat. Ha, how childish. As if someone of Larry's status could ever satisfy the three major churches. George III has truly let the president down. The red-haired secretary had no idea what his superior was thinking. He discreetly glanced at the name Owen was pointing to. It was from a page in Bianca's report. This person is Prince Azac's butler. Meanwhile, seated on the royal throne, George III asked his advisor, has Owen taken the bait? People always prefer to believe what they uncover or deduce themselves. He's already fallen into your majesty's trap, the advisor replied with a smile. Excellent. George III said with satisfaction. Though he is a member of the organization, since he plotted against me first, my counterattack is perfectly justified. And it aligns with the progression of this era. Inside the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein, seated at the fool's high-backed chair, received a report from his one and only true believer. The fake Larry who commissioned me to monitor Miss Aisha, she has no job, yet frequently visits luxury boutiques and has extremely high daily expenses. She seems to be some big shot's mistress. While dining at Lena and Shoko's cafe earlier, Klein had noticed that their establishment was relatively close to the villa where the fake Larry's target resided. So, using the identity of the rogue, Black Emperor, he had hired them to investigate. He hadn't expected results so soon. A big shot's mistress. What exactly is that fake Larry trying to do? Chapter 612, Assault of the Desire Apostle. Night fell over Hillston Borough as Ebner, concealed by psychological invisibility, approached the somewhat aged residence of Great Detective Isengard Stanton, heading straight for the front door. Earlier that afternoon, after leaving the Church of the Earth Mother, Ebner had first visited the rented home of Zio and Furs to inform them of his arrival in Backlund. Given the short distance, he hadn't bothered using the fool's communication channel. Zio had been out at the time, leaving only Furs, who had just been dragged through over an hour of rigorous training by Zio, sprawled on the couch like a lifeless, salted fish. The sudden appearance of a stranger in the room had startled Furs, but she relaxed upon recognizing Ebner's true appearance. Zio returned by evening, after which the three shared dinner and exchanged stories of their recent experiences. Only then did Ebner depart, following the psychological hint he had previously implanted to make his way on foot to his mentor's home. Yet the moment he reached the doorstep of Great Detective Isengard's house, an unsettling sensation prickled at him. This warning didn't originate from his own perception but from the magic mirror he carried. The mirror housed a sequence 4 demon, granting its contracted master a degree of shared danger sense. Even under psychological invisibility, Ebner found himself targeted by palpable malice the instant he neared the house, malice potent enough to harm him. Is there a demigod or powerful sequence 5 inside? Having forgotten all plot details related to the Desire Apostle, Ebner barely had time to speculate when the front door creaked open on its own, as if inviting him in. Had his mentor not potentially been in grave danger, and had he not received Lilith's blessing that afternoon, Ebner might have hesitated to accept such an invitation. But now, armed with life-saving measures and at least 3 artifacts equivalent to Grade 1 sealed items, fear was the last thing on his mind. Taking a deep breath, Ebner first activated his pure white eye to analyze the entire building. Within seconds, he had his answer. Maintaining mechanical mind, he stepped through the half-open door and strode decisively toward the first-floor parlor. Along the way, several of his mentor's servants, including Mr. Kenny, the valet Ebner knew best, suddenly and gruesomely exploded into dismembered corpses before his eyes, as if they had always been in that state and had only been temporarily stitched together until now. Unfazed by the horror thanks to mechanical mind, Ebner coldly proceeded to the parlor entrance. But just as he reached for the door to break whatever seal barred it, an inky black mist surged without warning, threatening to engulf him like a tidal wave. This was the power of darkness, capable of forcibly breaching the boundary between reality and nightmare to drag victims into terror. Ebner recognized it instantly. After all, he had used this very method to enter the nightmare-shrouded Twilight Castle. A radiant, twilight glow abruptly enveloped his body, forming a shield that repelled the encroaching darkness. No matter how violently the mist lashed against it, the barrier held firm. This was one of the secret arts he had gained upon advancing to Mysticism Magister, the Shield of Glory, infused with a wisp of twilight power. Seeing the mist prove ineffective, two demonic words dripping with corruption rang out in succession. Decelerate. Corrupt. As soon as Ebner had used pure white eye to analyze the situation, he identified the enemy as at least a Desire Apostle and had prepared countermeasures in advance. The badge pinned to his chest gleamed with a pure black light at the perfect moment, and in the next instant, he burst through the corruption zone at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, seamlessly pushing open the door to the living room. In that instant, it was as if a seal had been lifted, an intense scent of blood wafted out, piercing Ebner's nostrils. By channeling the cursed Tutor badge, I used a demigod-level distortion ability, transforming the slow effect into extreme speed and turning the corruption field into soothing. Inside the living room, an overturned armchair lay on the ground, stained with dark red blood. A book had fallen nearby, its cover facing up. A shattered glass, once filled with red wine, was now scattered across the tiled floor, its shards glinting in the dim light. The mingling of wine and blood only made the scene appear even more gruesome. Just as Ebner studied the broken glass in thought, footsteps sounded from outside the room. Moments later, Isengard Stanton stepped in, clutching his injured shoulder. The great detective didn't enter completely but remained at the doorway, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. If not for your help, I might have fallen into that demon's hands." Although Ebner had lifted his invisibility, he still maintained a disguised appearance, preventing Isengard from recognizing him. Ebner, as if expecting this, remained unfazed. Only after confirming that the enemy had truly left and that the man before him was indeed his teacher did he revert to his real face and softly say, "Teacher, it's me." As soon as he spoke, he immediately resumed his faceless ability, altering his appearance once more. "Ebner, so it was you." Isengard visibly relaxed, but soon after, his gaze lingered on his student's unfamiliar face, his tone filled with complex emotions. "It's only been a few months, yet you've already become this powerful. When I first met you, I had a premonition that you would one day help me survive a catastrophe. I suppose it referred to this moment. It seems my decision to take you as a student was the right one after all. Thank the God of knowledge and wisdom for his blessings. It's just a pity about Kenny and the others." With a sigh of resignation, Isengard shook his head. Given how dire the situation had been, there had been no way for him to save his servants. "Let's not dwell on this. Teacher, do you need me to treat your wounds?" "I have some healing abilities," Ebner asked, pointing at Isengard's injured shoulder. "It's fine. I can heal myself," Isengard replied. "I left the wound untreated to lull my enemy into complacency, hoping to ambush and kill him." With that, the detective walked over to a table, seemingly unbothered by the bloodstains in the room. He lit the pipe resting on the tabletop and took a deep drag. Ebner knew that his teacher was using the act of smoking to mask his sorrow and regret. Though he felt that Isengard's counterattack plan had been rather risky, he merely sighed inwardly before giving a quiet warning. "Teacher, that Desire Apostle was likely assisted by a demigod-level witch. A mere Desire Apostle alone wouldn't have triggered my danger sense, the true threat came from the witch lurking in the shadows." This was also why Ebner hadn't attempted to capture the Desire Apostle, he didn't want to provoke the witch into taking action. Even with the bone dragon in his possession, he had no desire to engage in a life-or-death battle with a demigod-level witch, especially in a densely populated district like Hillsden. A witch. Isengard muttered, realization dawning upon him. No wonder I couldn't escape using mirror jumping. I kept getting blocked, forced to play a game of hide-and-seek with that Desire Apostle through the mirror world behind the shards of broken glass. But that raises the question, what exactly were they after? If a demigod witch was involved, killing me shouldn't have been so complicated. Of course, it's possible that the witch was merely hired to cut off my escape routes and wouldn't intervene directly. After murmuring to himself for a few moments, Isengard turned to Ebner and asked, "Can you escort me to the Leverage Church of the Church of Steam?" Chapter 613, The Characteristics of a Reader. In a darkened house on 12 Winster Street, in the Sherwood Borough, a tall, slender figure stood by the second-floor window, gazing down at a carriage that had just passed by. "What's wrong?" Feeling a little unwilling to accept this outcome. A woman's voice, as intoxicating as a nightingale's song, drifted from behind him. "Not at all. I never intended to kill that detective in the first place." The man shook his head slowly, watching the carriage disappear into the distance. "I'm just wondering who that spectator path beyonder who showed up out of nowhere was, and why he was carrying so many powerful mystical items. I can only be certain that he's not from the psychology alchemists. And he might not even be a real spectator." After a brief silence, the woman's voice sounded again. The man nodded and asked, "Any guesses?" "None." You've investigated that detective beforehand, you should know he has a wide social circle. Even if a bishop from the Church of the Evernight or the Church of Steam showed up with a sealed artifact to save him, I wouldn't find it surprising. The voice paused before continuing, are you still planning to go scare those detectives as per your original plan, to divert attention from your true objective? Of course. Otherwise, how would I convince those fools that I was really avenging that dog? But if that guy from tonight is there as well, I won't be making an appearance. The men sneered. As for whether the authorities will try to set a trap for me, you know as well as I do, that's impossible. Just be careful yourself. As per our agreement, I won't be providing you with any more assistance until you actually take action. The woman's voice carried a teasing tone, though her words were meant as a warning. Hey, don't worry. If I want to escape, even an average demigod won't be able to track me. The men spoke with utter confidence. A confident man. I like that. The woman's voice dripped with temptation. Want to study how the first succubus came into existence with me? The man's breathing grew noticeably heavier at her words, but he still shook his head firmly. I am an apostle of desire, the one who controls desire, I won't be controlled by desire. How disappointing. The Leverage Church was still brightly lit and bustling with activity despite the late hour. Most of the believers in this district weren't wealthy, and even weekends didn't guarantee them a break from work. Weekdays were even more exhausting, leaving them with no choice but to visit the church for prayer and confession late at night, even as dawn approached. Disguised as the butler Kenny, Ebner supported the injured Detective Isengard Stanton as they stepped into the church. They were immediately noticed by a priest on duty, who looked surprised. After whispering instructions to another clergyman, he hurried over and asked with concern, Detective Stanton, what happened to you? Ran into some trouble. Stanton gave a vague response before asking, Pastor Orkins, is Eliza here? Pastor Orkins nodded. I've already sent someone to call for Bishop Linton. Before he could finish, Stanton interrupted, I'll go see her directly. There are some things that aren't convenient to discuss in the prayer hall. Orkins hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Then you can go to the bishop's office yourself. I can't leave my post right now. Hearing their conversation, Ebner, who was supporting his teacher, immediately came to a conclusion. His teacher was very familiar with this place and was likely a frequent visitor. After all, Pastor Orkins didn't treat him as an outsider at all. Just like how the priests at the Church of the Earth Mother treated me. But who was this Bishop Eliza Linton that his teacher had just mentioned? Considering that his teacher sought her out first after being attacked, their relationship was certainly not ordinary. On the way to the back rooms of the Leverage Church, Detective Isengard Stanton seemed to notice Ebner's thoughts and chuckled. I've told you before, your teacher has a wide network. Aside from the Church of Storms, I have good relationships with all the official organizations in Backlund, and Eliza is one of my closest friends. At that moment, a slightly resentful voice came from ahead. One of your closest friends, you mean? Besides me, there's Brittany from the Church of the Evernight, Kessia from MI9, Fiona, the Sheriff of the North Borough, and Mia, the former bishop stationed at Harvest Church under the Church of the Earth Mother. Why are all these names women? And Fiona, the Sheriff of the North Borough, I remember that's my classmate Susan's mother. Teacher, could it be that your poor relationship with the Church of Storms is because they don't have female clergy? While Ebner was silently roasting his teacher in his mind, a woman dressed in the vestments of a bishop from the Church of Steam approached. She appeared to be in her early 40s. She seemed like she wanted to say more, but as soon as she saw Detective Isengard's injuries, her eyes widened in shock. Immediately, she took Ebner's place in supporting him and said gravely, this was caused by an explosion of desire. Yes. I was careless for a moment, Isengard admitted with a slight nod. The wound itself isn't too serious, but there are lingering traces of demonic corruption. If not purified, it could be dangerous, Bishop Eliza assessed after examining the injury. That's exactly why I came to you for help, Isengard responded with a smile. If it were just about purging the demonic corruption, you wouldn't need me. You want me to use a scroll to seal the remnants away, don't you? Planning to take revenge. Eliza Linton seemed to understand Isengard well, though as she spoke, she glanced at the silent Ebner. Isengard immediately caught on and said with a smile, Kenny is my assistant. He's trustworthy. Only then did Bishop Linton retract her scrutinizing gaze and lead the two of them into her private chambers. I've notified the Machinery Hive Mind squad. They'll be here soon, she said while preparing a ritual. As they should. I was planning to seek official help anyway, Isengard replied calmly. He had come to Eliza with the intention of informing the Machinery Hive Mind about this incident. If you needed official help, why didn't you go to Brittany or Kessia? Bishop Linton shot him a look. MI9 has been quite busy lately, they probably wouldn't have time to bother with me. And besides Kessia, I don't really trust anyone else in MI9. As for Brittany, she's already been transferred out of the Backlund diocese. As Isengard and Bishop Linton chatted, the ritual was soon completed. A faint wisp of black mist was extracted and sealed within a scroll placed upon the altar. Bishop Linton is a Sequence 6 Scrolls professor of the Mystery Prior Pathway. But this ritual's ability to extract aura seems weaker than when I used the pure white eye to directly extract a monster's aura back when I was Sequence 8. Just as Ebner was pondering this, a commotion of hurried footsteps sounded outside. The door was pushed open, and a squad from the machinery hive mind entered, led by Deacon Icons, who held an ancient silver mirror with intricate patterns. The moment Ebner saw the mirror, his vision blurred for a second, and memories he had suppressed resurfaced in his mind. Seeing a roads was one of the triggers I had set for recovering my memories. Chapter 614, Questions and Answers. The reason Ebner had set Seeing a Roads as one of his memory recovery triggers was because he believed that by the time he encountered this mirror, the situation would have likely settled, and there would be no further need for him to keep certain things sealed away. Moreover, he was also worried that if he forgot about a Rhodes' notoriously bad personality, he might, out of curiosity, end up recklessly asking it a question, something that would undoubtedly be a terrible idea. At this moment, however, as his memories returned, a flicker of disappointment and regret flashed through Ebner's eyes. After all, the reason he had compelled himself to forget certain things was to ensure that he could eliminate the Desire Apostle in an unexpected strike, thereby completely removing the threat to his teacher. Yet, in the end, he had merely driven the men away, deterred by the presence of the demigod witch backing him. This outcome somewhat contradicted his original intent. As for that witch, she was most likely Despair Nightingale Panatia. In the original timeline, it was probably her who had lured away His Grace the Spellsinger of God, giving the Desire Apostle the opportunity to assassinate Duke Negan. While Ebner was lost in thought, Detective Isengard had already begun conversing with the members of the machinery hive mind. He was clearly acquainted with Icons, as he took the initiative to greet him. Icons, long time no see. Your hairstyle is still as distinctive as ever. Icons instinctively ran a hand over his stubbornly upright brown hair, trying to smooth it down, but the moment his hand left, the strands bounced right back up. Realizing the futility of resisting, he sighed in resignation. Isengard, that's not exactly a pleasant topic. As he spoke, he casually placed the silver mirror on the table and gestured for one of his subordinates to take notes. Then, turning back to Isengard, he said, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" It didn't feel like an interrogation, more like a conversation between old friends. While Bishop Linton helped dress his wounds, Isengard organized his thoughts and began recounting the events, starting from when he took on the investigation of the Demon Hound and leading up to the attack by the Desire Apostle earlier that night. However, he deliberately omitted Ebner's speculation about a demigod witch supporting the assailant. After all, not only did he lack concrete evidence, but he also had no reasonable explanation for how he had managed to escape alive. He certainly couldn't expose Ebner's involvement. After asking a few more clarifying questions, Icons hesitated for a moment before finally picking up the silver mirror from the table. Detective Isengard's gaze followed the movement of the mirror, and his expression stiffened slightly. He had used this silver mirror once before. And it was during that very experience that Eliza had learned the names of all the women she had just listed earlier. Taking a deep breath, Icons gently brushed his right hand over the mirror's surface 3 times, then spoke solemnly. "Respected Rhodes, my question is, who attacked Detective Isengard Stanton?" As soon as he finished speaking, the gas lamps in the room flickered, their glow becoming hazy. The surface of the silver mirror rippled with strange, watery light, gradually forming a vivid scene. A figure, shrouded in thick, viscous black liquid, stood by a window, overlooking the street. Then, the image shifted, the same black liquid-covered figure now lay crouched on a bed. Yet, through the obscuring darkness, faint features of a woman could still be discerned. That silhouette, and the details of her face. I'm certain now, the witch who was working with the Desire Apostle was indeed Despair Nightingale. Staring at the image reflected in the silver mirror, Ebner's expression turned pensive. I once saw Panatia in the Roselle scene on the 6th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. At that time, she was trying to seduce Roselle with an air of holy purity. That must have been her appearance at Sequence 7. Considering she was likely the first woman to introduce the Emperor to the taste of a witch, her image and aura in the Dream Labyrinth Tower should have been highly accurate. So, I shouldn't be mistaken, the woman in the vision Rhodes just showed us is definitely Panatia. Tisk, Rhodes is being lazy. Although the scene it displayed is already at the limits of what divination can achieve, compared to the full-color projection with sound it once provided to the Fool in the original timeline, this is clearly cutting corners. As these thoughts swirled in Ebner's mind, the vision within the silver mirror quickly faded away. Next, as usual, blood-red words appeared on the mirror's surface, one after another. By the principle of equivalence, it is now my turn to ask a question. If you lie or fail to answer, you will have to accept a task or punishment of my choosing. Now, listen carefully, do you prefer the dashing appearance of the rogue, Black Emperor, or do you admire his mysterious strength? Rhodes, your bootlicking technique is all wrong. Ebner thought to himself. Icon's preferences lean toward a more niche category. If the fool found out about this question, he'd probably smash you on the spot. Honestly, I have a feeling this mirror is just laying a trap. Sooner or later, it's going to use this setup for a grand-scale public humiliation. As this thought crossed Ebner's mind, he suddenly had the urge to spread the scene to the Tarot Club. Meanwhile, the other members of Machinery Hive Mind stole discreet glances at their deacon before collectively exhaling in relief. Steam above. So Deacon Icons is into the rogue type. That was the common sentiment among them. Ever since learning about their deacon's particular preferences last time, they hadn't felt this relaxed in ages. If only Stuart were here. Icon's throat moved slightly as he recalled the fearless Church of Storm's deacon. After a brief silence, he finally spoke in a solemn tone. Mysterious strength. Correct. The blood-red words on the mirror shifted. Congratulations, you are spared from punishment this time. Icon's expression visibly relaxed, but he didn't allow the conversation to linger. Instead, he quickly changed the subject. The Desire Apostle had a female accomplice whose strength didn't seem inferior to his. Also, can any of you determine where that house might be located? Detective Isengard pondered for a moment as he recalled the vision before answering. The composition of the image doesn't clearly show street details, but the style of the street-facing windows is typical of properties found in Sherwood Borough and Hillston Borough. That range is still too broad, and both boroughs fall under the jurisdiction of the Church of Storms. We can't possibly search them one by one. Icons frowned. I'll try to find some leads tomorrow, Isengard said, glancing at Ebner as he spoke. That's too dangerous. Isengard, that demon could launch another ambush on you at any time. Before Icons could respond, Bishop Linton had already rejected the idea. She then suggested, why not ask the mirror for more information? Wouldn't that reduce the risk significantly? No, ma'am. Rather than asking the mirror, I'd rather investigate personally. Isengard and Icons had the same thought at the same time. The latter even hesitated before adding, based on my years of quiz-taking experience, if I ask another question now, the next one is bound to be absurd. What are you afraid of? If you won't ask, I will. With that, Bishop Linton picked up the mirror and asked, what is the full name of the demon that attacked Isengard? Jason Beria. The silver mirror flashed with this response before swiftly displaying another blood-red question. Who was responsible for orchestrating the transfers of Brittany from the Church of the Night and Mia from the Church of the Earth Mother out of Backlund? At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted toward Bishop Linton. Chapter 615, The Mirror That Doesn't Accept Compliments. Inside the room, Bishop Eliza Linton stared at the question displayed on the silver mirror. Her expression shifted several times before she finally exhaled and admitted. It was me. Very honest, new words formed on the mirror's surface. As expected, restoring my memories in time and avoiding touching this mirror was the right choice. This so-called Q&A game is just public execution. Ebner thought to himself. Compared to this, my own magic mirror is much more well-behaved. He had the urge to cover his face with his hand but held back, instead lightly tapping the pocket where he kept his inconspicuous, palm-sized magic mirror. Sensing its master's indirect praise through the contract, the magic mirror quickly sent back a happy message. Then, as if trying to prove its usefulness, it attempted to show off its contributions. Unfortunately, all of these messages were intercepted by the pure white eye, preventing the magic mirror from receiving a response. Ebner was aware of the magic mirror's reaction, but with so many Machinery Hive Mind members present, he couldn't just activate the pure white eye to check. Instead, he tapped the mirror's surface once again, signaling for it to behave. At that moment, Detective Isengard cleared his throat, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere in the room. He skipped over the part regarding the orchestrated transfers of his two friends and instead analyzed. In the ancient Fourth Epoch, human factions that worshipped demons formed a loose alliance known as the Cult of Blood Worship. Within this organization, three major demon families, Noise, Andariel, and Beria, stood as an unshakable triad. Their ancestors had all received gifts from the Abyss. They revered an evil god called the Dark Side of the Universe, believing it to be the ruler of the Abyss, the inevitable corrupter and devourer of reality and the entire vast cosmos. Recently, a major incident occurred on Sonia Island, one where a high-ranking demon attempted to summon the Dark Side of the Universe into reality by sacrificing a demigod from the Church of the God of Combat. Fortunately, their scheme was ultimately thwarted. Now, the demon identified by 2-111 was Jason Beria. This suggests that the Beria family is once again active. However, Icons shook his head and countered, Beria has long declined. Decades ago, they became vassals of the still powerful Noise family. As for the Andariel family, they too were in decline, but over 100 years ago, they received the support of a high-ranking demon and managed to regain some influence within the Cult of Blood Worship. This even led to a war between the factions. The high-ranking demon who backed Andariel was none other than the mastermind behind the Sonia Island incident. He and Noise, along with Beria, are actual enemies, irreconcilable ones. I don't think these two events should be connected. According to the intel provided by Clausia from the Psychological Alchemy Society's Supreme Council, the demon responsible for orchestrating the Sonia Island sacrifice incident was none other than Roselle's adopted son, the Whisperer, Duke of Terror, Yaldabaoth. So he was the one who propped up Andariel. He prevented their family from falling completely under noise control and becoming mere servants of the Mother Tree of Desire. Now that I think about it, this adopted son, hatched from an egg Roselle brought back from the abyss, is an immense wild card. His impact might not be any less than that of the transmigrators I've discovered so far. If he weren't still alive, and if the timing of his emergence didn't nearly coincide with the Calamity Seal, I might have suspected that he was another transmigrator brought here by the Pure White Eye. But where exactly did this butterfly come from? Could he be the descendant of a transmigrator who had remained in the abyss? That doesn't seem plausible. More likely, a transmigrator at some point had dealings with the dark side of the universe, and the latter had prepared this contingency plan in advance. While Ebner's mind wandered, jumping between hypotheses, the machinery hive mind members were discussing their next course of action with Detective Isengard. Eventually, they decided to split into two teams. One team, led by Isengard, would act as bait, attempting to lure out the demon while the rest of machinery hive mind lay in ambush to capture him. As for how to bypass the demon's danger intuition ability, Isengard had already formed a rough plan. The second team would investigate based on the details of the room they had seen earlier and the name Jason Beria. After all, aside from their danger intuition, demons weren't particularly skilled in divination or foresight. This meant that if Jason Beria, the Desire Apostle, wanted to trace back who had originally organized the detective's analysis of the Hellhound's traits, he would have to actively gather information himself. And as Emperor Roselle once said, wherever one walks, they leave traces behind. The machinery hive mind could follow these traces to track the demon's movements. Ebner didn't join their discussion or planning. Firstly, he was currently playing the role of his teacher's servant, making it inappropriate for him to speak. Secondly, there was simply no need for him to intervene. His primary goal in returning to Backlund after sealing away certain memories was to save his teacher, ensuring that the changes in the timeline, caused by his own butterfly effect, wouldn't endanger his teacher's life. Though things didn't go exactly as planned, he had failed to leave the Desire Apostle at his teacher's home, the situation had still returned to its proper course. From this point forward, he didn't need to do anything else. The likelihood of his teacher encountering life-threatening danger was now minimal, so why interfere any further? At most, after Jason Beria assassinates Duke Negan, I'll quietly follow the hero bandit, Black Emperor, and make sure the Desire Apostle is truly dead. As for tomorrow night, when my teacher and Klein confront the Desire Apostle. Leaving aside whether Jason will even dare to show up, even if he does, with Mr. Fool present, there's no way he could harm my teacher. And as for the fact that the Desire Apostle's real target was actually Duke Negan, Ebner had no personal connection with the man, so he certainly wouldn't take the risk of warning him. After all, once that unspeakable organization set its sights on someone, Duke Negan was doomed. Even if he survived this attempt, there would be another assassination later. A warning would be meaningless. In a detached house in Sherwood Borough, Zio suddenly woke up from her sleep. She sat in a daze for a moment before pulling the blanket over her head and murmuring to herself, "Why would I have a dream like that?" Tossing and turning for a while, she finally gave up on sleep and decided to take a shower to clear her mind. But just as she reached the bathroom door, she heard the sound of running water. Someone was already using the bathtub. Furs? Zio asked in surprise. As far as she knew, Furs never took showers in the middle of the night except on full moon nights. Huh? Furs, startled by Zio's voice, sounded flustered. After a few seconds, she managed to regain her composure and asked, "Zio, why are you up? Do you have a mission?" "By the god of steam, this situation feels just like in my dream." Zio frowned. She took out her golden mask, put it on, and used its enhanced sensing abilities to scan the area. Then, after taking off the mask, she muttered to herself with a strange expression, "No traces of evil." Was that really just my own desire? A natural biological reaction. What Zio didn't know was that, on this very night, she and Furs weren't the only ones in Backlund who woke up from a strange dream and went to take a bath. On Wednesday morning, during his routine feeding of the magic mirror with divine light, Ebner finally received the information it had been trying to send him. That was when he learned what it had done the previous night. After questioning it to confirm exactly how many people had been affected, Ebner let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, the number was small, and they were all people he was familiar with, so it wouldn't raise too much suspicion. If half of Backlund had experienced that kind of dream last night, the hero detective might just become synonymous with devil, and not the respectable kind. "I literally just praised you for not being as troublesome as a Rhodes, and now you pull this kind of stunt. I don't need this kind of flattery." Got it. After scolding the mirror, Ebner once again found himself feeling that artifacts with souls had far too much freedom. Even if he could mitigate their negative effects, they still brought no shortage of trouble. Of course, this could also be considered a negative effect in itself. This only solidified his decision not to unlock the magic mirror's next layer of seals anytime soon. It was already a handful in its not-so-intelligent state. If it became truly sentient, it might be even more of a menace than a Rhodes. That said, the magic mirror's Devil's Shepherd ability is surprisingly useful. It can infiltrate dreams, stir up desires and emotions, and its influence even spans across multiple boroughs. Heart Demon truly is an apt name for it. Early in the morning, in St. George Borough, Saatchi Street, Klein and his lawyer, Jürgen, stepped out of the house of the inventor, Leopold. They had just signed an agreement with Franmi Ketch, the steam-powered vehicle tycoon, officially selling Klein's bicycle company shares. Klein now held a check for 1,300 gold pounds. After paying Jürgen his £50 fee, Klein bid him farewell and headed toward the East Borough to meet with his informant, Old Kohler. But just then, he suddenly heard layers upon layers of illusory prayers echoing in his ears. A woman's voice. Miss Zio. I actually have something to tell her as well. End of chapter. Chapter 616, The World's Commission. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein sat at the head of the bronze table, extending his spirituality toward Miss Judgment's crimson star. In an instant, the prayers became clear and layered, allowing Klein to quickly understand what Miss Zio was asking for. Has she been tainted by evil forces? Did Miss Zio take on some dangerous and highly secretive mission? Why is she being so vague? Tapping his fingers against the edge of the ancient bronze table, Klein shifted his gaze to the scene within the prayer, carefully observing her. However, he found nothing unusual about Miss Zio's spirit body. It's very clean. She must be overthinking things. There's nothing wrong with her. But just to be safe, I should still make a paper angel to bless her. With that thought in mind, Klein decided to use the same method he had employed when welcoming Amon's avatar, giving Zio a full body purification, just in case something had indeed been overlooked. A moment later, as Zio saw herself being completely enveloped by a great angel with 12 pairs of wings, her eyes glazed over in shock. If I heard correctly just now, Mr. Fool said that my spirit body was fine. And yet, even so, he still sent an angel to bless me. This. Mr. Fool is too kind. Even the treatment for a blessed isn't this extravagant, is it? Zio was unaware that her actions in Tingen had earned her Mr. Fool's wholehearted approval. In a way, she truly had been granted his favor. As the angel's radiance faded completely, Zio was just about to offer words of praise to Mr. Fool when, all of a sudden, she was swallowed by a burst of crimson light. By the time she regained her senses, she had already arrived in the mysterious space above the grey fog. She looked toward the high-backed chair at the head of the table, only to find that the mysterious and powerful figure of Mr. Fool was absent. Letting out a sigh of regret, Zio's gaze swept over each seat along the bronze table. Only when she reached the lowest seat did she finally spot Mr. World. Miss Judgment, I have news on Baron Larry, Klein, through World, said as he noticed Zio looking over. Due to the ambiguous stance of the higher-ups in MI9, Zio actually had little enthusiasm for capturing Baron Larry. She was far more interested in the members of secret organizations that Larry attracted. After all, in just the past 2 or 3 weeks, they had already contributed at least £3,000 to her income. While their people, beyond her characteristics, and mystical items had to be handed over, certain loose funds, materials, and the knowledge or formulas extracted during interrogations were defaulted as rewards for frontline operatives. Mr. World, what do you want in exchange for this information? Zio pondered for a few seconds before asking. If the price was too high, she wouldn't bother. After all, she wasn't particularly concerned about where Larry was hiding. I want you to protect someone. World said after some deliberation. Who? Zio frowned. A horseback riding instructor, Talum Dumont. He was originally from a noble family, and his ancestors once held a viscountcy. Unfortunately, his grandfather squandered the entire family fortune. And recently, Talum may have become entangled in an incident involving a high-profile figure. I hope you can place him under protective custody for a while. You should discuss this with Mr. Tower and avoid taking action yourself. This matter could attract significant danger. Through his recent meetings with Talum, Klein had increasingly sensed that the men had fallen into a state resembling infatuation, and his supposed love interest was most likely the witch hidden within Prince Edisac's residence. That witch was clearly trying to use Talum to achieve some goal, but such actions would undoubtedly be unacceptable to the forces monitoring both the prince and the witch. As a result, Talum was already in an extremely dangerous situation. Klein had also confirmed this through a divination above the grey fog. Talum. The one who serves Prince Edisac? Zio asked after pondering for a moment. Since Ebner had also dealt with Talum before, Zio had met him once while following Ebner, though she wasn't particularly familiar with him. It's him. Klein had whirled nod before continuing in a hoarse voice, this matter might be a bit troublesome. If the information on Baron Larry isn't enough to cover it, I can supplement it with some additional knowledge or secret history. Having read so many of Roselle's diaries and books on mysticism, Mr. Fool was no longer just an empty shell. His confidence had grown significantly. Zio hesitated for a while and didn't immediately agree. She decided to follow World's suggestion and consult Ebner first. Klein fully understood her concerns and even provided the information about Baron Larry in advance to ensure it wouldn't become outdated. Even if misjudgment ultimately refused to protect Talum, he could still accept another form of intelligence fee. Once Zio's figure disappeared from the ancient hall, Klein, hidden behind the gray fog, let out a heavy sigh and murmured helplessly, "Talum. As a friend, this is all I can do for you. I hope you can make it through this safely." He sat in his high-backed chair in a daze for a while before allowing his spirit body to descend, returning to the washroom of a restaurant in the real world. After adjusting himself, he proceeded with his original plan, heading to the East Borough to meet his informant, Old Kohler. Baron Larry was hiding in Ebner's former villa. Someone impersonated Larry and hired a detective to investigate the habits and daily routine of a woman named Aisha. Aisha was suspected to be the mistress of an important figure. After leaving the mysterious hall above the gray fog, Zio summarized the intelligence she had obtained from Mr. World. Then, she took out an exquisite silver card, the one Ebner had given her after dinner last night. This card functioned similarly to the ones he had used in the southern continent to maintain contact with her via the Dream Labyrinth Tower, except that it no longer had the image of Doctor Strange on it. After having that kind of dream last night, I really didn't want to face him again so soon. Zio hesitated for a long time while holding the card. In the end, she still used her spirituality to trigger a ritual within it, then walked into the cafe Furs had recommended, the one with excellent desserts, to wait for Ebner's arrival. On the other side, when Ebner received Zio's request for a meeting, his heart immediately tensed. He thought that Mirror's antics from the previous night had been discovered, and Zio had come to demand an explanation. But he quickly dismissed his own speculation. After all, Mirror's ability was extremely concealed, even the last two greed holders had unknowingly fallen victim to it. One had become his bone dragon, while the other had turned into Clausia's pawn. Zio had sharp instincts, but she definitely couldn't compare to a demigod. Besides, Ebner had briefly reviewed Mirror's replay of the dream scenarios. Other than Furs being particularly intense and outrageous, the rest were relatively normal, just ordinary dreams. At most, it was just a coincidence that multiple people had similar dreams at the same time, and the main character in all of them happened to be him. As long as no one compared notes, there shouldn't be any suspicions. Chapter 617, Methods to Deal with Curses. Around noon, Ebner followed his connection to the card in Shoko's possession and arrived at a cafe in Sherwood Borough. As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted a young woman dressed in a chef's uniform carrying a plate of what looked like mung bean cakes. She placed it on the table in front of Zio, who was sitting at the very back of the cafe. The girl had long hair draped over her shoulders and a sweet-looking face, but her frame was thin and petite. She seemed even shorter than Zio. A flash of pure white flickered in Ebner's eyes, but he didn't stare at her for long. Instead, he headed straight toward Zio's seat. Despite the change in gender and the significant reduction in height, not to mention the makeup that concealed her original features, Ebner instantly recognized the chef-uniformed girl as the former police officer, Shoko. Back when he had been injured, Shoko had rescued him and gifted him the fallen Morning Star. At the time, Ebner had subtly warned him that an assassin would eventually become a witch. He never expected that after just a few months, he had truly become her. Suppressing his emotions, Ebner didn't bother checking for Lena, who was likely hiding nearby. Other than the matter of the fallen Morning Star, he had no deeper connection with them. If anything, they had even fought briefly once. Their relationship could hardly be called friendly. But this mung bean cake seemed a little suspicious. As he contemplated, he naturally took a seat across from Zio. A silver card appeared in his hand, which he briefly displayed before making it vanish again. "You change your appearance every time. That's really convenient." Zio muttered under her breath before pushing the plate of mung bean cakes and a cup of coffee toward him. "I've already eaten. I ordered this for you. This cafe has some unique desserts, and they taste great." Since it was close to noon, Ebner was a little hungry, so he didn't refuse. He cut off a piece with his knife and put it into his mouth. The texture was smooth and dense, the flavor fragrant and soft, though it was slightly dry in the throat. Yep, this was definitely mung bean cake. Ebner took a sip of coffee as he confirmed his thoughts. But why would Shoko and Lena be making something like this? Even if they happened to stumble upon the recipe, the taste shouldn't be this close to what he remembered from his past life. A slight difference in preparation could completely alter the final product. And from what Zio said, this cafe had many other unique desserts. Could it be that some transmigrator left behind a recipe, which Lena and Shoko happened to find? I wonder if there's any spiritual imprint left on it. Would Lilith be interested in collecting recipes? Of course, this could also be Klein's doing. Based on the intelligence I'd gathered, Klein had already known Lena back in Tingen. As thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner decided to investigate this cafe when he had the chance. If there really was a collection of recipes, perhaps he could consider buying them, though the chances weren't high. After all, the prophecy he received before was, in the darkness, the miracles of civilization are destroyed by corruption. That probably didn't mean that a group of people got fat from eating too many desserts and then, in their frustration, destroyed the miraculous delicacies that caused their downfall, right? Amused by his own thoughts, Ebner quickly finished the remaining dessert. Then, under Zio's lead, he left the cafe, turned onto another street, and entered a small standalone house. This was one of Zio's safe houses. Since it was considered a necessary expense for her work, MI9 would reimburse the rent. Ebner glanced around the house while using the cursed Tutor emblem to set up a barrier that blocked surveillance. Casually, he asked, "Why not meet at your place? After all, it wasn't that far from the place you and Furs are renting." Zio's expression grew complicated. She couldn't exactly say that she didn't want to meet Ebner in an environment identical to the one in her dream last night. Reading Zio's thoughts, Ebner combined them with what the magic mirror had done and immediately understood the situation. Dropping the topic, he instead asked her why she had arranged this meeting. Hearing his question, Zio forced herself to stop thinking about unnecessary things. She organized her words and relayed both the intelligence and the request from World to Ebner. Protect Talum, huh? There was too little information about Baron Larry for Ebner to analyze anything meaningful. However, when it came to Talum's situation, he had a decent amount of knowledge from the original novel. And Talum's death wasn't something that could be easily prevented. Since Ebner didn't have a particularly close relationship with him, he hadn't considered intervening before. If he wanted to save Talum, there were two major obstacles. The first was avoiding the surveillance of 0-08. If they failed, not only would Talum remain unsaved, but the rescuers themselves would also be exposed to 0-08, potentially inviting unknown dangers. The second issue was that, at this point in time, even if Talum was protected, he could still be cursed to death at any moment by the ring in Tracy's possession. No, it wasn't just a possibility. Once those behind the scenes noticed that Talum was out of their control, they would undoubtedly have Tracy use the ring to curse him, eliminating any unforeseen risks. The ring in Tracy's possession symbolized the primordial Demonis vessel, essentially making it a Grade 0 sealed artifact. To avoid being cursed to death, at least an angel-level intervention would be required. Perhaps Talum could be sheltered within the Church of the Earth Mother, but he likely wouldn't even make it to the Harvest Church before suddenly dropping dead. Beyond these challenges, there was also the issue of how to handle the aftermath of Prince Azac's incident. Once it unfolded, investigations would follow, another major hurdle. This meant that Zio absolutely couldn't be the one to protect Talum. Moreover, Talum himself couldn't be allowed to know exactly who had saved him. If he ever returned to Backlund, the royal family and the major churches would inevitably interrogate him. Ebner didn't dwell on these thoughts for too long. He worried that the cursed Tutor emblem, as a Grade 1 sealed artifact, might not be able to completely block 0-08. Without hesitation, he summoned the Gate of Dreams and Reality, pulling Zio with him into the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Inside the tower's lounge, Ebner solemnly explained all the difficulties to Zio. Of course, when referring to 0-08, he only described it as a certain sealed artifact capable of surveillance and manipulation. Miss Judgment, who had seemed somewhat distracted earlier, grew serious as she listened. She didn't question how Ebner knew about the curse, she was already used to him simply knowing things. The sealed artifact those people are using for monitoring, maybe Mr. World can handle it. As a blessed of Mr. Fool, he should be able to ask for some assistance, Zio suggested after some thought. Mr. Fool's paper angel probably couldn't block 0-08's perception for now. But compared to his counterpart in the original timeline, Klein had far more tricks up his sleeve at this point. Maybe he could pull off something unexpected. Ebner nodded thoughtfully. If we can resolve the issue of avoiding that sealed artifact's perception, then dealing with the post-incident investigation will be much easier. I could simply disguise myself as someone else while taking Talum away and use the teleportation altar to instantly move him far from Backlund, outside of that sealed artifact's range of vision. So, the only remaining problem is the curse. Zio paused before asking, can the curse ignore distance? Talum likely has an important medium in their hands, something like his hair or blood. Maybe distance could block the effect, but the question is whether Talum can even make it to the teleportation altar. Ebner sighed. There's no other way. Zio furrowed her brows, racking her brain for a solution. Another way. Ebner fell into deep thought for a moment, then activated Pure White Eye and used its once-a-day active divination. A reliable method to prevent Talum from being cursed to death. As the prophecy took effect, a single line of revelation surfaced in his mind. Sheriff Fasten's wife. Sheriff Fasten's wife. The chained god. Of course. When it comes to dealing with curses, there's no one more skilled than them. But, would they be willing to help? End of chapter. Chapter 618, Demoness of Pleasure. After deciphering the revelations obtained from the prophecy, Ebner refrained from explaining too much to Zio. The matter concerning the chained god involved several true deities, evil gods, and even the king of angels, making it overly complicated. Moreover, with Zio's current level, knowing too much might not be beneficial to her. Thus, following the principle of guarding knowledge, Ebner only told her that he had found some clues regarding the curse, though he still needed confirmation. After some discussion, they decided to split up. Ebner would seek a way to resist the curse and prepare for what followed, while Zio would choose a suitable location to set up the teleportation altar, investigate Talum's movements, and consult the world on temporarily concealing 0-08. Of course, the last task needed to be addressed first, as all subsequent arrangements hinged on whether the world could shield them from 0-08's perception. Thus, the moment Zio emerged from the Dream Labyrinth Tower, she recited the honorable name of the Fool, asking him to relay her request to the world. Soon, she received a response. The world, indeed, had a solution but required some preparation time. With this confirmation, Zio and Ebner wasted no time and set off separately. Watching Zio's figure disappear into the distance, Ebner pondered. Requesting assistance from an angel akin to a deity. Even if they agree, I will undoubtedly have to pay a hefty price. Even if not immediately, a debt must eventually be repaid. If Zio knew my method, she would definitely stop me. Without a doubt, she would reject Klein's request outright. After all, neither of us is particularly close to Talum. In fact, I never intended to go this far at first. However, when I activated the pure white eye, I suddenly sensed that saving Talum and changing his fate of death would bring me considerable benefits in the future. Could this be the passive prophecy ability of experiencing in advance a glimpse into a possible future development? Haha, using prophecy to change someone's fate, allowing them to have a better future. Could this be part of the prophet's acting principles? The more unchangeable a fate seems, the greater the feedback upon successfully altering it through prophecy. So, the benefits shown by passive prophecy are actually advanced acting and pre-received feedback. Come to think of it, ever since I transmigrated, I have changed quite a few fates using prophecy. Most of them were for the better, right? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner hailed a carriage and headed toward Rose Street in the Southern Bridge District. At this hour, Mrs. Fasten was likely still listening to Bishop Wotrawski's sermon. And discussing matters with the chained god inside the Harvest Church put him more at ease. Meanwhile, before selecting a suitable location for the teleportation altar, Zio first made a trip back to MI9 headquarters at 9 Bellotto Street in the West Borough. She reported the intelligence on Baron Larry to Her Highness Vera. This information was time-sensitive. Once it became outdated, its value would plummet. After listening to Zio's report, Vera fell into brief contemplation before suddenly chuckling and nodding. So that's how it is. No wonder the higher-ups have tolerated Larry for so long. This intelligence is crucial to me. I'll credit you for it. However, you should stay out of this matter moving forward. Having known Vera for some time, Zio understood that despite her outward demeanor, she wasn't actually a rigid or dull person. Curious, she asked, Your Highness, what did you deduce? Their scheme isn't particularly complex, you simply lack a complete picture of the intelligence, making it seem confusing to you. Vera took out pen and paper, listed a few points, and pointed at the first one. That hero detective is your friend, right? Do you really think the news of his vacant house just happened to reach Baron Larry? Zio shook her head without hesitation. Ever since Ebner reclaimed his old residence, he had left it in the care of the Scad couple. That couple had very few social interactions, mainly associating with members of the Earth Mother Church. It would have been difficult for Baron Larry to gain access to such information. Exactly. Vera continued, pointing at the second, third, and fourth points she had written down. The person who helped the hero detective repurchase his villa was Duke Negan's secretary, Lockhart Syocum. He personally handled all the paperwork. If anyone besides the hero detective knew that house best, it would be him. And your informant, the detective you mentioned, whom the fake Larry hired to investigate Miss Aisha, is actually investigating Duke Negan's current favorite mistress. Lastly, Baron Larry's lover, Mrs. Parnas, is likely an agent from Intis in disguise. This. Are they trying to manipulate Duke Negan into something? Zio was still confused, unable to grasp the full picture of the situation. You'll find out by tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after at the latest. Hey, it seems Intis is about to suffer a setback this time. They'll have to pay a real price to resolve the situation since they were unprepared. However, the tensions between them will only deepen. This development aligns with what that person envisioned. Vera's voice grew fainter toward the end, and Zio strained her ears but couldn't catch the last part. Afterward, Vera did not elaborate further, only advising Zio that the fake Larry had likely approached more than one detective. She warned that Zio's informant should avoid meeting him again to prevent being implicated once things escalated. Escalated? What exactly is going to happen? Zio left Vera's office puzzled. After much deliberation, she decided to set the matter aside for now and ask Ebner about it when they met later in the evening. Before that, however, she prayed to the Fool, relaying Vera's warning to the world. Although she wasn't sure of the world's exact identity, since he had mentioned a detective, he was likely involved in this matter. If that detective got into trouble, it might affect the world and, in turn, threaten the Tarot Club. In a cheap coffee shop in the East Borough, old Kohler picked up his tattered soft hat and sincerely expressed his gratitude. I should head to the docks now. Thank you, Detective Moriarty. You've given me a good life again. A good life. To me, you've merely regained the bare minimum to sustain yourself. Watching old Kohler leave, Klein remained seated in a daze, as the layered, illusory prayers of misjudgment once again echoed in his mind. Using the coffee shop's unsanitary washroom, Klein avoided taking deep breaths and instead endured the unpleasantness as he ascended above the grey fog to hear Misjudgment's prayer report. Meeting the fake Baron Larry might lead to trouble. After a few seconds of contemplation, Klein manifested a spirit pendulum and began a divination. Moments later, confirming that Misjudgment's warning was accurate, he sighed inwardly. I originally planned to meet the fake Baron Larry at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon to uncover his background. Looks like I should abandon that plan. I can use the freed up time to have the bandit, Black Emperor, retrieve the sealed artifact from the Demoness of Pleasure, Lena. That artifact, when used with the right ritual, can temporarily block 0-08's surveillance. Lena obtained that item and the corresponding ritual in an extraordinarily coincidental manner after leaving Tingen and before arriving in Backlund. Since Lena decided to follow the Fool, she had already shared this information with Klein. That was why he had confidently assured Misjudgment earlier. However, when he finally held the sealed artifact in his hands, his lips couldn't help but twitch. In the evening, just before reaching her meeting place with Ebner, Zio suddenly received a message from the world. That surveillance-blocking item can only be used by beyonders of the witch or hunter pathways. Others must simulate the state and aura of a witch or hunter to use it. What now? Where am I supposed to find a hunter or witch on such short notice? And even if I could, how could I trust them? Wait. Didn't Ebner mention yesterday that his magic mirror had a Demoness of Pleasure? End of chapter. Chapter 619, The Primordial Trick and the Final Conspiracy. In the Southern Bridge District, at the Harvest Church. Looking at the sharp-spired building with its golden yellow walls, Ebner first piously traced a simple holy emblem with his hand before pushing open the door and stepping inside. When negotiating with an angel, one must first ensure their own patron is pleased. Since today was Wednesday, a workday, the prayer hall held only a sparse number of believers, most of whom were familiar faces to Ebner. Emlyn, Hazel, Mrs. Scad, Mrs. Fasten, a girl named Freya. H.M. Even Edis is here. Did he come back to Backlund for the new year? Although seeing his friend Edis here delighted him, considering that he was currently not using his hero detective identity and had important matters to attend to, he refrained from approaching for a chat. Instead, he casually found a seat and waited for Bishop Utravsky's sermon to conclude. During this time, he activated the pure white eye, attempting to communicate with the unborn child in Mrs. Fasten's womb through a spiritual connection. Before long, he received a brief response, talk in the washroom. Has Mr. Fool's influence expanded again, or do you great beings all have a particular fondness for washrooms? I recall that in the original novel, the little snake also communicated with Klein during a banquet in a washroom. Amused by his own thoughts, Ebner still stood up and walked toward the church's public washroom. Speaking of which, the reason Ebner was somewhat confident that the chained god would lend him aid was, first, because the deity was clearly under the Earth Mother's protection. Since he himself was highly favored by Lilith, it was only natural to expect some goodwill in return. Second, when he last visited the Harvest Church, the deity had proactively greeted him, showing a degree of friendliness. Lastly, back in the Grand Hall deep within the Daniel Labyrinth, it was his sacrifice of sealed artifact, 1-025, that provided the deity with the opportunity to break free. By that count, the deity actually owed him a favor. Considering these 3 points, Ebner felt that his request would not be refused. In fact, the deity might even be pleased to repay the favor in such a simple manner. Muttering to himself, Ebner entered the washroom and locked the door behind him. Standing in front of the washbasin mirror, he patiently waited for over a minute before his spiritual intuition was stirred. A moment later, a figure appeared in the mirror, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed doll, dressed in an elegant western gown, bound to a wooden stick. Good afternoon, Your Highness the chained god, Ebner greeted politely, bowing with neither arrogance nor servility. Standing on Lilith's turf, he was not worried about any harm befalling him. Time, limited, speak, key points. The doll's mouth opened and closed stiffly, each word uttered with difficulty, its tone rigid. Also, do not address me as Chained God. That title no longer refers to me alone. With a creaking sound, the doll's jaw moved awkwardly as it added another fragmented sentence. This is completely different from the messenger in the original novel, yet the speech pattern is oddly similar. Ebner marveled silently, then calmly stated his request. Finally, he asked, what price must I pay for you to block the curse of that grade 0 sealed artifact? The doll in the mirror listened, then clumsily broke off a finger from its left hand with its right, tossing it to Ebner before replying. Place it on that person. Curse will transfer to me. I shall bear it. Catching the severed finger, Ebner watched as it quickly grew into a new doll, though it lacked the refined elegance of the original. Its clothes were also dirty and unkempt. After a moment of contemplation, Ebner asked, the curse will transfer to you. Will that cause any issues? A prisoner bearing a curse is normal, no problem. The doll paused for over 10 seconds before continuing, you need not pay, this is a debt. I owe. With that, the doll's image vanished from the mirror. A debt owed. Is it referring to my sacrifice of sealed artifact 1-025? Is this its way of saying we're even? And why did it leave so quickly? I still wanted to ask about Daniel. Ebner sighed but wasn't too disappointed. After all, his primary objective in seeking out the chained god, the god of spiritual creature, Tolsna, had already been achieved. Carefully storing the doll formed from the severed finger, Ebner took a moment to resolve the aftereffects of drinking too much water after choking on mung bean cake. Only then did he wash his hands, step out of the public washroom, and leave. At this moment, Bishop Petravsky's sermon had ended. Mrs. Fasten was being supported by Edis and Freya, one on each side, as she made her way toward the church's main entrance. Meanwhile, Mrs. Scad had already gone ahead to call a carriage for them. As they departed, the once sparsely occupied prayer hall suddenly became even more empty. Just then, Emblem suddenly approached, his expression somewhat skeptical as he lowered his voice and asked, I wanted to ask this yesterday. Have I seen you somewhere before? Your scent seems familiar, and your aura is rather comforting to us blood kin. Your nose is really sharp. You remembered my scent from a single meeting at the police station over 6 months ago. That's almost on par with the pure white eye's ability to extract traces. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Ebner maintained a polite smile and replied, I've been in Fasak until recently. Fasak. But I've never been to Fasak. Could that sense of familiarity and kinship really be just an illusion? Emblem pondered for a few seconds but decided not to dwell on it further. Instead, after some hesitation, he solemnly asked, Mr. Spectre, may I trouble you with a favor? Max Spectre was the alias Ebner used for his current identity as a lover of the Countess. When he visited yesterday, he had introduced himself by this name to Bishop Petravsky, Hazel, and Emblem. What kind of favor? Go ahead, Ebner asked curiously. He had never known Emblem to be this familiar with strangers. His current identity should be little more than an acquaintance to him. I want you to keep an eye out for this doll. It's my favorite, a masterpiece by Grandmaster Tano from 100 years ago. But a few days ago, it suddenly disappeared. If you see it in any shop, market, or exhibition, please let me know. As he spoke, Emblem took out a thick piece of cardboard with an illustration of a doll drawn on it. Then, gritting his teeth, he added, if I find out who took it, I will make them pay. Did they think that leaving money behind makes it any less of a theft? At that moment, Ebner struggled to keep his expression from turning strange, because the doll in Emblem's drawing was identical to the one he had just seen in the mirror of the washroom. Klein left Lena and Shoko's cafe and returned to Minsk Street in the Chorwood district. The sky had already turned completely dark, and the glow of gas street lamps was even brighter than the faintly visible crimson moon overhead. He initially planned to visit Lawyer Jurgen's house for a free meal and to pet his cat. However, just as he strolled up to number 15, his spirituality was suddenly stirred. He sensed that someone had been inside his home. Who could it be? That fake Baron Larry? Did he come looking for me after failing to find me elsewhere? Klein performed a divination and determined that there was no immediate danger. Only then did he cautiously unlock the door, step inside, and scan the room warily. Soon, his gaze landed on an envelope placed on the coffee table. Lowering his eyes, he scrutinized the envelope for a moment, then pulled out a pair of black gloves and put them on before picking it up and tearing it open. Inside was a thin piece of stationery. The moment he unfolded it, dark red letters came into view, accompanied by a faint, lingering scent of blood. On the letter, words written in dried blood read. You will all die. A threat. From who? They used the word, you all. The only case I've publicly worked on with others was the Demon Hound serial murder case. Could it be the owner of that dog seeking revenge? Klein's heart tightened as he swiftly analyzed the situation. Later, in his bedroom, he found another blood-written threat letter. This time, he did not hesitate, he immediately chose to report it to the police. During this process, he took advantage of a trip to the police station's washroom to enter the world above the grey fog. Through the world, he informed Miss Justice of his predicament. Miss Justice did not hesitate and assured him that she would rush to Minsk Street as soon as possible to provide covert protection. With Sharon's promise, Klein felt visibly relieved. Though he didn't know what the Demon Hound's owner was planning, one thing was certain, the enemy could not possibly be a demigod. With Sharon's assistance, even if they couldn't win, they should at least be able to protect themselves. However, upon his cautious return to Minsk Street, he found that one detective after another was showing up at his home. Among them was Detective Isengard Stanton, who was seriously injured. From his account, Klein finally gained a clearer understanding of the enemy he was facing. A few streets away from Minsk Street, in a safe house, undoubtedly one rented by Zio, Ebner and Zio successfully rendezvoused. There, Zio handed him a sealed artifact that could briefly block the influence of 0-08. It was a pair of earrings, named The Primordial Trick and The Final Conspiracy. End of chapter. Chapter 620, A Rhodes finally found its master. The materials used to craft these earrings were incredibly peculiar. Even pure White Eye couldn't immediately analyze their composition, only determining that their essence was extremely high, possibly something not even originating from this planet. Moreover, they were named The Primordial Trick and The Final Conspiracy with such an imposing flair because they were tainted with the divine blood of two gods. One of them, Ebner was certain, came from the primordial Demoness. As for the other, whether it belonged to the Blood Emperor or the God of Death, he couldn't tell. Ebner's intuition suggested the latter. These earrings were likely crafted after the Pale Disaster, during which both the primordial Demoness and the God of Death were severely wounded by the seven gods, making the presence of divine blood entirely reasonable. In terms of essence alone, these earrings absolutely rivaled a Grade 0 sealed artifact. However, due to the extraordinary craftsmanship of their creator and the unique properties of the materials, the earrings sealed each other, maintaining a delicate balance that reduced their potential harm by 90%. Of course, this balance and sealing also stripped them of almost all their abilities, leaving only a single function, providing concealment of conspiracy for Beyonders of the Hunter and Witch pathways. This was likely an advanced application of the Conspirator and Instigator abilities, refined to a level approaching true godhood. Notably, only Hunter and Witch pathway Beyonders could use them due to the intricate sealing structure of the earrings. When their own pathway's aura activated their power, the balance could still barely hold. But if another pathway's aura contaminated them, the equilibrium would break, briefly lifting the earring's seal. And once the Primordial Trick and The Final Conspiracy were unsealed, their negative effects were terrifying. Ordinary demigods wouldn't even survive the ensuing calamity. Most would perish before they could even attempt to wield them. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the artifact through pure White Eye, Ebner became intrigued by its origins. Unfortunately, his pure White Eye currently only provided analysis, not insight. To uncover the full story of these earrings, he would likely have to rely on the Fool to recklessly experiment with them. Seeing Ebner set the earrings down, Zio forcefully suppressed an inexplicable sense of anticipation in her gaze and instead asked seriously, "Ebner, can you use them? You're actually wondering if I can use my magic mirror pastured spirit to imitate a witch, right? Zio, when did you start enjoying this kind of entertainment?" After internally complaining for a few seconds, Ebner thought for a moment before giving a definitive answer. Yes. As he spoke, he stroked the magic mirror in his pocket, and his entire aura instantly became enchanting. At the same time, his facial features started adjusting on their own, his body shape and bone structure shifting as well. Within seconds, Zio was left dumbfounded as she watched Ebner transform into her exact likeness, except taller, with a better figure, more refined curves, and an even more captivating presence. This was actually the image Zio had envisioned for herself in her dream last night, just without the witch's inherent allure. Ebner had been too lazy to adjust his appearance, so he conveniently borrowed her idealized self-image. It was definitely not meant to be some kind of subtle mockery. And the moment Ebner, in this transformed state, put on the earrings, his entire presence vanished. Zio tried using various methods, even amplifying her detection abilities with mystical items, but she still couldn't sense anything, not even though he was right in front of her. The concept of unperceivable brewing conspiracy, derived from the conspirator pathway's power, was nearly equivalent to divine authority. For someone like Zio, who wasn't even a demigod, failing to detect anything was perfectly normal. After all, with the right ritual, even 0-08 could be momentarily deceived. Zio examined Ebner's new appearance, but she didn't suspect anything. After all, she couldn't actually see what she looked like in her own dreams. At this point, her amusement had faded, replaced by a tinge of envy. Maybe I should use this appearance in the next tarot meeting. Just as Zio's thoughts began to drift, gunshots suddenly rang out from house number 15 on Minsk Street. Almost immediately, a viscous black liquid seeped through the walls and vanished into the night. Had it not been for Ebner using the Tutor emblem to distort the propagation of light and magnify the scene as if the house were right in front of them, they would never have noticed the black liquid at all. They really came. That Desire Apostle is truly bold. And he actually managed to retreat unscathed from Klein, Sharon, and my teacher. Klein now possessed several powerful Beyonder artifacts that he didn't have at this point in the original timeline. Even an ordinary Sequence 5 would struggle against him. Detective Isengard, besides his own sealed artifacts, also had the Ring of Light that Ebner had lent him for protection. Miss Sharon could be set aside for now, official Beyonders were lying in ambush nearby. Unless Klein was truly in mortal danger, she likely wouldn't intervene. But even so, for the Desire Apostle to escape so smoothly despite this lineup. How many mistakes had they made during the battle? On the rooftop of a 7-story building, 5 or 6 blocks away from Minsk Street, Vera gently brushed aside a lock of hair lifted by the night wind and smiled to herself. From Zio's report on the arrangements around Baron Larry, I already suspected that a saint of the Spectator pathway was helping my dear brother orchestrate his schemes. And as expected, I was right. It turns out to be that royal advisor. However, his skills still need some polishing. Personally stepping in to suggest things. That's not how a true spectator should act. But this works in my favor. Arihog is in need of a catalyst right now. Inside house no. 15 on Minsk Street, Klein stared at the bullet holes in the walls with a pained expression as he, Detective Isengard Stanton, and another female detective, Kaslana, discussed the series of tactical errors they had made during their battle with the Desire Apostle. Kaslana was a Beyonder of the Arbiter pathway, likely connected to either the military or nobility. As they talked, Kaslana, the weakest of the three and somewhat sentimental, suddenly became somber. With a sigh, she said, "This was the most dangerous incident I've ever been caught up in. I don't know if I would have survived in the end. If I were killed by the Desire Apostle, I hope my tombstone would say, she had a great mother." Her voice grew softer, and the usual firmness in her expression was replaced by a rare gentleness. Isengard nodded in deep agreement. This was also the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. But then, he chuckled. Still, I don't plan on dying so easily. In fact, if our teamwork had been a little smoother, we could have kept him here. Besides, my student and my friend are nearby. If anyone should be worried, it's that Desire Apostle. Stop recklessly setting up death flags. And not just one, but multiple kinds of flags. Are you trying to jinx us all? Good thing Detective Isengard didn't throw in a dramatic, "Who can kill me?" Klein opened his mouth slightly, unsure how to even begin ridiculing the two detectives in front of him. Maybe I should follow up with, "After this case, I'll go back home and get married," just to complete the cliché. But unfortunately, I don't even know how to return home. Isengard glanced at Klein, who had suddenly fallen into a low mood, and asked with a mix of curiosity and concern, "Sherlock, are you worried? Or do you have some wish you'd like someone to fulfill? With my bodyguard lady here, there's no way I'd die. And if I had a wish, I'd fulfill it myself." Klein glanced at the ordinary mirror he carried, where Sharon was resting her chin on her hands, listening to their conversation. He sighed and said, "I just hope to be buried in a nice cemetery with a good view, with my body intact, sprinkled with holy water and fresh flowers. Basically, no cremation. Future Sherlocks who may end up with multiple graves." Sharon, listening through the mirror, instinctively gave him a new nickname. The three fell into silence until the sound of a doorbell rang outside. Moments later, a deacon from the machinery hive mind, Iconzer Bernard, entered, carrying an ancient silver mirror with intricate patterns. End of chapter. Chapter 621, Before the Action. In the washroom, behind a locked door, Klein recalled the words that the silver mirror named A Rhodes had secretly shown him and pondered. "Your loyal and humble servant, A Rhodes, at your service." What's going on? That mirror was just coldly toying with the machinery hive mind's deacon, Iconzer. How did it suddenly change its attitude? Klein found the situation both amusing and puzzling. It was unclear whether he was speaking to himself or addressing someone unseen. As soon as he finished his sentence, the image in the half-body mirror above the sink rippled and shifted, transforming into a woman in a black court dress, Miss Sharon. She rested her chin on her hand and contemplated briefly before simply stating, "You are a blessed." "So, you're saying that the silver mirror has some connection to the spirit world, and the mysterious space above the gray fog also seems intertwined with the spirit world. Since I am the blessed of the fool, I carry the aura of the gray fog, which that mirror, A Rhodes, detected." After translating Sharon's words in his mind, Klein found the reasoning quite plausible, and it also served as a convenient excuse. With that thought, he said to Sharon, "Watch over my body for a moment. I need to report this matter." "All right." Sharon nodded lightly and watched as Sherlock murmured the honorific name of the fool in an almost inaudible voice, then took 4 steps backward. Moments later, he became motionless. Those 4 steps, are they part of a ritual to please the fool? Sharon pondered as she stepped out from the mirror. In the mysterious space above the grey fog, Klein, seated in the fool's position, first extended his spirituality to listen to Miss Justice's request. The reason he had entered the washroom and ascended to the grey fog was precisely because he had heard Justice's prayers. As expected, her request was about finally passing the preliminary evaluations of the Psychological Alchemy Society. That very night, she would face the final test and needed the fool's protection. Klein was already well versed in the process of the paper angel's blessing, so he followed the usual procedure. Before long, he flicked a roughly cut but slightly improved paper figurine forward. As expected, the paper figurine gathered the power stirred by the Black Emperor card above the grey fog and transformed into a giant angel with 12 pairs of black wings. Through the crimson star, it enveloped Miss Justice in its embrace. After finishing this task, Klein turned his attention to another crimson star that pulsed with expansion and contraction. It belonged to Mr. Tower. It doesn't seem urgent, just a message. Has he found a way to save Talum? With that thought, Klein tapped the crimson star and read the message. Upon finishing, his brows furrowed. Talum is afflicted with a curse that only an angel-level entity can remove. And Mr. Tower actually managed to get an angel to help him. Just what is his true identity? Could he really be a blessed of the Earth Mother? Sharon had once suggested this possibility, though she herself wasn't entirely certain. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt a headache coming on, not because he was worried about Mr. Tower's background. After all, having spent so much time together in the Tarot Club, he trusted this erudite gentleman. However, rescuing Talum was proving to be far more challenging than he had expected. This wasn't something that could be repaid with mere intelligence on Baron Larry. Although Mr. Tower hadn't mentioned any additional compensation and had even asked him to keep it a secret from misjudgment. The world couldn't just play dumb and offer nothing in return. That would go against the fool's principle of equivalent exchange. The only question now was, what could the world offer that would be enough to repay the favor of an angel's intervention? Sigh, I'll have to ask Mr. Tower privately during the next tarot meeting. Hopefully, he needs some high-level knowledge that I possess. With that thought, Klein exhaled and allowed his spirit body to descend back into reality. Seeing Sharon's deep blue eyes turn toward him, Klein coughed lightly and said, "The fool says, don't concern yourself with that mirror. Because worrying about it is pointless." Sharon nodded slightly, her figure gradually fading until she disappeared completely. Because it wouldn't make a difference anyway. Sharon nodded slightly, her figure gradually fading before disappearing altogether. Klein washed his hands, returned to the living room, and stared at the bullet hole in the wall, lost in thought. Should I cover them with a cheap oil painting, patch them up, or repaint? Or ask Mr. Tower's mentor to inquire if the machinery hive mind will reimburse renovation costs? After all, this damage technically resulted from their ambush. Hillston Borough, 7th Avenue, at the home of Escalante, a member of the Psychological Alchemists. With the angel's blessing from Mr. Fool, Audrey successfully passed the final assessment of the 2 men before her and officially became a member of the Psychological Alchemists. One of the men was Gilbert Alucard, a psychologist introduced to her by Lady Norma, the sister of Negan Duchess, Emma's mother. The other was Stephen Humphreys, the convener of the previous psychology seminar. Both were key members of the Psychological Alchemists. Afterward, the 2 men provided Audrey with an overview of the organization's history and ideology, mentioning Hermes and the Mind Dragon. Finally, they presented her with a potion, telepathist potion. However, no one noticed that when those 2 names were spoken, something silently infiltrated their mental islands. Leaving Escalante's house with the potion in hand, Audrey remained quiet along the way, speaking little. It wasn't until she entered her room and briefly dismissed her personal maid, Annie, that she turned to the golden retriever, Susie, and smiled. "Your potion is ready." Susie wagged her tail happily at the sight of the telepathist potion. "When you become a telepathist, I have another gift for you," Audrey said with a smile, glancing at the gold-rimmed glasses hanging around Susie's neck. "Audrey, what gift?" Susie tilted her head curiously. "A pair of earrings called Dragon's Eyes." Audrey had worn them a few times after purchasing them from Misjudgment. However, since they were an outdated design, Annie would never allow her to wear them outside. After all, it might make people suspect that the Hall family was facing financial trouble, leading to misunderstandings. But what was the use of wearing mystical items at home? After thinking it over, Audrey decided to temporarily entrust them to Susie. "Earrings? What do they do?" Susie asked in confusion. Audrey thought for a moment and then answered confidently, "With them, those stray dogs that try to court you won't dare to come near. After all, they carried the dragon's might." Hearing this, Susie wagged her tail even more joyfully. At 2 a.m., inside the lounge of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Holding a pair of earrings, Ebner transformed under Zio's gaze into a beautiful woman with jet black curls and deep blue eyes. Tracy. Zio recognized the Vice Admiral of Ailment from their encounter in the palace at the deepest part of Daniel's labyrinth. Yes. Since Talum's situation involves a demoness curse, I might as well take the form of another demoness with powerful backing to rescue him. Even if the enemy uses special means to investigate, they'll suspect Tracy instead. If they start turning on each other, that's a win for us. Ebner explained with a faint smile. This expression made Zio momentarily dazed. She turned her head slightly and asked, "You set up teleportation altars in 2 locations but only showed me the one outside the city. Is the one inside the city a one-time use? The one in Sherwood Burrow is meant to be abandoned. I set it to self-destruct upon activation. Teleporting within Backlund is too dangerous. Meanwhile, the one outside the city is necessary for my return and is in a good location for long-term use," Ebner explained while changing into pirate attire. That was Tracy's style, though it might be a bit chilly outside. Backlund was in the depths of winter. "Where do you plan to take him?" Zio asked curiously, trying to keep her gaze steady. "To Edwina's ship. I already spoke to her. She's quite satisfied with Talum's academic background." Chapter 622, Talum, who boarded a pirate ship. In a hidden room, a man and a woman were entangled in passion, their heavy breaths filling the space. The man had striking features, but one of his eyes was blind. He was none other than Insangwil. Just as he was about to reach the peak of pleasure, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The quill on the desk had unexpectedly broken free from its seal and was writing in the open diary on its own. Ince's heart jolted. He immediately lost all interest in pleasure, pushing aside the woman beside him and leaping to the desk, seizing the quill. The woman on the bed, a beauty with a hint of laziness in her demeanor, let out a dissatisfied hum. She then dressed herself and walked over to Ince in no particular hurry, pouting, "I even skipped over seeing that Desire Apostle, just to keep you company, and this is how you treat me. You skipped over seeing the Desire Apostle because arrogance was with them, didn't you? Do you think I don't know?" Though that thought crossed her mind, Insangwil did not argue. Instead, he said grimly, "Something unexpected happened." "What kind of unexpected event?" The woman, Despair Nightingale, Panacea, swept her gaze over to the diary and saw a few freshly written lines. Talum suddenly woke up from his dream. He seemed to have seen something and looked quite surprised. Talum was confused by something. Under an unknown pull, he left his residence in Sherwood Burrow and walked toward South Riverside Street along the Taysok River. Talum entered the vacant house at number 23. The quill had stopped writing at this point, as Ince had already grasped it. He crossed out the last sentence and replaced it with a new one. "The target has decided to kill Talum immediately using a curse. She had already considered this when collecting his blood, so this development is reasonable. Talum. That subordinate of Prince Azac. He shouldn't know anything." Panacea mused. "He indeed knows nothing, but that doesn't stop certain people from deducing things through him. Especially since someone has managed to block 0-08's perception." Ince shook his head before continuing, "You'd best accelerate your plan to avoid any unforeseen complications. The preparations aren't complete yet. Even if we speed things up, we still need at least 10 more days." Panacea said as she finished putting on her jewelry and shoes. "Are you heading to South Riverside Street?" Ince frowned slightly. "Be careful, it might be a trap. Are you worried about me?" Panacea flashed an intoxicating smile, but when her eyes met Ince's cold, one-eyed gaze, she couldn't help but click her tongue. "TCH, boring men," she muttered under her breath. With that, she walked toward the door but turned back before leaving. "I'm about to impersonate that Desire Apostle to lure away the Spellsinger of God. Do me a favor, have a few mandated punishers conveniently discover the anomaly at that house on Riverside Street. I want to use Jason Barry's identity to eliminate them while conducting a quick investigation there. This way, the mastermind trying to take Talum away might just end up bearing the wrath of the Spellsinger of God for me." Insangwil pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right. Then, I'll let you enjoy the pleasure we left unfinished once I return." Panacea threw him an ambiguous air kiss, and her figure gradually faded, as if erased by an invisible hand. In Byam, inside the underground chamber of Fragrant Manor. Ebner watched as the doll he had placed on Talum suddenly cracked all over. Tiny black flames emerged from the fissures. As expected, mere distance couldn't block a curse of this level. Fortunately, the chained god, no, the god of spiritual creature, had taken on the burden of the curse for him. While he was deep in thought, the flames within the cracks slowly gathered into thin black strings, tightly binding the doll. Moments later, the intangible flames solidified, as if they had truly turned into ropes binding the doll, losing all supernatural traces. After glancing at Talum, who remained completely unaware of his predicament due to Ebner's hypnosis, Ebner reverted to his original form, stowed away the doll, and once again led him into the circle of fire that had suddenly appeared on the teleportation altar. Speaking of which, the reason Ebner didn't teleport directly to the Golden Dream but instead made a stop at Fragrant Manor was to return to his original appearance and change into a new outfit. After all, it was one thing for Zio to see his Tracy disguise, but there was no need to spread it any further. When Talum regained consciousness once more, a beautiful lady with light blue eyes appeared before him. I remembered that the last time I woke up, I also saw an extremely beautiful woman, but it definitely wasn't this one. Is this a dream? But why does it feel so real? Could it be like Sherlock always jokes, that I'm just waking up the wrong way? Before the dazed Talum could make sense of the situation, the woman in front of him calmly asked, "Which university did you graduate from, and what was your major?" "Beyonder University, Economics." Talum replied instinctively. "Besides Loanese, what other languages are you proficient in?" "Ancient Fasak and Inti Sion." "How much do you know about history?" "I've read a history of the Lone Kingdom." After a few rounds of questioning, Talum finally couldn't hold back anymore and interrupted, "Miss, may I ask where this is? And why am I here?" "This is the Golden Dream," the woman, Edwina, explained unhurriedly. "A friend of mine introduced you to me and asked that I keep you as a crew member for a while." I agreed. "I need to assess your knowledge to determine your role on the ship and what subjects you'll need to study. That's why I was asking you these basic questions." The Golden Dream. You're the Vice Admiral Iceberg." Talum stared wide-eyed at the beautiful woman before him, his face full of disbelief. "Stop joking. Miss. I was just in Backlund." Edwina remained silent, merely gazing at him for a few seconds before calling for Danitz and instructing, "Help him recognize reality." "Understood, Captain." After responding, Danitz shot a few suspicious glances at Talum, who was only wearing pajamas, wondering why he had appeared in the captain's quarters at this hour. Once Danitz took Talum away to recognize reality, Ebner finally revealed himself and smiled at Edwina. "I hope Talum adjusts quickly." This so-called recognizing reality was a rule set by Vice Admiral Iceberg for new crew members. It typically started with various kinds of labor. This method was actually somewhat similar to modern boot camp training, meant to instill obedience. Edwina didn't continue the topic. Instead, she picked up a deep brown, leather-bound book made of parchment and then asked, "Do you remember the invitation I gave you last time, to join me on an expedition?" Ebner glanced at the book's title and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids before cautiously asking, "Are you saying, the expedition involves entering this book?" Edwina nodded and replied, "Yes. There is a world inside this book. Its previous owners likely wandered into it and never returned. That's why, despite it being an ancient text from 3,000 years ago, its pages contain figures from various eras throughout history. But I've discovered a possible way to enter safely, thanks to a prophecy given to me by teacher Isabella." "What kind of prophecy?" Ebner asked curiously. "The Calamity Seal bestows the Northern King's key upon the soldier's family. That was the revelation my teacher received. The Calamity Seal is probably the most beloved sealed artifact of Emperor Roselle that Leon mentioned. And that soldier likely refers to the lone soldier who was the last to enter the book. Unfortunately, after searching for over a month, I still haven't found any clues about his family." End of chapter.